You clearly possess the unique god-tier equipment, the evil god bead, but you never fully utilized its true power until death. You thought you would die with regret, but to your surprise, upon opening your eyes, you found yourself back in the game 2.5 hours before the server opened, with the evil god bead in hand. In the previous life, you lacked the ability to activate this top-tier divine equipment and ultimately perished in the ultimate battle against the 10 great gods and demons. Now, in this new life, you swear to become stronger. The first thing you do after being reborn is to rush out of the classroom, ignoring the strange looks of others, because you know that there is an SSS great item nearby. This item allows you to directly draw a divine level equipment at the beginning of the game. With the memories of the previous life, you soon arrived in front of a beggar. Before him was a black stone wrapped in tattered cloth. Without a word, you picked up the stone in front of him and walked away. With the experience of the past life, you immediately recognized this stone as a rare item judged by the system. What are you doing? The beggar quickly got up and chased after you. You're robbing a beggar. Are you still human? $5. I just need a stepping stone. You didn't explain much. Okay, $5 it is. The beggar quickly agreed, afraid that you might change your mind. $5 can cover his 2.5 hours of wages, suppressing the joy in your heart. You took out your phone. I don't have change. Do you have a QR code? The beggar stopped pretending, took out his phone from his pocket. Should I scan you or you scan me? Soon, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With a loud bang, the whole world shook violently. An indescribable force descended on Earth, and all humans disappeared from the blue planet at the same time. Here you are, feeling the oppressive atmosphere, when suddenly, a system notification sound rang in your ears. Ding dong. Detected that the human race is the ruler of this planet, qualifying to participate in the game. Ding dong. Welcome to the world of gods and demons. By surviving in this world, you will gain the power to rival gods and demons. The scene changes, and you find yourself in a palace, the place for creating your character. The next moment, the system prompts, ding dong, please choose a name for your game character. Note that there is no renaming function after character creation, so players should consider carefully. I love playing basketball. Without hesitation, you choose a name you had long thought of. Name chosen successfully. Would you like to proceed with random talent selection? Talent grade is related to innate aptitude. Yes, you have no hesitation. Talents are crucial skills throughout the game and cannot be improved through effort later on. Powerful talents can give players a significant advantage over ordinary players in the early stages of the game, leading to a better gaming experience. Your talent in the previous life was at the SS level, ranked 9th globally, with the effect of increasing final movement speed by 80%. This is the main reason you were unmatched in speed in the previous life. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining SSS level talent. Traceless. Finished. Your heart instantly plummeted to the bottom, looking ashen. It's not the SS level talent from the previous life, so it will probably take a while to adapt to the new talent. But now that things have come to this, you can only suppress the sadness in your heart. Checking the talent effect. Traceless, SSS level. 300% increase in movement speed. Ultimately, movement speed increased by 100%. Damn! You were shocked to see the talent effect. However, before you could recover, another system sound rang out. Ding dong! Detected that you possess the evil god Pearl, automatically bound to the exclusive hidden profession of the evil god of wind. Do you accept? Hearing this, your mind went blank. The value of the exclusive hidden profession was immeasurable. Originally, you were thinking of changing to a swordsman or assassin, but now you think it's better not to. Those professions are too precious and not suitable for you. It's better to switch to an ordinary exclusive hidden profession so that you can leave more opportunities for other players. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully changing to the exclusive hidden profession, evil god of wind. You swallowed hard. This series of surprises made you ecstatic. However, the next moment, another system sound rang out. Ding dong. Detected that you possess the high-value item Black Ming Ore. Reward for 1 random equipment draw. Random range is full range. Do you agree? Without hesitation, you chose to agree. In the next instant, a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of you. The wheel emitted colorful lights, making your heart race. If you could draw a divine equipment at the beginning, wouldn't that be amazing? Draw. You didn't waste any words and started drawing immediately. Soon, the wheel started spinning, and after 5 seconds, the pointer landed in a bronze square. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining the weapon, bronze level bronze sword. System, are you kidding me? Yifeng almost didn't pass out from anger. Sure enough, as it pertains to probability, 99.9% of it is junk. Strike that. 2. At least there are exclusive hidden professions. Bubbling. Just as he was greatly disappointed, the blood in his body suddenly felt like it was boiling, and hot currents surged throughout his body as dark greenish-colored evil energy surged forth, fluctuating around him and sending out a ring of ripples. What's the situation? He was uncertain, but it was hard to resist. Steeply, he raised his eyes to the dial and realized that the needle was once again spinning, as if by force, as if it had been wrenched by an outside force, until it rested in a zone that occupied the smallest area of the entire dial. Ding! System tip, congratulations on obtaining the Evil God of Wind, exclusive special equipment, Evil God Mask, Divine Grade, by means of bloodline induction. Yi Feng. Silence. For a while, he was speechless for a long time, waves of shock rising within him. Really, he could no longer laugh in the face of this situation. System, you, I don't even know what to say about you. Yi Feng slowly shook his head. The words of blame were held in his heart. Never able to speak. Divine. Exclusive equipment. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. System. Ding. System tip, enjoy your game. Swish. The screen turned and Yi Feng appeared within a dilapidated and retro village, surrounded by constant flashes of white light. It was obvious that more and more players would accept the fact and quickly enter the game. Ding. System tip, welcome to Novice Village 55. What the hell is going on? Get away from me. You're on top of me. This scene is kind of like a Netflix novel, which I kind of loved as a kid. Countless players exchanged words with each other. Their inner shock knew no bounds. Anyone who is suddenly forced to be pulled into a game and has to give up everything in reality would find it hard to accept. Get the quest before a lot of people react, one step ahead of the other. Without even opening the package to check the Evil God Pearl, Yi Feng rushed towards the village head at the first opportunity, so as not to be surrounded by the village head later, and the quest could not even be taken. Acting like the wind, with the blessing of talent without trace, Yi Feng made light work of it and arrived in front of the village head in an instant. The so-called head of the novice village had white hair and a petite figure. Too bad it's an old man. The lad is so fast. The village chief on his crutches was slightly dismayed. It's a bit beyond imagination that adventurers just entering this world are so swift. I'm not only fast, I'm tough as nails. Yi Feng spoke bluntly, then got to the point. Grandpa village chief, please give me a difficult task. Returning from rebirth, he of course knew that the village chief had the rarest quest in the village. Yes, the village chief murmured and pointed his finger outside the village. Recently, the kobolds have been unusually ferocious, attacking passers-by all over the place. Can the young man help me clear them out? Ding. System alert, you have triggered the quest, kill kobolds, difficulty, D. Do you accept? No. Yi Feng strongly refused. Why is that? The village chief was uncertain, obviously wanting the mission, and then turning it down? The task is too simple. Yi Feng's face was full of sadness and indignation. Village chief, have you ever experienced the agony of having nowhere to utilize all your kung fu? The village chief was confused by the question. You're at ING level 1. Where'd you get the kung fu? Have you experienced what it's like to be dog-eared? Yi Feng continued to inquire. Oh, the village chief was shocked and confused, and his heart was not in the right place. That dog-eyed guy you mentioned, where is he? Contempt. Yi Feng lamented. The entire novice village, so poor that it doesn't even have a high-level quest? He said it well. The village chief's head was so hot that he almost made a dirty mouth. But in the end, he managed to hold it back. A request like this, he had never seen in his life. Since you are so persistent, I will fulfill you. The village chief took a mutilated jade pendant from his bosom, revealing a reminiscent look. This jade pendant, Yi Feng interrupted on the spot. Don't worry, I will help you find your other half. Ding. System alert, congratulations on successfully receiving the hidden quest, village chief's jade pendant, difficulty, B. How do you know it's to find the other half? The village chief felt like he had been struck by evil. Young man, it's a blessing to run into you. Yi Feng told the truth, because I'm handsome. So it is. The village chief came to a realization. Then his expression darkened. Who are you fooling? It doesn't matter. Yi Feng waved his hand and reached out to ask for it. Give it to me. The mayor was puzzled. What for you? Kill the kobolds. Yi Feng patiently explained. Here, please repeat after me. Recently the kobolds outside the village have been unusually ferocious, attacking passers-by all over the place. Young man, can you help me clear them out? Mayor. Ding. System alert, congratulations on successfully taking on the quest, kill kobolds, difficulty, D. Carrying 2 quests. Yi Feng hurriedly killed outside the village, intending to kill monsters while checking out his exclusive hidden profession and the evil god bead that should be lying in his parcel. On the way, many people pointed at him. Is this a demon? It feels somewhat similar to the demon in the opening anime. Are there hidden races in this game that forcefully dragged me in? They feel incomprehensible. The image of gray skin and dark green hair was so different from them that the non-mainstream wouldn't dare to come like this. Holy! Noticing their discussion, Yi Feng couldn't help but survey himself and was a bit dumbfounded. You've actually turned into a demon yourself? Without hesitation, he hurriedly opened the occupation panel to check the details. Evil god of wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction, the abyssal demon who controls the wind element. The eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Life, attack, defense, speed. Note, life equals 100 life points per star. Attack and defense equals 1 attack and defense point per star. Speed increases by 0.1% attack and movement speed per star. And every 1 attack point deals 10 points of damage. Awesome! Yi Feng was ecstatic. One must know that the growth limit of ordinary professions was only 5 stars. While the evil god of wind that he had inexplicably obtained had all the basic growths full and had a speed growth as high as 8 stars. We generally use 2 words to describe this occupation. Invincible. Afterward, Yi Feng opened the package. The 5 coins are unnecessary to mention, but the key is the 2 props. Evil god bead, evil god mask, gulp. Looking at the strange treasure bead that flickered with black ghostly light, Yi Feng's heart sprouted a sense of blood connection, and he couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, and with anticipation in his heart, he chose to view the details. Evil god beads? Chapter 4. Evil god beads? Introduction. The root of the evil god's power can only be recognized by the first adventurer who kills the 10 ancient gods. Effect 1. It can be used to absorb the rare bloodlines in heaven and earth to enhance the professional strength of the evil god of wind. Effect 2. Effect 3. Effect 4. Incidental stunts. Incidental stunts. Has been permanently bound to the player. Falling leaves silent. Cannot be dropped. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be discarded. Can't read it. Yi Feng could only say that he couldn't read it, but was greatly shocked. The grade was invisible. The effect could only be seen in one line, and the screen full of question marks seemed to indicate that its power was unpredictable. In fact, the first effect alone had subdued Yi Feng. While most of the career strengths are enhanced by completing transfer quests, the evil god bead is equivalent to providing an additional alternative path. It's a privilege that only he can have. In addition, through the profile of the evil god bead, he roughly understood that he should have succeeded by a fluke at that time when he died with it, and thus received such an extremely rare reward. Returning to his senses, Yi Feng accelerated away from the novice village while checking out another prop, a delicate dark purple mask covering the upper half of his cheeks, with strange patterns that carried a sense of evil. Mask of the evil god, divine. Effect, too low strength to view. Attachment, mask. Synopsis? Mask, SSS grade hides one's facial features and name while other beings view one's own panel at a level of plus 50. Can be cancelled at any time. Cooldown, none. Against all odds, Yi Feng took out the evil god mask and put it on his face, unleashing the mask special, then opened the panel to check the information. Falling leaves silent, wind evil god. Grade, 1. Life, 500. Attack, 6-6. Defense, 5-5. Skill, detection technique, effect, can detect the basic information of creatures or props whose level is not higher than your own by 10 levels. Reputation, 0. Number of revivals possible, 2. The main reason for the 6 points of attack is that the novice wooden stick gives 1 point of attack. Novice wooden stick, white plate level. Attack, 1-1. Introduction, thick and long, not easily damaged. With the evil god's mask in place, it was almost impossible for players to see his panel, which would avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. It's important to note that players can't always be resurrected within gods and demons, but after the number of resurrections runs out, they are greeted with death. As for the news of the boss raid every 10 days, a service-wide announcement would soon be made, and the current players might not feel too strong a sense of crisis yet, and would even be glad that the disease was completely gotten rid of from their bodies the moment they entered the game. Sasha, with a robust pace far beyond that of ordinary players, Yi Feng arrived outside the novice village, and saw a living kobold with dark green skin and red eyes, with long pointed ears and a short body, a proper image of a demonic creature. Kobolds, normal monsters, grade, 2. Life, 200. Attacks, 4-6. Defense, 2-2. Skill, gives you a stick. Synopsis, from now on, it's called Goblin Square. It's strong. Yi Feng held the thick and long novice wooden stick in his hand and didn't dare to be careless at all, even though the kobold's attributes were much inferior to his. If he wasn't careful, it was still highly likely that his defense would be broken and it would take several seconds to get back to full strength. Without hesitation, he quickly stepped forward and clubbed one of the kobolds in the head. Take you. To start my newbie wooden stick. Catching dash. The rookie wooden stick snapped in two and the other half flew out. Ding. System note, due to excessive force, your weapon, novice wooden stick, has been damaged. Looking at the novice wooden stick in his hand that had halved in length, Yi Feng's expression was dumbfounded. What happened to thick, long and unbreakable? It's dangerous to break off halfway through use. Poorly reviewed. -78. At the same moment, bright red damage popped up, as if to indicate that the power of this strike was considerable. Gluttony. The kobold's head swelled up in a big red bag. Its head was broken and bleeding. It roared in pain and swung the big stick in its hand to slap at Yi Feng. Miss. Seeing this, Yi Feng decisively avoided it. Counting the 300% movement speed bonus and the 100% final movement speed bonus alone, it was already 6 times the speed of a normal player, plus his original base speed was also gained by the final movement speed, allowing him to have a speed equal to 8 times that of a normal player almost right from the start, and dodging the goblin's attacks was simply a breeze. Giving up the novice wooden stick in his hand, Yi Feng went up and punched and kicked at the kobold. With the body skills he had accumulated in his previous life, he had absolutely no rivals in the novice village in a single fight, and could be called the village bully. Gluttony. Seeing their compatriots being bullied, the other kobolds glared angrily from the sidelines, though they did not come forward to talk them out of it. In the novice village stage, the system has in deliberately protecting the players. As long as you don't make a move, the wild monsters won't initiate an attack. Miss. -29. Miss. -30. Facing the erratic Yi Feng, the kobolds attacked with all their might, but they still couldn't touch each other, and eventually ended up with a grudge. Ding. System alert. Congratulations on successfully killing Goblin Normal Monster. Plus 50% experience at this level. The first upgrades are naturally easy, with 2 kobolds filling up the experience bar. Dude. Team up. Kneel down and ask the big man to take you flying. This person is at least a dozone powerhouse in reality. Terrifying as hell. Not far away, some of the players who had accepted reality sent invitations to team up. In response, Yi Feng rejected all of them. To be honest, the goblin attribute was really not low. It was not difficult to hunt for the first-time player, but the early stage was too important. He was not in the mood to take anyone to practice. One more to go. Yi Feng's face was resolute as he muttered, if I kill one more, I'll be able to break through to level 2, and by then my strength will skyrocket. And coupled with the high growth of the evil god of wind, I won't be afraid of a single bit of it, even if I'm facing a level 3 monster. Going over the top. I'm afraid that idle players wouldn't even dare to think about this kind of terrifying battle power. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the killing kobolds, and seeing that they came together, itching to fight and avenge his brother's death, he couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man kill a kobold? Swish swish swish. At that moment, the entire goblin staff charged towards Yi Feng like they had chicken blood, wailing and screaming. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Ding. System tip. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, Casual Taunt, Level D. As the first player to comprehend a Level D skill, plus 5 free attribute points. ******* game. Yi Feng's expression changed slightly. You can just say something and get a skill? The gnosis granted by this exclusive hidden profession Wind Evil God was unexpectedly high to such an extent? Seeing this scene, the players in the distance were startled and backed away, hiding in the novice village. Many people could not understand the current encounter, but the panel gave only 3 revivable times. But anyone who was not intellectually challenged could see the problem, and no one dared to mess with it. Facing the raging kobolds, Yi Feng was unafraid and fought against them with his bare hands. Miss. Miss. -12. A string of symbols representing dodges popped up. 8 times the speed of movement was on full display at this moment. Even if he was within the group of monsters, Yi Feng was able to avoid most of the attacks, and the few attacks that landed on his body were harmless. Swish. Fiercely, a golden light scattered. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on reaching level 2. Along with the second kobold falling, leveling up, his base value instantly doubled, and the kobold's attack directly became a pitiful 1 point. Unable to break defense. In the early stages of the game, the advantage that base growth stars give is so critical. Standing in the center of the kobolds, Patriarch Yi struck out, punching so hard that even dodging felt like a waste of time. In traditional martial arts, it is all about receiving, transforming, and sending. What kind of bull is this? Why can't I see his panel? Is there a setting in this game to report hangups? The players in the distance watched in stunned silence as Yi Feng made a huge kill. Most people are still unable to accept reality. Let them out of the novice village against the kobolds, but also need to consider the safety of life. People are good. Already in the pole monster group rush. Simply outrageous. His mother to outrageous opened the door. Outrageous to the home. Yi Feng did not put the sights of the people eating beside him to heart. With a far superior start, His goal was to be the first to walk out of the novice village and establish his early advantage thoroughly. As for attracting attention or not, it was not in his scope of consideration. One must know that the moment the mutation descended, everyone's life changed drastically. While he grew up in an orphanage, in turn, he was unattached, and now that he was reborn and returned, he only wanted to have a stronger strength than in his previous life. Since you can comprehend taunt with a casual remark, you should be able to comprehend other skills as well. While circling around with the goblin, Yi Feng's heart moved slightly. Chapter 5, Crossing Levels to Brush Monsters. Within Gods and Demons, if a player's strength is in place and his or her enlightenment is sufficient, coupled with a respectable stance technique, the self-created skill system will indeed recognize it. Take that, Hyper Dragon! Fiercely, Yi Feng let out a loud shout, his technique wide open, as if he was afraid that the system wouldn't hear that he was performing a supreme martial art. And then he slapped a heavy palm on the back of a certain kobold's head, knocking it forward and knocking it down. -96. Hiss. The crowd of onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understand why the man in front of them is so strong and powerful. The original is actually the heroes and heroines of the Beggars Association. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, Full Force Poem, D, level. As you are already the first adventurer to comprehend a D level skill, you cannot stack to obtain rewards. Sure enough it can. Yi Feng was delighted in his heart, and while serving the kobolds who couldn't break his own defense with messy punches, he opened the skill bar to check the details. Random taunts, grade D. Synopsis, compared to a knight's taunt, your taunt still doesn't taste authentic enough. Effect, attracts hostility from enemy units within a 10 by 10 range, instantly increasing their hate value towards itself. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Note, not valid for adventurers. Full Force Strike, grade D. Brief introduction, infuse power into the palm of your hand and attack with all your might. Effect, inflicts 120% damage based on its own attack on a single enemy unit. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. What a full force slap. What a hyperactive dragon. Yi Feng's emotions stirred within him. Hong Qigong, did you see that? I learned. Ding. System tip, congratulations on reaching level 3. Swish, the golden light scattered again. As the heir of Hong Qigong, gang leader Yi resolved the nearby kobolds in 3 tries and returned to the novice village under the adoring gazes of many players. In fact, he quite wanted to bring back the skills he had mastered as an assassin in his previous life, and had tried it with the goblin. The problem was that his physical condition wasn't up to par, and those skills couldn't be used at all. However, he was confident that he could get it back once the rank reached a certain standard. Brother, what should we do to be as powerful as you? A player tried to ask for the truth. Yi Feng, who is a man, will not hide, immediately frankly, in addition to courage, wisdom, face value, but also need a little bit of luck. Player, once again coming to the location of the village head, Yi Feng found that the village head had been surrounded by players, and many players had to face the reality and act before it was too late after packing up their incredulous emotions. Village Chief, I'm willing to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for Novice Village 55. Please give me a mission. Up front. Hurry up. The kobolds can't hold out much longer. That big guy with the mask swiped a bunch of them in a minute by himself, and he didn't even leave any for us. With Yi Feng's killing spree outside the village, many players quickly reacted to the fact that if they didn't hurry up, they would start several levels behind others. Looking at the crowded scene, Yi Feng frowned slightly. There had to be a way to submit the quest as soon as possible, so at least it would reward a weapon. Village Chief, something happened to the jade pendant. Yi Feng shouted anxiously. Get the hell out of here. The village chief roared angrily and squeezed through the crowd to Yi Feng. What happened? With my tireless efforts, I finally completed the quest of killing the kobolds. Yi Feng took out the 5 quest props dropped by the kobolds and handed them over to the village chief. It must be said that the setting of Gods and Demons is very stingy. Killing ordinary monsters in the novice village will not even pop out a single copper coin, unless it is to defeat a boss. The village chief asked anxiously. What happened to the jade pendant? I probably have some eyebrows regarding where the other half of the jade pendant is. Yi Feng made a perfunctory remark, then urged, quickly give me the goblin battle axe. How did you know the reward was a goblin battle axe? The village chief was staggered. From the moment this adventurer descended, he felt like he had been living in the other's shadow. Wicked. Can't I have any privacy, old man? Hurry. Yi Feng was impatient. The jade pendant waits for no one. Ding. System alert, congratulations on completing the quest, kill kobolds, difficulty, D, and receive the rewards, plus 13% experience at this level. Kobold Battle Axe, whiteboard grade. Goblin Battle Axe, white plate level. Attack, 5/5. Introduction, how can a mere tomahawk stop my east wind? After the quest was submitted, Yi Feng turned around with his new weapon and walked away. The vast majority of quest rewards in the novice village are mediocre, and only the weapons are still somewhat useful. With a base growth that could be considered perverse like the evil god of wind, it would inevitably be a bit of a waste of time if he were to follow the rules. Instead of running hot and heavy to brush up on the monsters, he first went to the pharmacy and exchanged the only 5 copper coins he had left for 5 bottles of red potion. Red potion, grade D. Effect: after taking it, it restores 100 points of life value per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. It's worth noting that when you first enter the game, real assets are converted into game currency, with an upper limit of 10 gold coins and a lower limit of 5 copper coins. Admittedly, he started off lacking an advantage when it came to the game's currency, but at the moment there was nowhere to spend his gold even if he had it, so he didn't really care. In fact, he had already thought of a way to make money and was just waiting for the right time. After getting ready and walking out of the novice village once again, Yi Feng stopped frolicking with the kobolds and turned towards a more dangerous area. Crossing the open wilderness, he entered a thick forest. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Green Snake Forest. The breeze is blowing and the trees are in shadow. Dazzling sunlight penetrates the dense foliage and leaves dappled shadows on the ground, creating a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Sasha. Moving forward at a fast pace that far exceeded the speed of ordinary players, Yi Feng soon saw the target of this trip. Green Snake, ordinary monster. Grade, 8. Life, 1000. Attack, 18 to 20. Defense, 10 to 10. Skills, Deadly Entanglement, Venomous Snake Kiss. Introduction, snake creatures, cannot be so good to deal with? Hope you are flexible enough not to be bitten to the fatal places. After the level 2 goblins, it was naturally impossible to just get to level 8 Green Snake, except that Yi Feng decided to skip the level 5 monsters to speed up his leveling progress. Not rushing to launch an attack, taking a deep breath, he turned on the recording function. Within Gods and Demons, there exists a related forum, which is sort of a place provided for players to communicate with each other. One of his ways to make money is to upload videos that cost in-game currency to unlock, earning his first bucket of in-game money. After all, money isn't everything, but it's nothing without it. Hello everyone, I'm Falling Leaf Silent. I'm going to show you how you can practice leveling and brushing monsters the fastest and most efficiently in the Green Snake Forest, where I have to face countless green snakes, and if you don't have the proper brushing techniques, you won't even last an hour. Look, there's a green snake there with far more nutritional value than chicken. Chapter 6 Instructional Videos. After the end of the introduction to the video, Yi Feng looked at the green snake coiled on the branch, holding a goblin battle axe and came closer. Everyone watch, don't blink. Even though he was only at level 3 now, he was really not inferior to Green Snake in terms of attribute panels, and at most he was inferior in terms of skills. Falling Leaves Silent, Wind Evil God. Grade, 3. Life, 1500. Attack, 20 to 20. Defense, 15 to 15. Skills, Casual Taunting, Full Force Strike. Number of revivals possible, 2. Hiss. Sensing someone approaching, the green snake raised its head and stared coldly, spitting out scarlet letters. All alert. Coming next to the green snake, Yi Feng aimed his axe at it and casually taunted. What are you looking at? Your sister doesn't want you anymore and hangs out with Su Xian every day. Su Xian? That's a reckless hero. Who doesn't know who he is? Ding. System note, you use the skill, Casual Taunt, and the green snake's hate value towards you has increased significantly. Shoo. The enraged green snake immediately pounced on Yi Feng, but unfortunately, the latter had already taken precautions, relying on the super high movement speed provided by the talent No Trace, easily avoiding the tempting snake kisses, and then launching a full strength strike. The axe chopped down, bringing out a splash of blood. Minus 122. Instantly, the green snake's life value plummeted by more than a tenth. The game is not reality. The green snake in the novice village is not that flexible. As long as you have the speed like me, avoiding it is not difficult. Yi Feng made a reasonable explanation for his actions just now. 8 times the normal player's movement speed is believed to be a breeze for most players. Hiss. A strike was unsuccessful. The green snake became more and more angry, the body flexible and sinuous, swimming towards Yi Feng, long in the hideous bloody mouth, revealing Fang's crazy bite. In response, Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged as he raised his foot lightly, dodging the green snake's attacks time and time again, and then finding the right opportunity to chop down hard with the goblin battle axe to harvest its life. The green snake's attack is very singular. As long as you move nimbly, the skill Deadly Entanglement is also nullified, and the threat of the highly venomous snake's kiss is minimal. After saying that, he flew up with just the right amount of force, kicking away the biting green snake, and suddenly blessed with the spirit, he flung the axe in his hand in a bizarre maneuver. Put! The snake's head was chopped off. followed by the axe making a strange arc and returning back to Yifeng's hand by circling around a thick tree. Success! Holding the axe handle perfectly, Yifeng's expression was pleased. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing green snake, normal monster. Reward, plus 80% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill return axe, C level. As the first player to comprehend a C level skill, you are rewarded with a bonus, plus 10 free attribute points. Swish! The golden light dispersed and Yifeng reached level 4. Killing level 8 monsters was already rich in experience, not to mention that the level difference would come with a certain bonus. See the whole thing? After obtaining victory, Yifeng was facing the video, summarizing the battle, using high-speed movement to avoid the green snake's attack while slowly harvesting its life value. And at the critical time, you can also accelerate the battle process by comprehending the skills. It's really very simple and practical. That's where today's lecture is. Classmates, have you learned it yet? The video will be ended, and then saved. A lively and interesting teaching class. So in the hands of Mr. Yu is born. He then uploaded the video to his forum homepage, setting the charge at 1 copper coin and the title casually. Simple tips for raiding the green snake. He's too embarrassed to ask for more. When it comes down to it, there really is still a slight lack of knowledge in there. Ding! System alert, adventurer, Shura Truebody, purchased your video and you gained 1 copper coin. Within the forums, the title had to match the content or it would not be allowed to pass. So Yifeng's title was truly an explosion of information for the players who were currently still fighting against the goblins. Soon, the video's comments section had an extra question mark. Simple tricks? I'm ing straight up questionable. Ding! System alert, adventurer, hate sky low, purchased the video you posted and you gained 1 copper coin. Ding! System alert, adventurer, only bigger, not smaller, purchased the video you posted, and you gained 1 copper coin. More and more players are choosing to buy and watch. I'm still fretting over killing kobolds, and the big guy is already killing level 8 monsters? Asterisk 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 asterisk. High play. This weird game has just begun. Where's the high play? Ingenious is more like it. The comments section is pandemonium. Many people are criticizing that instructional videos are not instructional enough at all. However, with this video, Yifeng gained a lot of attention. Without communicating with the players in the comments section or bothering with the sea of posts about the end of the world, he closed the forums with the intention of continuing to brush the monsters, only to open his parcel and watch with joy as the number of copper coins that continued to soar was automatically converted into silver coins. In Gods and Demons, the game currency is set at 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. A very simple setup. Making videos is just a way for Yifeng to make profit in the early stages, because starting capital is very important. Gathering his thoughts, he turned his attention to the other green snake next to him. There are ears through the trees. He had long since realized that there was another snake next to him, secretly spying on the passionate exchange between him and the green snake, but he just couldn't initiate the attack due to the protection of the novice. Made you wait impatiently, didn't I? Carrying a goblin battle axe, Yifeng approached with a kind smile. I'll make you happy in no time. The green snake was restless and seemed impatient. Snort! This time, Yifeng took the initiative to attack and gave a heavy blow to the green snake. Very hard. So go in deep. The wound immediately burst open and blood gurgled out. Minus 304. Bright red damage popped out, and the green snake's life value plummeted by nearly a third. As you level up, the base growth advantage that Wind Evil brings is even greater. Of course, Yifeng didn't forget that he still had 15 free attribute points, and after considering it for a moment, he still decided to add all of them to speed to maximize the strength of a single item. This increased his movement speed by another 1.5%. And when stacked with the talent's 100% bonus to final movement speed, it actually increased his movement speed by 3%, which was a bonus that he hadn't gotten from any of the other attributes he'd chosen. It was important to note that speed could affect more than just movement speed, but also attack speed, and even some of the skills could convert movement speed bonuses into attack bonuses, so he felt that choosing speed as his main development route would maximize the benefits anyways. Suffering from serious injuries, the green snake launched a counterattack. As a result, Yifeng didn't even bother to dodge, directly launching a counterattack, ignoring the unbreakable damage, causing it to suffocate to death. Reduced to experience. After killing a few more green snakes consecutively, Yifeng's body scattered golden light, and his body was warm as if he was in a hot spring. Upgraded again. The base values reach brand new heights, from evenly matched to ruthlessly crushed in just 10 minutes. This was the terror of the exclusive hidden professions. In addition, for his patronage, the simple and enthusiastic local residents expressed their gratitude by presenting leather armor, snakeskin armor, white plate level, Defense, 3-3. It's time to go retrieve the other half of the village chief's jade pendant. Yi Feng's expression was grave. Nearly an hour had passed since he had picked up the hidden quest. What's an hour? Exactly 60 minutes. 3,600 seconds. If he didn't get the jade pendant back, the village chief would probably cry in a hurry. Chapter 7, Brushing the Grey Wolf Alone. On the way there, Yi Feng didn't forget to open the skill bar and check the skills he had realized. Swinging Axe, Grade C. Synopsis, it should count as a long-range attack, but it's not very practical. Effect, throw the axe in your hand, dealing 150% of damage based on your own attack to a single enemy unit. Negative effect, there is a certain probability that you will be intercepted by the enemy or hindered from returning, causing you to temporarily lose your weapon bonuses. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. The negative effects are a bit outrageous, but it's still very appropriate to use as a chasing skill. After all, it's only a C grade, so you can't expect too much. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Novice Village Mountain Range. Striding through the green snake forest, Yi Bell Grylls Maple, who specializes in wilderness survival, came to a rolling mountain range with a variety of small animals, as well as ferocious beasts, in the vicinity. Sika Deer, Ordinary Monster. Squirrel, Common Monster. Little Red Riding Hood, Normal Monster. An adventurer who loves nature like Yi Feng would definitely not mess around when he saw these cute little animals. Ding! System note, congratulations on killing Plum Blossom Deer, Normal Monster. Receive a reward, plus 13% experience at this level. Carrying the Goblin Battle Axe, Yi Feng went deep into the Novice Village mountain range. Soon he arrived at the destination of his journey, and saw perched in the distance a number of gray-haired wild wolves of considerable size, which, as wolves are diurnal, were at this moment lazily lying down in their assemblage and dozing, not knowing in the least that danger was approaching step by step. Big Grey Wolf, Ordinary Monster. Grade, 12. Life, 2000. Attack, 35-38. Defense, 20-20. Skills, Bite, Hungry Wolf Pounce, Deadly Wolf Kiss. Synopsis, in the forest lives the big bad wolf, who loves to eat the delicious Little Red Riding Hood. As a level 12 wild monster, the big grey wolf's strength should not be underestimated. A whole 38 points of attack cap. Is this a level 12 powerhouse? Yi Feng tightened his grip on his goblin battle axe as if he was facing an enemy. Even if he was a reborn, he could only deal with at most one at a time, and his body would not be able to cope with a large number. Thinking about this, Yi Feng was incomparably cautious inwardly. It's important to keep a low profile. Sasha. The sound of footsteps in the distance caused the wolves to look up in unison, only to see the youth strutting along as if he were returning to his home. Ow! Many of the big grey wolves let out howls, and the strong threatening intent in their eyes spoke for itself. Ignoring them, Yi Feng slowly approached and stood in front of one of the big grey wolves, raising the goblin battle axe in his hand and dropping it heavily. Thunder Half Moon Chop. Thumbs up. The big grey wolf couldn't dodge in time, and was chopped to the head by the axe, immediately bleeding like a river and letting out a wail. -50. Seeing that their companions were injured, the wolves surrounded them with the intention of attacking, but due to the rules, they could only helplessly watch from the wall. In the end, the protection mechanism of the novice village was still quite powerful, otherwise the wild monsters would have already swarmed. The wild monster that ate pain instantly entered the combat state, opened its mouth to reveal its sharp fangs, and pounced out, biting fiercely towards Yi Feng's neck, but the latter would not be at his mercy, relying on the super high speed of movement, lightly sidestepping and then launching a counterattack. In a one-on-one situation, even though he was a full 8 levels across as a novice, he had the experience of his previous life, and as usual, he was not weak in the slightest. The attack failed to succeed. The big grey wolf became more and more furious. His expression was hideous, staring at Yi Feng with a murderous aura. The big bad wolf, right? Yi Feng lifted the axe and aimed it. The air of a domineering president was declared. Listen to me. In the future, only I am qualified to make Little Red Riding Hood shed tears. Big bad wolf. It didn't understand what the hell the man was talking about. After letting out his vicious words, Yi Feng carried his axe and killed again. Ow! The big grey wolf naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, immediately biting at Yi Feng's leg. Shut up! Can't bite there! Yi Feng immediately retracted his leg, not giving it a chance to bite his calf, and then took advantage of the opening in the attack to kick out and send it flying. Swinging axe. Finding the right moment, Yi Feng directly threw out the axe in his hand, and the axe drew an icy arc, causing the big grey wolf's skin to split open, and its life value to fall a lot again. Moving a little distance to catch the axe that barely flew back, he continued to stalemate it. In fact, this was the most sensible method. If he took the initiative to attack and was in the process of attacking, he couldn't evade his opponent's attack because the talent added movement speed. while the attack speed was still to be improved for the time being. After successive losses, the witless big grey wolf became more and more fierce, with foul-smelling saliva mixed with blood flowing out of its mouth, and attacked again. Yifeng was not in a hurry. The old god was calm and relaxed, and every time, he was a wolf in the back. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed bit by bit, and in the presence of the wolves, Yifeng forcibly drained his opponent to death with nearly full blood. Ding! System note, congratulations on killing Big Grey Wolf, normal monster, and receive a reward, plus 120% experience at this level. Swish! The golden light dispersed and Yifeng leveled up to level 5. After upgrading, all aspects of his attributes went up a lot, and he once again attracted a head, happily chasing and frolicking. Ding! Service-wide announcement, please note that the break-in mode has been opened in Gods and Demons, Earth Zone, and every 10 days thereafter, a break-in will take place, descending on a world-class boss that must be raided. Ding! Service-wide announcement, please note that the break-in mode has been opened in Gods and Demons, Earth Zone, and every 10 days thereafter, a break-in will take place, descending on a world-class boss that must be raided. This news was broadcast by the system 3 times in its entirety, as if to signal to the world that something important was at stake. Has it started? Yifeng's calm heart lake rippled, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath and focus on fighting the big grey wolf. 10 days off. This is the test of the gods and the devils for mankind. In the last life, when the Earth players were raiding the 100th level, their luck was so bad that they extracted a level that surpassed the SSS level of difficulty, leading to their eventual total destruction. In this life, he would never let the drama repeat itself. Swish! Happy times always went by extremely fast, as a big grey wolf fell under Yifeng's merciless great axe. His level shot up in a straight line and rushed up to level 8, and the further back he went, the more efficient the kills became. In less than an hour, looking around, the wolves were all but wiped out. With a long time of brushing monsters, his reward was not only experience, but he was also very lucky to burst a pair of wrist guards. Wolfskin wrist guard, white plate grade, defense, 3-3. Introduction, wrist guards made of wolfskin. Set effect? Set. When he first saw the wrist guard, Yifeng was thrilled. This is a legendary whiteboard level set. It's hard to find in the world. Ow dash. Suddenly, a growl that was several times louder than the usual howl of a coyote came. Finally, Yifeng stood tightly on guard. His gaze narrowed as he looked into the depths of the mountain range hidden by the emerald green branches and leaves. It's coming. It's coming out soon. Chapter 8, the first kill of the service. Rustling, passing through the lush grass, a wolf king that was several times larger than the big grey wolf appeared in front of Yifeng. As the king of wolves, his eyes were unusually fierce, his body fur was pitch black, and his sharp paws were very pointed, killing with vigor just to deal with uninvited guests. That's when the system bell arrived late. Ding! System note, due to your mass killing of wolves, you have attracted the enmity of the demonized Wolf King, bronze level boss. Facing a lord monster with notable strength, Yifeng didn't dare to be careless and immediately threw over a scouting spell. Demonized Wolf King, bronze boss. Grade, 15. Life, 10,000. Attack, 80-86. Defense, 32-35. Skills, hungry wolf pouncing on sheep, deadly wolf kiss, tearing claw, blood-eating will. Synopsis, run, or it will be too late. The demonized Wolf King's attributes were indeed a little fierce, but it was impossible to make Yifeng concede. He ran to this place. Besides pursuing the efficiency of leveling, he originally wanted to take the first kill reward of the bronze level boss, and the half-jade pendant lost by the novice village chief was also on the Wolf King, so it could be said that it was a triple win. Come on! Yifeng hooked his hand towards it and casually taunted, teach you to be a wolf. Ow dash! As a Wolf King, it had never met such a good understanding of the wolf's intentions of the enemy. Decisively leapt out. Black sharp claws broke the air and tore down. Sharp! Seeing this, Yifeng ran towards the thickest tree next to him and managed to avoid the sharp claws. Miss! Coming to the back of the large tree. Before he could turn around, he moved directly around it. Miss! Another symbol representing a successful dodge popped up, showing that the demonized Wolf King's attacks were very frequent. Dodging twice in a row, Yifeng looked at the huge Wolf King body on the side and copied the axe to aim at its buttocks with a light touch. -152. The demonized Wolf King who suffered from the attack was furious, and when he turned around, he opened his big mouth to bite at Yifeng, resulting in the latter spiritually retreating and circling around with the help of the big tree jam. After that, regardless of the demonized Wolf King's change of direction, or the chase around the tree, Yifeng was undaunted. The Wolf King chased Leaf Maple, who walked around the tree. This kind of subtle tactics is rare in the world and is enough to go down in history. 80%, 60%. Under Yifeng's pull, the Wolf King's life value gradually decreased. In any case, as long as you can break defense, you can always grind patiently. At a certain moment, the demonized Wolf King reacted and moved away from the tree, glaring angrily at Yifeng. Come here you. Yifeng stepped out from behind the tree and patted the trunk. I'll show you what it means to be a human tree. Man tree unity. Truth be told, this was an SSS rank skill that he had just realized. In the face of Yifeng's taunts, the demonized Wolf King was unmoved and only leered from afar, not coming forward. Watching the other party, his life value gradually rebounded. Yifeng slightly frowned. What a stupid wolf. Ow. As if he understood human speech, the Wolf King let out a triumphant howl, his face grim, treating his prey with surprising patience. As a bronze-level boss, it already possessed a certain level of intelligence. Now that you've found out, let's get right to it. Yifeng gave up the tactic of circling around the tree and carried the goblin battle axe to kill over, chopping down with a full force strike. -188. Taking advantage of the other party's attack gap, the Wolf King finally found a chance to counterattack and took a bite of Yifeng's shoulder, his fangs piercing deeply. -392. Facing the pain from the tearing bite, Yifeng was as if he was unaware of it, and strongly chose to return blood for blood and fight with it, and both sides' life values began to fall. When Yifeng's life value fell to 30%, the Wolf King's life value was only about 35%. It's now. Finding an opportunity, Yifeng violently retreated and once again came to the side of the big tree, took out the red potion from the parcel and took it in a big gulp. Green recovery numbers emerged from his body. +100, +100. You're smart. I'm not stupid either. Discarding the pill bottle on the ground, Yifeng grinned. Let's consume. Let's see who can consume who. Wolf King. What a disgusting human being. Seeing that the demonized Wolf King was about to start disengaging from the battle as well, Yifeng's heart moved slightly and picked up the pill bottle and threw it out. Go for it. Swing bottle. Snap. The bottle was easily dodged by the Wolf King, who was about to taunt the human stupidity when countless hidden weapons suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, making it impossible to dodge them. -1. The damage doesn't break defense, but it's enough to interrupt replies. Humph. Yifeng snorted coldly, holding the axe in his left hand and grabbing the mud and sand with his right hand. Tang Sek's secret weapon. The Heavenly Man scatters flowers, simply killing monsters and practicing leveling. He wouldn't talk to the beasts about what was fair or not. If he could win, it would be fine. Ow. Repeatedly humiliated, the Wolf King's eyes glowed red as he raised his sharp claws and swung down in the direction where Yifeng was. Ding! System alert, demonized Wolf King uses the skill, Blood-Devouring Will. Attack is increased by 30%, attack speed is increased by 30%, and movement speed is increased by 50% for 1 minute. Ding! System alert, demonized Wolf King uses the skill, Tearing Claw, dealing 200% damage to enemy units within a 3x10 range. Fizzle! The wolf's claws tore through the void, cutting out 3 claw marks and rushing out. Without hesitation, Yifeng flickered towards the side, leaving the attack area of the tearing claw. Catching dash. The entire tree was actually snapped off. In the face of the Wolf King who killed again, Yifeng was not in a panic and retreated. Relying on his superior movement speed, he came to another suitable tree and repeated the same trick. 20%, 10%. Soon, the demonized Wolf King was dying with only silk blood left. Got it. After taking the red potion again, Yifeng's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to strike, completely stripping the demonized Wolf King of the last of its life value, causing its huge body to fall to the ground with a bang. Before dying, the demonized Wolf King's scarlet eyes were filled with unwillingness. It actually tried to run, but it couldn't match the speed. Humans? Disgusting. Ding. System alert, congratulations on successfully killing the demonized Wolf King, bronze level boss, and obtaining the reward, level +2. Reputation +5. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on killing the bronze level boss, demonized Wolf King. As the first player to kill a bronze level boss, you will receive additional rewards, +20 free attribute points, +100 reputation, and rare props, skill comprehension book. Ding. System tip, will you inform all players who have descended on gods and demons, Earth Zone, of your brilliant battle performance? Note, after the region-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 100 points of reputation. Swish, swish, 2 consecutive golden lights flew up as Yifeng's level reached level 10. Ding. System alert, congratulations on reaching level 10. You can go to a level 3 town for transfer. That's good. Yifeng shook his spirit, picked up the many equipments that the Wolf King had popped out as well as 50 silver coins, turned off the video in due time, and hurriedly left. The reward for the first kill is in hand, and the reward for the first person to complete the transfer can't be given away. On the way, He chose yes to the query initiated by the system. Reputation in the god and the devil is quite a valuable thing. After reaching a certain value, the system will be given the relevant title, and even the wear of high-level equipment as well as some of the difficult tasks to pick up, but also have the reputation requirements. Ding! Announcement for the whole service, congratulations to player, Falling Leaves Silent, for being the first player to defeat a bronze-level boss. Hereby announced. Ding! Announcement for the whole service, congratulations to player, Falling Leaves Silent, for being the first player to defeat a bronze-level boss. Hereby announced. What? What Giba? There's no way in hell. I'm still killing kobolds. Falling Leaves, isn't that the one from the forum who posts funny videos? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. No one would have thought that just a few hours after the descent of gods and demons, someone would have killed a bronze-level boss. Ding! System alert, adventurer, sleeping demon, has sent you a friend request. Ding! System alert, adventurer, cult of the recluse, has sent you a friend request. Blocking the friend request, Yifeng set off on his return journey. When most players were still at a loss, he was able to leave the novice village, a start that was already ahead of others by an unknown amount. However, just as he opened the package and was about to check the loot, an abrupt system ringing sounded in his ears. Ding! System alert, please note that your exclusive prop, Evil Godbead, has sensed the presence of a rare bloodline nearby. Chapter 9, The God of Poison. It's unexpected. Even though Yifeng had rich experience in the game, he had not expected the Evil Godbead to make a reminder at this time. Really can't do anything with it. After all, it's the first time for the Evil Godbead, so you can't let it down, and you have to give it your full attention and refuel. Taking out the strange treasure bead that flickered with black ghostly light, Yifeng could clearly feel a faint black smoke drifting away to the southwest, as if it was showing him the way. Without hesitation, he took a step to follow the black smoke and quickly traveled within the novice village mountain range, exploring the rare bloodlines that might exist. Due to the huge enough advantage that he had grasped in the early stages, in a short period of time Yifeng didn't feel that there was anyone who could take the reward for the first transfer before him, and there was no harm in it even if there were accidents. After leaving the novice village, players cannot return again. Absorbing a rare bloodline could raise the base growth star level, which was much stronger than the transfer reward, and it was self-evident that it was more important than the other. Follow the direction of the black smoke drifting, and eventually Yifeng arrived at a cave. Immediately walked into the first extremely narrow, only through people, repeat dozens of steps, open up. What met his eyes was an altar-like place, with an eerie green mist filling the perimeter, and the floor below was strangely patterned, aptly outlining an ominous corner. Buzz! The evil god bead emitted a slight tremor, seemingly informing its owner that the end had arrived. With a strong sense of wariness, Yifeng stepped closer and walked up the steps leading to the altar and entered inside the altar. Swish! In the next second, the image in his field of vision changed drastically, causing him to appear above the smoky palace, with the overbearing and ornate dragon chair behind him. Mirage! Yifeng saw through the truth at a glance, and his heart was like an ancient well. Ding! System tip. Please note that by sitting on top of the dragon chair, you will obtain the hegemony inheritance and transfer to the hidden profession, hegemony. Note, after agreeing, you will lose your exclusive hidden profession, Evil God of Wind. Sweeping through the system information, Yifeng stood still and his expression was even more joyless. What to do? I'm being treated like. Swish! As if confirming that Yifeng was not moved, the image in his field of vision changed once again, appearing above the mountainous piles of gold coins. Ding! System tip. Please note that sitting on top of a golden mountain, you will gain unrivaled wealth. The estimated amount of gold coins gained is 10 million. The pleasant system ringtone sounded in his ears, and Yifeng remained motionless. How could he fall for retarded behavior that he knew was akin to a test? Swish! The scene changed again, and Yifeng appeared within the woman's boudoir, with a faint fragrance permeating the surroundings. In the field of vision, a delicate woman draped in tulle appeared beside the bed, only to see that she had fair skin and a slender figure. And as she slowly got up, she displayed a blood-curdling arc. Her charming eyes were like silk, swirling with autumn waves, and her beauty was unparalleled. Handsome guy, come over here. The woman smiled like a flower. I can tutor you in foreign languages in bed. Ding! System tip. Please note that by choosing to have a kiss, you will gain permanent recognition of the woman. Shoo! Yifeng moved. Without the slightest hesitation, the kobold battle axe was flung out of his hand, smearing across the woman's neck, followed by its return to his hand. Pa dash. At that moment, the illusion was completely broken, and Yifeng returned to the altar again. What a joke! You're going to test an old cadre with something like that? What veteran cadre would not be able to withstand such a test? Looking around at the scene, he froze slightly, realizing that at some point, There was an additional person next to him, short in stature and with a lewd face. Wakaba Uemery, trainee swordsman. Grade 4. Chinese? At the same time, the latter was equally surprised by Yi Feng's appearance. Looking at the Sakura district players in front of him, Yi Feng's expression was bland and his mind was alive. He really knew something about this person. Uemery Wakaba. In his last life, the other party had been transformed into a poisonous swordsman, and his strength was enough to rank in the top 10 in the Sakura district, but he really hadn't expected that he would encounter him in the novice village in this life. He didn't find it surprising, though. There are countless novice villages, but some areas are common to what amounts to separate areas, and when an encounter is won by a player from one of the novice villages, it disappears. Jie. Suddenly, raspy, strange laughter came, quickly attracting the attention of the two. In the center of the altar, the mechanism opened and a seat slowly rose. The pale, rickety old man sat carelessly on the seat and appeared in front of the two of them. Although he was old, a strong pressure enveloped him like a sky, making Yi Feng's chest tight. Source of poison, Benson? Except for the name, all other data are question marks. Undoubtedly, judging from the panel alone, this person's strength was by no means something that the current players could contend with. I didn't expect that two youngsters would come in one breath. Benson revealed an eerie and gruesome smile, carefully sizing up Yi Feng and Uemery Ruoha. Then his brows furrowed as he completely locked his gaze on Yi Feng. Senior, is there a problem? Yi Feng did not move and calmly cupped his fists as a salute. Benson stared at him dead on, intent on seeing something. Your breath. It's disgusting. The evil god of wind. It was a profession he had not heard of, but strangely enough, he was inexplicably fearful, and instinctively felt that the other party could not afford to be offended. Odd. Don't misunderstand. Senior, I have no malice. Yi Feng acted quite politely. Seeing the two of them climbing, the nearby Uemery Wakaba hurriedly stepped forward to find a sense of presence. Old sir, is there anything I can do to help you? How could he not see that this was chance? If he didn't do his best to grab this opportunity, it would be taken away by the Chinese next to him. Well, good. Looking at his opponent's respectful stance, Benson nodded in satisfaction. You're just not that obnoxious. This young man, named Uemery Wakaba, was very sincere in his attitude. Compared to him, the other one looked. It's not condescending. What kind of person is he, and how lowly is the other side? He doesn't like this kind of sightless guy. Thanks for the compliment, old sir. Uemery Wakaba was ecstatic. It was clear that the old man favored him more. Benson nodded and spoke bluntly. I am the god of poison, and I was severely injured in the god-devil war of old, only hardened by my unwillingness to break off my noble inheritance. He leaned back lazily in his seat, seemingly reminiscing about the glory days of the past. Boo! Uemery Wakaba immediately fell to his knees, displaying the incomparable sincerity of a Sakura district player. No matter what, please still consider the untalented me. Senior. People's lives have changed drastically since the arrival of gods and demons, but he deeply understands that this is most likely the moment to change his destiny. Benson nodded his head readily. Not bad. In the face of the high and mighty, the weak have to have a weak way of surviving. I like your attitude in dealing with things. With that, he looked at the indifferent Yi Feng, his tone huffing. Kid, why are you showing nothing? This guy, before his time, is too wooden. To have the opportunity to obtain the supreme inheritance of his god of poison belonged to a blessing he had cultivated in 8 lifetimes. To beg is to leave your fate in the hands of others. Yi Feng glanced at the kneeling Yuzan Ruoha and said indifferently, if the other party wants to kill you, even if you prostrate yourself for an audience and plead that no matter what, please also ask Senior to consider sparing the incapable me. What's the use? In the previous life, facing the ancient 10 demon gods that had to be raided, players from all over the earth were fighting to the best of their ability, with no way to retreat. He would never beg without being desperate. Griffin, what are you trying to say? Benson's gaze was grim as he uttered a question. Still don't get it? Staring at the god of poison, who was about 10 meters away from him, Yi Feng took a step closer. A man's knees are covered in gold. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to make me kneel down? Unbridled. Benson burst into a rage, and the full force of the pressure from the gods was unleashed. Boom! The heavy feeling like Tarzan pressing down on him made Yi Feng gasp for breath, as if it was trying to evoke fear within him. Chapter 10. Looking at Yi Feng's trembling appearance, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind, Benson laughed fiercely. Griffin, taste the wrath of the gods. For the first time, it was the first time he had seen insignificant mole crickets dare to speak out in front of him. Taking a deep breath and bracing himself to take one hard step towards Benson, the evil god mask on his face blossomed with a dark purple light. Yi Feng went tit for tat without showing any weakness. A god who is meddlesome is also worthy of being called a god? You! Benson was furious. but a flash of scorn flashed in his eyes. Why? Why is he still mobile? You're used to looking down on others and enjoying being in the clouds. You don't even look at what situation you're in now. Yi Feng continued to approach, even though his bones were cackling and his muscles were twisted. Can you kill me? If you can kill me, why would you keep your distance and use your might to block others from approaching in the first place? Intimidation. Such things are nebulous. He had no reverence for the god of poison, and would not have his will washed away. Yuzhen Ruo Yi, kill him for me. Watching Yi Feng approaching step by step, Benson colored and drank. As long as you kill him, my legacy will be yours. Old man. Uemery Wakaba tried to stand up but couldn't move, covered in sweat. Your pressure is too strong, Benson. See, this is your favorite inheritor. Yi Feng stepped in front of Benson and looked down indifferently. Benson gritted his teeth. You dare to dishonor the gods? He had to admit that the other man's guess was correct. At the moment, he was incapable of fighting. It's just a hardened reluctance to break off the inheritance. That's what the stupid gods told me. Yi Feng took out the violently trembling evil god bead from within the package, making sure that it could be activated from such a close distance. Evil god bead, devour it for me. Must the opponent not be able to fight back? He doesn't know, just not willing to surrender. So let it go. Buzz. In an instant, the pitch-black evil god bead blossomed with dazzling ethereal light, and an unspeakable force surged forth, pulling at the god of poison, causing it to transform into an energy substance that was gradually absorbed. What is this thing? Benson was horrified and defenseless. Yi Feng's face was expressionless as he grasped the evil god bead with a death grip and aimed at it where Benson was. Old thing, it's time to hit the road. I am a god, a great god. His eyes were resentful and fearful. Disrespect a god and you will pay. Swish. A green light emerged from his eyes and drilled into Yi Feng's chest. Ding. System alert. The source of poison, Benson, has cursed you, reducing your full attributes by 50% for 3 days. Uemery Wakaba, help me kill him and the inheritance will be yours. Benson's face was hideous. How could he be willing to die in such a manner? Even if they die, they will take each other with them. Bubbling. Feverish blood surges. Yi Feng's body glowed with a thick light. His long hair fluttered, and his green eyes erupted with a cold light, resembling an evil demon. Ding. System prompt. Due to the characteristics of the evil god of wind, you have successfully devoured the curse potency and gained a reward, plus 5 free attribute points. Put. Benson spat out a mouthful of old blood. The shock inside his heart knew no bounds. Who the hell is he? No. Is he even human? There is no such thing as a god in this world, but just slightly powerful beings who claim to be gods. Yi Feng's gaze burned. His eyes seemed to throb with green flames, and his chest was a prairie blaze of arrogance that he couldn't hide. And you? Nothing more than that. Benson was unable to answer and had already been transformed into energy and devoured by the evil god bead. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully using the evil god bead to absorb the rare bloodline of the source of poison, Benson. The strength of the evil god of wind's profession has increased, and you have comprehended the skill, source of poison. Phew. Once the opponent died, the pressure dissipated, and Yi Feng heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, as if relieved. Snort. Steeply, the goblin battle axe came from behind. Miss. As if he had foresight, Yi Feng dodged to avoid it, followed by the same weapon slashing across Uemery Ruoa's neck the moment he turned around. Minus 522. Blast. Uemery Wakaba was frozen in place, his life value plummeting. So fast. Fast beyond comprehension. Striking again, Yi Feng attacked recklessly and crushed mercilessly, not even giving his opponent a chance to touch him. The strength of both sides was not at all on the same level. We'll meet again. Before he died, Uemery Wakaba said, today's shame will be repaid tenfold. Yi Feng's expression was indifferent and he only felt incomparably sarcastic. You should be ashamed of yourself for kneeling cleanly instead of being defeated by me. Uemery Wakaba's face was blue, but there was nothing he could do. As his life value cleared to 0 and he was reduced to a corpse flopping to the ground, his body glowed with a brilliant white light and his soul returned to the starting point to be reborn. Ding. System note, you killed player, Uemery Wakaba. Sin value +1. Sin value. This is to limit the players to kill each other settings. The higher the value of sin, the heavier the punishment for death, including the death of the level drop level increase, their own equipment explosion rate increase, etc. will also affect some of the NPC's goodwill. Things are resolved. Benefit a lot. Yi Feng confirms that there is no hidden treasures around. Then leave this cave, casually kill a few passing wild monsters to erase the sin value, followed by striding back to the novice village. Along the way, he didn't forget to check the rewards. Opening the package, the first thing that caught his eyes was a long sword with a chilly light, which looked much stronger than the goblin battle axe. Wolf King sword, bronze grade. attack, 30 to 35. Characteristics, attack plus 2%. Set effect, required level, 8. Introduction, Rookie Supreme, Sword and Wolf King, ordering newbies, no one dares to disobey. Good sword. Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately switched to his goblin battle axe, and his attack skyrocketed by a large margin. In addition, there's a pair of wolfskin boots and wolfskin armor, both of which are first-rate treasures under the sky. Wolfskin boots, white plate level, defense, 3 to 3. Introduction, boots made of wolfskin, wolf leather armor, white plate level, defense, 8 to 8. Introduction, defense made of wolfskin. Ding. System tip, congratulations on successfully activating the Grey Wolf set, 2-piece effect, life plus 5%. Ding. System tip, congratulations on successfully activating the Grey Wolf set, 4-piece effect, attack plus 5%, defense plus 5%. In addition to the equipment, the package also contained the first kill reward of a bronze level boss. Skill Comprehension Book, Grade B. Effect, after using it, there is a certain chance to realize a skill that suits your own profession. Introduction, look carefully. It is a certain chance, not 100%, failing to recognize their own bad luck. Understand? Yi Feng didn't rush to use the Skill Comprehension Book. After all, the priority was to go for a transfer first. Wearing a white plate level suit, he moved like the wind and hurriedly returned to the novice village, where he was greeted by countless envious gazes. How could the appearance of an expert wearing many pieces of equipment among a bunch of goblin tomahawk plus novice clothing players not attract attention? Asterisk 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 is this the efficiency of a cowboy? I can't even see his rank or name. Look everyone, he can't even afford to wear shoes. Those are shoes. That's awesome. Ignoring the crowd's comments, Yi Feng came to the novice village chief and took out the other half of the jade pendant popped out by the demonized Wolf King. Fortunately, young man, you actually helped me find the other half of the jade pendant. The novice village chief excitedly dropped the walking stick in his hand and took the jade pendant. Young man, you are in. Being carried away by the Wolf King. I won with great difficulty and came back to you with the jade pendant. Yi Feng solemnly said. And the generous you. Maybe, possibly, there is a certain probability that you will gift the complete jade pendant to me. The village chief was confused. How do you know? He did have the intention of giving away the jade pendant. The problem was that he hadn't gotten around to saying it yet. Thank you, village chief. Yi Feng was incomparably grateful. The village chief was incoherent, and only after a long time did he snap back. You're welcome. Chapter 11 Promotion Requirements. The village chief is worthy of being a village chief, and is so righteous that he actually gives the jade pendant to the hero after Yi Feng retrieves it. This matter completely exceeded Yi Feng's expectations. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully completing the quest, village chief's jade pendant, difficulty, B. And receive rewards, plus 90% experience at this level, plus 5 reputation. And the fashion, White Wolf's Jade Pendant, Grade B. White Wolf Jade Pendant, Grade B fashion. Introduction, the White Jade Pendant is tainted with the breath of the Wolf King, so it is called the White Wolf Jade Pendant. Effect, plus 5% movement speed. Extra effect, small probability of increasing NPC's favorability towards oneself. Swish, the golden light dispersed and Yi Feng's level reached level 11. After obtaining the only fashion available in the early stages, he quickly entered the teleportation spell and headed to the third-level town for the transfer. Within Gods and Demons, the city levels from low to high are level 4 villages, level 3 towns, level 2 cities, level 1 main cities, and super main cities, and it is generally not possible to enter a higher-level city without meeting the appropriate level requirements. Little brother, take me to practice leveling, okay? A pretty woman approached and begged in a whiny voice. I can't beat the goblins. Oh no. Yi Feng followed the other party's tone and replied. My girlfriend will be angry. Right now. It was the time to make a big splash. And it would be too foolish to stay in the novice village to dilly-dally and throw away the advantages he had managed to accumulate. Who's your girlfriend? The woman pushed up the plumpness of her breasts and gave a dark look. Is she as pretty as I am? Clank. Yi Feng raised his right hand uncomprehendingly, looked at the Wolf King's sword with cold aura flowing, and said flatly, I don't know if it's pretty or not. It's quite aggressive. The woman was so scared that she lost her color, thinking that Yi Feng held hostile intentions and fled on the spot. Swish! The teleportation spell array was activated and the dense white light flooded Yi Feng's figure. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Endless Town, Level 3 Town. With a turn of vision, Yi Feng appeared in the town, surrounded by an endless stream of pedestrians. The streets crisscrossed in the distance, children chasing and playing, and the sound of boiling people filled the ears. Compared to the shabby and backward novice village, the buildings of the third-level town were obviously quite a bit more imposing. With the memories of his rebirth, he was no stranger to Endless Town. and immediately went straight to the career hall, striving to become the first player to complete the transfer. A few minutes later, Yifeng arrived at his destination and entered the spacious and bright career hall, which could be seen to be divided into 6 areas, exactly symbolizing the 6 professions. Should the evil god of winds belong to a swordsman or an assassin? With some misgivings, Yifeng came to the priest transition office, and sure enough, he found that the swordsman tutor was talking to the priest tutor. "Pa, I went to get an infusion for my injury yesterday." "What kind of infusion? Do you know?" The swordsman mentor had a flirty bad smile on his face. "Thinking about your night." The priest tutor's face was expressionless. "There are adventurers coming to transfer. You can get lost." "Swordsman tutor, can you help me complete my transfer?" Yifeng took a big step forward. "Look, he's coming for me." The swordsman tutor was in a good mood and lamented. "I guess compared to priests, swordsmen will be much more popular, causing me to get at least 2 percentage points more in my salary commission as well. Annoying as hell." Pastor mentor. Without further bragging, the swordsman tutor looked at the youth carrying a dark purple mask in front of him and unconcernedly reached out and placed his hand against his chest, concentrating on his dashing stance. "I, junior swordsman tutor, sword of sharpness, Holt, recognize that thine power is sufficient for the office of swordsman." Swish! Dense and radiant cyan-colored energy overflowed from Yifeng's body surface. Ding! System tip, career promotion failed. Boom! In the next second, as if Holt had been hit by an incomparably powerful impact, his entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily against the wall, and then dislodging it, leaving behind a human-shaped imprint. Ahem! Holt coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he fainted. After a brief moment of confusion, Yifeng hastily raised his hand. "Everyone saw it. I didn't do anything. He flew out on his own. It's fine. I don't blame you. It's mainly because his strength and status is far from enough for you to get a career promotion." The priest tutor revealed a gloating look and hurriedly summoned the others in the hall over. "Quick! Holt is injured. Quickly take him to the infusion." Knight mentor reminds. "You're a priest mentor. You can use the healing skill. Hurry, any slower and you'll be too late." As he watched Holt being carried away, Yifeng had an odd expression. Then what should I do to complete the transfer? He never expected that he would be in such trouble for just wanting to change jobs. Just because Holt can't, doesn't mean I can't. The assassin tutor acted like a master. "Do you have any thoughts of becoming an assassin? As long as one wasn't a fool." One could basically see that this adventurer with the hidden profession of evil god of wind in front of him had extraordinary potential in the future. To be his mentor would be a face-saving event anyway. That works too. After a little thought, Yifeng agreed. For some reason, he always felt that the evil god of wind would not be limited to a single profession. Boom! A few seconds later, another human-shaped mark appeared on the wall. As the priest tutor woke him up, the assassin tutor grimaced and said resentfully, "Young man, I can tell you very responsibly that without immortal level strength, you're not qualified to be your tutor at all. This kid's potential is so exaggerated?" The archer tutor next to him was dismayed. "More than exaggerated," the assassin tutor said solemnly. "It's simply terrifying. Immortal level? You're a further up. That's all god level." At those words, Yifeng felt tricky. An existence of that level was simply not something that the current him could come into contact with. Not to mention the fact that other immortal level powerhouses might not be willing to become his mentor. "We can write to our superiors and inform them of this," the mage mentor said in relief. "Maybe you need to wait 2 days. Forget it." Yifeng's heart stirred as he turned to leave. "I'll figure it out myself." 2 days? It's ing cold then. Since the unusual transfer method doesn't work, activate the backup hidden energy source. The sky is the limit. If I remember correctly, she should be in Kanglan City during this period of time. Yifeng secretly plotted in his heart and returned to the teleportation spell formation in Wuya Town the same way. Since it had to be a tutor of immortal level and above strength, why not just be ruthless and hug the thighs of a god-level powerhouse? I'm just afraid that if you want to find a divine tutor, paying the price is inevitable. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Kanglan Town, level 3 town. Leaving from the novice village. The first time he used the teleportation spell was free of charge, and the subsequent ones would cost him 10 copper coins. Fortunately, the instructional video he posted on the forums had an overwhelming response, and with more than 50 silver coins popping out from killing the Wolf King, the wealth in his parcel was as high as 5 gold coins nowadays. It's also time to release a new video. Yifeng didn't forget to open the forum and update the video on his way to his destination. If you don't update diligently, people's attention can be cancelled very quickly. Uploading the entire process of killing the Wolf King by himself, Yifeng's brain filtered a little and came up with an okay title. Brother Yip's single axe tackles the Wolf King. Chapter 12, Divine Tutor. With the release of the video, Many players who follow Falling Leaves Silent chose to spend money. After all, it was the first kill of a bronze-level boss in the entire service. And the gimmick was not small. OMG. I can't believe it's still a one-shot. This guy definitely gets godly talent for his opening. It's so fast. The second man is no better. Many players have commented. Ding. System alert, adventurer, Wang Daxiang, purchased the video you posted and you gained 1 copper coin. Ding. System alert, adventurer, pride of the world, purchased the video you posted, and you gained 1 copper coin. Less is more. How terrifying was the number of players from all over the planet entering Divine Demon. Even if his video could only be seen by players in the Eastern District for the time being, the benefits it would bring would still be very considerable. Sweeping over the growing copper coins in the parcel turned into silver coins in the blink of an eye. Just in time for the speedy sprint to gold coins, Yifeng was in a slightly better mood. Based on the memories of his previous life, he winded up at the place where god-level powerhouses would most likely pass through. It was an alley that few regular people pass through, and in the alley a few women were gathered around a four-sided table, playing cards and talking at the same time. Now that I'm older, the one in my family looks like a rent collector, and only comes once a month. A woman in her 50s or 60s lamented. What's the situation in your family? Chartered lady, Wang Xiaoyan? Found it. Yifeng's eyes flashed with precision. This Wang Xiaoyan's real identity is not simple. Of course, she was not the target of Yifeng's trip, but contacting that god-level powerhouse had to be through Wang Xiaoyan. It makes me angry to say that my husband looks like a flyer deliverer, just stuffing it and skimming it. Another woman who played cards with him was full of complaints. You're all right. Don't be ignorant. Another woman took over the conversation inside. My family's mouth, like delivering milk, casually put it at the door and left. Ahem. Dryly coughing twice, Yifeng attracted Wang Xiaoyan's attention. Something is wrong with the lad? Wang Xiaoyan raised her eyes to look at Yifeng. Then her face changed slightly and her eyes narrowed. An aura more terrifying than that of a demon god. What kind of demon is this? Auntie, can I post a flyer on your side? Yifeng asked, and in passing, he placed a gold coin at the table where Wang Xiaoyan was. If one could obtain a divine tutor, a mere gold coin was nothing. Oh, Wang Xiaoyan gave Yifeng a meaningful look. Alright then, you post it. Thanks a lot. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, took out the pen and paper he bought at the grocery store, and wrote on the spot. Heavy money for a teacher. Situation, Yifeng, male, 21 years old, a talented person, because there is no capable person around, so he is looking for a tutor who has outstanding ability to work together to achieve great things. Requirements, realm at god level. Hint, when it's done, generous reward. Contact, add friend, Silent Leaves. After writing the flyer in one breath and sticking it on the wall of the alley, Yifeng no longer disturbed the tall man talking about family matters and turned to leave. As long as Wang Xiaoyan didn't tear the flyer away, it would definitely be fine to at least meet with a divine mentor. After all, from the other party's point of view, posted here and specifying the god level, who exactly is being talked about. I am bound to know better than anyone else. As for the contact information, there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, gods and demons treats aborigines and adventurers the same. In a way, the only two differences are that adventurers can be resurrected twice, while aborigines have only one life. And the fact that aborigines and aborigines can't be remotely connected to each other. I just hope she can see it sooner. Yifeng secretly prayed and set his friend request to addable for aborigines before deciding to go and practice first. LOL. So it seems that the reward for the first transfer is something that will have to be surrendered. Ding. System alert. Attention. Dash. Apply to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yifeng's footsteps lurched as his emotions stumbled. Undoubtedly, the mysterious strong person under the alias of Wang Xiaoyan had helped him contact that person after he had posted the flyer. Auntie Yen, I wish you great sexual happiness. Agreed. Yifeng hurriedly chose to accept, then opened the chat box and typed in, can we meet? Okay. The other party replied straight away. It's right in front of the town. Yes. Yifeng was emotional. If you can get on the line of a god-level powerhouse in the early stages of the game and have the other person become a mentor, you can have a great future. With the addition of the talent Traceless, Yifeng rushed to the city gate like the wind and lightning. Looking around, there was no one else except for the patrolling guards. Where are the people? Yifeng was somewhat speechless. No way, could I have been stood up? Behind you, a clear, cold voice rang out from behind, its tone tinged with a bit of surprise. Swish. Suddenly looking back, a stunningly beautiful silver-haired girl came into Yifeng's eyes. The young girl's face is exquisite. Her skin is snowy and delicate, wearing silver-white armor quietly standing there, as if banished from the mortal world of the fairy. Fresh and unassuming, like a picture. At this moment, her clear silver eyes carried doubts as she carefully surveyed Yifeng, evil god of wind. What a strange profession. Hello? Yifeng was quite a bit formal and opened the door. Could you become my mentor? Even though the name of the other party could not be seen at all when adding friends, Yifeng had memories of his previous life and naturally knew who she was. Dragon Domain Guardian Li Xue, Divine Boss. As a famous NPC in his previous life, his strength was comparable to the demon god who had yet to be revived today. I'm afraid not. Li Xue flatly refused. I don't have the idea of taking on a disciple for the time being. Is there really no chance at all? Yifeng asked tentatively. Your potential is strong. I can see that, Li Xue guffawed. But if every person who boasts of being gifted sought me out as a mentor, wouldn't I be too busy to pass out? Yifeng. This is going to be difficult. It seemed that the evil god of the wind from the exclusive hidden profession alone, even if it could make Wang Xiaoyan pay attention to it, it was still far from enough to make a god-level powerhouse sprout the idea of taking on a disciple. If that's all you're looking for me for, forgive me for not being able to oblige, Li Xue apologized. Farewell. With those words, she flew off into mid-air, turning into a long silver rainbow and quickly leaving. I'll give 100,000 gold coins. In the heat of the moment, Yifeng hurriedly let out a cry. However, there was no response. 1,000,000 gold coins. Yifeng gritted his teeth and shouted through his throat on the spot. Why did he feel that worshipping the Dragon Realm Guardian was the most promising? Because if he wasn't mistaken, the Dragon Domain was perennially poor and destitute, and the amount of gold coins it took to raise the dragons was simply unimaginable to outsiders. Shoo! As the silver rainbow returned, Li Xue's brows carried a touch of solemnity. What did you say? Please say it again. There was too much at stake for her to pretend she hadn't heard. 1,000,000 gold coins for you to be my mentor. Yifeng explained stiffly. Li Xue frowned slightly, feeling difficult. But on you, there are currently only 10 gold coins. Don't misunderstand. I just have the ability to see through the number of gold coins in the other party's package at a glance. Yifeng was dumbfounded. With the release of the new video, he did get over 10 gold coins as of now, not realizing that he was actually seen through at a glance. Nowadays, there are very few adventurers who can have 10 gold coins. This shows that I am quite a wealth collector. Yifeng argued reasonably. How about I take this 1,000,000 gold coins as what I owe first and pay you back later? When will it be settled? Li Xue's pretty face tensed up as she inquired in a serious manner. Probably somewhat grasping Li Xue's personality. Yifeng deliberated for a moment and said, half a year. Honestly speaking, he had returned from rebirth and possessed a lot of information that outsiders didn't know, and it wasn't really that difficult to get 1,000,000 gold coins in half a year. Yes. Li Xue's head nodded slightly, then winked at Yifeng and added, actually, money or not, it's not the point. I still mainly value your potential. I understand. Yifeng understood in his heart. If one really wanted to pay money to be able to worship a god-level powerhouse as a teacher, it was estimated that those princes and nobles in the super main city would be afraid that they would fight tooth and nail to send their heirs to Li Xue's disciples. One must know that the Dragon Domain Guardian's power was comparable to that of the Dragon God, and being her disciple would have the best chance of coming into contact with a giant dragon mount in the future. Now, I need you to go ahead and complete the transfer quest, Li Xue said with a straight face. Yifeng proposed. Can we transfer first and then go for the transfer quest? Time waits for no one. He was really afraid that someone else would take the system's transfer rewards before him. But, 10,000 more gold coins. Falling leaf silent. Your potential is marvelous. Chapter 13, The Source of Poison. The City Gates. The young girl's dusty aura as well as her strong pressure made the patrolling soldiers not dare to approach. Looking at the calm and self-contained youth in front of her, Li Xue's eyes carried a touch of surprise. Alright, as you wish. She found the disciple to be very uptight. This kind of people who are good at capturing the key elements are the ones who are not prone to suffer. Ding! System tip, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Xue has plus 1,000 favorability towards you. Current status, friendly. Dragon Domain Guardian Li Xue. Recognize that you are strong enough to gain promotion. Li Xue raised her hand in the void and aimed her palm at Yifeng in the void. Swish! In an instant, green light gushed out from Yifeng's body, followed by a majestic and domineering power that spread out from his chest and flowed throughout his body, causing all aspects of his body to surge up a notch. Ding! System tip, congratulations on completing your career advancement. Your full attributes have increased by 30 points. Ding! System tip, you have obtained the C rank title, beginning. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on being the first player to complete career advancement. Receive additional rewards, prestige plus 100, free attribute points plus 20, rare props, space beads, small. Are there any skills that disciples can learn at this stage? Yifeng inquired. Logically, after each transfer, you should be able to learn powerful skills from a mentor. Why did he want to worship a god-level powerhouse? The effect may not be obvious now, When the strength is strong enough to learn the unique techniques of a god-level powerhouse, then we will know how much of an advantage we have taken today. Today's you are still too weak. There is not much I can teach you. Li Shui gently raised her hand, and a shadowy screen appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Wind Shadow Sword Technique, Grade B. Synopsis, aren't you like the wind? Rustling at aggression. Effect, when activated. Attack speed increases by 50% for the next 3 attacks. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Occupation requirement, Dragon Domain Swordsman. Level requirement, level 10. Fee, free. Moving with the wind, passive, level C. Introduction, those who make good use of the wind elemental are helped by the wind. Effect, 10% increase in movement speed. Requirements, Dragon Domain Assassins, Dragon Domain Swordsman, Dragon Domain Knights. Level requirement, level 10. Fee, free. None of them are skills that can be learned by ordinary professions, and they have a strength that overrides other professions at the beginning, and come with various percentage bonuses in the early stages. What else is there to say? Of course it's a rush to learn. The cost of learning the skill itself was not small, and knowing that he had several gold coins on him, he still chose to be fully exempted, inevitably because the tutor took special care of it. There was no need to mention the effect of the Wind Shadow Sword art. Moving with the wind was equivalent to a 20% increase in movement speed for him. Ding! System alert, you have successfully learned the skill, Wind Shadow Sword art, Grade B. Ding! System alert, you have successfully learned the skill, Move with the Wind, passive, level C. Alright. Now it's time for you to go do the transfer quest. Li Shui retracted her palm and smiled lightly and indifferently. Outside of Kanglan town, there are some sea creatures that aren't spiritually intelligent that are infesting the residents. So go and kill 20 of them. I'm sure it won't be hard for you. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Many thanks to tutor for cultivating me. There's no need to thank me. You got it with your own skills. Li Shui gave him a meaningful look and flew into midair to quickly leave. 1,000,000 gold coins only. It really wasn't much for a god-level powerhouse. What she had previously appreciated more was the fact that Falling Leaves had attempted to use gold coins as an exchange. Knowing that Dragon Domain was short of money, and knowing that gold coins piped up to the front-loaded transfer quest rewards. In addition, Falling Leaf Island was carrying only 10 gold coins, yet he was willing to shout out 1,000,000 gold coins. This boldness was very uncomplicated. It was true that many rules had to be followed, but she would appreciate it more if she could break the mold and do something out of the ordinary. Sighting Li Shui far away, Yi Feng's quest bar also had 2 additional quests. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the transfer quest, Shrimp Soldier and Crab General, difficulty, C. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the Master Worship quest, 1,000,000 gold coins, difficulty, SS. Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals, difficulty, C. Synopsis, only Shrimp Soldiers and Crabs will give Shrimp Soldiers and Crabs a hard time. Requirements, defeat 20 Shrimp Soldiers and 1 Crab General. Millions of gold coins, difficulty, SS. Synopsis, you're really rich. Requirement, within half a year, provide 1,000,000 gold coins to the Guardian of the Dragon Realm, Li Shui, as a token of appreciation. Penalty for the mission, none. It was a few things different from what he thought. There was no way that the Dragon Realm Guardian would purposely take him on as a disciple for 1,000,000 gold coins. Successfully worshipping a god-level powerhouse, Yi Feng was in a happy mood and didn't return to Kanglan town, striding to the nearby beach. Now that he had a certain advantage, he had to keep up his form and roll the snowball bigger and bigger. Otherwise he could easily be caught up by other players if he wasn't careful. Billions of players, and there are not a few geniuses among them. While he had a strange encounter, it didn't mean that others didn't, including if he hadn't intervened. That Uemori Wakaba from the Sakura district. I'm afraid that he would have been able to obtain the inheritance of the god of poison. Right, on the way. Yi Feng suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but slap his head. He seems to have left me a gift. After using the evil god bee to devour the bloodline of the god of poison, not only did the evil god of wind's occupational strength gain a boost, he also received a gift from the god of poison before he died. Evil god of wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction, the abyssal demon who controls the wind element, the eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Life, 8. Attack, 8. Defense, 8. Speed, 11. Source of poison, passive, grade B. Synopsis, maybe you're more poisonous than the god of poison. Skill effect, all of your attacks that injure an enemy unit will trigger a poisoning effect that will deduct 1,000 life points per second for 20 seconds. Can grow. Hiss. Yi Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The wild monsters in the early stages didn't have much life value, which could not withstand 1,000 points of blood deduction, and the labeling could grow, which meant that the source of the poison possessed great potential, just that it was too weak to tap into nowadays. Poison plus super high movement speed. I seem to get it. Yi Feng pondered. God of poison. So that's what you think? Ding. System note, you have entered the map, Sunny Beach. The sun is blazing and the earth is charcoal baked. Coming to the nearby coastal map, Yifeng looked around and soon saw a lobster with legs. They held a trident. Their long whiskers fluttered and swam around majestically, as if they had become a party hegemon. Shrimp soldier, ordinary monster. Grade, 20. Life, 12,000. Attack, 140 to 150. Defense, 60 to 65. Skills, shrimp sliding, jumping about, playing in the water. Synopsis, I tell you, even shrimp soldiers have dignity. For other players just out of the novice village, dealing with shrimp soldiers is tantamount to looking for death. But with the exclusive hidden profession of the evil god of winds nearly heaven-defying growth stars, Yifeng's panel is much higher than the shrimp soldiers. Beginning, falling leaves silent, the evil god of the wind. Grade, 11. Life, 13,570. Attack, 158 to 164. Defense, 139 to 139. Skills, casual taunt, full force strike, swinging axe, wind shadow sword art, move with the wind. Reputation, 310. Number of revivals possible, 2. Beginning, C-rank title 10% increase in life value. Confirming the gap between the two sides, Yifeng approached recklessly and came to the center of the shrimp soldiers, casually mocking the launch. I'm hungry. Tell me quickly, how much do you guys cost per caddy? Trying to eat seafood. Looking for death. The nearby shrimp soldiers became furious and immediately pounced on him with their tridents in a murderous rage. Chapter 14, Shrimp and Crab Generals. Facing the raging shrimp soldier, Yifeng was not afraid at all. Lifting the Wolf King's sword in his hand like a breeze, avoiding the shrimp soldier's attack, and then casually slashing through its shell with a sword, bringing out blood. Minus 823. Yifeng's 164 attack limit. Cut in the shrimp soldier's defense of 60 or so, the damage should be around 1,000 points. But the shrimp soldier's passive, Shrimp Slippery, has a full 20% of the physical damage immunity. Shoo shoo shoo. The other shrimp soldiers didn't watch from the wall and stepped out in unison, using the skill Bounce, which could give them a sudden spike in their movement speed. Unfortunately, the person they were dealing with was Yifeng, who possessed the talent without trace. Facing their attacks, Yifeng had little pressure to dodge them, and there was no need to deliberately dodge them all. From the time he entered the game until now, he had received a total of 60 free attribute points, and had smashed all of them on speed, which was a bit faster than that of an unusual player. And after going through the practice in the novice village, he was much more comfortable in maneuvering around the enemies. Yifeng, who had succeeded in his strike, did not make another move with the shrimp soldiers of the party, but shifted his target, like a dragonfly pointing at the water, giving a sword to every shrimp soldier nearby. Under the effect of the source of intense poison, the sharp Wolf King's sword glowed with a morose green light. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. In an instant, green light emerged from all the shrimp soldiers, and the effect of the source of poison exerted an astonishing effect, causing their life values to fall at a rate visible to the naked eye until they were completely poisoned. Poison damage is ignoring physical immunity. As long as Yifeng cut out a wound, it was immediately a cumulative 20,000 poison wounds, far exceeding the shrimp soldier's life value limit. This monster brushing efficiency, it's simply heaven-defying. Yifeng was secretly pleased. Ding. System alert, congratulations on successfully killing shrimp soldier, normal monster. Receive reward, plus 8% experience at this level. Ding. System alert, congratulations on successfully killing shrimp soldier, normal monster. Receive reward, plus 8% experience at this level. The experience of brushing monsters at level 9 was generous, and Yifeng's experience bar rose rapidly until it was filled to the brim. Swish. The golden light dispersed and Yifeng reached level 12. After leaving the novice village, killing normal monsters also finally yielded something. On average, each shrimp soldier could provide him with 3 copper coins. Although not much, it was better than nothing. Friends, see? Turning to the video, Yifeng said excitedly, with just a single blow, these wild monsters will wait for death in place. With that, he struck a smooth blow towards the shrimp soldier next to him. Minus 821. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. Soon the shrimp soldier was poisoned. I believe everyone is curious as to why I can have this ability. The answer is linked below. Yifeng hurriedly hung up the snakeskin armor he had changed out of. Within Gods and Demons, the stall function is naturally available, but society is progressing. How can there be no e-commerce? Put up props you don't need that are valuable to others in the forum store area, visible to all players, and as soon as someone buys them, the money and goods are cleared instantly. Ding. System alert, adventurer, collecting riches, purchased the video you posted, and you gained 1 copper coin. Ding. 1. Ding. System note, the item you posted, snakeskin armor, has been successfully sold. earning you 20 copper coins. The system rings one after the other. All of them are good news. The first two videos, which attracted the attention of many players. When Yifeng released the third video, the heat was unprecedented, especially in the comments section. This poisonous wound is awesome. What a little knife in the ass and an eye-opener. Biggie, ask for a belt. Turning off the forum, Yifeng changed the location to attract new shrimp, and while getting many copper coins, he also got 2 pieces of equipment, respectively, Shrimp Soldier Armor and Shrimp Soldier Cap. Without exception, all of them are white plate level. Since the wolfskin armor on his body came with a suit effect, he didn't change out of it and just wore the Shrimp Soldier's cap with a defense of 5-5. Wow! When Yifeng poisoned a large number of shrimp soldiers nearby, not far from the sea water churning, a foot-high crab monster climbed out. Its 2 pincers like scissors, hard shell black as iron, looks quite not to be messed with. Without rushing to launch an attack, Yifeng threw a detection spell at his opponent. Crab General, Bronze Boss. Grade, 25. Life, 50,000. Attack, 170 to 175. Defense, 150 to 160. Skills, Pincer Attack, Elementary Agility, Hardened Crab Shell. Introduction. Its strength as not a district shrimp soldiers can be compared to the gold of the crab generals. Non-trivial. Obviously, the crab general is a typical high defense monster. Wind Shadow Sword Art. Confirming that the crab general's threat level was not high, Yifeng preempted it and appeared behind it with a quick step. The Wolf King's sword swung down fiercely, slashing at the connection between the crab's shell and its stomach. The speed of attack was extremely fast, and the blade of the sword was embedded for a few centimeters. -123. As a level 25 bronze boss, the crab general's defense is really a bit high. Idle players want to kill it alone, at least need to be the same level plus well equipped. In the next second, patches of green light emerged from its body, clearly a sign of poisoning. -1000. -1000. With one strike, Yifeng did not engage in a battle and rationally retreated, kiting with the innate advantage of movement speed. Sasha, the crab general, who was poisoned, rose up to catch up, but it was difficult to look at him. -126. Once 20 seconds had passed, Yifeng turned back to counterattack and managed to hit the crab's weak spot again before changing directions and running, while the crab general just chased after him mindlessly. After all, it was only a bronze-level boss with a rather low intelligence, not even as resourceful as the demonized Wolf King. Click, click. The teased crab general grew angrier and angrier, wielding his pincers in valiant pursuit. In response, Yifeng acted very calmly. Ding. System tip, please note that you have triggered the hidden plot, ambition of the Sea Clan. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded in Yifeng's ears. Hidden plot? Yifeng was slightly surprised and turned his head to look at the rough sea level not far away, only to see that the seawater was like boiling and gurgling. Boo! Suddenly, the waves rushed, the tide rolled, and there seemed to be a strange movement within the sea, causing a strong explosion and splashing. A terrifying aura was declared, causing Yifeng to look as if he had descended into an ice cave. In Gods and Demons, certain plots do not happen in a step-by-step manner, and it is not unusual for unexpected events to occur, except that this kind of aberration will often easily cause innocent adventurers to suffer. What a surprise! I didn't expect to let him run into him just after leaving the novice village. Clap clap clap. The shocking waves in the distance scared the crab general into standing still. The visitor is not good. Yifeng said something bad in his heart and hurriedly turned away. Like this precursor to the imminent appearance of a big boss, standing still stupidly is definitely too long for one's own life. Boo! The sudden arrival of the powerful man rushed out of the sea and revealed his true form. It was the man of the sea tribe with deep blue skin, wearing a gorgeous style of armor and holding a sharp sword with an overwhelming aura. Along with him leaving the ocean, the rich water element flowed around his periphery. Ha! Facing Yifeng, who was fleeing at a fast speed, the sea raceman revealed a look of amazement. So frail that you can act against my pressure? It seems that my perception was right. You are by no means a stray fish. Chapter 15, The Bloodbath. Shoo! Like an arrow off the string, the sea raceman sped out, stirring up heavy waves on the surface of the sea, easily catching up with Yifeng, and was about to strike, when the latter suddenly stopped his pace and shouted, "Sea race powerhouse, listen to me. Run why don't you run?" The man's tone was teasing. Stopping in front of Yifeng, his hands clasped his chest, good and proper, but he wanted to know what last words the other party still had to say at this point in time. "I'm not running away." Yifeng shook his head and patiently corrected his misunderstanding. "You know, running is a very good exercise that can effectively reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases in the body and enhance the cardiopulmonary capacity." The man visibly flinched. He had thought that the young man named Silent Leaves would beg for mercy, or threaten to speak out. or even put a vicious word before dying, but never expected that the other party would be with his own science and knowledge, carefully observing the surroundings and confirming that there were no other people nearby. Yi Feng whispered, "I'll secretly tell you that running can also exercise the function of the lower limbs." Clank! The sword is sheathed. The seaman sneered. "Those are your last words? Okay." Speaking seriously, Yi Feng stopped talking nonsense and said with a smile, "Actually, I'm a part-time fortune teller. My friend, your hall of imprints is black. I'm afraid that there will be a plague of blood." The seaman completely lost his patience in communicating with the other. The reason why he didn't strike the first time. His main thought was still to understand why this person had an extremely terrifying aura about him, so as not to kick the bucket. That's all. As far as I'm concerned, it's you who has a bloodbath. The man swung his sword down, the blade arcing out in azure color. Clang! A silver-white shield silhouette appeared in front of Yi Feng, narrowly helping him block the man's attack. Miss! This time, it wasn't evasion. It was damage immunity. Unspeakable fear spread from the heart to open. The seaman's complexion changed dramatically. Immediately sensed that something was wrong. Huoran turned to look at the rear. Anon! What met his eyes was a silver dragon, its scales reflecting a heart-stopping light in the sunlight, and it opened its bloody mouth to roar at the seaman. The deafening roar of the dragon kicking up a fierce wind and blowing up sand and dust in the sky. "Seamen! It's me who has blood on my hands. Maestro, you're so accurate in your math." On the back of the dragon, the silver-haired, silver-eyed maiden floated down to the two of them, crying, "What a surprising event!" Having falling leaf silent kill shrimp soldiers and crabs at Sunny Beach should have been a very safe task in itself, in her mind, because she could see that her disciple possessed very strong potential in terms of speed, and when she grew up in the future, theoretically speaking, it would be enough to compete with the fifth demon god Wind Harnesser Aaron. I was also forced to do so. Yi Feng spread his hands. From the moment the sudden plot opened, he felt a complete sense of urgency, and without saying a word, he opened his friend panel and sent a message to his only current friend, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui. In his haste, Yi Feng didn't write much, just one word, danger. Li Shui herself was within Kanglan town, and coupled with her strong strength, the speed of her support could be imagined. The situation this time is indeed beyond my expectations. Li Shui was quite a bit ashamed and apologized. Allowing adventurers with abyssal demon bloodline to approach the sea rashly was indeed something I had not considered. I hope you don't take it to heart. I didn't mean to intentionally harm you. Mentor, you don't have to be concerned. This is just an unexpected incident. Yi Feng appeared to be very spontaneous. I'm glad you didn't blame the tutor. Li Shui did not say anything more, smiled and changed the topic. That said, you were able to call out to me for help in the first place. It is enough to see that you are resourceful. Perhaps I have still underestimated your potential. Ding! System tip, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui has a plus 1000 favorability towards you. Current status, appreciation. That, the seaman next to him laughed dryly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. At the moment, his mind was in turmoil. A god-level powerhouse, or a mentor. With this counterintuitive background, how did he dare to come and touch his luck? Snort! Li Shui collected her smile, took out her silver sharp sword and picked it upwards, instantly breaking off his left arm, and faintly said, removing beings with low spiritual intelligence. The sea race may not enter the land. This is the rule. You taught me a lesson. Bowen didn't dare to resist in the slightest, allowing the drenching blood to spurt out. Get lost. Li Shui waved her hand without taking his life. Thanks to the Dragon Realm Guardian for being merciful. Dropping a word of thanks, Bowen lumbered away, plunging headlong into the sea without looking back. The crab general in the distance was shocked beyond words, and it was hard for him to react, so he hurriedly drove his 8 legs across and headed straight for the sea. Swish! Suddenly, a silver curtain unfolded out of thin air and stopped in front of the crab general, blocking its way. Mentor still has things that need to be taken care of, so I'll leave first. Li Shui returned to the silver dragon's back and quickly left. Ding! System tip, congratulations on successfully completing the Sea Nation related plot mission, and receive a reward, plus 10 free attribute points. Sure enough, as bad as the outcome of triggering the plot is, the benefits are reaped instead after the rough ride through. Sighting the young girl harnessing the dragon and leaving, as if relieved, Yi Feng withdrew his sight, gladly adding the precious free attribute points to his movement speed, and then turning his target to the crab general who was unable to hide in the sea, he launched the wind shadow sword art to stab out. In the end, under the elimination of the source of the poison, Yi Feng defeated the crab general without any suspense, and the latter's huge body fell to the ground limply. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing the level 25 bronze boss, crab general, and receive the reward, plus 145% experience at this level and plus 10 reputation. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the mission, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals, difficulty, C, and receive a reward, plus 50% experience at this level. Swish. Previously, after killing a large number of Shrimp Soldiers, he had long since risen to level 13, and now that he had killed the Crab Generals plus completed the quest, Yi Feng's level had risen directly to level 15. At the same time, the crab will burst out 2 pieces of equipment and a large number of silver coins. Yi Feng all put away the package. Check the details. Hard armor, bronze grade. Defense, 15 to 15. Characteristics, defense plus 2%. Required level, 18. Synopsis, as the name suggests. Very tough armor. Sharp dagger, bronze grade. Attack, 40 to 45. Characteristics, attack plus 2%. Required level, 15. Synopsis, very sharp dagger. Enough to cut off any part of your body. There was no need to mention the hard armor. Yi Feng kept it for himself. While the sharp dagger certainly had a few points higher attack than the Wolf King sword, but the attack distance was much shorter, depending on the situation to decide. Nowadays, he didn't lack those few points of attack. The key was still to rely on the source of poison to brush the monsters. The weapon attacked at a long distance, and it was safer. Of course, it was still too early to put the sharp dagger up for auction. The overall level of the players hadn't even come up, so it wouldn't hurt to put it in his parcel first. After all, after getting the reward of the first transfer, his backpack compartment had to be 10 more than that of other players. Space beads, small. Effect, parcel grid plus 10. Synopsis, a small space bead can hold more than you think. After counting the loot, Yi Feng's gaze shifted to the bronze first kill reward lying quietly in his parcel, his eyes flaming. Time to study the skill comprehension book. Chapter 16, The Wind and Shadow Follow. Yi Feng, who had completed his mission, continued to wander around Sunshine Beach, not afraid that the sea powerhouses would go and return and continue to find trouble with the Shrimp Soldiers. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing Shrimp Soldier, normal monster. Reward, plus 3% experience at this level. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing Shrimp Soldier, normal monster. Reward, plus 3% experience at this level. Those Shrimp Soldiers, basically, can only wait for death at ease when they are touched by Yi Feng. There are only certain odds. One must be cautious. After carefully checking the profile of the skill comprehension, Yi Feng's face was solemn and he didn't dare to use it at will. If you really failed to comprehend it, the first kill reward of a bronze level boss was equivalent to a wasted effort. However, such props are not purely based on luck, but actually give you the opportunity to perform after using them, and the system determines the process by which the relevant skills are given. In his previous life as an assassin, practicing for 2.5 years, Yi Feng knew the assassin's skills by heart, and only needed to slightly recall the feeling of placing the skills, continuously experimenting a few times to retrieve the state. Yi Feng took out the book of comprehension and tore it open, causing it to turn into a brilliant white light wrapping itself. Ding! System note, you use the rare prop, skill comprehension book, grade B, to perform actions in the next 3 minutes, and the system will determine the skills you need to comprehend for your actions in the next 3 minutes. Soon, a 3-minute countdown appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. SSS grade skill, Shadow Sneak. Yi Feng lightly drank and quickly moved forward, bending his body. His footsteps were light and he tried to land as silently as possible, while holding his breath and moving quietly. SSS level skills. In his previous life, did he study? No. However, the comprehension skill was arcane, and it didn't stop it from tricking the system. Are you being funny? Not far away, a shrimp soldier was amused by Yi Feng's self-indulgent behavior. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing Shrimp Soldier, normal monster. Reward, plus 3% experience at this level. Stepping over the corpses of the Shrimp Soldiers, Yi Feng tried to mimic the behavior of the assassins in his previous life when they used their skills. Stalking, that's an assassin's specialty. Although he didn't know if the evil god of wind could comprehend the assassin's skill, it was worth a try. It has to be a success. Yi Feng's heart was pounding and he was very nervous. He has been reborn, but he knows that there are places where precious treasure chests are hidden, which can open many treasures, and most of the treasure chests are guarded by bosses. How do you sneak the treasure chest open without being able to beat the boss? The answer is simple. Fool the guards out of sight by sneaking through. 3 minutes passed by in Yi Feng's concentrated imitation, and what greeted him was the system's decision. Ding! System note, you have used the prop, skill comprehension book, grade B, to successfully comprehend the skill, sneaky, grade B. Ding! System note, as you are the first adventurer to comprehend a B-rank skill, you are rewarded with, plus 30 free attributes and plus 50 reputation. Sneaking around? Adding the rewarded free attribute points to speed. Yi Feng cried and laughed. This ing counts as a skill? However, Before he could open the skill bar to check it out, the system ringtone once again rang in his ears. Ding! System note, due to the characteristics of Evil God of Wind, the skill you have comprehended, Sneaky, grade B, has successfully advanced to Wind Shadow Follows, grade A. Hiss! Yi Feng was first stunned. Then he couldn't help but suck in cold air. Awesome! This exclusive profession possesses a super high level of enlightenment, devouring the curse's potency while still allowing skills to advance. With great anticipation, he immediately opened the skill bar to check the details. Wind Shadow Follows, grade A. Synopsis: the wind moves with the shadows. Silently. Skill effect: blend with the surrounding environment. Make oneself enter the sneaking state. Breath lowering. Not show the trace. Extra effect: plus 20% movement speed while sneaking. Bonus effect: the first attack that goes undetected will do 50% more damage. Duration: 2 minutes. Cooldown time: 2 minutes. Note: safe zones are not available and are automatically lifted upon entering combat. Invincible. Yi Feng was extraordinarily emotional. Obtaining Wind Shadow Followers meant that there was no problem with his idea that the evil god of wind could comprehend assassin-type skills, and the range of skills it could learn on its own was even greater. One should know that the Wind Shadow sword art that he had learned from his mentor was a skill that could only be learned by a swordsman. Thereafter, Yi Feng brushed the shrimp soldiers step by step until the sunset only remaining afterglow, the dome of the sky red as fire, before ending the sunny beachline, returning to Kanglan town. The efficient brushing of monsters also allowed him to level up to level 16. Only the cost was also very heavy. The entire sunny beach was cleared of shrimp soldiers. It could be perceived that the difficulty of practicing began to gradually increase, and it was no longer possible to quickly upgrade by brushing monsters over level 4. Take the first kill of the silver level boss before resting. Yi Feng was ready to go all out. It's not impossible to maintain energy permanently within gods and demons. It's just that current players aren't good enough to touch that stage, so necessary sleep is indispensable. Otherwise they'll fall into a weakened state or even die suddenly. It is also necessary for adventurers to eat or they will starve to death. As the sun sets and the night thickens, the stars twinkle in the high sky and the bright moonlight creates a hazy beauty. When Yi Feng returned with the moon, there was no dust in heaven and earth, and the mountains and rivers had shadows. Returning to Kanglan town, he first bought a few bottles of water and bread, then purchased numerous medicines at the pharmacy to ensure his safety, and then purchased a topographical map of the neighborhood. Like a fresh breeze, Yi Feng acted as fast as lightning, intending to specifically head to the area where the silver level boss might exist to explore. Boo! As a result of looking at the map and moving at the same time, he accidentally bumped into a bony middle-aged man, who fell down in a heap. Brother, sorry. Yi Feng put away the map and reached out to pull. I didn't mean to. At the same time, he habitually casts a scouting spell toward his opponent. I am the only one, junior assassin. Grade 10. Apparently, as time passed, some players had already begun to leave the novice village for the tertiary towns. I'm the only one who cursed. You don't have eyes when you're ing walking, do you? The corner of Yi Feng's mouth slipped slightly, frowned, and did not say much. It is true that he knocked down the other party first, and did not take advantage of the situation. There is no need to cause unnecessary conflicts, just that the collision in the safety zone does not cause injuries, or even the slightest pain, and the other party is inevitably a little bit of an uptight. Not paying any attention to the other party's clamor, Yi Feng turned around and left. Wait! The player named Only I Respect rushed forward and grabbed Yi Feng's arm. Don't want to walk away. You have to compensate me for the medical expenses. Oh, Yi Feng's green eyes flared with coldness. Are you serious? Chapter 17, Matters of Importance. Do I look like I'm joking? Only I am the only one to disguise a highly humiliated appearance. I must seek justice today. Wearing a dark purple mask. Name and rank are not visible. This was already tantamount to showing that the other party's identity was fallen leaf silent. As an expert whose fame had suddenly skyrocketed within Divine Demon, if he could ruthlessly extort a fortune, he might not be short of money for a long time to come. Thinking that I definitely don't want to make a big deal out of it for the sake of my reputation, right? How could Yi Feng not see the other party's mind, and immediately broke it down? I have to say, the other side is very mental. The first day of a big change in life circumstances and dare to play bumper sticker. I don't know what you're talking about. The only I alone pretend not to understand. Complained, I and you what hatred what grudge. Obviously you hit me. Why make it seem as if you take advantage of the situation? Silently watching Only I am the only one to perform alone. Yi Feng knew it in his heart. I think at this moment the other party has already turned on the video recording, just waiting for an argument with him to hype a wave of heat, to make his reputation stink at the same time. Send crying video to make money. Speechless, how could I let this happen to me? Yi Feng didn't even bother to give it about this kind of rotten person. He probably understood why he bumped into only I am the only one. It was obvious that the other party did it intentionally, belonging to the recidivist. Tell me, what is my grudge against you? Only I am the only one who tugged Yifeng's arm to death, refusing to let him leave. You knocked me down and still have this attitude. In the end, what kind of hatred and what kind of grudges? Yifeng didn't say a word and simply dragged him towards the outside of Kanglan town. After all, there were some things that had to be dealt with that had to be kept out of the safe zone. Brother, come with me. I'll give you a great compensation right away. Right now. It wasn't really him dragging the other party to forcefully leave the safe zone, but rather the other party was pulling hard, and the system's judgment was naturally towards him. You'll say it right here or you're not allowed to leave. Only I am the only one who yells. Say it clearly. Why did you hit me? What's the grudge? So there you are. Just as Yifeng's killing heart was rising, a cold female voice sounded in his ears. Hearing a familiar voice, he turned his head to look, and the silver-haired girl who caught his eye approached with a step, not the slightest bit delicate as an unusual woman, dressed in military attire and valiant. Gulp. Only I can't help but gulp. What a beautiful chick. It's not like a woman on earth. Tutor, you're looking for me? Yifeng was surprised. 3 times a day. That's a little high frequency. There are important matters to discuss. Li Shue's pretty face wore a gloomy color and spoke bluntly. I need to entrust you with a very important task. I don't know if you're willing to take it. Of course I do. Yifeng's tone was certain. What kind of mission is delivered to your door that you don't want? Accepting a commission from a god-level powerhouse, the reward would definitely not be bad. Even if it's a more important mission, you have to settle my business first. Only I am unforgiving. Like a jumping clown. Kept yelling. Li Shue frowned. What's the situation? Nonsense. Saying that I bumped into him and forcibly demanded compensation. The problem is that the safe zone bumping into people doesn't injure them. Yifeng confessed. So it is. Probably understanding the cause. Li Shue didn't believe it to be false. Her head lightly nodded. Then kill it. Years of fighting in the north and south. She is by no means a soft-hearted person. Otherwise how could she deter the unruly dragons? But this is a safe zone. What kind of safe zone permanently guarantees the safety of adventurers? Some lessons must be taught to this kind of guy. Li Shue said solemnly, it's fine. I'll take the top if the sky collapses. After she said that, she raised her hand and pointed at Yifeng's void, and a silver-colored light flowed. In the next second, Yifeng only felt the majestic and domineering power infusing his body, and his strength climbed to an unprecedented level. Ding! System note, you have gained the enchantment of Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shue, increasing the damage of your next hit by 10,000%. Clank! Taking out the Wolf King sword from the parcel, Yifeng looked at only I am with a smile on his face. Since the mentor has said so, respectfully, you guys, only I am the only one who let go of his hand and stepped back, his heart trembling in fear. What do you want to do? Go to hell. Yifeng swung his sword across the room, and it was clearly an all-out strike. It has to be a death sentence. Really? What's the grudge? Thumbs up. There was no room for the other party to dodge. The sharp sword in the cold light of the late night mercilessly wiped across the neck. The human head was separated. Columns of blood gushed out, and the headless body fell to its knees. Minus 324,587. Swish. Hundreds of meters away. The teleportation spell array was flooded with white light, and the soul of only I am waiting to be resurrected. In fact, players will not be resurrected immediately after death, but will be transformed into a soul state and wait for an hour. And with some special events open, the wait is even longer. Chao Nima, gnashing his teeth and never imagining that he would be killed within the safety zone. Only I dignity quickly drifted over and cursed. Where are the soldiers of the city's security and stabilization? Tap tap tap. A large number of footsteps rang out. Patrolling soldiers carrying long spears swarmed in, instantly surrounding Yifeng and Li Shue, followed by making way for the captain of the soldiers to arrive in a hurry. Dragon Realm Guardian? Seeing the true face of the originator, the soldier captain was stunned. How is it that you are here? If it had been anyone else, he would have shouted for someone to take it down without saying a word. But this person in front of me has a noble status, so I really can't afford to be offended. There are some adventurers with bad hearts who are acting recklessly, so I'm just slightly disciplining them, Li Shue faintly said. The captain smiled sarcastically. Alright then, we'll leave you to it. Only me? No more interruptions? I'm being killed as a player in a safe zone, and you're telling me you're not bothered? Captain, my mom is calling me for dinner. What the hell just happened? I don't know anything. There's something going on over there. Go check it out. A group of soldiers came and went. Go. Li Shue led the way in front, urging, this time the matter is very important. It may concern the safety of the entire cold martial realm. Cold martial world. This is what the current Aboriginal people call the world they live in. Aha! Sensing the urgency of the matter, Yi Feng hurriedly followed. Falling leaf silent. You wait for me. Only I Dignity gritted his teeth and looked resentful. I will definitely not let you go. If I don't stink you up, I'll eat live. Noisy. Li Shuehuo ran turned around, silver eyes surging with morose coldness. When he raised his hand, a wild storm of snow surged, whistling out towards only I am the only one, instantly freezing its soul body, followed by fragmentation, each piece of shattered ice with part of the soul. The picture was incomparably horrifying. Ding. System note, you have been attacked by Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui. Your soul body is broken, and the number of times you can be resurrected is -1. Once again, the resurrected only I am soul body was in fear and rushed to flee. The total number of revivable times was only 2, and it was too much of a shock to see them all suddenly fall away with only one last life left. Yi Feng's face was complicated. Not only do you have to die, but you have to do it twice? I wondered. What's the beef? Retracting her arm, Li Shui led Yi Feng to a certain house in Kanglintown with big strides. Kala, opening the door of the room, a woman was waiting in the brightly lit interior, and it was clearly the chartered wife. Wang Xiaoyan, tutor, what exactly is it about? Yi Feng clearly felt that this mission was not simple. Wang Xiaoyan sat on the chair in a good manner and opened the door. Young man, you have an extremely evil aura about you, like a demon at the bottom of the abyss. The sudden remark startled Yi Feng, and his heart jumped at the thought of a certain possibility. You guys want to kill me? Chapter 18, Demonized Bead. Obtaining the inheritance of the evil god of wind. He vaguely also knew that his identity had become very special, and even his race might not be purely human. The demons in the opening scene kneel to him and worship him as their lord, sort of indicating in a way that the evil god of winds belongs to the demons. How? Li Shui closed the door to her room and smiled with a guffaw. Although you have the aura of an abyssal demon on you, I know that you are not an evil person, or else you wouldn't have been born in a novice village in the light camp. If Falling Leaf Silent was really an abyssal demon, his birth point would have been the bottom of the abyss. Then what is it that you brought me here for? Mentor? Yi Feng put down his heart. If he really wanted to kill him, the safe zone couldn't stop Li Shui. However, he also didn't believe that the system would allow the Aborigines to kill adventurers at will. And the reason why he was able to take a shot at only I am before might have something to do with the fact that the other party kept making provocative remarks. Wang Xiaoyan said bluntly, it is precisely because you have the aura of an abyssal demon on you that we want you to blend into the enemy. Let me go to the dark camp to be a mole? Yi Feng's expression was stunned, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Traitor is too hard to play. It's easier to be a rebel or loyalist. Being together for a long time is bound to reveal the truth. It's still safe for a short period of time. Li Shui took over the conversation and explained. I came to Kanglintown precisely because the seal of Kanglintown's demon sealing valley is loosening, and the enemy is a demon god who is about to break the seal and come out. So it is. Yi Feng pretended to be dazed. He had returned from rebirth and experienced the plot development of his previous life, so he naturally understood that Li Shui's purpose of coming to Kanglintown was to fight against the demon god who had broken through the seal in advance. So he had come specifically to pay homage to his master. If this plot hadn't happened, how would he have had the chance to come into contact with a god-level powerhouse in the early stages? We need you to become a high-ranking person under the demon god's command, and then bring Li Shui and I to the demon god's suppression place in a dignified manner, to resolve the demon god that Feng just broke through the seal and is in a weakened state. Wang Xiaoyan said with a straight face, the difficulty is indeed great. If they went over early, the demon god would never break through the seal, and if they took the initiative to break the seal, the other party would most likely retain the residual power to escape and still have their henchmen to cover them, making them very difficult to deal with. If there was an insider, the success rate would be much higher if the minions were uprooted first and then disguised as subordinates of the demon god. Ding! System tip, congratulations on triggering the hidden side quest, disguise, difficulty AS. Do you accept it? Yes. On balance, Yi Feng chose to agree. The more difficult the mission, the more generous the rewards, and at best, you'll lose a chance to resurrect. Life is the need to struggle. If all the pursuit of smooth, how can the future strategy of the 10 ancient gods of the devil to join forces of the difficult level? Ding! System note, you have obtained the hidden side quest, disguise, difficulty IS. Disguise, difficulty IS. Synopsis, you have one goal, to make them feel like you're one of their own. Mission requirement, cut off the devil's claws and teeth by combining the inside and the outside. Quest reward, S-class skills, S-rank skills. Yi Feng's eyes went straight. In his previous life, he couldn't get the high-grade skills until late in the game, but he didn't expect to be exposed to them on the first day of the game. How should I disguise myself? Yi Feng inquired. Li Shui stretched out her snow-white palm and displayed a black bead. It's very simple. Through this thing. This is... Yi Feng curiously reached out and took it. Ding! System alert. You have obtained the quest prop, Demonization Bead, SS grade. Lean. SS grade props. Yi Feng almost shook his hand and threw the beads on the ground, hurriedly grabbing them to stabilize them and check the details. Demonization Beads, SS grade. Synopsis: a sleeping beast awakens in his body. Effect: illuminate into a special evil creature based on the user's bloodline. Requirements: possess a bloodline that can be activated by the magic bead. Duration: 1 day. Cooling time: 12 hours. Looking at the effect of the demonization bead, Yi Feng was surprised. It's a bit interesting. Illuminate special evil creatures. What would I be transformed into? It's not really the devil, is it? This demonization pearl can be temporarily handed over to you for safekeeping. Li Shui laughed, but after completing the mission, it must be returned to me. Why doesn't she disguise herself as an evil creature? The main thing was that the requirements of the demonization bead were so harsh that she was unable to use it. Yes. Yi Feng nodded and pocketed it. When will the operation begin? Tomorrow. Li Shui and I will help you penetrate into the enemy's interior. Go rest first. Wang Xiaoyan said. By the way, do you have a place to stay? Not yet. Yi Feng shook his head. Follow. Wang Xiaoyan threw out a key. It's not free. You must be charged. Many thanks to the chartered lady. Yi Feng gladly caught it. Concierge key, special props. Description: a key that opens housing number 5 in Canyonville. Note: 5 copper coins will be automatically deducted daily and belong to landlady Wang Xiaoyan. Typical residences cost 50 coins, which is a negligible cost. After obtaining the hidden side quest, Yi Feng left the room and took out the bread and nibbled a few mouthfuls to fill his stomach, not rushing to rest. The plan of taking the first kill of the silver level boss before going to bed would not change. Are you really going to train him? After taking Yi Feng away, Wang Xiaoyan looked at Li Shui and voiced the concern in her heart. In case he is an abyssal demon, the cold martial realm will see a doomsday catastrophe. Too much pampering has made people forget the horrors of war. The power of the abyssal demon was perhaps known to very few people in the entire cold martial realm. If he's not an abyssal demon, he might be the future hope of the cold martial realm. Li Shui retorted. Wang Xiaoyan's face was complicated. Can you afford to gamble? You think we have room to be subdued? Li Shui lost her smile. Leaving the safe zone of Kanglin town, Yi Feng, who was invisible in the night, looked at the map while acting like the wind. At this moment, he used the sneaking state of wind shadow following to increase his movement speed, and then stacked the passive moving with the wind as well as the proceeds from upgrading, as well as the 5% from the fashion white wolf jade pendant. The movement speed increase had been 62.6%. Stacked with the final movement speed of Traceless doubled, the increase was as high as 125.5%. And his ultimate speed had already reached 9 times that of an ordinary player. Of course, base shift speed is very important, but you can't touch those values today. Crossing the vast wilderness, he came to the map marked level 20 to 30 monster distribution area, where a hyena with brownish yellow fur was visible, their size similar to that of a cheetah, hunting around in the darkness of the night. Trying to minimize his breathing rate, Yi Feng did not disturb the hyenas roaming around in his sneaking state. Instead, he carefully walked through the hyenas, observing the surroundings and looking for the boss. It's common sense that there is often an alpha for creatures living in groups. There it is. Fiercely, Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he found the goal of this trip. It was a hyena draped in black demonic aura, as sturdy as a tiger, with sharp claws and teeth, and a ferocious and hideous appearance. And at first glance, it was not a master to be messed with. Hyena King, Silver Level Boss. Grade, 28. Life, 120. 000. Attack, 320 to 335. Defense, 180 to 190. Skills, Bite, Summoning, Demonized State, Mad Dog 1. Synopsis: hyenas are not canines, not cats, but hyenas, and there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know it. King Hyena. As soon as he heard it, he knew that it was not a good thing. He, King Yi Feng, would like to discuss it. Chapter 19, Gold First Kill. After reading the Hyena King's attributes, Yi Feng didn't dare to be careless. The silver level 28 boss panel value was extremely high, and the current him could not break the defense at all, but collecting bronze equipment step by step and coming back to challenge it when he was strong enough. The progress was just too slow. Looking around, Yi Feng searched for terrain that could be utilized, but the nearby terrain was open and there was no choke point. Looks like it's going to have to go to extraordinary lengths. Thinking for a moment, Yi Feng in his sneaking state carefully came to the Hyena King's side and took out a bow and arrow from his package. Wooden bow and arrow, white plate grade. Attack, 10 to 12. Synopsis: to come? Do you really want to come? Since he had obtained a pre-existing divine skill like the source of poison, how could Yi Feng not utilize it? Therefore, he specifically went to the weapon store to buy a bow and arrow for long-range attacks. Even if he didn't have the skill bonus of an archer, it didn't matter. It was only after equipping the wooden bow and arrow that Yi Feng's attack plummeted, leaving him with only about 180 points, below the Hyena King's defense. One level to go. Yi Feng made an initial judgment and shifted his line of sight to the hyenas that were the furthest from the edge of the group again. Just in time to practice your archery skills with the little monsters first. Touching the vicinity of that hyena, 21-year-old comrade Yi Feng took out the arrow, strung it, bent the bow, and shot it, all in one go. Shoo! The arrow plunged into the hyena's abdomen and the toxin spread rapidly. -812. -1000. -1000. Ow! The hyena still hunting was suddenly disturbed and hurt, and immediately let out an angry roar, attracting the attention of the other hyenas. It quickly pursued the little comrade who did not speak of martial virtues, only to find that the other had hastily disappeared into the night, giving him no chance to catch up. You're passing through and you're gonna me? What a guy! The hyena was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he waited for the toxins to subside and change the location of the event. Shoo! Suddenly, the arrow plunged into the hyena's head with unerring accuracy. Being sneak attacked again, the hyena went crazy and chased after it, only to see black shadows sweeping out and disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the end, the hyena screamed and screamed, and his burly body crumpled to the ground, dead. It only had a life value of just over 30,000, so where could it carry the damage of the source of poison twice, waiting to die in place? It was a death it never wanted. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing hyena. Receive a reward, plus 9.6% experience at this level. The level of the unusual hyena was 24, and Yi Feng had crossed 8 levels to brush the monsters, so the experience was naturally plentiful. Why don't you just go crazy? Confirming that his tactic was feasible, a flash of fervor flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. No marks. This talent almost made him innately invincible, so why should he shy away from it? Deja! Arriving in front of the Hyena King, Yi Feng suddenly screamed strangely, breaking the quiet atmosphere under the moonlight. Swish swish swish. At once, all the hyenas in the neighborhood looked up. A bunch of stupid dogs. Leaf Maple, the giant of light, unleashed a casual taunt. Instantly, all the hyenas were instantly enraged. Their hate values soared, and they killed Yi Feng in unison, including the Hyena King. Yi Feng? Who was Yi Feng? How could he void them by a fraction of a second and flee on the spot? Shoo shoo shoo. While keeping his distance and launching an attack, Yi Feng took his wooden bow and arrow and just shot randomly to the back, causing many hyenas to be poisoned. In addition, in order to draw more minions over, he purposely made a big detour and retraced his steps back to the refresh point. Keep up, Officer Yi reprimanded repeatedly. Maintain discipline, don't fall behind. Ow ow ow. A large number of hyenas desperately chased after them, never able to catch up with this incredibly arrogant human. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing hyena. Receive a reward, plus 9.6% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing hyena. Receive a reward, plus 9.6% experience at this level. Yi Feng's ears kept ringing the system ringtone, and more hyenas couldn't run halfway and flopped on the ground. And it looked like they hadn't gone through rigorous training, and they were all new dogs. Swish! Soon, the golden light dispersed and Yi Feng's level reached level 17. The moment he upgraded, he turned and shot the arrow at the Hyena King. If you really want to waste it indiscriminately, the arrows in the package may not be enough. Taking the first kill of the silver level boss first is the top priority. Snort! The arrow pierced into the Hyena King's skin, only going in a fraction of an inch and bringing out faint traces of blood. And that, more than enough. Ow! The Hyena King was furious. It had tried its best, but it just couldn't catch up with the other side. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Time passes slowly and all the hyenas spend seconds like years. It only takes 2 minutes to poison it. Yi Feng's heartstrings tightened. Swimming is just scratching the surface. In the event of an accident, the outcome for both sides can be turned around in an instant. So you can't let your guard down until the last minute. 80%. 50%. Under the damage from the source of poison, the Hyena King's life value fell rapidly, with 1,000 points of life deducted every second. Even a silver level boss couldn't suffer. Ow dash. Until only 30% of his life value was left, the Hyena King suddenly stopped his pursuit and stood in place, letting out a shocking roar. His eyes were red, and his body was covered in a gust of black smoke. It's too suffocating. It's too much of a dog. Yi Feng's heart sank. Unexpectedly, if not unexpectedly, Ding! System note, your despicable tactics have completely angered Hyena King, which enters a demonized state, increasing its full attributes by 30% and advancing to a gold-level boss. I'll rub it in. Looking at the Hyena King's hideous and angry expression, a few black lines surfaced on Yifeng's forehead. As for that, dude, I'm just trying to get a silver first kill. With some reluctance, Yifeng threw the scouting spell towards it. Hyena King, gold-level boss. Grade, 35. Life, 35,000/330000. Attack, 920 to 950. Defense, 400 to 420. Skills, Bite, Summoning, Demonized State, Mad Dog 1. Synopsis, relying on his anger, the Hyena King becomes transformed into the Super Hyena King. The blood count didn't change. The problem was that the attributes were too high. How can you kill if you can't break the defense? Ow! The Hyena King, who had broken through to a gold-level boss, spread his hooves and ran wildly, charging straight at Yifeng. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, deadly staring at Yifeng, who was close at hand. The Hyena King seemed to see the light of victory, and his ferocious aura almost pounced on his prey. You can still outrun me? Yifeng's brows furrowed and his pace quickened. 10 meters, 20 meters, the distance was once again closed. Hyena King? It was filled with shock, unable to comprehend what was happening to it at the moment. Why was the foot strength of a mere level 17 human adventurer so astounding? I'll just spend time with you. Yifeng was ruthless in his heart. If you have the ability to stay in the demonized state all the time, the system didn't indicate how long the demonized state would last, but he didn't believe that the Hyena King could keep it permanently. Generally after the end of a buff similar to a storm, it would fall into a weakened state and his strength plummeted. This was what he had learned from the experience he had accumulated in his previous life. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, obviously. It's a tough tug-of-war. The fact that there was no physical strength bar within gods and demons didn't mean that the individual would always have plenty of energy. And the further back he went, the quicker Yifeng breathed. Tired. The only thing to hold on to. Swish. 14 minutes passed and the Hyena King, who was unable to catch up with Yifeng, suddenly gave up his attack and turned to flee. Trying to run? Yifeng's eyes bloomed with cold electricity. Even though he was very tired, he still gritted his teeth and chased after him, during which he sensibly kept his distance, so as not to let the Hyena King change his mind again and make a comeback. When the time came to 15 minutes, the Hyena King's strength suddenly plummeted. Ding! System alert, please note that the demonization state is over, and Hyena King has fallen into a weakened state, with his full attributes reduced by 50%. Shoo! The arrow broke through the air, spinning at high speed and shredding the weeds between the two sides, and then ruthlessly penetrated into the Hyena King's body, causing hot blood to spatter out. Minus 620. The Hyena King, who ate the pain, turned back horrified. The man who reflected in his eyes was expressionless. His eyes were indifferent, and the sharp long sword in his hand chopped down heavily. Wind Shadow Sword Art. Full force. Minus 955. After successive attacks, Yifeng once again retreated, not giving the Hyena King a chance to injure himself, waiting for the source of poison to help him make the final harvest. After 10 seconds or so, the latter's huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash and was reduced to a corpse. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing the Hyena King, gold level boss, and receive rewards, level +3, reputation +50. Ding! System tip, congratulations on killing the gold level boss, Hyena King. As the first player to kill a gold level boss, you will receive an additional reward. Chapter 20, Late Night Dogfighter. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on killing the gold level boss, Hyena King. As the first player to kill a gold level boss, you will receive additional rewards, plus 80 free attribute points, and rare props, enchanted treasure pearl. Ding! System tip, will you inform all players who have descended on gods and demons, Earthzone, of your glorious battle achievement? Note, after the region-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 500 points of reputation. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive golden lights scattered, and Yifeng's level reached 21. Before he could pack up his loot, the system bell rang in his ears again. Ding! Service-wide announcement, please note that as some adventurers have already reached level 20, the leveling chart, Eastern Zone, is open. Ding! System tip, you have entered the rank list. Is the game ID displayed? Without rushing to deal with the various system announcements, the panting Yifeng picked up the few gold coins that the Hyena King had popped out, as well as many equipments, and spilled his legs. The chief is dead. The gargoyles are still around. If he was caught in a pack of hyenas, even the current him might not be able to handle it. The arrows in the package had been consumed to the extent that Yifeng no longer accompanied the hyenas, accelerated with all his might to get rid of them, wiped away the sweat on his forehead, and let the cold evening wind blow as if he was relieved. It was a fluke that he was able to kill the hyena king that had advanced to the gold level this time. After that, he returned to Kanglan Town while checking out the loot. Opening the package and looking at a few pieces of loot that were obviously quite a bit more gorgeous than bronze level equipment. Yi Feng's heart surged. Day 1. Take the gold first kill. Today's situation was something that even he himself hadn't anticipated. After all, a gold level boss was completely out of the reach of current players. The attribute gap was too great. Without hesitation, Yi Feng checked the properties of the equipment. First of all, a pair of leg guards, glistening with luster. Very delicate. Streaming light leg wraps, gold level. Defense, 28 to 30. Life, 2000. Characteristics, defense plus 5%. Level requirement, 25. Synopsis, sturdy leg guards to protect your legs. The leg guards provide pretty good values and also increase life and defense percentages. It's just a shame that the leveling requirements aren't there and they have to be put aside for now. Moving his eyes away, Yi Feng looked at the other equipment in the package, which were a fire red longsword as well as black boots. Flaming long sword, gold level. Attack, 100 to 120. Characteristics, attack plus 12%. Additional, attacks have a burning effect, deducting 200 points of opponent's life value per second for 10 seconds. Repeated attacks refresh the duration, but cannot be stacked. Level requirement, 28. Introduction, a long sword made of fiery crystals with a hot blade. Don't touch it. Boots of Hope, silver grade. Defense, 10 to 12. Characteristics, defense plus 2%. Characteristics, plus 3% movement speed. Required level, 25. Synopsis, I hope my readers and friends will support it with positive reviews. Hence the name Boots of Hope. Good stuff. Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he was quite surprised. The Boots of Hope provided defense while increasing movement speed, which was naturally better than the wolfskin boots he was currently wearing. But what he cared about the most was the flaming longsword. Searing plus poisoning with a 1200 blood loss per second. That's disgusting. The only regret is that the level requirement for the flaming longsword is higher than the flowing legs. After inventorying his equipment, Yi Feng looked towards the first kill reward of the gold level boss. A purple pearl. Fist size, emitting a glistening light. Enchanted pearls, grade A props. Effect, can transfer the additional or special skills of the target equipment to another piece of equipment and increase the power of the additional or special skills by 100%. Note, spirit level equipment and below only. There is no doubt that the effects of the enchanted pearl can come in handy when played properly. Still, it's just going to have to snowball in a package for now. Returning to Kanglan Town and entering the rented room arranged by Wang Xiaoyan to wash up, Yi Feng laid down on the bed and checked the ranking chart. Falling Leaves. Rank, 21. 2. Southgate Blowout. Rank, 15. 3. North Peak. Rating, 14. 4. Rakshasa. Rank, 14. V. Hidden ID. Rank, 13. 6. Quinn. Rank, 13. A great country with too much talent. Even if Yi Feng practiced with all his might, he couldn't completely get rid of them. And the reason why the gap with the second place was as high as 6 levels was mainly due to killing the Hyena King. Closing the level leaderboard, he opened the forums and prepared to upload his kill of the Hyena King. To make sure he doesn't miss the moments, his video is always on, and now that it's uploaded, it's just a matter of intercepting it slightly. In other words, the entire video is one shot. Isn't that bold? The entire video, in one shot. Just this video. Just exactly this video. Before uploading it, Yi Feng didn't forget to put out the first kill announcement to attract attention. Ding! Announcement for the whole service. Congratulations to player, Falling Leaves Silent, for being the first player to defeat a gold level boss. Ding! Announcement for the whole service. Congratulations to player, Falling Leaves Silent, for being the first player to defeat a gold level boss. Stonebreaker. As the service-wide announcement rang out, countless players felt incredulous. Skip the silver first kill and directly kill the gold level boss? Holy, it's too much of a roll to stay up in the middle of the night and run off to get the first kill. Where's the recorded video of the first kill? Quick shift. Can't sleep at night. The forums, late at night, were instantly on fire. Taking this opportunity, Yi Feng uploaded the video, and the title was also thought of. It was called Late Night Dog Beating Man. Just as Yi Feng was about to close the forum and sleep at ease, he suddenly saw certain content that made him less comfortable. Crash and burn plus murder in the city. The infamous Fallen Leaf Silent at the beginning of the change is nothing more than that. The content comes with a video, and the other guy was smart enough not to cover it up by putting out the whole process of the hit to the kill, which caused the crowd to be upset and come together for him. While the behavior of the only I'm the only one is a bit disgusting, killing people is a bit much. Teaming up with an aborigine and killing them twice in a row. In case you really die when your 3 lives run out, you're a murderer if you fall silent. TSK. TSK, strength never means character. Many unbearable taunts entered Yifeng's sight. Of course, that's not what all the players had in mind, as many felt that I'm the only one who deserved it. Innocent, Yifeng couldn't help but lose his smile and didn't mind. They haven't understood the status quo. The moment you entered Gods and Demons, the world has been turned upside down, and the system ringtone at the very beginning already says it all. Strive to survive, and you will have power that is comparable to that of the Gods and Demons. It's not easy to talk about trying to survive. It was the same in the previous life. Many people at first just treat it as a game, not to take it seriously and eventually regret it. Without deliberately arguing anything, Yifeng closed the forum and slept at ease. Scream if you want to. When the precious gap ends, the plague will come. Those players who took it lightly would pay a bloody price down the road, and it was questionable whether those who made a fuss today would be able to survive in the future. Chapter 21, Abyssal Demons. The next day, Yifeng woke up quietly, and looked outside. It was already 3 pulls of the sun, so it can be seen how overworked last night. Getting up and washing up slightly, he put on his evil god mask and left his quarters, taking bread out of his parcel and filling his stomach as if he were gulping it down, and moving to the room where he had conferred last night. Kala, arriving at the destination and pushing open the door of the room. Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan's figures entered Yifeng's field of vision. Li Shui asked, "Are you ready?" "There." Yifeng nodded his head. "Let's go then." Li Shui came outside and summoned the massive silver dragon in the empty square, reached out and grabbed Yifeng's shoulder, leading him to fly onto the dragon's back, while the chartered lady Wang Xiaoyan took a graceful leap and landed steadily. "Depart." Li Shui made a command. "Go to the border of Kanglan town." Ow! With a soft purr, the silver dragon unfurled its dragon wings and soared up, ignoring the rule of no flying in the safe zone, and rushed straight out. Chiron. So racy and pretentious. I have a premonition that my future mount must be a giant dragon. No, a dragon god. The players below were dumbfounded, watching in awe as the silver dragon rolled up a monstrous gale and disappeared from view. Facing the cold wind, Yifeng was a bit excited. Riding the dragon. In his last life, he went through 3 years of breaking and entering, but he didn't even have the chance to get his hands on a dragon mount. In this life, his mentor was a dragon domain guardian, so as long as he was leveled up enough, in the future, riding a giant dragon should be the nail in the coffin, right? Falling leaf silent. You're growing fast. Li Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Yifeng did not move and deliberately asked back, "Why do you say that? Growing up fast?" It seemed that he was practicing so fast that his mentor was shocked. "Yesterday, there were only a dozen or so gold coins in your parcel. Now there are 3 dozen. Li Shui smiled with a broad brow. "The improvement is quite swift." Yifeng, "It's okay if you want to judge it that way." Within a few moments, a few people came to the edge of the territory of Kanglan town. Yifeng looked down from a high altitude, and could see that in the distance was an endless desert, with yellow sands filling the sky and a deadly atmosphere. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Land of Godslayer, the land of regicide. As soon as I heard it, it felt like something was going to happen. Yifeng took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. "The demon sealing valley is over there." Wang Xiaoyan pointed to the distance. "The valley seals the demon god. Once there is a breeze, he will never break through the seal, and I'm afraid that if Li Shui and I make a move to break the seal, it will give him a chance to escape." "I understand what you mean." Yifeng nodded. The devil god took the initiative to break the seal. The energy spent was definitely not small. When Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan killed him by surprise, the success rate would be greatly increased. To be honest, Yifeng was also surprised that he would, by mistake, pick up a quest related to hunting the demon god on the first day he entered the game. Palm, kicking up rolls of dust, the silver dragon falls. The rest of the way depends on you. Li Shui led Yifeng away from the dragon's back. "If we get any closer, we're bound to be detected by the demon god." "Yes." Yifeng nodded his head. "If this battle is successful, I can forgive your debt of 500,000. No, 200,000 gold coins. Li Shui guffawed. "How's that? Generous for the teacher, right?" Ding. System alert, please note that the content of the quest, million gold coins, difficulty, SS, that you have taken has changed, and you have been rewarded with an additional 200,000 gold coins in debt reduction. Thank you, mentor. Yifeng was happy to see it. "If there is important news, contact me immediately." Li Shui gathered her smile and said seriously, "The matter is important. You can't be careless. All things should be done to save your life." Aha! When the silver dragon soared far away, Yifeng took out the demonization bead from his bosom. Ding! System tip, is it possible to activate the bloodline in your body using the demonization bead? Yes. With a hint of nervousness, Yifeng took off his evil god mask and chose to agree. There is a limit to human power, and I'm afraid I can't gain the trust of the demon god. In that case, I don't do people anymore. Bubbling, the blood stirred and a strange power surged through his body. The demonization bead in his hand was flooded with dense black mist wrapping Yifeng's entire body, as if it was stimulating the evil god's bloodline in Yifeng's body. After 10 seconds or so, the green light penetrated out. Yifeng dispelled the black fog, and his entire image changed greatly, with long dark green hair reaching his waist, 2 sharp horns growing out of his head, and his skin showing a sickly grayish-white color. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back and couldn't help shaking his shoulders slightly. Palm! The pitch-black bone wings stretched out to a diameter of 5 meters. Ding! System tip, you use the prop, demonization bead, to transform into a special creature that matches your own bloodline. Duration, 1 day. Your mom. Yifeng opened his character panel, looked at his appearance, and almost bluffed himself. It's really an abyssal demon. His image today is not much different from the demon in the opening scene, and if I had to say there is a difference, it's probably more evil and bizarre, as the cyan pupils take up almost the entirety of the eye sockets. Not only that, but his game ID and attributes also changed. The Abyssal Demon E, Silver Level Boss. Grade, 21. Life, 181,700. Attack, 244 to 249. Defense, 228 to 228. Skills, Source of Poison, Wine Shadow follows. Note, skills with too low a level are not shown. Reputation, 920. Number of revivals possible, 2. Synopsis, Malagasy. Attack and defense remain unchanged, and life value is increased to 10 times its original value. To say why, it's mainly the effect of the title. Abyssal Demon, temporary 900% increase in final life value. We must get our hands on the demonization pearl in the future. Yifeng was breathing heavily. If this demonization bead was in his hand, just ask who could be his opponent at the same level. Growing wings, could it be that I can fly now? With a flutter in his heart, Yifeng hurriedly tried, urging his wings to flutter a few times with difficulty, resulting in flying less than a meter into midair. Ding! System tip, with your current strength, at most you can fly no higher than 1 meter. Collecting the bone wings, Yifeng's heart was happy. Just because you can't fly high now doesn't mean you can't later. When the time is right, as long as you can break defense, specialize in the bosses that can't fly and brush the monsters without injury. Abandoning distractions, Yifeng traveled to the distant canyon with great strides. When he came outside the canyon, he saw a dozen guards patrolling. They were covered in red mist and had different forms. All of them were demonized creatures, but their panel attributes were all question marks, so their strength could be imagined. Who? The approaching Yifeng immediately caught their attention. Take it easy, one of our own. Yifeng hastily raised his hands to show that he was not hostile. Can someone tell me where this is? Deep, abyssal demons? The demonized creatures that acted as guards were alarmed. Even the dark camp, which is free of evil, has a hierarchy. The demon race from the depths of the abyss naturally had a higher status in the dark camp than ordinary demonized creatures. After all, their strength and prowess was astounding. In the light camp, there is only the angelic race to compete with. Greetings, Demon Lord. Those guards came forward and did not hesitate to kneel and worship. Facing the abyssal demon, they didn't dare to be reckless. The fear associated with the identity gap comes from deep within the soul and is deeply rooted. Be excused. Quickly absolve yourself. Yifeng was flattered and hurriedly came forward to assist him. I'm just an ordinary abyssal demon. Crowd? They're all abyssal demons. How common. My lord, what brings you here? One of the tiger-headed beastmen holding a large sword inquired. I don't know. Yifeng babbled. I was originally moving around at the bottom of the abyss, and when I accidentally came into contact with a certain teleportation spell formation, I somehow appeared here. Those demonized creatures looked at each other in disbelief, but they could deeply feel the evil aura within the other party, and the suppression in their bloodline was very obvious. My lord, there are some things we can't decide. Please wait a moment. I'll go report to my lord. Yes, a demonized creature entered the canyon and quickly returned in a hurry. Fawning, please come in. From the current strength, the abyssal demon's strength is far less than him. It seems to be guilty of bawling and pandering, but, in terms of potential, 10 of him couldn't compare. Thank you, brother. Yifeng nodded his head in greeting before strutting into the canyon. He probably understood why Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan had asked him to be the mole. In the dark camp, the abyssal demon's status was too high to be true. Chapter 22 Equality and Mutual Benefit. Deeper into the canyon, Yifeng could see that the interior was overflowing with pitch-black demonic gas, and a dull and depressing feeling came over him, making him breathless. Buzz! The evil god bead inside the package trembled. Ding! System alert! please note that your exclusive prop, Evil Godbead, has sensed the presence of a rare bloodline nearby. Lean. Stop it. Yi Feng was speechless. The last time was purely a fluke, and he couldn't devour the rare bloodline this time. Led by the demonized creature, he arrived at the site where the demon god had been sealed, and a huge spell formation was visible in operation, emitting a holy white light that was radiant and magnificent. In the center of the spell formation, a huge bright red jewel stood, overflowing with magical mist that filled the surroundings, with black shadows faintly visible inside. Black and white, strange and unspeakable. Before Yi Feng could open his mouth, an exclamation came from within the red gem. Nima, it's really an abyssal demon. Yi Feng, dude, you're a demon god, can you be a little bit more dignified? I've already heard about your situation. There are too many unexplorable things at the bottom of the abyss, and the existence of a one-way randomized teleportation spell formation is not impossible. The demon god sked. However, your strength is frail and weak, and you were obviously just born not long ago, so if you dare to come to me, aren't you afraid that I will devour you? Devouring an abyssal demon. It would make his strength soar. It would be a lie to say that I don't covet it. Yi Feng shook his head. Not afraid. Why? The demon god was shocked. Yi Feng said indifferently, there's someone behind me. Demon god. There's someone behind it. Even if he was a once mighty demon god, he had to admit that these 4 words were too intimidating. What could be behind the abyssal demon? Definitely a terrifying existence of the most evil and wicked. Ha ha ha. I was kidding. The demon god conceded. Not echoing his false sentiment, Yi Feng returned to the topic. Are you sealed? That's right. How can I help you break the seal? Yi Feng couldn't bear it in his heart. The sealed demon god is really so pathetic. He must be set free. Oh, the demon god rejoiced. You are willing to help me? I can help you out. But I have one condition. Yi Feng gradually entered the scene. The condition is indispensable. Otherwise it is easy to be suspected. After all, the body is an abyssal demon. How can not be a living thunderbolt? On what terms? I want to devour some of your bloodline power. Yi Feng blurted out. The demon god was clearly subdued and was unable to speak for a long time. Not bad for an abyssal demon. Coming up and trying to suck my blood. It's really not a thing. Yes. After thinking deeply for a long time, the demon god promised. I'll gift you some after it's done. He could conclude that the guy in front of him was definitely a proper abyssal demon. That teeth-gnashing evil that a righteous person couldn't fake. Ding. System tip, do you accept the hidden side quest, equality and mutual benefit, difficulty, S rank? Yes. Yi Feng hurriedly chose to accept. The light camp over there had just received an S-ranked mission, and the dark camp over here also came with an S-ranked mission. Was this the joy of a mole? I seem to feel it a little bit. Ding. System alert, you have obtained the hidden side quest, equality and mutual benefit, difficulty, S rank. Equality and mutual benefit, difficulty, grade S. Synopsis, you're fighting a tiger for its skin. Wait for your death. Quest reward, blood of the demon god. How can I help you get out of the trap? Yi Feng was overjoyed. Gotta find a way to get the job done. The demon god got right to the point. I need to devour 10,000 human corpses to build up my strength so that I can forcefully break the seal. At that moment, Yi Feng's smile froze. Where am I going to get you 10,000 human corpses? Okay. Frowning, Yi Feng was preoccupied. I'll find a way to get it. There's a big problem with this mission. If he had gotten over 10,000 human corpses silently, the demon god's suspicion would have been heightened instead. And the mentor and Wang Xiaoyan were powerful people from the light camp who couldn't possibly kill innocents indiscriminately. Walking out of the canyon, Yi Feng directly sent a message to Li Shui. The demon god needs 10,000 human corpses to break through the seal. There are too many. Li Shui was hopeless. Even if you take the death row inmates in various cities to replace them, there aren't that many. And with your strength, it's impossible to kill them. That's exactly the problem. If it doesn't work, forget it. It's fine. Forget it? Wouldn't I have tossed it for nothing? Yi Feng had a big headache. What should I do to get 10,000 human corpses in a sensible way? After thinking hard for a long time, his mind flashed and his eyes suddenly lit up. There is only one way. What? Let the adventurers come and die. Why should adventurers go to their deaths? I can't victimize them for no reason. Li Shui took a negative view of Yi Feng's idea. It is true that adventurers have 3 lives, but that is no reason to wantonly take their lives. You are mistaken. Yi Feng spoke eloquently. What I mean is, let them deal with me in the form of an event. And if it's a special event, they can be exempted from the death penalty, right? It's true that adventurers only have 3 lives, but that doesn't mean that all deaths must be paid for with a number of resurrections as the price. If the event is exempted from death penalties, the adventurer's motivation to participate can be guaranteed. and he himself won't feel any guilt of victimizing the players. You mean, I'm an abyssal demon. You let the adventurers raid me so that I can rightfully acquire 10,000 human corpses. You'll be behind bars. It's fine. Everything is for the purpose of killing the demon god. Yi Feng said righteously. So what if the situation is dangerous? The rare bloodline of a demon god. But it could raise the strength of the wind evil god's profession. Can I still throw away the rich rewards of 2S ranked missions for nothing? Daba. Absolutely de blah. Li Shui was very pleased. I wasn't wrong about you. Ding. System note, please note that Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui has plus 1000 points of favorability towards you. So I try to announce the event? Aha! Ding! System tip, in order to stimulate the potential of adventurers, Kanglan Town has decided to let the majority of adventurers go to raid the Abyssal Demon Yi silver level boss that appeared in the border area, and the enrollment time limit for this activity, 1 day. Note, death within the activity can be exempted from all death penalties. Ding! System tip, in order to stimulate the potential of adventurers, Kanglan Town has decided to let the majority of adventurers go to raid the Abyssal Demon Yi silver level boss that appeared in the border area, and the enrollment time limit for this activity, 1 day. Note, death within the activity can be exempted from all death penalties. The system ringtone was broadcast 3 times throughout Kanglan Town. Of course, because it was a small event, it was impossible to make a service-wide announcement, and with so many players coming to sign up, there might actually be an accident when the time came. Come to the event? It's just a small event. What kind of rich rewards can there be for a group to attack a silver level boss? You have to be in Kanglan Town to enroll. Running over to enroll is not good enough. It feels like missing out on $1 billion. Just finished level 10 and ready to leave the novice village. Just in time to enroll in Kanglan Town. I'm so lucky. The forum is making waves. A mosquito's leg is still neat even if it's small. Abyssal Devil Leaf, which should be popped with some goodies by the players. Chapter 23, Ancient Beasts. Outside the sealed Demon Valley. Yellow sands rolled. Barren and dead. My lord. Something big has happened. A gorilla-like demonized creature looked horrified. The humans over in Kanglan Town have discovered your trail and are sending adventurers over to eradicate you. No harm done. Yi Feng waved his hand with a grave expression. I just talked to your lord. As long as we gather 10,000 human corpses we can help him get out of the trap. These adventurers have come at the right time. But, I know what you guys are worried about. Yi Feng smiled indifferently. I'm an abyssal demon. The light camp might send out powerful aborigines to deal with me. But as long as I get the demon god out of the trap before that, there's no need to be afraid. At those words, those demonized creatures looked at each other, and after carefully pondering the other party's words, they felt that there was some truth to it. Go and ask your lord to prepare as soon as possible. Don't wait until the time when the body count is collected. It will still take a lot of time to draw. Yi Feng cleared his mind and commanded them to do something. Yes, they immediately had someone go in and inform them. This next period of time, I have nothing to do instead. Yi Feng frowned slightly, feeling rather tricky. Registration for the event is open for 1 day. It was a day when he couldn't just stay stupid and do nothing. Looking out over the empty Deicide land, Yi Feng curiously asked, are there any treasures or anything like that nearby? The land of Regicide. From the name analysis, it should be a place where a great war has occurred, and even had a god-level power fall. Otherwise why dare to say the word regicide? Treasure? A demonized creature shook its head. In order to seal the Lord. A great battle did take place in this place thousands of years ago, but after a long time, even divine weapons have long since lost their power and have been reduced to broken brass. Where is the broken copper and iron? Yi Feng's spirit was shaken. Seeing is believing. Whether or not it's broken brass, he'll have to see it for himself to know. A circle around the sealed Demon Valley. Under the yellow sand are all scraps. Where are you going, my lord? Recycling scrap. Yi Feng decided to explore around. Do you want us to help? The demonized creatures were very polite. Available. Just as he was about to say yes, the system ringing in his ears. Ding. System note, please note that due to your lack of strength, the treasures harvested with the help of the Aborigines will be distributed based on the contributions of both parties. Unfortunately, the system wouldn't give him a chance to exploit the loophole. It's okay my ass. Yi Feng refused on the spot. I am an abyssal demon. I have always been aloof and aloof. Why do I need your help? Demonized creatures. Shuttling in the desert where the wind and sand were whistling, Yi Feng activated the wind shadow to follow him, as if he was sweeping like the fast wind, around the demon's sealing valley, looking around for the possible existence of the broken copper and iron. There it is. Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and an iron sword tilted and embedded in the yellow sand appeared in his vision. The iron sword was rusty and had an ancient appearance, and it seemed to have experienced the baptism of long years. Carefully stepping forward, he reached down and pulled his iron sword out. Ding! System alert, congratulations on finding the unclaimed item, Mad Thunder Sword, white plate level. Wild Thunder Sword, white plate level. Attack, 10 to 10. Required level, 5. Introduction, this was the sword of venerable Mad Thunder, but it eventually fell silent with the fall of its owner, and its power was dissipated. Not bad, worth at least a couple dozen copper coins. In the past, if venerable Mad Thunder had known that his sword could benefit future generations, he would have thought that he would be smiling in his grave. Putting away the Mad Thunder Sword, Yi Feng continued to explore. Idle is also idle. Pick up more equipment is also good. In case of good luck, may be worth a lot of god clothing. Sasha. Surrounding the sealed valley, Abyssal Demon Leaf poked around, and with his super high-speed bonus, he was not inefficient, picking up valuable equipment from time to time. Ding! System alert, congratulations on finding the masterless item, Bladeless Sword, white plate grade. Ding! System alert, congratulations on finding an unclaimed item, Apprentice's Notebook, whiteboard grade. Just as Yi Feng was going around retrieving scraps in high spirits, his eyes swept over and sensed the presence of dark shadows that would move in the distance. A wild beast? With a hint of curiosity, he approached quietly in his sneaking state. About 20 or so meters away, Yi Feng saw the other party's true face. It was a tiger-like animal, about the size of a palm, with grayish-white fur and a round head that somewhat resembled a dragon's head, with a naive appearance. Ding! System alert, please note that your exclusive prop, Evil Godbead, has sensed the presence of a rare bloodline nearby. Rare bloodline again. Is there a mistake? Yi Feng was alarmed, but did not go forward to disturb, and even more so did not dare to indiscriminately use the detection technique, because the other party's way of moving was very special, as if the desert was treated as an ocean, and he could swim at will, going in and out, as if he was a free and easygoing fish. It's too difficult to catch each other in this situation. Based on his rich gaming experience, the so-called exotic beasts, the stranger they were, the more powerful they were. Chirp! The Fae's head poked around, seemingly searching for something. Peers who also come to collect scrap? Yi Feng's heart tightened. Unusual trash. Perhaps not in the eyes of the other party. This place definitely hides treasures. Lightly following it, Yi Feng opened his friend Bar and sent a message to Li Shui, explaining the image of the beast carefully. Compared to him, a god-level powerhouse had seen a lot and definitely knew more clearly. Pixie. Li Shui sent an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that's a juvenile pixie. Can we catch it? Yi Feng went straight to the point. Very heartfelt. Pixie is a magnificent beast, and is well suited to a Rui gene like him. Li Shui sent a series of ellipses before dispelling Yi Feng's thoughts. Pixie is an ancient beast. Even if you can kill it, it won't recognize its master easily. Okay. Yi Feng was greatly disappointed. It's hard to see and not be able to catch. It's just that the pet system isn't open either, so it's really impractical to try to catch ancient beasts. Of course, if you can catch it, you'll be rich. Li Shui added. Pixie invites wealth. Truth be told, she'd been eyeballing it too. Capture a brave and the dragon realm might not be so stuck. Chirp. At a certain moment, the braves not far away seemed to find something and quickly rushed over without hesitation. Found the baby? Yi Feng didn't move to follow. After about 10 seconds or so, Pixie burrowed inside a certain patch of sand. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Go in and be nowhere to be found. Gone? Yi Feng felt slightly regretful. Swish. Just as he was about to go up to investigate, the brave leapt out of the sand again, with the tattered bag still in his mouth. Fizzle. The bag that reappeared in the world automatically cracked, as if it had long ago withstood the erosion of the years to reach the limit, followed by a purple bead fell out and rolled down to the ground. It's now! Yi Feng took out all his strength and sprinted with all his might, and pounced on the beads as if he were flying. The treasure that a brave man looks at must be good. Chapter 24, The Full Throttle Chase. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yi Feng swooped down to the bead and reached out to intercept it, and then, regardless, allowed himself to be like a kite with broken strings, flopping down in a lousy manner into the sand, making a long trajectory. Into success? Ding! System alert. Congratulations on obtaining the masterless item, Sharp Treasure Pearl, Grade A. Chirp. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the brave man was furious and jumped up and down. The beads in his mouth were so bold that someone dared to grab them. It's too much. Patting away the sandy soil on his body, Yi Feng looked at the brave man's appearance of showing his teeth and tried to bend down to touch it, but the result was that the latter was as fast as a golden meteor and retreated to 5 meters away in the blink of an eye. Auspicious Beast Pixie, Silver Level Boss. Grade, 10. Life, 100,000. Attack, 200 to 200. Defense, 400 to 400. Skills, Earth Escape, Super Doubling, Forbidden Auspicious Beast. Synopsis? Confirming that he was still a little gap away from catching up with Pixie, Yifeng withdrew his palm and said in a serious manner, "Little Pixie, let's do it this way. When we meet again in the future, I'll return you the same level of treasure. How about it?" "Jojo, Jojo, Jojo." The brave man kept screaming, his eyes watering with tears. It obviously got it first. The other side was too cunning. Yifeng's complexion was cloudy, and his heart was in a celestial battle. It was not that he was merciful, it was just that compared to the A-class props, he cared more about the Braves themselves, and if he could make a good karma, he would have a chance to get the other party's recognition in the future. It's hard to say whether it's a good idea to offend Pixie to death with an A-class prop. Just weighing the pros and cons, Yifeng took out the sharp treasure pearl and threw it at Pixie. "Give it back. Something was originally discovered by Pixie. He belonged to the later. There was no point in taking it away, not to mention the fact that people hadn't left yet, and there was still a chance to climb up the ladder." At that moment, the latter gently leapt, opened his mouth and bit down on the sharp treasure pearl, and included it in his own package. Then his body glowed with a golden light, casting an apologetic gaze towards Yifeng. "Ding. System tip, auspicious beast Pixie said that he is in dire need of high-value items, and that if we meet again in the future, we will surely return you treasures of the same level. Ding. System alert, Pixie uses the skill, super doubling, to obtain 10 times the value of the item from you based on the value of the item you gave. Ding. System note, you have lost the quest prop, demonization bead, SS grade. Boom. As if a nuclear bomb exploded in Yifeng's brain, his brain went into a brief downtime. His thoughts were all messed up, and he lost the ability to act. The magic beads are gone? 2 seconds later, he came back to his senses, looking at the rapidly departing Braves, only to feel the hot blood surging straight to the sky. Open his mouth at the nationalist, I chow Nima. Shoo. Like an arrow that had left the string, Yifeng launched Wind Shadow followers to catch up. However, Pixie's speed was strangely fast, and even though it was unmarked and enhanced, he could only watch the other party turn into a golden rainbow light as it drifted away. Quick! Faster! Yifeng's eyes were wide with anger, and he did his best to sprint, with no other thought than to catch up. You! Run! No! Up! If the demonization bead was stolen, not only would he lose all his missions, but his mentor's side wouldn't be able to account for it, and he would simply explode in place. Burn! My little universe! Swish! Green light flowed and the wind element dazzled Yifeng's legs. Ding! System alert! Congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, Chasing Shadows, Level B. Chasing Shadows, Grade B. Synopsis, an unstoppable pace infused with conviction. Effect, for 10 seconds. Your movement speed is increased by 50%. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Shadow Chaser, open up for me. With his long hair fluttering about, Yifeng rushed towards Pixie like a madman, his speed surging, letting the wind and sand pounce on his face without a care in the world. With the increase of no trace, Chasing Shadow was equivalent to adding another 100% to his movement speed. What's the concept? 10 times the speed of a normal player. Originally, Pixie wasn't much faster than him, and under Chasing Shadows, a perfect counterattack was achieved. Originally confident that he could leave, the brave man turned around and saw the fierce-looking Yifeng staring at himself, so scared that he hurriedly drilled into the interior of the yellow sand. How can this abyssal demon run so fast? It's not scientific. Snort! Yifeng swung his Wolf King sword and stabbed down heavily into the sand. Miss! Tudo! Sweeping his eyes over the surrounding area, he was anxious, looking for brave clues with all his might, but at the slightest breeze, he immediately chased after them. Where? Bastard! Where the hell are you? The green eyes erupted with light, and Yifeng concentrated, not daring to blink his eyes for fear that the brave would take advantage of the opportunity to run away. Suddenly, he had a keen insight that the golden energy was heading north. Found you! Yifeng decisively chased after him, stomped on the sandy soil where the brave was, and roared, "Get the hell out of here!" Swish! The palm-sized brave jumped out of the sand, and Yifeng was quick to catch it and held it tightly in his arms. A mere 200 points of attack. I'll give you a fight. Kill me if you can. Ding! System tip, congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, Green Pupil, Level C. Green Pupil, Grade C. Introduction, can find the fluctuating trajectory of elemental energy, provided that the opponent's means are not very clever. The evil god of the wind deserves to be an exclusive hidden profession, with a ridiculously high level of enlightenment, easily comprehending 2 skills that successfully helped him block Pixie, allowing the other party to struggle in his arms. Yifeng said in a cold voice, "Give me back the demonization pearl." The captured young braves obediently opened their mouths and spat out the demonization beads. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the quest prop, demonization bead, SS grade. Got it back. Yi Feng, as if relieved, stared at the aggrieved brave and asked rhetorically, "Are you the victim, or am I the victim?" Ding! System alert, Auspicious Beast Pixie said that he really needs high-value items urgently. Urgently? Yi Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's urgent? The little brave nodded his head back and forth. Then how about this? You recognize me as your master and I'll give you high-value items. How about that? Yi Feng followed the temptation. Urgent? That's a good feeling. I wouldn't know where to start without rushing. Chirp! Pixie shook her head in quick succession. The math was so good. The abacus beads were crumbling into its face. Then you still say you're in a hurry? Yi Feng grabbed it and didn't let go for a moment, thinking with all his might about what to do to obtain Pishi, even if it was only to stay by his side for a while. Pixie, is it urgent that I recognize you? Feeling that the ancient fey beast in his arms was still struggling, Yi Feng said soothingly, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry first. In a word, what do you need to do to be willing to follow me? I will treat you with absolute sincerity. Hearing these words, the little brave man looked up at Yi Feng. I'm serious. I can swear. Yi Feng reported with persistent firmness. If I go back on my word one day, you can lower your loyalty and leave me. He had just sort of seen a glimpse of Pishi's ability to attract wealth. Super doubled. That skill is so disgusting. If it works for him. Staring at Yi Feng for a while, the brave man agreed with difficulty and stopped trying to break free. Ding! System prompt, Auspicious Beast Pishi says that if you can rescue its mother, it can recognize you as its master. Gently brushing over its gray fur, Yi Feng probably understood the reason for its anxiety. Something happened to your mother? Chirp! The little brave nodded his head back and forth, tears falling down his face in large chunks. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on triggering the ultra-rare hidden mission, Pixie's Heart, difficulty, B. Do you accept it? Don't cry. Good boy. Yi Feng reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of its eyes. Then we have a deal. I'll save your mother and you'll follow me. He had a premonition that this was definitely a super high difficulty quest. Otherwise the quest reward couldn't possibly be the ancient beast Pishi. And the B-level difficulty at the moment was more like some sort of blindfold. Yes. Yi Feng chose to take it. Despite not knowing where the mission was going to go from there, he was not without confidence. It was a matter of the brave recognizing his master. And there was no reason for a certain mentor who was also the guardian of the dragon realm not to make a move. Chapter 25 Friends Application. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the ultra-rare hidden quest, Pixie Matters of the Heart, difficulty, B. Braveheart, difficulty, B. Synopsis, Little Pixie's mother seems to be in a dangerous situation. So you speak up and decide to help. Quest requirement, rescue Pixie's mother. Quest reward, Ancient Beast, Pixie. Duration of the mission, 10 days. Carefully browsing through the details of the mission to ensure that there were no loopholes in it, Yi Feng let go of the soft little pixie in his arms and was overcome with emotion. A minute ago, the magic bead was taken, nearly lost out of the Xiang. A minute later, the magic bead lost and found, but also get the opportunity to recognize the master of the brave. Life is really capricious. Chirp! Pixie seems to want to warn something. Ding! System alert, Auspicious Beast Pixie indicates that the opponent is very strong, and hopes that you can bring the Demon Legion from the bottom of the abyss forward for support. Yi Feng. So it is. This little brave head was quite flexible. The reason why he agreed to recognize him as his master was solely because of his abyssal demon identity. He must have mistakenly thought that he had a strong background and could compete with the enemy that jeopardized its mother. Don't worry. Since I said I would save, I will never go back on my word. Yi Feng said solemnly. It's just that before that, I need to solve the trouble at hand first. It will take about 2 to 3 days. If he fails to accomplish his mission, Pixie will surely leave him, and even if he is forced to stay, he will only be left with a corpse. As a player, he really wasn't so wimpy that he didn't dare to do the quest. Looking at Yi Feng's serious attitude, Pixie nodded her little head and chose to believe. Ding! System prompt, Auspicious Beast Pishi is willing to establish a temporary pet contract with you. Do you accept? Yes. Yi Feng decisively agreed. Ding! System tip, you have obtained a divine pet, Auspicious Beast Pishi. Due to the temporary pet contract, you are unable to obtain the relevant rewards. Hiss. Yi Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. God's favorite? This mission must be taken. Are there any other treasures around the Demon Ceiling Valley? Yi Feng asked tentatively. Relying on him personally, he could only get white plate level equipment, which was nowhere near as powerful as Pixie's treasure hunt with her ability. As for the rare bloodline reminder of the evil god bead, it's easy to lose a little by rushing it. Chirp! The brave man nodded and rushed out as a golden stream of light, stopping again not far away and turning his head to look at Yi Feng. Yi Feng understood and immediately followed. The sun was blazing and the air was stagnant. Arriving at the deserted area, The brave man earthbound into the sand and quickly took out an ancient gray scroll, dragged it up with difficulty with his mouth, and placed it in front of Yifeng. Bending down to pick up the scroll, Yifeng checked the details. Increase scrolls, grade B props, synopsis, random increases, a must for face betting. Effect, enhance your equipment to a certain degree. Note, dark gold level and below equipment can be effective. After all, it is a place that has been dusty for millions of years, and was once bound to be searched for, and now it is rare to be able to rummage through the B-class props, which are of great use to the current Yifeng. Tough luck. Yifeng was pleased. If you get help from Pishi, the probability of finding out treasures in the future by exploring some mysterious locations will be drastically increased. Sasha. Suddenly, Yifeng heard the sound of sand and soil turning next to him, and looked up to see an earth-colored giant lizard crawling out, seemingly very angry at being disturbed from resting. Yellow sand lizard, common monster. Grade, 30. Life, 65. 000. Attack, 200 to 210. Defense, 150 to 155. Skills, bumping, spitting. Synopsis, lizards born in the Eastern District are lucky that at least the humans here don't have unique fetishes, other than level. All other attributes were inferior to Yifeng. Finally, I've come across the place where the wild monsters are refreshed. Taking out the Wolf King's sword from his parcel, Yifeng rushed over without saying a word and unleashed the Wind Shadow sword technique, greeting it with a clean straight stab politely. Snort! Being scratched by the sword blade, the giant lizard opened its mouth and bit towards Yifeng, who was too lazy to dodge and didn't waste any time, forcibly exchanging blood with it. After thorough and rigorous numerical calculations, the clever man realized at the outset that the blood change was earned. -935. -1. -933. -1. The mutual slashes lasted for 20 seconds or so, and the yellow sand lizard, which was heavily poisoned, died on the spot. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing yellow sand lizard, normal monster. Receive reward, plus 8% experience at this level. The experience from leveling up monsters was considerable, so Yifeng decided to practice here today. Tomorrow, he was supposed to face the adventurers as a silver level boss, and the ideal state would be to rise to level 28 today and equip the gold level equipment that the Hyena King had carefully prepared so that he wouldn't fall in the gutter. Little Pixie, help me find the nearby yellow sand lizards and lure them to the ground, Yifeng commanded. He wasn't afraid that something would happen to Pixie. As a divine pet, Pixie's defense was as high as 500 points, and the yellow sand lizard couldn't break through it at all. Chirp! Pixie was attentive and did as she was told. Facing a strong enemy, it was helpless. Only by chance it came across the legendary abyssal demon, and only then the idea of using the power of the other side to rescue his mother came to his mind. With the help of the brave, a large number of yellow sand lizards were disturbed and rushed up to the ground in a rage to give their uninvited guests a piece of their mind. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing yellow sand lizard, normal monster. Receive reward, plus 8% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing yellow sand lizard, normal monster. Receive reward, plus 8% experience at this level. Swish! When the experience bar was filled up and the golden light scattered, Yifeng reached level 22. With Pixie helping to lead the monsters, his leveling efficiency was even swifter. Drip! At some point, Li Shue sent him a message. How's the battle going? Harvesting a brave soldier. Yifeng told the truth. To rescue Pixie's mother, it was almost impossible to rely on one's own personal strength alone, and to really rely on a quest with a mere B level of difficulty to obtain a divine pet was more or less whimsical. Therefore, mentors are indispensable combatants, and it makes no sense to hide them at this moment. Li Shue? It's willing to follow me for the time being, but I have to save its mother. Yifeng was blunt. If it is beyond my power, I hope that my mentor will help. Of course there's no problem, provided that it doesn't involve adventurer struggles. Li Shue agreed quite dryly. Yifeng was heartfeltly grateful. Then I thanked Tutor in advance. You're welcome. I'll charge you a fee based on the difficulty of the task. After that, Yifeng was brushing monsters nearly all day. The leveling process is boring, but necessary. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the yellow sand lizards within a 10-mile radius have been cleaned up. Halfway through, Yifeng only stayed for a few minutes to eat and drink, forcing the level liver to level 26. Put on the streaming light leggings, boots of hope, hard armor, 3 pieces of defensive clothing, white plate level suit, glorious retirement. In fact, if the yellow sand lizard refreshment points were densely distributed and numerous, he would have been able to level up even higher. But the process of looking around for monsters was always unavoidable. Still 2 levels short. The pressure is a bit high. Looking at the setting sun, Yifeng frowned slightly, feeling quite tricky. The refreshing of small monsters, no matter how fast it is, can't only take a few hours. Just as he was having a headache about where to look for a new practice spot next, an abrupt ringing sounded in his ears. Ding! System alert, Godslayer Anita, God-level boss, has applied to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yi Feng. Chapter 26, A Misunderstanding. Phew! A sluggish wind blew by, bringing away the passion of brushing the monsters. Standing above the desert, Yi Feng stared blankly at the add message that appeared in the friend box. His entire body was dumbfounded. In Gods and Monsters, Aborigines can indeed add adventurers as friends. And both parties are basically the same except for different life counts and the fact that some disputes cannot be engaged in. Ten Shu. Even if Yi Feng knew about this setting, he couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Previously, he had blocked the application of players to add themselves as friends, but had not blocked the Aborigines. So what could he say about the matter of the demon god's application for a friend? Nothing to say. Taking a deep breath and pressing down his inner tension, Yi Feng chose to agree. Ding! System note, you have successfully added Godslayer Anita, God-level boss, as a friend. Kingslayer Anita. The moment you can chat, the other person sends a string of ellipses. What are you doing? Ouch. Yi Feng decided to return a string of ellipses to him. Abyssal Devil Leaf. So you're an adventurer. Kingslayer Anita typed in. There is no buddy system between Aborigines, which is proof enough of each other's identity. Why would he try that? It was because the previous crusade of the Light Camp made him suspicious, obviously discovering the traces of the abyssal demon. But instead of dispatching powerful Aborigines to stifle it, the whole thing was full of strangeness by letting adventurers get involved. Now, at last, he knew why the reason was. Aborigines can't take it easy on adventurers who haven't made a mistake. Keeping calm, Yi Feng pretended to be puzzled. So what if I'm an adventurer, and I didn't eat your family's rice? Is there a problem? First, he was almost taken away from the demonization bead by the little brave. And now he had to deal with the suspicion from the gods and demons. How thrilling and exciting should it be? Someone Yi, don't have any bad intentions. I just want to get the rewards of 2 S-ranked quests and 1 B-ranked quest. Can't say no. Can't say yes. The other person returned an inexplicable text. Yi Feng thought deeply for a moment and returned. The last time I heard that was the last time. Since he couldn't figure out the demon god's intentions, he decided to go along with the other party's meaningless nonsense. I mean, since you're an adventurer, being teleported up from the bottom of the abyss might be God's plan, Anita added. Makes sense. Yi Feng sent him a funny emoji. Even though it was a serious discussion, it didn't matter. It was slipped first. So, where did you get the people behind you? Anita finally revealed her foxtail. Abyssal demons, with people behind them. That statement could have bluffed him. But if the other party was behind the adventurers, everything was not broken. Shoo shoo shoo. In the distance, the 2 demonized creatures were rapidly approaching. Their speed was extremely fast, far exceeding the current limit of Yi Feng. Yi Feng couldn't help but sneer and quickly replied, You dare to take a shot at me? Figure out the dagger. It was clear that the Godslayer Anita's mind for devouring abyssal demons to gain an increase in strength had not faded. As expected, the process of dealing with a demon god was extremely dangerous, and one might completely flip out at that moment. Face-to-face chat. Anita sent 2 words. Yi Feng was undaunted. Okay, the only thing to do now is to get on with it. Putting Pixie into his pet space, he stood calmly in place. When the 2 demonized creatures hurriedly arrived, they immediately pointed out their intentions. My lord, please still come back with us to meet the Lord. Lead the way, Yi Feng said in a deep voice. Panicking couldn't solve the problem, and the more confident he was, the more the demon god would not dare to lay hands on him. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng arrived at the depths of the sealed demon valley. The black shadow within the red gemstone went straight to the point. Yi, what else do you have to say? I'd like to know. What do you want to do? Yi Feng slowly stepped forward and came to the red gem, boldly reaching out and knocking on it. Anita, of course, would not come up and tear her face off. It's not so much what I'm trying to do, but it's your deception that's causing a rift in our partnership. What did I cheat you of? Yi Feng was very calm. Tell me, you said you had someone behind you. Is there no one behind me? Adventurers descend from other worlds. What's with the background? Anita's tone was a bit impatient. Bullying me for not seeing it? To the Aborigines, the adventurers are new and weak, and it is difficult to become a climate, even if he is trapped in this place, but also know a lot about it. Ordinary adventurers naturally don't have a background. I was born at the bottom of the abyss, so how can I be confused with them? Yi Feng spoke eloquently. The specifics of his birth were absolutely unknown to the other party. Otherwise, the first time they met, they wouldn't have said that there were too many unexplored things at the bottom of the abyss. You really guessed it. I'm just bullying you for not seeing it. Prove it. Anita wondered. He had to admit that he was very wary of the demon race whose ferocious reputation was spread all over the world. And even if he was one of the 10 great demon gods of the cold martial realm, he likewise didn't dare to be offended. Still, the main point is that the benefits are not proportional to the costs. Devouring such a weak abyssal demon would result in a limited increase in his strength, so if he could break through to above god level, it would be worth the risk. How does this prove? Yi Feng revealed a helpless color, and without moving, he reminded reaching out to the pet space within the pixie to make an appearance. The situation is critical. Escort. Chirp. A burst of golden light surged, and the grayish-white Roy beast appeared at Yi Feng's feet before disappearing into the ground. Juvenile pixie? Anita, as well as a group of demonized creatures, changed their tone drastically. This is an ancient beast. You said this trinket my father gifted me with it, saying that it helped me with my good fortune. Yi Feng waved his hand. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. It's not worth a nifty mention. Anita almost wanted to curse. Her surface tone was much milder. It should be that I misunderstood Brother Yi. It seems that adventurers also have the difference between high and low. A misunderstanding. Let him pass. Ding. System alert, Godslayer Anita's favorability towards you has increased by 1000 points. Current status, friendly. The uneducated. Yi Feng unloaded the boulder in his heart. But his face was ironic. Just let it go? What Brother Yi means is, I want to quickly increase my strength to deal with the adventurers coming tomorrow. Do you have any ideas? Yi Feng tried to ask for favors. It's rare to get the upper hand. So how can you miss this opportunity? Gotta make a buck on him. Anita felt embarrassed. My people are sealed. Help me find if there are any silver level bosses nearby. Yi Feng's tone was undeniable. I just want to get a silver first kill. How easy is it for me? It's too pungent. He was still haunted by last night's carelessness in taking the first kill of gold. Okay. Anita agreed. This is not a difficult request. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the hidden quest, everything is a misunderstanding, difficulty, C. And obtaining the reward, the trace of a silver level boss. Yi Feng. What a hidden mission. What a misunderstanding. Chapter 27, Increased Strength. Demonized Tiger King. Take him to find a nearby silver ranked boss. Ordered Anita. Yes. The demonized Tiger King was submissive to the demon god and respectfully obeyed. My lord. You come with me. With pleasure. Yi Feng left with him. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extremely large, and at night the regicide land is cold and windy, piercing the bone cold, and occasionally there is a rustling sound, which makes people's hearts feel anxious and uneasy. Leaving the demon sealing valley, the demonized Tiger King led him to search everywhere, and it didn't take long to find clues. Get out! The demonized Tiger King fiercely stomped his foot towards a certain area, and the sand exploded and waves of air rolled out, blasting the yellow sand lizard king hidden inside and tumbling out in a sorry state. Gluttony. The yellow sand lizard king burst into a rage, his 3-meter-long body swinging up in an aggressive manner. As a precautionary measure, Yi Feng cast a scouting spell at it. Yellow sand lizard king, silver level boss. Grade, 35. Life, 180, 000. Attack, 400 to 420. Defense, 250 to 255. Skills, gnawing, bite down, lizard throwing tail, drill sneak attack. Synopsis, the king of the yellow sand lizards. A bully and a coward. There was not much of a gap between them and Yi Feng in all aspects, including life. You don't have to make a move next. Yi Feng reminded the demonized Tiger King not to act without authorization, while he himself stepped forward with the Wolf King's sword and made a bloody cut on the side of the giant lizard in a lightning-fast manner. -345. -1000. -1000. The yellow sand lizard king's defense was not low. Simply relying on attacks to try to significantly break the defense was a bit of a stretch, but fortunately, at the current stage, he mainly relied on poison to kill monsters. As usual, with one successful strike, Yi Feng never cared about the battle and hurriedly ran out of his opponent's attack range. My lord's speed may be comparable to that wind harnesser Aaron in the future. The demonized Tiger King sighed in admiration. With a strength of a silver rank, yet possessing a speed comparable to that of a dark gold rank, the potential of an abyssal demon was truly enviable. Gluttony. The yellow sand lizard king rises up to catch up, but it is difficult to catch up, and immediately lowers its head into the yellow sand, perfectly utilizing its fine quality of being timid as a mouse. Chirp. However, just as he was about to go into the ground, he suddenly bumped into the hard little brave. -1. Pixie's defense was as high as 500 points, and the yellow sand lizard king couldn't even break it. He immediately switched to a different drill, only to have Pixie be incredibly fast and always get stuck in his place. Goons. Yi Feng tried to pull its hate value. Ding. System note, you use the skill, casual taunt, and the Yellow Sand Lizard King's hate value towards you is drastically reduced. It was worthy of being a bully boss. The more rigid you were, the more it was afraid, continuously blocked the way. The Yellow Sand Lizard King was completely furious, opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the brave into his stomach, and did not bother to bite. After all, he could not bite. After swallowing it, its body suddenly trembled in a very uncomfortable manner, and damage numbers were popping up on top of its head. -1800, -1800, -1800. Ding! System alert, the Yellow Sand Lizard King used the skill, Bite Down. Due to the inability to digest it, the life value is deducted by 1% per second for 10 seconds. Yifeng cried and laughed, and hurriedly went forward to launch a fierce attack. Woohoo! 10 seconds later, the scarred Yellow Sand Lizard King was poisoned and struggled to spit out Pixie, who seemed to be equally frightened and hurriedly burrowed into the ground, never daring to venture out again. For more than 2 minutes, Yifeng easily decimated the Yellow Sand Lizard King, even ignoring his opponent's attacks and fighting them hard. In fact, in the demonized state, even if they were to slash each other, he would still not be weak by a hair. He was just trying to avoid accidents. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing the Yellow Sand Lizard King, silver level boss, and receive a reward, plus 180% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on killing the silver level boss, Yellow Sand Lizard King. As the first player to kill a silver level boss, you will receive additional rewards, plus 30 free attribute points, plus 200 reputation, and the ability to wear B-level fashion, Dark Underworld robe. Ding! System tip, will you inform all players who have descended on gods and demons, Earth Zone, of your brilliant battle performance? Note, after the region-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 200 points of reputation. Swish, swish, 2 golden lights scattered, and Yifeng reached level 28. A fashion giveaway? Yifeng's eyes lit up, picking up a few pieces of equipment and 2 gold coins that popped out. He couldn't wait to open the parcel to check it out. The visible fashion was a neatly stacked black robe, flashy and delicate, with quite a good texture. Dark Underworld robe, grade B fashion. Description, nice clothing fashion. Contains a strange spell formation. Can cover all of their own equipment except weapons and rings. Effect, plus 10% movement speed, plus 10% attack speed. Extra effect, small probability of increasing NPC's favorability towards oneself. Required reputation, 500 points. Required level, 10. As a B-grade fashion, the effect of the Dark Underworld robe was clearly superior to the White Wolf Jade pendant, and Yifeng put it on without saying a word. Palm. With the black robe, the bloatedness brought by the armor immediately disappeared, and under the effect of the fashion, Yifeng's figure was even more slender and straight. His temperament was extraordinary, and with the pitch-black bone wings stretching behind his back, it was quite a sense of a devil descending. Adding the free attribute points to speed again, he smiled in satisfaction. Let's go! Yes, the two set out on their return journey. Along the way, Yifeng changed his Wolf King sword and instead made his weapon the flaming long sword, and his attacks immediately skyrocketed. In addition to that, including the wolfskin wrist guards were replaced with silver level equipment provided by the Yellow Sand Lizard King. Yellow Sand helmet, silver grade, defense, 15 to 15, life, 500, characteristics, defense plus 2%. Synopsis, be content, the yellow is better than the green. Luckily, the Dark Underworld robe hides all of the protective gear. Otherwise it would be hilarious to wear a gorgeous brocade suit with a yellow sand helmet. There's also a wolfskin wrist guard that's too eye-catching. Yifeng checked the equipment of his entire body and frowned slightly as his eyes landed on the only white plate level equipment left on his body. After thinking about it, he uploaded the video of his first kill of the silver boss to the forums, and then sold all of the white plate level equipment he picked up. He decided not to announce the announcement of his first kill. Otherwise everyone would know that Abyssal Demon Leaf is leafless. Ding! System alert, the equipment, blood-devouring demon sword, white plate level, that you put on the shelf was successfully sold, gaining 50 copper coins. Ding! System alert, the equipment you put on the shelf, star helmet, white plate grade, has been successfully sold, gaining 30 copper coins. Looking at the various information, Yifeng almost thought that he was selling a divine costume. Nay, the names of these equipments were one more overbearing than the other, and the attributes were one more trash than the other. After that, he specialized in browsing in the shopping area and eventually spent 45 silver coins to buy a bronze-level equipment called the Wolf King wrist guard. There was no doubt that after he had taken the bronze first kill, the demonized Wolf King, the boss of the novice village, had been patronized again. Wolf King wrist guard, bronze grade, defense, 10 to 12, characteristics, life plus 2%. Synopsis, as the adventurer grows up, the demonized Wolf King's nightmare has just begun. Putting on the wrist guard and confirming that all aspects of his attributes were unimpeachable, he opened the character panel with anticipation. Abyssal Demon Yi, Silver Level Boss. Grade, 28. Life, 284,580. Attack, 396 to 419. Defense, 369 to 375. Skills, Source of Poison, Wine Shadow follows. Note, skills with too low a level are not shown. Reputation, 1,120. Number of revivals possible, 2. Introduction, a creature with the bloodline of an abyssal demon is destined to have extraordinary potential, although it has not shown enough threat now, but it may be a disaster for the Cambrian martial arts world in the future. If you kill him, you will be doing the people a favor. Chapter 28 versus players. Such attributes, put in the silver level boss is also considered top, not to mention that he also has the source of poison, and now superimposed with a hand of flaming longsword burning. Custodian let the unusual players drift away. A player on the third day of service should have no reason to easily break my defense. Yi Feng's heart surged. It's exciting to see exactly how tomorrow goes. You know, killing 10,000 players is stressful enough, but it's still not the point. The most crucial plot is to help the demon god break through the seal to get the rare bloodline reward, and then abandon the darkness to the light, so as to complete the 2 S-ranked quests. Chirp. After returning to the demon's sealing valley, the demonized Tiger King went forward to deliver his orders, and taking this opportunity, Pixie left the pet space and climbed onto Yifeng's shoulder to purr, with a hint of skepticism in his tone. Ding. System prompt, your pet, auspicious beast, Pishi, is puzzled. You don't seem to have a deep enough background. How can you save its mother? Don't worry. I definitely didn't lie to you. Yifeng shook his head and lost his smile, reaching out to rub its soft little head. You'll know tomorrow. It can be seen that the little brave is not stupid, knowing that he previously used its identity to cope with the Godslayer Anita, although it did not break it down. But the heart must have some concerns. The brave man blinked and looked at Yifeng's side face for a while, deciding to trust the other party for once. He leaped out towards the void and returned to rest within the pet space. The desert is chilly at night. Inside the demon valley, Yifeng entered the tent prepared by the demonized creature, then opened the forum and posted the video of defeating the silver level boss as Silent Leaves. The first kill news can be announced later. The video must be made before it's too late, and as the player grows progressively, the returns get worse the further back you go. After ensuring that it could pass the system verification, Yifeng uploaded it immediately. Ding! System alert, adventurer, Lin Chuan, purchased your video and you gained 1 copper coin. Ding! System alert, adventurer, Black and White, purchased your video and you gained 1 copper coin. There's not much gold in this video, and it's still going the thinly veiled route. Shutting down the forum, Yifeng slept at ease. The next day, walking out of the tent, the many demonized creatures were already roaming and patrolling outside of the demon's sealing valley as usual. My lord! Seeing Yifeng, they saluted one after another with an elusive glow in their eyes. TSK. Yifeng secretly lost his smile and probably guessed Anita's mind. Demon gods always become extremely fast in their thoughts. Probably they have thoughts in their heads like man for himself. Then let me see who will end up destroying who. Ding. System tip. The crusade will officially open at 10 o'clock. Please prepare for the adventurers. Having eaten bread to fill his stomach, Yifeng was excited. To get the plot going, 10,000 players is a must kill, or else all the previous work is lost. Later, you guys must not intervene, Yifeng urged. The Aborigines cannot intervene in the battle between adventurers and adventurers. Once you guys help me, the restriction will be lifted and the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, those demonized creatures agreed repeatedly and guarded the entrance of the valley. Time passes slowly, the sun slowly climbs higher, and the temperature of the desert rises rapidly. Ding! System alert, crusade mission opened. Ding! System note, please note that you must kill 10,000 adventurers before you can leave. Otherwise the quest, disguise, equality and mutual benefit, is considered a failure. Tap tap tap. In the distance, a large number of players entered the land of Godslayer through the temporary teleportation point set up by the higher-ups of Kanglan Town, and when they saw the demonic-looking Yifeng in the distance, they instantly darted in with weapons of all shapes and sizes. Brothers, kill! A silver-level boss is just a silver-level boss. I didn't expect that there would be so many to rob with me. Nonsense! In addition to the kill rewards, there are also ranking rewards, and there is no death penalty. It's equivalent to whoring for nothing. No one can snatch the mosquito legs from my hands. A group of players followed the example of the ancients in charging into battle, albeit without any rules or discipline. But it was not fun. This other world is just a game. Playing the game is all about pleasing yourself, and it must be played with a smile on your face, green eyes flashing with essence. Yi Feng tightened the flaming longsword in his hand and came up with a formulaic boss opening. A bunch of mole crickets. Become the souls under my sword. How dare a silver-level boss act like this? Asterisk 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 Q. Many players approached and slashed with their weapons. Miss. Easily avoiding the attacks of the first batch of players, Yi Feng swung his flaming longsword across the neck of one of them, bringing out bright red damage numbers. Minus 5,436. Super high damage jumped out, and that player's life value plummeted by nearly one-half. Relative to the players, his attacks were top of the line in the entire service. It was just that he usually fought against wild monsters that were far higher in level, so he couldn't see the gap. With a successful strike, Yi Feng shifted his target and killed other players. Grandma, the damage is so high? His expression was incomparably dismayed, and for a moment, a green light emerged from his body, with accompanying flames burning, and his whole body was bad. Priest, quickly milk me. I want to eat milk. Swish swish swish, pure white energy surged, and not a few female players who chose the priest profession did not hesitate to apply healing spells to the front row. Plus 256, plus 333, minus 1,200, plus 225. Plus 319, minus 1,200. Send. The player blacked out and fell to his knees. The whole crew was shocked. The players closest to the battlefield could see it most clearly, as the priest's milk hardened against the persistent damage inflicted by the abyssal demon E. There's such a thing? Yi Feng will never waste time on the same player. One hit is gone, and his whereabouts are erratic. Holy, let me touch you. I just want to touch you. The player who had been avoided by Yi Feng's attack looked sad and nearly died of anger as he watched his life value continue to slide down and his healing spells couldn't even top it. Poison damage plus burns. What kind of silver-level boss is this? Yi Feng hacked around. All his mind was on completing the kill quest as soon as possible. Shoo shoo shoo. At the same time, the long-range attacks of the magicians and archers fell like a blizzard. Even though some of them couldn't keep up with Yi Feng's speed, they were superior to the number of people, and the rain of arrows descended in unison, so no one could avoid them all. Minus 16. Minus 1. Minus 18. As much as possible, the unbreakable defense numbers popped up. Why was Yi Feng's panel attack and defense similar? Because while surpassing a swordsman's attack, he also had a defense that surpassed a knight's. I'll play Nima. It's all about the hard grind, isn't it? It's so screwed up with people's minds. The moment they saw the damage numbers jump up, countless players cursed. Of course, they don't panic. It's just a silver-level boss. A solid kill. Chapter 29, The Birth of the Sixth. Like a black stream of light, Yi Feng kills in all directions, and the person he injures with his strike will definitely die. Inside the information bar, the number of kills about the mission kept jumping up and up. Fortunately, due to the crusade, there was no death penalty for players, so the disparity did not deter them, but instead, they became more and more courageous. This boss was so hard to raid, the rewards that popped out must be very generous. Hoo. The magic of the mages came whistling madly, colorful and all kinds of elements, as if they were cannonballs bombarding wildly, landing on Yi Feng, affecting his attack frequency quite a lot. It is worth mentioning that the so-called mage profession, but not to take the same route, a total of water, fire, wind, thunder, rock, ice, grass, 7 elements to choose from. Once selected cannot be changed, unless the subsequent transfer to become a unique hidden profession. With the speed provided by Traceless, Yi Feng scurried around the edges of the battlefield in order to avoid being completely locked in, and try to get the melee professions to jam the long-range professions while decimating a large number of players. In the end, there was a limit to the attack distance of long-range professions, and with today's strength, it was by no means possible to aim at an opponent from several hundred meters away. Hundreds of players attacking towards him at the same time is impractical. This boss is so damn, always wandering out of my attack range. No wonder the event is open. There's a reason for it. I just want to get 1 point, just 1 point. Many players were furious. Without points, you couldn't get the ranking rewards given by Kanglan Town. 80%, 60%. In the midst of the noisy battlefield, with the sound of killing shaking the sky, Yi Feng remained calm and drank medicine to restore his blood from time to time, although he was still unable to stop his falling life value. Even if it didn't break defense, the occasional dozen points of damage jumped out and accumulated, making it equally difficult to bear. At a certain moment, Yi Feng, who was only half-blooded, glanced at the number of kills. 3,675. Just over 3,000. Yi Feng couldn't help but have a touch of dryness emerge within him. 10,000 people are just standing for him to kill. 1 per second. He has to kill 2. 3 hours, tired half dead. Can only say that there is no large range of group attack skills to hurt. Drip. Suddenly, the system ringtone rang in Yifeng's ears, and when he opened his friend bar, he saw Li Shui sending a message to himself. If it doesn't work, forget about this mission. Killing 10,000 people is indeed too much of a stretch. Drink. Yifeng panted and breathed heavily as he sent his voice. How can a man say he can't? I can still hold out again. Forget it if you can't hold out. Don't try to be brave. Until then, turning off the chat box, Yifeng continued to kill the monsters with full concentration, his heartstrings tight, not daring to let his guard down. Generally speaking, a true player expert should not see the rewards of group rushing a silver-level boss, but fear not. Perhaps, the crowd was just as surely lurking with experts, wanting to deal him a fatal blow at the critical time. 4,000, 4,500. The crowd was dense. Arrows rained down and magic exploded in splendor. Yifeng ensured that he was at the edge of the battlefield and not caught in the heavy encirclement. The repeated sword swings made his arms sore, weariness surged to his heart, and the efficiency of his kills gradually decreased. Only 30% blood left. As long as you dare to light up the blood bar, there's no boss that players can't conquer. If the silver rank is that powerful, the future god rank monsters won't be able to break the sky with a single strike, right? There are still countless players flocking to the game. Chirp. While Yifeng was killing, Pishi wasn't idle either. Moving down below through the earth escape, probing from time to time to pick up the equipment popped out by the players decapitated by Yifeng. 10%. As the abyssal demon Ye's life value fell into a bloodied state, the player's attack became more and more ferocious, with the damage split evenly amongst the crowd. It might be possible that whoever gets the last hit will get the equipment that pops out. Ha ha ha. Just when they thought that victory was imminent, Yifeng laughed indulgently, the bone wings behind his back spreading out violently, his demonic stance on complete display. Griffins, it seems that you still have some strength. People are dying and still dare to pretend? Many players were speechless, like a gust of wind sweeping through. Yifeng appeared in the distance and quickly retreated strategically. Then, next, I'll have to show my real skills. It's a big event for 10,000 people. How can the boss of a big event die so easily? If you can't beat the first stage, you should move on to the second stage. Many players were dumbfounded. He's going to escape. Event boss runs away? What's with the airplane? With the absolute advantage of speed, Yifeng intended to stay away from the crowd. Thumbs up. Suddenly, the cold light exploded, refracting a regal glow in the sunlight. A dagger manifested from the void to his right and broke through the air. Yifeng was on guard. His body shifted to the left, narrowly avoiding the dagger's sharp edge, raising a cloud of dust. Ha! The assassin who revealed his trail was thin, about 18 years old or so, with a clean-cut, boyish appearance, and was now full of consternation. Funny, isn't it? Such an abrupt attack, and it was even avoided by the other party? Unexpected. It's really unexpected. Steadying himself, Yifeng's gaze narrowed slightly as he cast the scouting technique towards his opponent. Debutante Rakshasa, Blood Shadow Assassin. Grade, 19. Players on the top of the ranking list didn't expect to have a hidden profession so soon. For Rakshasa, Yifeng's last life was the same assassin profession. Naturally had contact, usually good character, easy to get along with, for the timing of the shot to grasp very subtle. Stupid adventurer. Do you think you're the only one who can sneak attack? Yifeng grinned. Rakshasa? What do you mean? Do you know how to play sneak attack too? No longer communicating with him, Yifeng quickly flew back. Ding! System note, you may not flee the Godslayer's land, or the quest you have taken, disguise, equality and mutual benefit, will be considered a failure. Looks like he can't hold out much longer. Wang Xiaoyan looked regretful. Aha! Li Shui pursed her lips and looked out at Yifeng in the distance. It's a pity that he's not strong enough to learn the means of group attack now. Otherwise he can surely complete the task successfully. Eek! Before the words were out of her mouth, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. In view, Yifeng's bottom card surprised her. Asterisk. Where are the people? He's disappeared. Living hell. This abyssal demon profession is actually an assassin. Many players were dumbfounded. The silver level boss that had been in their field of vision suddenly disappeared. Ding! System alert, you use the skill, Wind Shadow Follows, to put yourself into a sneaking state, with your breath lowered and not showing your tracks. Plus 200. Trying to slow down his breathing as much as possible, Yifeng catapulted his body and moved gently, and in the meantime, he went all out to get high on the best medicine in town to regain blood. Who says you can't have an intermission without leaving the battlefield? Crusade. Phase 2. Find the abyssal demon Ye who is hiding in the shadows. Gulp. The Rakshasa who had failed in his sneak attack swallowed hard, the corners of his mouth twitching. A boss learning assassin sneak? I'm really convinced you're an old six. Chapter 30, a repeat of the same old trick. Outside the demon's ceiling valley, the scene was chaotic for a while. Negative. What's the difference between playing sneak with a bloodied boss in them? Everybody look for it. What a disgusting event. I hope there's no next time. Is there any way you're going to carpet search to play a game? The crowd couldn't help but spit out angry curses. And then they had to spread out and search around for the abyssal demon leaf that was hiding in some unknown nook or cranny. Not in a hurry to reveal himself. In the vast desert area, Yifeng thought that he would never be discovered by the players in a short time. It's better to fill up the life value in peace first. It's a beautiful day, Rakshasa reminded in a loud voice. Everyone watch out for any shadows nearby. Sneaking is just hiding your form, not disappearing into thin air. Good point. The players collectively agreed. Looking down for Yifeng's shadow. I can let you guys find it so simply? Yifeng secretly laughed. You have Zhang Liang's plan. I have a ladder over the wall. Admittedly, Rakshasa's method was working, but his level was more than 10 levels higher than an unusual player, and in a level-crushing situation, it was unlikely that he could enter the crowd without anyone being able to find out. So, he put on the evil god mask and cancelled the demonization status granted by the demonization bead. Let's not forget that the duration of the demonization bead was 1 day, and the cooldown was 12 hours. During which he could cancel it at any time. Hiss. Wang Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly as he watched Abyssal Demon Yi brush past the players in the chaotic crowd before unconsciously transforming back into his human form. Too cunning, gutsy and awesome. Li Shue was amused by the dramatization and laughed out of the corner of her eye. The word traitor was sort of figured out by falling leaves. Where the hell is this damn boss? Yifeng looked around with wide eyes. Muddling through with the evil god mask, no one could detect his panel. So it could be said that there was not a single loophole. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Falling leaves is silent. A player was shocked. I didn't realize that even the fallen leaf bigwigs had come to participate in the event. That dark purple mask was so eye-catching that it had almost become the mark of the falling leaves and voicelessness. So they could tell the other party's true identity at a glance. Don't distract your attention on me. Yifeng chided. The key is to hurry up and find the boss hiding in the shadows. Or else we'll have to waste a long period of time grinding blood again when he gets his life value back. He had appeared here to specifically crusade against silver-level bosses. Only the abyssal demon Yi was much harder to deal with than he had imagined. Fallen Leaf Big Brother is right. Find it. The surrounding players no longer said anything more for fear of causing dissatisfaction in the other party. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The patience of the crowd gradually wore thin and left the event. Doggone it. Where the hell is it hiding? It doesn't make sense. Rakshasa's expression was ugly. The midday sun was so blinding that no assassin of any caliber could have stayed hidden for so long in a carpet search. Was it reasonable that the sneak level of a mere silver-ranked boss needed to be at a point where he could look up to it? Confirming that all aspects of his status were back to full, Yifeng also drank water and ate bread to replenish his stamina in passing during the halftime break before unknowingly entering sneak and reactivating the demonization bead. Palm, bone wings stretching and green light surging. Yifeng was in high spirits and deliberately found an opportunity for the players to discover him. He's here. Finally, a player with an eye for detail figured out where he was. As expected of an adventurer, there is indeed no shortage of people with outstanding abilities. Abyssal Demon Ye cast an approving glance towards the player and revealed his form. I've decided to reward you. The player was overjoyed. What's my reward? The first to find out that the boss in the sneak actually has an extra bonus? That's a real surprise. Pop. Yifeng threw a backhand slap over, then took out his flaming longsword and wiped across his neck, splattering drenching blood. I'll reward you with a slap. More than that, he couldn't get it out. The only thing he could do was to give the other party a little physical reward. Crowd. That's a prize not to be had. Kill. Many swordsmen and knights swooped in, fighting to deal damage in exchange for rewards. Thumbs up. Once again into a tug of war. Yifeng, as usual, shot viciously, a sword a little friend, not the slightest delay, covered in blood. Yifeng's emotions were internalized, and he still didn't dare to take it lightly. Trying to be smug, after the mission is done. That's speechless. Rakshasa went into sneak again, ready to wait for an opportunity. In the short term, I'm afraid that there was no chance of killing the abyssal demon, as the long period of hiding allowed him to return his life value back to full blood. Shoo. However, not long after he had just entered the sneak, Yifeng swept by like a swift wind and appeared in front of him. Rakshasa was ultimately the trickier adventurer, and it was safer to send them away early. In an instant, it was as if Rakshasa's heart had been heavily pinched, and as he panicked, he flew backward. I'm sneaking around and you're still staring at me? Without shifting his gaze by a fraction of a second, Yifeng strongly moved forward, then swung his flaming longsword to chop down. Thumbs up. The morose sword blade surged with fire and poison. mercilessly chopping at the Rakshasa's shoulder. It was clearly a full force strike. Minus 2687. Rakshasa put on her pain mask, exited her sneak due to being attacked, and her lifesteal continued to decline. I'm sneaking, and you're still picking on me? Toxic. This boss is toxic. Sneaking is just hiding your figure, not disappearing into thin air. Yifeng smiled blandly. It's a nice day today. Remember to pay attention to the shadows under your feet. Rakshasa, you want to kill a man with a heart of gold? Swish. White light flew up as Rakshasa's soul body returned to the resurrection point, resolving the number one trouble. Yifeng refocused his attention on the number of kills, welcoming the rain of arrows and magic. Wherever he passed, there were all the corpses. Bright red blood seeped into the yellow sand, haloing out from the shocking and magnificent picture. 6,500. 7,000. Getting closer to the target number. Drink. When the number reached 8,000, Yifeng was sweating. His physical energy was almost exhausted. His body was sticky, and his actions were severely slowed. Another run, another kill, and if not for halftime, he'd have been manhandled and worn out. Damn adventurers, you're despicable. Yifeng repeated the same technique and turned on shadow chasing to increase his movement speed, once again running towards an unoccupied area. The Godslayer's land was huge, and tens of thousands of players couldn't occupy a tenth of the map, not to mention that he had been consciously gathering the battlefield in a certain corner to facilitate his disengagement from the battlefield, while the players were temporarily without a gang leader for a short period of time, and there was no one to direct them, which in turn gave him an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. And the tactic of running away if he couldn't carry it off, he used it with no psychological burden at all. To tell the truth, since childhood, other musical instruments, Yifeng play are not very good. The only retreat, there is a national level. An ing sneak? Many players are green in the face. Who the hell is mean when they hide and bleed back every time they're about to die? This boss is invincible. Infinite loop. 2 Gibba. Shall we go? I don't believe it. If I don't him over today, I'll chop live. A lot of players busted out. There is no need to endure anymore. If we don't scold them, we won't feel happy. Chapter 31, the demon god breaks the seal, once again moving away from the attack range of the players, facing the sparse long-range attacks flying towards him. It wasn't difficult for Yifeng to avoid them. In Gods and Demons, it's not like long range equals a sure hit, unless it's a lock-on type of attack, but that's by no means a skill that's accessible to an unusual player at this stage. It's too fast to tell where the displacement is going. Some players felt incomprehensible. Can't the bosses of other worlds just stand obediently and wait to die? This is not a game at all. Using Wind Shadow Follow to enter a sneaking state, Yifeng avoided the sight of players as much as possible, and suppressed his breathing to recover his stamina. Fighting for long periods of time in a row is nothing short of torture. Usually when the difficulty of a mission reaches S rank and above, the pressure felt by the player will be enormous. You have to know that the difficulty indicator of the mission is not static. If his strength soars tenfold, the difficulty will fall to the corresponding level accordingly. If the S rank was still like this, it was obvious how terrifying the SS rank and SSS rank further up would be. Wiping away the sweat from his forehead, Yifeng didn't rest for long this time before he was identified by the scattered players. However, because of the repeated teasing, many players gave up on raiding. Instead, the pressure on him plummeted. There was no guarantee that Abyssal Demonia would not perform the same trick over and over again. It was just too much of a mind. Stupid adventurer. Mole-like existence. Still refusing to give up? Yifeng shouted. Die for me. Many adventurers went all out, and their fire was completely stoked. A good event with no hint of what an event should be. No longer wasting time, Yifeng waved the flaming longsword in his hand to continue harvesting players' lives. Good boy. Capable enough. Wang Xiaoyan, who had been waiting for the right moment, sounded slightly agitated. Li Shui's head nodded slightly. When this dispute is over, I will definitely reward him properly. 9,000. 9,500. The hit numbers are still climbing upwards. The more it came to the last moment, the more Yifeng dared not relax. The whole person's heartstrings were taut and meticulous. Snort! The sword rose and fell. Yifeng managed to cut down the first 10,000 people, looking at the corpses kneeling on the ground, as if relieved. It's finally over. Ding! System tip. Congratulations on completing the preconditions for the mission, equality and mutual benefit. Please return to the sealed Demon Valley to receive your reward. A pleasant system ringtone sounded in his ears. Yifeng didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly killed a road, dashing and rushing towards the Demon Sealing Valley. Adventurers, go back. I won't play with you guys. All the players froze. Not playing? Oh, I told you so. We'll just go ahead and don't play nymphets. Get back here. Where to run? At once. They were in a hurry. It's so hard to almost dry out the boss, but you still want to run away? Shoo! Like a whirlwind, Yi Feng returned inside the demon ceiling valley, and the demonized creatures made a path for him to pass. Entering a relatively safe area, he turned his head to look at the group of excited players outside the valley and secretly sighed. The peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep, not as deep as the players sending me love. 10,000 heads. Say give it away. I can't repay this favor in this life. I'll repay it in my next life. Slowly stepping deeper into the demon ceiling valley, Yi Feng was not in a hurry, recovering his physical strength in the process to deal with any risks that might arise. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the finish line, and could see that the originally brilliant and glittering huge spell formation had dimmed quite a bit, while the gemstone sealing the demon god at the center emitted a demonic and rich red light, and it was covered with a crack. Brother Yi, you've done well. Godslayer Anita's voice rang out in a neutral tone. There was no doubt that Ji Fang's killing in the outside world had greatly benefited him, as the many red mists surrounded him from all directions and were absorbed by the demon god in the gemstone, seemingly nourishing him. Don't forget my reward, Yi Feng said indifferently. Will the other side keep their word? Will. Since the mission was issued, the reward must be given according to the rules, and even if it went back on its word, it should be after the mission was completed. Ha ha ha. Kingslayer Anita's laugh was unrestrained and cocky, but did not follow up with a reply. In this regard, Yi Feng was not amused. Don't laugh. Any more laughter is going to kill someone. Brother Yi, stay away from me. Anita laughed coldly. I'm about to come out. If it spreads to you, you won't have a chance to receive the quest reward. Yes. Yi Feng hurriedly walked a bit farther to the passageway, not forgetting to appreciate under his breath. Worthy of being a demon god. So consider it. Anita was silent. Consider it? The words of the abyssal demon gave him a whole won't. Buzz. Steeply, the red gem sucked in all the surrounding mist in one gulp, and then erupted into a violent trembling that shook the ground, as if it were an earthquake, and quickly traveled into the distance. Depressing, dreary, and silent coming on. The players who had made a big fuss outside the sealed demon valley had felt a strong sense of unease. What's going on? I didn't realize there were earthquakes in other worlds. Why do I get the feeling that a monster is about to come out of nowhere? They don't know what they're doing. They're just terrified. Those demonized creatures guarding the entrance of the sealed demon valley looked at each other, all seeing a flash of excitement in each other's eyes. To this day, the Lord is finally relieved. Click 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 click. Cracks blossomed into blinding light. The sound of fragmentation echoed in midair, and the sealing spells on the ground were torn apart in the quake, the earth exploding. Boom! Within a few moments, the red crystals reached their tolerance limit and exploded violently, splashing on the edge of the valley like glassy substances, turning into dots of crystals that vanished with the wind. I'm finally out. Anita was ecstatic, gazing at the figure that appeared after the jewel shattered. Yi Feng's expression was bland. In his field of vision, Anita was tall, dressed in bright red armor, with red hair flying about, her appearance differing little from that of a human, but with strange black lines outlined on the sides of her cheeks, giving it a more than a little sinister look. At the moment, he breathed in the fresh air with his eyes closed, feeling the hard-won freedom. After waiting a little, Yi Feng calmly stepped forward and congratulated. Congratulations! Swish! Opening her eyes, red light stirred and swept out. Anita's pupils shifted and looked at Yi Feng with a full sense of scrutiny. Honestly, you're the first abyssal demon I've ever seen in my life. Anita spoke in a calm tone. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. How does it feel? Nothing more than that. Anita smiled contemptuously. A far cry from me. That's true. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, ignoring Anita's arrogant attitude, and observed his appearance up close. How? Anita asked rhetorically. Can't evaluate. Yi Feng wanted to speak. It just feels. Feel what? One more look and you'll explode. Anita didn't understand what the other man was babbling about. Yi Feng calmly reached out and demanded. Give me the reward. Naturally, I will fulfill you. Anita narrowed her eyes slightly, hiding her killing intent just right, and removed the bottle from within her own package before clenching her fist and placing it on the mouth of the bottle. Bubbling, bright red blood slipped from the hand and flowed into the bottle until it was full. Take that. Anita threw the bottle to Yi Feng, who immediately caught it. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the quest, Equality and Mutual Benefit, S rank, and obtaining the reward, level +3, Blood of the Demon God. Swish, swish, 2 golden lights scattered, and Yi Feng reached level 31. Boo! Before Yi Feng could hold it steady, Anita's figure flashed, appearing in front of him like an instantaneous movement, stretching out his big hand to clap on his shoulder, looking down on him with a chilling expression. The mission reward has been given. So next, we should discuss other things. Chapter 32, A Good Show. Outside the sealed Demon Valley, many players left to collect their rewards for the event, but many were still stopping by, unwilling to give up. Earthquakes. Energy catharsis. What does that mean? It means that there is still a game storyline going on, and the boss may return. Ding. System alert. Please note that one of the 10 great demon gods of the Cambrian realm, Godslayer Anita, divine boss, has broken through the seal and descended upon the Godslayer's land, so please ask the nearby people to leave as soon as possible, or else they will be responsible for the consequences. Ding. System alert. Please note that one of the 10 great demon gods of the Cambrian realm, Godslayer Anita, divine boss, has broken through the seal and descended upon the Godslayer's land, so please ask the nearby people to leave as soon as possible, or else they will be responsible for the consequences. Suddenly, their information panel jumped from bright red messages with enlarged fonts and a constant broadcast in their ears, as if signaling that they had something important at stake. Asterisk 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 demon god breaks through the seal. Could it be that the abyssal demon Yi is one of the top 10 demon gods? I just don't think an ordinary silver level boss should have such a cool title. But the demon god's name is Godslayer Anita. Is there a mistake somewhere? They murmured. Foolish adventurer, take my advice and get lost. A demonized creature sneered. Lord Demon God reappeared on Earth. These guys actually didn't hurry to run away. Waiting to die? Upon hearing this, many players hesitated in a million ways, suddenly making such a big deal out of it. Maybe there's a chance? It would be a shame to leave now. Inside the sealed Demon Valley, the wind was howling and the debris was jagged. Yifeng and Anita confronted each other in a weird atmosphere. Looking at the murderous Anita, Yifeng's expression was joyless and sad. Give me a chance. How do I give you a chance? Anita snorted. Why he left the other guy alive? Because he couldn't break the seal in advance without the help of the abyssal demon. At this moment, he had already regained his freedom, and then he went to devour the abyssal demon to make his strength 100 feet further. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Breaking the seal, devouring, he wanted it all. I didn't have a choice before. Now I want to be a good person. Yifeng was calm and collected. Yeah. Anita thought he was completely dumbfounded by himself. Go tell that to the powerful people in the light camp and see if they'll let you be a good person. Jean. A cool voice rang out. Why don't you let it? The sudden sound that rang out caused Anita's expression to change slightly, and he immediately raised his fist to smash at Yifeng. There are circumstances. Since there is a situation, let's get a head start. Boo! A silver-white curtain unfolded, stopping in front of Yifeng and Anita, and the fists landed on the curtain, sending up a ring of ripples, but unable to forcefully break it. Yifeng, who was blown away by the airwave, fell back repeatedly and was eventually held by the silver-haired girl with her hand outstretched. Is everything okay? Li Shue asked with concern. Yifeng shook his head. It's fine. You guys? Anita stood in place, staring blankly at Li Shue and Wang Xiaoyan, her hands and feet cold and unable to calm down. A god-level powerhouse and an immortal-level powerhouse. If he had faced these two in his heyday, he would not have been afraid in the slightest, but now that he had just broken the seal and had not recovered his strength, he was by no means a match for them. Abyssal demon, how dare you betray the darkness? Anita burst into a rage and gritted her teeth. He probably saw it coming. The other party had clearly prepared for this and deliberately lured him into breaking the seal early. No. Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand, his gaze signaling his left and right. These two are just my subordinates. It was at this moment that he suddenly had the odd thought. Maybe the benefits aren't maximized yet. Although she couldn't figure out the situation, Li Shue hurriedly bowed her head respectfully in submission. Greetings, Lord Abyssal Demon. Just a few seconds before, she received a friend message from Falling Leaves Silent. Not much information, just 2 words. Match. We are late to save the troops. I hope that your excellency will forgive us. Probably comprehending the meaning, Wang Xiaoyan also rushed into the scene. Yifeng nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately took out the air of a superior. It seems that you guys haven't forgotten your identities. They can be your subordinates? Anita felt ridiculous. Stop acting. Bully me for not seeing it right? He didn't recognize that woman, but the silver-haired woman next to her with her stunningly beautiful face was more than familiar to him. Can the Dragon Realm Guardian abandon the light and turn to the dark side? Recognizing you, the Abyssal Demon, as his master? No kidding. You have no idea what actually happened during the time you were sealed. Yifeng revealed a smiley expression to confuse Anita and spoke eloquently. Due to the uneven distribution of resources, humans often slaughtered dragons for profit. The dragon domain has long since torn itself apart from the light camp, and now it's just bluffing and has been waiting for me to rise up. Anita can't figure it out. He couldn't figure out if what the Abyssal Demon was saying was true or not. Do you really think my father would let me venture to the cold martial realm alone? Or perhaps you think that the light camp can accept abyssal demons? In order to behave more realistically, Yifeng looked towards Li Shui's slender long legs wrapped under the armor, licked his lips, and gazed greedily. The so-called guardian of the dragon realm, which seems to be high above the world, is actually just my forbidden domain, and that pair of big white legs that have been exercised just right. I've been playing hard for a year and haven't gotten tired of it. Hiss. Anita sucked in a cold breath. That good? Li Shui. Drip. In the next second, Yifeng received a message from Li Shui. One more line of bull ******** and the reward is forfeited. Ding. System note, your quest, disguise, difficulty, quest content has changed. And the reward will be cancelled if you desecrate your mentor again. I blurted it out. Yifeng hurriedly stopped and went back to his words. Honestly, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. I only intended to recruit you, but your trespassing just now managed to arouse my anger. You have a backbone in the back of your head. Misunderstanding. Anita smiled sarcastically and made a hypocritical gesture. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not fully fledged and lack helpers. I don't want to make things difficult for you for the time being. Give me an S-class prop. Yifeng was expressionless. Help me accelerate my growth. Bullying you for not knowing? You really guessed it. I'm just bullying you for not seeing it. Anita looked cloudy. He always felt that there was a certain probability that the other party was acting, but he didn't understand what exactly the situation was. An S-rank prop really wasn't a big deal to him, and it wasn't hard to guess what the other party had in mind. The abyssal demon is an adventurer. The aborigines can't give advantages to adventurers for no reason. This is the rule, so it makes sense that he would want to take advantage of the opportunity to get S-ranked props in order to accelerate the growth of his own strength. Afraid that we'll join forces to pit you against an S-class prop? Yifeng crowed, reaching out and pointing to his head. Are you intellectually challenged? Okay. Anita casually tossed out a scroll. Not caring. Here you go. Come to think of it, yes. Cooperating with a god-level powerhouse just to take away S-rank props was too unreasonable and a bit petty. Besides, he couldn't fight and he didn't want to die, so he figured it wouldn't hurt to try. S-class props only. Sprinkle water. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, another misunderstanding. And receive a reward, random S-class props. Watching the throne scroll draw a parabola, Yifeng's heart thumped, and instead of going directly to catch it, he hurriedly reminded. Little Pixie, go ahead. It's decided that it's you. Chirp. With a flash of golden light, the brave soldier appeared on Yifeng's shoulder, then gently leapt out and opened his mouth to bite the flying scroll. Chapter 33, The Devil's Word. Inside the demon's ceiling valley, the atmosphere was treacherous. Successfully bit the demon god threw out the scroll. The brave man will be included in the package. And then the earth escaped to drill into the ground, and then popped up his head. Already at the feet of Yifeng, pet spaces can indeed be entered and exited at will, but there is a 30-second cooldown in between. Ding. System alert, your pet, Pixie, has obtained the S-class prop, Book of Scarlet. The master completing the mission and the pet helping to collect the mission rewards was naturally not considered to be against the system's rules. Can we drop our weapons now? Anita was like an enemy. All on your own. He didn't dare let his guard down at all. District S-class props he did not put in the eyes, but many doubts lingering. How can you turn a blind eye? Pixie. Use skill. Super double. The moment he saw his pet catch the reward, Yifeng couldn't help but reveal a flash of joy, and his entire body was energized. He's had a taste of Pixie's super doubling. Right now, there's only one song to describe how I feel. Gotta have it. Chirp. Pixie obeyed the command and glowed with a golden light. Ding. System alert, Pixie used the skill, super doubling, to obtain 10 times the value of the item from the Godslayer Anita based on the value of the item given by him. Ding. System alert, your pet, Pixie, has obtained the SS grade prop, Divine Favor Grace. Anita's expression froze instantly. What Giba? When he opened the package, he realized that his long-cherished SS grade props had disappeared. Divine Grace? Sounds good. Yifeng was happy in the bottom of his heart. Looking at Anita whose face was becoming more and more ugly, he turned his head to look at Li Shui. Mentor, my mission is accomplished. Humph. Witnessing everything that happened, Li Shui's pretty face carried a bit of playfulness. Looks like you're very good at fighting for benefits. It's all because the mentor taught me well. Yifeng directly activated the demonization pearl and transformed into an ass-kisser. SS-rated props for the third day of the game. What can he say? Thank you for the divine grace of the demonic brothers. Thank you. Boss atmosphere. Guts. Seeing through the other party's intentions, Anita's face was hideous, her heart surging with killing intent, her gaze tightly fixed on Yifeng. Remember what you did today. In the future, I'll pay back tenfold. S-class props, he is not scarce on him, but SS-class props, crack. Do you still have a future? Yi Feng coldly laughed. Tutor, Auntie Xiaoyan, don't let this unforgivable demon god go. Otherwise the light camp is afraid that the people will be devastated. Today, you must return a clear sky to the dawn sunshine. Li Xue, Wang Xiaoyan. Ding. System note, due to the gradual maturation of your control of language skills, the skill you have realized, casual mockery, level D, has advanced to devil speech, level B. Advanced? In this regard, Yi Feng, who was bent on ridding the people of evil, was very surprised. You, Anita gritted her teeth, furious, and rushed towards Yi Feng like a madman. Die for me. For the first time, this was the first time he had developed such a strong killing intent. Boom! Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan stepped forward. A silver and a red sharp sword stabbed out, clashing violently with Anita's fist. The elemental energy whistled and exploded, sending up rolling waves of air and lifting up the nearby debris. Swish! At the same time, a silver-colored shield surrounded Yi Feng, helping him to resist the extremely strong aftermath. Falling leaves are silent. You go first. Li Shui lightly drank. Yes. Putting away his pet, Yi Feng decisively turned around and left, utilizing his speed to the limit. Die. Steeply. Anita will target Yi Feng. Arm lifted up the moment. Monstrous flames surging. Cohesion for a shocking black fire dragon prematurely fly out. Wherever, high temperature swept through, like a hell on earth. Feeling the terrifying will that seemed to destroy everything, Yi Feng didn't turn back and just ran towards the outside of the valley. Click 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 click. Cold gas overflowing. Li Shui raised his hand that is to attract endless ice elements. Frost spread. Will be raging fire dragon from the tail freeze. Just in a moment, the whole dark fire dragon become ice sculpture, and then fragmented. As the attack failed to succeed, Anita grimaced and stared fiercely at the silver-haired girl, gritting her teeth. Damned Dragon Realm Guardian, if you want to kill my disciple, go through me first. Li Shui was covered in a cold aura. Her dancing hair was crystal clear, just like an ice goddess. She held a sharp sword and chopped at Anita. Her heart-stopping sharpness forced her opponent to retreat. Her body was bruised and battered, and she jumped out with a series of damage. On the side, Wang Xiaoyan swept in and chopped out sword chi. Today, I'm going to spell out that I'm seriously injured, but I'll also get you little brat killed. Anita spat out blood and clenched his fists. Palm. Black flames erupted from both of his fists, and the ground he stood on collapsed inch by inch, forming deep and long cracks that spread like a spider's web, and the black flames flowed inside the cracks as well. Terrifying might, brewing silently. Xiaoyan, you quickly back off. Li Shui's brows were filled with solemnity. He's going to explode the deicide power. At those words, Wang Xiaoyan immediately stormed back. The power of regicide. This showed that the other party's means were enough to pose a threat to a god-level powerhouse. As if under unspeakable high pressure, Anita's veins rippled and her eyes glazed over as her two fists burning with bearish black flames slammed heavily together in front of her body. Boom! Like a nuclear bomb exploding, everything in the surrounding area was drowned within the darkness and expanded rapidly. What the hell is going on in there? These demonized creatures are blocking entry. I kinda wanna see what a demon god looks like. Outside the sealed valley, many players were in a dilemma. Back off. Not willingly. Enter and be stopped. It's really a throwback to Lei Lu something. Shoo. Yi Feng hurriedly scurried out, not daring to pay attention to the killing between god-level powerhouses. And when he came to the valley he saw that the outside was surrounded. How are you still alive? Some demonized creatures were dismayed. In their opinion, the demon god lord after breaking the seal would inevitably choose to devour the abyssal demons, and there was no reason for him to still be alive. You guys quickly go in and take a look. Yi Feng was anxious. Anita has suffered a sneak attack by a strong person. What? The demonized creatures were appalled. Come on. Yi Feng roared angrily, almost out of control like a growl. What are you still standing there for? He asked me to come and shout for you guys to go in and help. If you're late, it'll be too late. Those demonized creatures looked at each other in dismay, and eventually rushed towards the valley with a brain. Adventurers, what are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Yi Feng urged with kind words. The scene of the powerful battle is certainly dangerous, but you might be able to pick up the pieces with great benefits. After saying that, he hurriedly used Wind Shadow Follow to enter a sneak while he had not yet entered the battle state, so as not to become a target. Looks like the abyssal demon can't be gotten rid of. What a shame. Let's go inside. Death in the event is not penalized. I just don't believe that this event has no benefits other than ranking rewards. Those adventurers were very heartened and similarly poured into the valley, cancelling his abyssal demon form and rechanging into adventurer Falling Leaf Silent. Yi Feng squeezed through the crowd and headed out. Please make way. I'm in a hurry. Fallen Leaf big brother. What's the emergency? A player was curious. My wife is having a baby. Chapter 34, The Godslayer Rebellion. When countless players poured into the interior of the sealed Demon Valley, Yi Feng retreated in a torrent, not daring to stay for a moment longer. These players were involved in the crusade against the abyssal demons, but he wasn't, and he couldn't take his life recklessly. Boom! At a certain moment, black light stormed up in the Demon Seal Valley, and the domineering and unparalleled energy spread out, like a semicircular shroud covering the earth, and all the places it passed through were annihilated and disappeared, and evaporated on earth. Magical creatures, adventurers, those living beings who traveled to the valley were all killed in the instant they touched it. What happened? All the players who had transformed into soul bodies were in a daze. Deep, abyss, evil, devil. Faintly, Yi Feng heard a heart-rending voice coming from the valley. Even if I die, I'll be with you. Self-indulgence. He didn't dare to linger, and after passing through the sea of people, he once again soared rapidly, rushing toward the distant teleportation spell formation. Rumble. Yellow sand filled the sky. The terrifying might was still rioting. Yi Feng chose to activate it at the first time after entering the teleportation spell formation, and then entered the countdown reading. Only then did he turn around to look, and the world that came into his eyes was only filled with flying sands and half an orb formed by black energy. Beyond that, there is nothing else. It was clear that Anita could destroy the entire map with this move, and it was no wonder that the deicide lands were empty. Looking at the black energy that was about to arrive at this side of the teleportation spell formation, Yi Feng's expression was bland. Because of his participation, the plot is turned upside down. In the last life, there was no such exaggerated picture in the opening of God and the Devil. However, he didn't feel bad about it. All he wants is change, one way or another. He couldn't imagine how to change the ending by following the original plot. Swish! The teleportation spell array activated, and the dense and brilliant white light flooded Yi Feng's figure. 2 seconds later, the energy flooded the teleportation spell. Ding! System tip, congratulations on completing the mission, disguise, difficulty AS. You can go to your mentor to receive your reward. The image in front of his eyes turned around, and Yi Feng appeared within Kanglan Town with a drastic change in environment. Phew! Gently exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, he completely let go of his heart. There's no way that Kingslayer Anita can beat the Guardian of the Dragon Realm. That was a fact he could assert. Did not stupidly stay in place? Yi Feng parcels stuffed full of player equipment bulk sold to the weapon store owner. On the market price of the sale, will not lose. Of course, it wasn't that it couldn't be put up for sale on the forums. The problem couldn't be explained as to why the equipment appeared in his package, and he didn't really want his identity as an abyssal demon to be recognized. Little brother, where did you get so many white plate level equipment? The weapon store owner asked curiously. Yi Feng said mysteriously, don't ask why. The less you know the better. Weapon store owner, looks like it came from the wrong place. Don't tell anything related to me to others, Yi Feng reminded. The weapon store owner patted his chest and promised, don't worry, I still have professional ethics. Just doing business. He didn't want to have a conflict, not to mention the other party's panel he couldn't see. It was evident that it was by no means an idle person. So why offend? After harvesting nearly 2 gold coins, he moved to the apothecary to replenish his medicines, followed by opening his packages to view the valuable loot from the trip. First, there was the bottle filled with the blood of the demon god. Blood of the demon god, S-Class. Synopsis, the blood of a demon god is very precious, but it's only valuable when used in the right place. A fact? There was no need to talk about the blood of the demon god, and he had already felt the evil god bead throbbing as if it was cheering and impatient. Being inside Kanglan Town, the evil god pearl could not be taken out easily, and the tutor could return at any time. Yi Feng pressed down the impulse to devour the demon god's blood for the time being, and shifted his gaze to the other treasures. Book of Scarlet, S-Class. Description, a scroll with a strange spell that can be torn to enchant a weapon. Effect, when used, it causes the currently equipped weapon to have the following characteristics attached to it. I. Physical blood absorption plus 5%. 2. Attacks that wound an enemy unit will have an additional bleeding effect attached, dealing 0.5% damage per second to the enemy unit based on its own life value for 10 seconds, non-stackable. Refreshable. Note, effective only for equipment of Earth grade and below. Asterisk. Yi Feng almost didn't get subdued by the effect of the Book of Scarlet. Sucking blood. Bleeding. 1 self-gain and 1 enemy decrease are considered the best of the best in a variety of traits. This would trigger bleeding as an abyssal demon. Yi Feng couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, only to feel that his mouth was dry. The effect of the title Abyssal Demon was originally a 900% increase in final life value, which is used to be amplified 10 times by the bleeding effect. In a way, it was only 5% damage for 10 seconds, amplified 10 times, 10 seconds, 50%. In other words, As long as his life value was more than double that of a normal player, a single bleed could bleed him to death. After calming down for a while, Yifeng shifted his sight to the highlight of this quest's rewards. God's favorable grace, SS grade. Introduction: use absolute will to unleash the strongest blow, only to crush the enemy in front of you. Effect: invoke all the power in your body to deal a devastating blow to enemy units. Negative effect: after use, fall into a weakened state, lasting 10 hours. Note: the strength of this attack is approximately a full strength strike at full level and in full condition. Note: you can't get any rewards for killing enemies with this prop. After staring at the effect of the divine favor grace for a while, Yifeng came back to his senses and frowned slightly, pondering, for life preservation? After thinking about it, he felt again that it wasn't limited to that. If you first use that prop to blast your opponent into a crippled state, and then harvest the last of their life points, wouldn't the benefit be there? The key issue is damage control. Drip. Before he could think more, Li Shuai sent a message. Come to the usual place. Be right there. Yifeng understood in his heart, rushing to the room where the countermeasures were discussed before with fire speed. Just stepping into the threshold, Yifeng saw that Li Shuai's face did not look too good. Wang Xiaoyan's worried eyebrows were tightly locked, and the atmosphere was a bit dismal. Obviously, the trip was not a fruitful one. Damn it! I didn't expect this to happen. Wang Xiaoyan was exasperated. Li Shuai lamented. It's not a situation we can anticipate anymore. Didn't kill Anita? Listening to the exchange between the two, Yifeng's heart thumped, feeling bad. No way. You failed to kill it in your previous life, letting Anita run off with serious injuries, and repeating the same mistake in this life? It doesn't make sense. Could have killed him, Li Shuai explained. There were other demon gods out there. Yifeng felt incredulous. At that moment, aren't the 10 great demonic gods not yet awakened? According to the memories of his previous life, most of the demon gods in the dark camp had fallen into slumber. I'm surprised too. Wang Xiaoyan took over the conversation and said downwards. Let me put it to you this way. The current light camp is no longer the same as it was back then. Once the demon god wakes up, the changes to the pattern will be very drastic. The Dragon Realm Guardians stayed in Kanglan Town. The original purpose was to settle one to reduce the pressure before the demon god has recovered. As a result, alas. At that, she sighed with resignation. Which demon god did he get picked up by? Yifeng spoke in a heavy tone. What he did today was considered to be a complete tie with the Godslayer Anita, and if he didn't die within the sealed Demon Valley, he would only be in a lot of trouble in the future. Pick up? Li Shuai gently shook her head. At that time, no one could pick him up. He was rescued by the Eternal Sin's Demonis Fei, and reverted back to the state he was in before he was sealed. Witch of Eternal Sin Fei, a witch who controls time and space. Through his mentor's elaboration, Yifeng had a general understanding of what had happened. To put it bluntly, this witch had adjusted the time to before the seal was broken, and at that moment, if the Dragon Realm Guardian made a move to break the seal, Anita, who had not had her vitality greatly injured, would be able to escape unharmed. Was this a deliberate targeting by the system to keep the demon god from dying prematurely? Yifeng was pondering. Working for nothing. Wang Xiaoyan was hopeless. Yes, Yifeng concurred, because the demon god was still alive. His efforts to be a mole were wasted. So it seems that everyone has nothing to gain from this trip. However, just as they were lamenting their regrets, a system ringtone rang out abruptly. Ding! Service-wide announcement. The demon god broke the seal with the intention of escaping, and was eventually resuppressed by the powerhouses of the light camp. After their battle, the energy of the Godslayer's land is in chaos, forming a strange space called the Godslayer's Chaos, which adventurers are welcome to explore. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Due to the unstable energy of this relic and the possibility of danger, it can only be explored once a week. Ding! System alert, as Abyssal Demon Yi has been selected as the final boss of the Godslayer's Chaos. You have been awarded with the relevant rewards, Prestige plus 200, Armor of Dawn, Gold Grade, Yifeng. Although the demon god was not able to be killed, it seems that there is still a difference in the plot between the past life and the present life. At the very least, one more weekly bend that is relevant to me? Chapter 35, The Shadow Realm. Failing to execute Anita was a blunder on my part and Wang Xiaoyan's part. Li Shuai changed the topic and said with a straight face, your mission was accomplished well, and the rewards belonging to you will not be reduced. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the mission, disguise, difficulty AS. Receive rewards, level plus 2, 1 silver coin, reputation plus 150, S-class skill, Frost Coldfield. The mission, million gold coins, need to provide gold coins reduced by 200. 000 coins. Swish, swish, 2 more golden lights scattered, and Yifeng's level reached level 33. A brand new height. S-rank skills. Yi Feng's spirit was shaken, and he was about to open the skill bar to check the details, when the newly learned skill changed first. Ding! System tip: due to the characteristics of the exclusive hidden profession, Evil God of Wind, the ice elemental skill you have mastered, Frost Cold Domain, S rank, is transformed into Shadow Domain, S rank. Yi Feng couldn't say that he was too surprised that the nature of the skill had changed. Most of the Dragon Domain Guardian skills are categorized under the ice element, but as long as one comprehends the way to cast them, one can likewise obtain the corresponding skills of other elemental classes. The elemental types of the Evil God of Winds are, roughly, wind and dark elements. When he opened the skill bar, Yi Feng saw the dazzling icon that was flashing with ghostly light, and immediately checked the specific content. Shadow Realm, S-Class. Introduction: the Evil God of Wind swarm attack method that he realized from the Dragon Domain Guardian's move, Frost Coldfield, with a slight change in characteristics and effects. Skill effect: invoke the shadow evil chi in the body, centered on itself, inflicts 150% damage to all enemy units within a radius of 10 meters. With erosion and knockback effects: erosion, movement speed reduced by 20%, damage received increased by 10%, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown time, 1 minute. Note: due to lack of current strength, this skill is not yet at the level it should be. Very good group attack skills. The accompanying enemy mitigation effect can better utilize Yi Feng's speed advantage, and this is far from the limit of the Shadow Realm. The future can be expected. Tutor, it's already happened. There's no need to blame yourself. Yi Feng comforted. Li Shui was worried. The demon god's comeback has become unstoppable, and I'm afraid that the future is going to enter an era where everyone is at risk. Yi Feng was silent. In fact, he certainly knew that the future was going to be far more miserable than he could have imagined. Enjoying too much peace for too long had caused the light camp to lose its sharpness, while the dark camp had been sharpening their swords, ready to strike, and there was a huge gap between the two sides' combat power. Pressing down her inner worries, Li Shui looked at Yi Feng and changed the topic. Speaking of which, your harvest seems to be not small this time when you went deep into the enemy camp. 2 S-rank quests, plus snatching SS rank props from Anita. Fallen Leaf Noiseless could be said to have gotten rich overnight. Not much, not much. It's just a few broken pieces of brass. Not worth much. Yi Feng laughed dryly. If the tutor needs it, I can always turn it in. Really? Li Shui's eyes lit up. Of course. Yi Feng patted his chest and assured. Never false. Honestly, it's really not a pretense. What's his main concern right now? Ultra-rare hidden B-rank quest. Pixie Matters of the Heart. Nice. Li Shui said appreciatively. I can see you mean it. District SS grade props. I know that it's actually just a small thing for my mentor. Yi Feng once again activated the demonization bead and transformed into a demonized horse's ass. Less bragging about me. Li Shui lost her smile and mercilessly revealed. I know what's on your mind. Tomorrow I'll go with you to rescue Pixie's mother. Jojo. Jojo. Pixie on the side is alive and happy. It has always been attached to its mother. Yi Feng said with heartfelt gratitude. Many thanks, tutor. Why must he be accompanied by a Dragon Realm Guardian? This is because the difficulty of a mission is not calculated solely on the basis of individual strength. The reason why the difficulty of Pixie Matters of the Heart is AB rating may have exactly to do with the fact that the mentor is willing to step in and help. That demonized bead. Li Shui's words turned to mean something. Can we wait to rescue the brave mother before returning it to you? Yi Feng tried to negotiate. The effect of the demonization bead was too powerful. It was of great use to him, and the harsh conditions were estimated to be the only ones within the light camp that he could satisfy. Glancing meaningfully at the disciple, Li Shui nodded in agreement. That's fine. Ding. System tip: you have obtained the Pixie Matters of the Heart related quest prop, demonization bead, SS grade. Leaving the room, Yi Feng walked into the endless streets of Kanglan, clearly feeling that Kanglan town was quite lively in a short period of time, and more players were moving around Kanglan town. Apparently, the previous silver level boss raiding event had caused many players to set their teleportation location for leaving the novice village to Kanglan town until they reached the town's capacity limit. The Godslayer Rebellion. After thinking for a moment, Yi Feng decided to move forward. I'd like to see just how strong the abyssal demon Yi Injobili is. Who is he? The first person on the rank list. This time the copy of the opening. How can we lack him? Must first get a first pass. However, before that, it was necessary to utilize the demon god's blood. And if he didn't hurry up and absorb it, it was estimated that the evil god's bead in the parcel was going to crave for it. Returning to the house in which he had spent up to 2 copper coins per day to be able to stay, Yi Feng closed the doors and windows, took out the evil god bead that was constantly trembling, and soothed. Baby, wait for it urgently, I'll let you be happy right away. With that, he opened the bottle containing the demon god's blood and aimed it with the evil god bead, urging, It should all be sucked out, cleanly, not a drop left. Evil beads. Swish. The pitch-black evil god bead blossomed with dazzling spectral light. An unspeakable power surged forth, devouring and absorbing the demon god's blood inside the bottle, causing the blood inside the bottle to turn into a black substance that burrowed into the bead, and gradually fused with it, bubbling. In the next second, the blood in Yifeng's body stirred, the green energy flowed through his body, and his body's strength violently climbed up a notch. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully using the evil god bead to absorb the rare bloodline of the godslayer Anita. The strength of the wind evil god's profession has been increased, and you have comprehended the skill, Godslayer's power, pseudo. Just like last time, allowing the evil god bead to absorb the rare bloodline was greatly beneficial to Yifeng himself. To put it bluntly, the evil god bead was his exclusive object, and had long since been completely bound to him without distinction. For a long time, Yifeng's agitated blood slowly calmed down. The fatigue of a long time of conquering and killing was swept away, and the whole person was in high spirits and his thoughts were clear. Opening the profession panel, the strength of the evil god of wind that caught his eyes made him happy. Evil god of wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction: the abyssal demon who controls the wind element, the eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Life, 10. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Speed, 13. Add 2 stars to each of the original base growths. This had exceeded Yifeng's expectations. In the end, the blood of the demon god was just a bottle that provided limited enhancement. While the last time he absorbed the god of poison, Benson, the other party was in a dying state, which was similarly far from the benefits provided in his heyday. And skills. Yifeng once again opened the skill bar to check the awesome-sounding deicide power. Godslayer's power, pseudo, passive, S-rank. Synopsis: due to the fact that the blood of the demon god of the Godslayer Anita is too little, it is impossible for you to realize the true power of the Godslayer, and you can only barely grasp a hint of its mysteries. Skill effects. Chapter 36, Sidebook Formation. Godslayer's power, pseudo, passive, S-rank. Introduction: the blood of the demon god is too little to enable you to comprehend the true power of regicide, but only a hint of its mysteries. Skill effect: when your attack wounds an enemy, it will be accompanied by the power of Godslayer, causing the enemy unit to take 100% damage per second based on its own attack power. Deicide force is true damage. Ignores defense and shields. Duration, 10 seconds. Staring at the effect of the Godslayer power for a long time and a daze, Yifeng's heart set off shocking waves. He could almost guarantee that no player would be exposed to so much sustained damage in the early stages. And true damage belonged to the content that players wouldn't have access to until the later stages of the game, as opposed to burn, poison, bleed, and a host of other sustained damage. Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yifeng sighed. The evil god pearl is truly marvelous. The current evil god bead effect only had one item of absorbing rare bloodlines, but he found that it wasn't just as simple as just boosting his career strength. It also allowed him to get certain characteristics of the opponent. God of Poison, Benson, giving him the passive source of poison. Godslayer Anita, giving him the passive Godslayer power. In other words, as long as he continued to absorb other rare bloodlines, he might be able to get more passive skills? Yifeng could not be certain, but it was inevitable to have this thought. We'll find out later. Abandoning the distractions, Yifeng focused on the gold level equipment rewarded by the system. Armor of Dawn, gold level. Defense, 60 to 65. Life, 5000. Bonus, Dawn. Life regenerates an additional 100 points per second. Characteristics, defense plus 8%. Level requirement, 30. Synopsis: after enduring the darkness of the night, the dawn will eventually come. Quite a powerful armor. Yifeng wore it directly, and his defense jumped a great deal, even exceeding his attack. Beginning, Falling Leaves Silent, the evil god of the wind. Grade, 33. Life, 48,720. Attacks, 515 to 538. Defense, 565 to 571. Skills: Source of Poison, Wind and Shadow, Devil's Speech, Shadow Realm, Godslayer's Power, Pseudo. Reputation, 1,470. Number of revivals possible, 2. With everything ready, Yifeng left the room and headed to the area where the teleportation array was located, and found that a large number of players moved to the Deicide's land, all in one batch, which showed the popularity of the newly opened copy. Fallen Leaf Big Brother. He's going to open up the Godslayer's Rebellion too? The first pass reward is probably going to be snatched by him. Many players were talking about it. Ignoring them, Yifeng lightly squeezed them away and entered the teleportation spell formation to return to the Godslayer's land once again. Ding! System note: you have entered the map, Land of Godslayer. Swish! The screen shifted and he arrived at his destination, visible in the distance. The Valley of Sealed Demons had long been destroyed under Anita's terrifying might, and in the distance, there were peculiar areas presenting vertical elliptical shapes of blue dazzle, and from time to time, there were players who entered and disappeared in front of everyone. Yifeng stepped forward and cast a scouting spell towards dazzling light. Godslayer's Chaos, copy, requirement, please defeat the enemies in it that block the way forward and stop the abyssal demon Ya from unsealing the Godslayer, or you will end up failing. Reward, gold level equipment. First pass reward, Captain free attribute points plus 30. Other members free attribute points plus 20. Requirements, up to 5 people in a team. Level requirement, level 15 and above. Note, death in a copy is not penalized. Interesting. Yifeng looked at the quest reward and found a huge business opportunity. Is there anyone who wants to team up to open up the land? Kneel and take me one. Falling Leaves, I'm a 10-year-old fan of yours. Many players kept an eye on Yifeng's actions, and when they saw him trying to form a team, they immediately swarmed around him. The highest bidder wins. Looking at the players who were actively participating, Yifeng said loudly, Old Iron Men, I'll say a number. 5 gold coins. 3, 2, 1. Open robbery. The room was silent. 5 gold coins and you're still letting them be robbed? I would really appreciate it. Regarding the cold scene, Yifeng was not the least bit surprised and continued, come if you're interested. There were quite a few rich people in reality who possessed several gold coins the moment they entered Gods and Demons, and for him to ask for 5, he was saying it was not too little and not too much. Falling Leaf silent big brother, your asking price is a bit too expensive. A youth with a thin figure stepped out from the crowd with a sad face. Yifeng turned his head to look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Hello again. Rakshasa, Blood Shadow Assassin. Grade, 20. Rakshasa laughed bitterly. 5 gold coins. How could a normal adventurer possibly take it out now? Yeah. Brother Rakshasa has a point. Many players helped out. It's mostly heartache for gold, and anyone who knows free attribute points are worth much more than gold. This brother's strength is good. I can just have 4 gold coins from you, just as a friend. Yifeng laughed. If you can't get the first pass, you can return the full amount. After all, he was a close friend from a previous life, and at the moment, he had not yet developed, so he could take him for a while. 4 gold coins, this is 2. Wait. Slightly stunned, Rakshasa hurriedly opened the parcel to check, and immediately his attitude changed dramatically, taking out 4 gold coins and handing them over. He smiled. I believe in Big Brother list one's character. Crowd. Ding. System tip, you have gained 4 gold coins. Ding. System tip, you have successfully added your friend, Rakshasa. Having friend each other, Yifeng continued. Are there any more brothers willing to come? 5 gold coins, 20 free attribute points. Change or not, decide for yourself. He didn't believe that players couldn't see the preciousness of free attribute points, which could be countless times rarer than the so-called gold level equipment. I'll do it. Then I'll trust the character of Big Brother Peng 1 as well. Soon, Yifeng rounded up 4 players and harvested 19 gold coins. Ding. System prompt, do you choose to enter the copy, Godslayer's Chaos? Yes. After completing the formation, Yifeng, who had become the captain, chose to agree. Swish. The group passed through the blue dazzling light and appeared outside the sealed demon valley. The sun was blazing across the sky, and in the distance, 5 demonized creatures were wandering aimlessly, hindering a few people from going deeper. They were big and strong, and they were overflowing with faint black smoke, and their image was very vicious. Demonized tiger, normal monster. Grade, 35. Life, 80, 000. Attack, 420 to 440. Defense, 290 to 300. Skills, Hungry Tiger pouncing on sheep, Crazy Bite. Introduction, this is the strength of the resounding demonization of the king. The initial human form, but by the Godslayer's attack wave, the power to wear out. Before they die, their hearts are full of hatred for the abyssal demon Yi, and therefore materialized in this. The strength was average, and he couldn't even break Yifeng's defense. A level 35 monster. A squad member shrunk his neck. I can't even break defense with this attribute. Obviously, because the lead player is so high leveled, it raises the overall difficulty of the copy upwards a lot. You guys back off. Yifeng took out the flaming long sword from his arms. Let me have the experience all to myself. Ha! Rakshasa realized that the weapon in Yifeng's hand looked extraordinarily familiar. Where did you get this sword? Is it an illusion? This sword seems to have killed him? Chapter 37, Fighting Demons. Luck. It exploded from brushing monsters. Yifeng told the truth. Okay. Rakshasa touched his nose and said resentfully, got it. He had thought that the abyssal demons in the event should be undefeated and alive at the end of the day, but that didn't seem to be the case. In the end, It was supposed to die at the hands of Falling Leaf Silent and explode his weapon. You guys be careful not to get killed. Without much explanation, letting the Rakshasa make up his own mind, Yifeng carried his longsword and killed the demonized tiger, while launching the devil's word, friends, do you still remember me? Those demonized tigers turned their heads to look at Yifeng, first froze, then glared angrily at the tiger's eyes, as if they had lost their minds and pounced over in unison, with a fierce momentum. Remember you? We'll remember you when you turn to dust. TSK. Yifeng couldn't help but secretly sigh with emotion. The skill that advanced from casual taunts to devil's speech was just good. It was too good at pulling in hate value. Devil's word, grade B. Synopsis, don't listen to the devil. It will lead you to the abyss. Effect, attracts enemy units within a 20 by 20 range, dramatically increasing their hate value towards itself. Extra effect, in the case of appeasement, depending on the content of the conversation, there is a certain probability to reduce the enemy unit's hate value towards itself. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Note, not valid for adventurers. Watch out big guy. Seeing all the demonized tigers killing Yifeng, the other players' hearts lifted up and they hurriedly spoke out to remind them. Whether or not you can pass the first copy, you can count on Falling Leaves Silent. Miss, just like a shock. Yifeng easily avoided the demonized tiger that pounced on him, then swung his sword and chopped at its abdomen, tearing open a deep and long gash. Minus 2145. Normal attack. Minus 5000. Highly toxic. Minus 200. Scorching. Minus 538. For a while, persistent damage kept popping up on the demonized tiger's head, and its life value dropped rapidly. This time, even Yifeng was directly surprised. The poison damage was surprisingly high at 5,000 points. Ow. At the same time, the other demonized tigers also killed, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth to bite at Yifeng. Shadow Realm. Seeing this, Yifeng raised his foot and stomped heavily towards the ground. Boom! The ground exploded into small craters. Sand and soil splashed. A strong dark light lifted up like a ripple, causing dust and dirt to fly, and all the fierce tigers that came close were shaken and flew backwards, and their bodies' mitigation increased again, slowing down their movements. Ding! System note, you use the skill, Shadow Field, centering on yourself, and inflicting 21 51 24 35 points of damage to all enemy units within a radius of 10 meters, with erosion and knockback effects. Hiss! The players in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. No way! A group attack skill now? Minus 5500. Poisonous, minus 592. Through the damage of the Shadow Realm, Yifeng hooked all the demonized tigers up to poison and true damage, and erosion came into play, increasing the damage received by 10% for 5 seconds, which also included persistent damage. After that, Yifeng resolved them in 3 strikes without any delay. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing the demonized tiger, normal monster. Plus 2.5% experience at this level. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing the demonized tiger, normal monster. Plus 2.5% experience at this level. Brothers, it's been a long time. Yifeng apologized. I'm going with the sustained damage stream, and I'm slow to produce wounds efficiently. Crowd, sustained damage flow is indeed visible. What is slow efficiency? Outrageous. Suddenly, one of the players named Fanfengshun suddenly spoke out in an agitated tone. The rest of the group looked over at him. What's wrong? Seemingly squared away, he snapped. Thank goodness I was cured of my low blood pressure. It's okay. We're worried about you when you're like this. Everyone was relieved. You guys follow, but don't get too close to me. Yifeng warned, if running around on your own causes death, I won't refund the money. With those words, he led the way in front of him, going deeper into the demon ceiling valley, while opening his skill bar to check the reason for the large increase in poison injuries. Source of poison, passive, grade A. Synopsis, you're toxic, aren't you? Skill effect, all of your attacks that injure an enemy unit will trigger a poisoning effect that will deduct 5,000 life points per second for 20 seconds. Can grow. 5,000 points per second. 100,000 total damage. This source of poison brings so many benefits in the early stages. Although the sealed demon valley was well connected and not just one route, Yifeng, as a regular visitor to this place, was more than familiar with how to reach the end. During that time, he also encountered other demonized creatures, and since then, he struck out to solve them one by one. When he arrived at the place where Anita was sealed, the familiar spell formation with the red gem appeared in his vision, and next to the gem, there stood the abyssal demon, which had a pair of bone wings, gray skin, and deep green eyes, and whether in terms of size or appearance, it was a few times different from the Yifeng who had activated the demonization bead. Noticing the movement, The abyssal demon turned his head to look at the passageway. It's me! Yifeng appeared in front of him with a big grin and pointed at himself. Don't you recognize me? In the middle of the conversation, he threw out the scrying spell. Abyssal Demon E, Gold Level Boss. Grade, 40. Life, 320,000. Attack, 700 to 730. Defense, 450 to 460. Skills, Source of Poison, Wine Shadow follows. Synopsis, the Godslayer Anita's most loyal subordinate, who will do anything, including his life, to get him unsealed. Attributes are not low, and also mastered 2 major killing moves. The current player's 5 people teamed up just want to raid him. I'm afraid it's hard as hell. After scrutinizing it for a moment, the abyssal demon only felt puzzled. Who the hell are you? You don't even remember me? Yifeng was disappointed, as if there was a missing piece in his heart. Indefinable. Without me, where did you come from? It was evident that the abyssal demon in front of him no longer had any connection to him. Awesome. The Rakshasa watching the battle from the back was envious. The devil's word. This skill is much more powerful than a knight's taunt. Stupid adventurers. The abyssal demon was immediately enraged and took out his flaming longsword to kill Yifeng. You'll pay the price for your blasphemous words. Even though it was only a copy boss, he was able to clearly understand the malice in the other party's words. Who do you think you are? My dad? Snort! Raising his flaming longsword and chopping at Yifeng, the abyssal demon struck ruthlessly and mercilessly, hating to kill him with one blow. In response, Yifeng was undaunted, and similarly, he put out his sword and sparred with him. Minus 1845. Minus 654. Ha ha. With a successful strike, the abyssal demon laughed and retreated. Its speed was quite swift and tricky, roughly 50% higher than the average player. Feel the pain of being slowly eroded by the poison. The words ended abruptly. Minus 5,738. Minus 5,738. Minus 5,738. A series of damage jumped out from him, while the sustained damage Yifeng received was only a few hundred. The difference was vast. What's going on? Suffering from the intense poison, burning, and real injuries, its expression froze and it was completely dumbfounded. Ha ha. With a successful strike, Yifeng laughed and retreated. His speed was quite swift, about 9 times higher than that of an ordinary player. Very tricky. Feel the pain of being slowly eroded by the poison. Demons of the Abyss. Chapter 38. Passing a copy. Within the replica, Yifeng and the abyssal demon retreated away from each other, with a deep green light representing poison and a firelight representing burning emerging from each of their bodies, and their life values dropping extremely rapidly. After pulling away, Yifeng took out medicines from his parcel and took them. Plus 200. Plus 200. With the medicines back, the sustained damage dealt by the abyssal demon appears to be few and far between. At the end of the day, it was impossible for the copy boss to completely replicate the source of his poison. Otherwise normal players would almost always have to wait for death after being touched, which was rather outrageous. Feeling that their lives were being gradually deprived, the abyssal demon had a strong sense of crisis and immediately chased after Yifeng. Why are you chasing me? Yifeng accelerated the follow-up, not giving him a chance to touch himself. I didn't take your emergency syrup. Even if he couldn't understand the other party's meaning, the abyssal demon was able to analyze that he was mocking himself, and couldn't help but let his eyes blaze. Don't run away if you have the guts. He had to admit that in terms of speed, the adventurer in front of him was beyond his reach. Ha ha. As if he didn't hear his harsh words, Yifeng repeated his line once again. Feel the pain of being slowly eroded by the poison. Is that all you do? Hide? The abyssal demon was so furious that his face turned blue, and even though he went all out, it was still difficult to touch his opponent in the slightest. Yifeng was calm and self-contained. Well, say on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The player watching the battle carefully at the edge of the passage couldn't help but burst out. Excessive. Not to mention enemies. Looking at this scene, even they could not wait to inspire and shout for the abyssal demon. You made me. The abyssal demon, who was completely anxious, once again backed up and activated Wind Shadow Follow to enter sneaking. Look out. A grouped player couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Shoo. However, before the abyssal demon could collect its traces, Yifeng, who had been keeping his distance, violently turned around and approached. His body erupted with strange dark light, followed by the formation of an airwave that exploded, shocking the abyssal demon out of its sneak at the first time, stumbling in a lousy manner and nearly falling on his butt. Minus 1006. The abyssal demon was originally a copy of Yifeng's skill, so how could the latter be unaware of it? And just now, while kiting, he had been deliberately maintaining his speed to avoid being too far away. The player's expression was dumbfounded. Then he sighed. Abyssal demon. I told you to be careful. Crowd. refreshing the mitigating effect again. Yifeng calmly stepped back. There's not much time left for you. Is there anything else you want to say to me? I want you dead. The abyssal demon was furious and red-eyed, and chased after him with his weapon. Is it necessary to disgust your opponent so much? Yifan Fengshan frowned, feeling less comfortable. Even if the other party is just a boss, it's not like they're talking about it to this extent, right? Rakshasa couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Stupid fool, what did you say? Yifan Fengshan was on fire on the spot. Say it again if you have the guts. I said you. Rakshasa tried to lower his voice as much as possible and chided. Staying here properly to get the first kill reward is still uncomfortable in your heart. But people's falling leaves are silent, but they've been helping to attract the hate value all the time. With their strength, they could die if they were touched by a gold-level boss. Yifeng was obviously trying to make the abyssal demons focus all their attention on themselves, thus reducing the risk of them being attacked. Apparently, his tactics were working, and the abyssal demon was already angry and confused. Swish! Seemingly sensing something, the abyssal demon turned his head to look at the other players who were probing to see what was going on, and instantly reacted, carrying his fiery longsword to kill over. Falling leaves are silent. If I can't help you, can I still help your teammates? Ding! System note, your skill, Devil's Word, is disabled. Net me something? Yifeng frowned slightly and lunged over with his flaming longsword in hand, chopping at the back of the abyssal demon and tearing open a bloody gash. Taking advantage of the opening in the attack, the abyssal demon did not hesitate to launch a counterattack. Thumbs up. The sharp sword slashed on Yifeng's shoulder, causing a fiery pain. Minus 1866. Bright red damage popped up. Within gods and monsters, there is a pain setting, which can only be reduced to a minimum of 10%, and being hit by a slash is likewise quite unpleasant. Die. The abyssal demon multiplied its attack. Yifeng's face was cold and he avoided the front line for the time being. Miss. The attack fell short, and the abyssal demon once again pounced on the players in the corner, paired with the poisonous burn, almost 2 swords at a time, reducing 3 players to corpses in a flick of the wrist. Ding! System alert, the member in your team, Yifan Fengshan, has died. Ding! System note, the member in your team, Visitor 2654, has died, having successfully taken away Yifeng's 3 companions. The abyssal demon was looking smug when Yifeng once again stepped forward and stabbed a sword into his chest, bringing out hot blood. How does it feel to have all your partners die? The abyssal demon sneered. Yifeng expressed his indifference. It's fine. They seek their own death. It has nothing to do with me. It just so happens that all the equipment belongs to me. He just tries not to screw over his teammates, but it's none of his business if they get themselves killed. It must be known that, within the copy of God and the Devil, all the harvest is not who picked up to whom, but to decide the right of ownership by throwing dice than the size of the end of the raid. However, there is an additional setting. If a player dies during the raid, they will not be eligible to participate in the final loot sharing. He was just collecting money to do his job and was not familiar with these players at all, and it might be possible that they were willing to voluntarily give up the right to own the equipment, perhaps with the best of intentions. You want the loot all to yourself? We were paid for this. You can't do this. Falling leaves, I keep the video on. You better think before you speak. The players who turned into soul bodies to watch the battle glared angrily. In response, Yifeng turned a deaf ear to this and circled around with the abyssal demon with his old spirit, causing its life value to continuously decline. When only about 10% of its life value was left, the abyssal demon unfolded its bone wings and flew towards the red gem. Lord Godslayer, please devour my demon blood to unseal it. Ding! System alert, abyssal demon, you will attempt to unseal the demon god seal. Please kill it within 30 seconds or the copy will be considered a failure. Snort! Not yet close. Yifeng will throw out the sword. It is a few days without using the bottom of the box stunt roundabout axe. The sharp, fiery longsword cut through the opponent's skin, bringing out spots of blood. Your weapon is mine. The abyssal demon's eyes lit up and he hurriedly reached out to intercept it. Losing his weapon, his opponent's attack couldn't even break his defense. However, before he could act, a cold light wiped across his vision, blinding him and causing him to lose his vision for a second. Minus 16. Follow. The Rakshasa who had been lurking in the shadows revealed his figure, grabbed the flaming long sword and threw it to Yifeng, who held the hilt of the sword as he stepped forward once again, unleashing the shadow realm, slowing down and increasing his injuries during the period of full force, depriving him of his last life. You are the true demon of the abyss? On the verge of death, he fell to his knees and gazed at the expressionless Yifeng, muttering under his breath, and then dissipated into black mist. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing Abyssal Demon E, Gold level boss. Receive reward, experience at this level plus 120%, reputation plus 50. Swish! The golden light dispersed and Yi Feng reached level 34, resolving the copy's final boss. He picked up the loot. A few gold coins and 3 pieces of equipment. Hard work, brother. Rakshasa clasped his fists. Just now, if it wasn't for the soundless falling leaves blocking 1 or 2 of them, he would have been killed by the others even if he had taken the opportunity to sneak away. Yi Feng returned the salute. No need to be polite. Swish! A radiant teleportation spell array appeared in front of them, as if informing them to leave this place and first pass the copy. The 2 of them glanced at each other and walked into the spell formation without a second thought, and were about to leave when a hoarse roar suddenly sounded in their ears. Deep, abyss, evil, demon. The entire demon ceiling valley shook violently, and the black shadow within the red gem struggled madly. The raging hatred was like a volcano erupting. Chapter 39, The Devil's Ring. In a flash, the ground trembled and cracks extended from where the red precious color was, seemingly preventing them from leaving. No doubt Anita was thrilled to see the honored one arrive. Ding! System tip, please leave your copy of the Godslayer's Chaos as soon as possible, or suffer the consequences. Rakshasa was shocked. What's the situation? Consequences are at your own risk. He would never have thought that there would be a follow-up episode after the copy was cleared, and it was extraordinarily scary. Nothing. Yi Feng shook his head and narrowed his eyes at the black shadow. He could feel a line of sight with strong hostility penetrating through. You want to deal with the abyssal demon. What does it have to do with me? Falling leaf silent? He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt towards the demon god who wanted to devour himself in order to gain more power. Kingslayer Anita. Swish! Before Anita could reply, the teleportation spell was activated and white light flooded Yi Feng and Rakshas's figures, disappearing into the soon-to-be-collapsed sealed demon valley. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully clearing the copy of the Godslayer's Chaos. Becoming the first team to clear the copy. You, as the captain, receive an additional reward, plus 30 free attribute points. Ding! System tip, will you inform all players who have descended on gods and demons, Earthzone, of your glorious battle achievement? Note, after the region-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 200 points of reputation. Yes, placing the free attribute point habitually on speed. Yi Feng chose to agree. Reputation doesn't see much use at the moment, and that's just because the reputation store isn't open yet. Ding! Announcement of the whole service, congratulations to the team formed by player, Falling Leaves Silent, Rakshasa, Ifan Feng Shan, Visitor 2654, Jianwu Shan, for passing the copy of the Chaos of the Godslayer. Hereby announced. Ding! Announcement of the whole service, congratulations to the team formed by player, Falling Leaves Silent, Rakshasa, Ifan Feng Shan, Visitor 2654, Jianwu Shan, for passing the copy of the Chaos of the Godslayer. Hereby announced. Falling leaves are silent. It's falling leaf silent again. Through the consecutive boss first kills in front of him, his personal strength pulls away from ordinary players by a large margin, and raking in more rewards for himself instead becomes less difficult. The free attribute point bonus alone exceeds my attack total. Paralyzing. As the service-wide announcement rang out, a large number of players were envious and jealous, but they were not surprised that Falling Leaf Silent got the first pass reward. In just a few days, this ID has appeared in everyone's view several times in a row. Who doesn't know it? Who doesn't know it? Yes. Falling Leaf Silent is the best. A player was extremely unbalanced in his heart, and his tone was acerbic. Have the balls to show me another ING one. All the first kills in the entire service that were accessible so far were all taken by one player. Who couldn't be jealous of that? Yi Feng, who had returned to Kanglan Town, happened to hear these words and froze as he watched the wrathful man cursing. Such a strange request. He had never seen in his life. Now that you've said that, let's have another one to satisfy you. Ding! Service-wide announcement, congratulations to player, Falling Leaves Silent, for being the first player to defeat a silver-level boss. This announcement is hereby made. Ding! Service-wide announcement, congratulations to player, Falling Leaves Silent, for being the first player to defeat a silver-level boss. This announcement is hereby made. Another system bell that rang 3 times in a row popped up in every player's message bar. When he took the silver first kill, he transformed into an abyssal demon, so it was inconvenient to make an announcement, and unknowingly put it on hold until now. For a while, the players in that crowd had ugly expressions, as if they had eaten, trying to say something, half speechless. Ding! System alert, due to player, Rakshasa, breaking away from the team, you have been granted the right to own all the equipment within the copy. Yi Feng was surprised and looked at the youth who returned together beside him. Brother, why is this? It's nothing to contribute. It's a shame to receive it. I'm already satisfied with getting the first pass reward. Thanks for leading the team. Big brother Falling Leaves. Rakshasa's face was embarrassed. You're so welcome. Yi Feng hastily shook his head, opened the package and swept it, handing out the gold level armor. Take it. It's really not necessary. Rakshasa waved his hand and said solemnly, I'm not being polite to you. I do deserve it. I have a better defense. Keeping it is selling it. Yi Feng laughed. Consider it a friend. This, looking at the properties of the armor, Rakshasa was quite impressed. The gods and demons was by no means a playful place and could not be treated as a simple game, which he knew very well. And sometimes a higher defense could save one's life. Take it. Yi Feng forced it into his hand. Thank you, big brother falling leaves. Rakshasa said solemnly, according to the market price, this gold level equipment is worth at least 50 gold coins. I'll try to get it together and transfer it to you within 3 days. It was hard for him to take a good thing for nothing. Line it. With regards to Rakshasa's character, Yi Feng was naturally very clear. Just do as you say. I'll go ahead then. Well, goodbye. Seeing Rakshasa leave, Yi Feng looked at the other members who were blabbering in the team channel, and lazily ignored them, directly dissolving the team. He then replaced the other 2 pieces of equipment with gold level equipment, a pitch black, hard wrist guard and a white ring set with dark purple gems, resulting in an increase in blood, attack, and defense. Devil's wrist guard, gold level, defense, 25 to 28, life, 2000, characteristics, life plus 5%, required level, 32, suit, description, wrist guards worn by the abyssal demon E, a reward from the demon gods, devil's ring, gold level, attack, 35 to 35, life, 2000, characteristics, attack plus 5%, required level, 31, suit, introduction, the ring worn by the abyssal demon E, a reward from the demon god, ding, system tip, congratulations on successfully activating the devil's suit, 2-piece effect, plus 10% attack. I didn't expect a ring to pop out. Looking at the demon ring in his hand, he was in a good mood. Again, weapons, armor, and a series of gauntlets had the highest pop-up rate, while rings, cloaks, and necklaces were rare equipment with a low pop-up probability. It's worth noting that you don't wear a finger full of rings with all the attributes in effect, you actually wear up to 2. Thereafter, he ate his dinner, logged into the forums, shelved all the gear he'd replaced, and uploaded the video in the process, with a casual title, 2 Leafs vs. Single-handedly challenging the abyssal demon. Handsome. I'm curious to know if there's anyone within the adventurers who's faster than Second Man Leaf. 5 gold coins in exchange for 20 free attribute points and still have an unbalanced heart. These teammates came out of a primitive tribe, right? Many players soon purchased the video. As more and more players paid attention to the ID falling leaves silent, Yi Feng was making money day after day. Closing the forum, he looked at the time. 21:31. The dead of night is perfect for sneaky things. After a moment's thought, Yi Feng took the teleportation spell to the endless town that he had been to before. Wind and shadow follow. An A-rank skill obtained with a skill comprehension book. He hadn't forgotten why he had to comprehend sneaking. Chapter 40, Stealing the Treasure Chest. Moon Star. Nocturnal activists come in 3s. Ding. System note, you have entered the map, Endless Town, Level 3 Town. Arriving at the town he had chosen at the very beginning, Yi Feng acquired a topographical map of the surrounding area, and then hurriedly left the safe zone and moved to the nearby locations known to harbor treasure chests. Just like a gust of wind, under the unmarked enchantment, the basic speed growth as high as 13 stars of his speed is more and more terrifying. Almost between the ears of the cold wind whistling, the surrounding scenery quickly regressed. In about 20 minutes or so, he arrived at his destination, a nondescript cave beneath the rolling mountains. Sasha, pushing aside the weeds, Yi Feng activated Shadow Sneak and quietly walked into the dark and gloomy cave, tried to suppress his breathing and summoned his pet Brave. Chirp! Like a night pearl, the Brave man radiates a glittering grayish-white light inside the cave. Quite divine. Little Pixie, you use Earth Escape to lead the way in front. Yi Feng whispered. There should be a treasure chest in front of this. Pixie nodded and burrowed into the ground, moving towards the front. Swish! Seeing this, Yi Feng unleashed his own comprehended C-rank skill, Green Pupil, and a green light blossomed in his eyes, immediately seeing the trajectory of Pixie's movement, and followed closely behind. Deep into the terrain of the winding cave more than 50 meters, the vicinity of the open, Yi Feng hiding at the edge of the probe, visible not far from the presence of a giant python, snake scales turquoise, body length of more than a dozen meters. There are 3 people embracing the trunk of the tree so thick, looks extremely bad to deal with. At the moment, it was curled up inside the cave resting with its eyes closed, and a golden treasure chest was placed next to it, obviously a monster guarding the treasure chest. Not daring to disturb the python with his scouting technique, Yi Feng slowed down his breathing and gently touched closer in his sneaking state, with a familiar demeanor. It's not that he's joking. In his last life, he had stolen no less than 800 treasure chests without 1,000. So he had a lot of experience in his work and was considered an old employee. With him, no surprises. Coming to the treasure chest, Yi Feng reached out to open it. Ding! System tip, you have not yet learned the skill, lockpicking, and cannot open this treasure chest. Yi Feng. Holy, not being an assassin profession in this life, I don't really have lockpicking skills. Hiss. Just then, because someone touched the treasure chest, the giant python also woke up from its slumber and raised its huge snake head to look down at Yi Feng, spitting out scarlet letters with ill intent. Ding! System note, as you have been discovered, the sneak status disappears. Bold snake demon. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Since he was discovered, then Master Yi he stopped acting, and immediately sneered. Sculpture and small skills, how dare you show off your skills, Python. It was confused as it looked at the human that sprayed itself violently in front of it. How can you be so confident when your strength is so low? Come out, Pixie! Yi Feng shouted in a deep voice. Take my treasure chest away. Chirp! Grayish-white light flickered as the brave rushed out of the ground, right under the treasure chest, lifting it whole. You run first, I'll take the rear. Yi Feng made a command. This type of special treasure chest, although it cannot be included in the package, but the whole carry away certainly no problem. He decided to wait until he was back inside the town to work out how to pick the lock. The brave man understood and fled out of the cave, carrying the treasure chest. Hiss! Seeing that the treasure chest was far away, the giant python immediately chased after it and opened its bloody mouth to bite at the brave. How dare you be reckless? Yi Feng frowned and emitted dark energy all over his body. It was clearly the Buddhist light domain that he had previously learned from his mentor. Great mighty heavenly dragon. -33. Boom! The energy stirred up and shook the python's attack direction from the side, and Pixie took the opportunity to enter the passageway and avoided a disaster. The treasured treasure chest was taken away by the robbers, causing the python to be incomparably angry, and without saying a word, it killed Yi Feng, who was in the way. Miss! Seeing the python biting at him, Yi Feng ran away in a flash. Trying my best. This python is a dark gold level boss. Now he is not qualified to fight against it. Just helped Pixie to hold back for a while. Has already used his life's work. The python's attack fell short and twisted its body in pursuit. Shoo! Shoo! With Pixie in the front and Yi Feng in the back, the two of them escaped the cave in a thrilling manner. Shoo! Shoo! Yi Feng was in the front, Pixie was in the back, and the two of them faced the pursuit in a thrilling manner. Looking at the master who ran faster than himself, the brave man carrying the treasure chest turned his head and saw the python's white fangs, scared out of his wits, and decisively increased his speed. Where's the queen? Run up, run up. Keep your breathing even and consistent in depth. Match your pace closely. On the vast wilderness, Yi Feng responded on the side, informing his running tips one by one. Hiss! The python was incredibly annoyed. He has seen the thief who stole the treasure box, not seen the thief who robbed the treasure box. The key to run also thief fast. How can not catch up? A minute passed, and Master Yi, who had recovered his cultivation as good as new, once again decided to subdue the demon and get rid of it, and after approaching the python, he unleashed the shadow domain. Snake demon, why don't you still lie down? Boom! The python that was blocked again was eroded by the energy, and its movement speed was reduced by 20%, and it finally watched the robbers strutting away, and stayed in the same place for a moment with a reluctant heart, and left unhappily. Phew! Seeing that the python gave up the chase, Yi Feng sighed in relief, took the treasure chest from the brave and returned to Endless Town. There's a thrill. The theft of this treasure chest went very well overall. To make sure it was right, he threw a scouting spell toward the treasure chest. Exquisite treasure chest, grade A. Introduction, probability of opening dark gold equipment in A grade and below props. This is the most enjoyable part of the assassin profession, being both an assassin and a thief, and with a handful of sneaks, wandering on the edge of danger. You can get treasures that are inaccessible at this stage. Welcome to the light. The grocery store owner looked dismayed. Any lock-picking skills? Yi Feng went straight to the point. The owner of the grocery store shook his head. The lock-picking skill is a skill that will be realized once one transitions to become an assassin, and this store does not sell it for the time being. Is there any wire? Yi Feng continued to inquire. He was relieved to have another player unlock the door, and he wasn't a big fan of outsiders opening the treasure chests he had been given. Since it's not for sale, you'll have to comprehend it on your own. There is, but I'm afraid unlocking it isn't that easy. Just bring it over and I'll try it. Okay. Spending 5 silver coins to buy 10 wires specially designed to open locks, Yi Feng carefully shoved the wires into the keyhole to try. Lock-picking skills are a must. Why? Because it's impossible to brush the monsters, and the bosses can't be beaten, so you can only sneak treasure chests to maintain your life. Young man, picking locks is not that easy, the grocery store owner pointed out. Buy 100 pieces of wire to practice more. to say the least. Pop. Before the words were finished, the key lock on the treasure chest was opened. Grocery store owner? Ding. System tip. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, lockpicking, difficulty, C. It's not easy. Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed over the remaining 9 wires in his hand. Can I return it? You. Me. In the grocery store owner's grudging eyes, the youth left in style with the returned 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins. 50 coins to learn the lock-picking skill. What kind of people are these? Walking out of the grocery store, Yifeng couldn't wait to come to the unattended corner and slowly opened the treasure chest with strong expectations. The more crunch time, the more excited and thrilled I get. He had a feeling that something precious was coming out. Chapter 41, Refusal of Solicitation. Swish. When the treasure chest was opened, a gorgeous dark golden light overflowed out, especially piercing in the dark night. Ding. System alert. You have obtained the equipment, Boots of Meteor, Dark Gold Grade. Ding. System alert. You have obtained the A-grade prop, Starburst. Ding. System alert. You have obtained the equipment, Holy Light Staff, Gold Grade. Ding. System tip. You have gained 5 gold coins. A series of system ringtones sounded in Yifeng's ears. It really came with dark gold level equipment. And there are also A-level props. Yifeng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Luck is really good. After thinking about it, he turned his head to look at the brave beside him and said instead, Little one, perhaps this is the good luck that you, as a roe beast, have brought me? Brave, auspicious beast, like the opening of the treasure chest, this indefinable, and luck-related random events. Maybe the auspicious beasts can really bring good luck. After all, the moment to open the treasure chest to determine what is hidden in it in the end. In the unopened before, everything is unknown, belongs to the 2 superposition of the state of the 2 with the treasure and no treasure. In general, we call it Schrodinger's treasure chest. Chirp. Pixie shook her head, indicating that she wasn't sure. When the already opened treasure chest slowly dissipated, Yifeng opened the package and checked the loot. The first thing that caught his eye was naturally the dark gold level equipment he was most concerned about. A pair of exquisitely patterned boots. Boots of Meteor, Dark Gold Grade. Defense, 50 to 55. Life, 8,000. Bonus, sprinting. After getting out of combat, movement speed is increased by an additional 10%. Characteristics, defense plus 10%. Characteristics, plus 15% movement speed. Required level, 38. Synopsis, Meteor Fly. Take me fly. I'm willing to cross your world. Attributes are very high equipment, and as a dark gold level equipment, it can make Yifeng's speed advantage even more prominent. The only pity is that it requires a level as high as 38, and will have to wait a little longer. In addition, the A-grade props opened in the exquisite treasure chest also surprised Yifeng. Starburst, Grade A, effect, enables the equipment strength to be increased by about 20%. 40. Synopsis, shining like a star are the boats that people throw in. Note, equipment below dark gold level can be effective, and each piece of equipment can only be effective once. Yifeng did not hesitate to scatter the colorful star glory on the flaming longsword to strengthen the weapon. Admittedly, waiting to use Starburst in the future after obtaining dark gold level equipment would maximize the prop's usefulness, but when it would be available was the biggest question, and whether it would be as appetizing to one's tastes as the scorch of the flaming longsword was not known. Use it early and enjoy it. In this way, the improved strength can also bring positive feedback as soon as possible, which can be used to raid the dark gold level bosses in the first place. As the radiance of the stars fell on the flaming longsword, the searing red light that surged from the blade became even more intense, and its sharpness went to the next level. Ding! System alert, you have used the prop, Starburst, Grade A, and successfully increased the overall strength of your weapon by 36%. TSK. Lucky enough that the boost has been close to maximized. Looking at the sword blade that surged with the scorching fire element, Yifeng reached out and flicked his hand, and the attributes were presented to him. Flaming long sword, gold level. Attack, 130 to 150. Characteristics, plus 18% attack, plus 5% attack speed. Additional, attacks have a burning effect that deducts 300 points of opponent's life value per second for 10 seconds, up to 2 stacks. Level requirement, 35. Synopsis, it was hot when it pierced the flesh. It's not a big upgrade from what it was before, especially the accompanying scorch, which could be stacked up to 2 layers and deducted 600 enemy life points per second, which was very considerable and further strengthened Yifeng's ability to consume. Thereafter, he opened the panel to check the geometry of his strength today. Beginning, Falling Leaves Silent, the evil god of the wind. Grade, 34. Life, 66,670. Attacks, 712 to 738. Defense, 594 to 608. Skills, Source of Poison, Wind and Shadow, Devil's Speech, Shadow Realm, Godslayer's Power, Pseudo. Reputation, 1920. Number of revivals possible, 2. Looking at the panel, it seemed like a balanced development in all aspects, but only Yifeng himself knew for sure that the biggest advantage was actually the unseen speed indicator, including a total of 240 free attribute points, which would make the value skyrocket if he added all of them to attack, and in exchange for giving up attacks, he gets 24% movement speed, which stacks with the passive's final movement speed doubling to equal 48%. When I get the skill that converts movement speed into attack, that's when I'll really power up. Yifeng was quite excited. The opening 8 times the movement speed granted by the SSS ranked talent was just the tip of the iceberg, and for the time being, it hadn't been utilized to the level it should be. Confirming that everything was ready, Yifeng prepared to take a good rest. Tomorrow, he had to go with his mentor to rescue the mother of the Braves, who might be in crisis, and he had to build up his strength and go all out. Arriving at the teleportation spell formation, Yifeng was about to return to Kanglan Town when his gaze narrowed slightly. "What is it that your excellency is looking for me for?" Vaguely, he sensed a sight peering at him from the shadows. "Awesome!" At the corner of a dimly lit street, a wealthy middle-aged man stepped out and said appreciatively, "This keen insight is admirable." He had tried his best to tighten his aura, but he still hadn't managed to escape the other party's sight. "Less bragging about me," Yifeng spoke quickly. "What is it?" With that, he casts Detect towards the man. Debutantes, Weathering the Storm, Junior Knights. Grade, 20. Weathering the Storm. Looking at the other party's game name, Yifeng's gaze flickered slightly. In fact, after entering the game, the forces in reality were not completely dissolved, but only existed in another way, and the forces behind rain or shine were very large. There's a saying that one person can walk faster, but a group of people can go farther. Wind and Rain spoke eloquently. "Little brother always acts alone. Haven't you ever thought of joining a group?" Yifeng bluntly said. "I thought about it before, but I'm not interested now." "Why?" Stormy was puzzled. "It's only been 3 or 4 days in total since I entered the other world, so how can we talk about before and now? When the number of people is large, assholes will be born, and it's likely that there will be players who know absolutely nothing about commanding to instruct the top powerhouses to raid the boss, only to increase the burden instead of speeding up the progress." Yifeng said with a straight face, "I can tell you very clearly that I will never join any organization specifically." After joining a team, it was inevitable that he would disagree with someone, and then his hands would be tied, and he would even have to listen to whoever gave him orders, which was not what he wanted. "You want to be a lone wolf?" The Wind and Rain together with the boat's face condensed. "Kindly persuade. Have you never thought that when you encounter difficulties in the future, the only way to overcome the difficulties is to join hands? Maybe there is. Then, in the future, while activating the teleportation spell, Yifeng replied, "I'm just not joining the power you represent. It doesn't mean I'm aloof and indifferent." Stormy silence. If anyone else had spoken to him like that, he scoffed. But the youth in front of me has dazzled and covered everyone in just a few days. Chapter 42, Rescuing Pixie. No longer paying attention to the Wind and Rain, when the teleportation spell formation was activated, Yifeng returned to Kanglan Town, entered his rented room, ate some bread for his stomach as usual, then washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning, the blinding sunlight pierced through the windows and doors and fell to the ground, and the birds chirped and twittered as they began the new day's antics. Waking up quietly, Yifeng slightly washed up and headed to the room where he usually gathered. Chirp! Early in the morning, the little brave man was extraordinarily excited, following Yifeng around and jumping around. It was happier than anyone else that its mother could be saved. Kala, opening the door to the room. The silver-haired girl who looked like a fairy in the dust had already been waiting here. "Resting well?" Li Shuai guffawed. "Pretty good." Yifeng looked around and inquired, "Where's Auntie Xiaoyan?" This time, the ultra-rare hidden mission. His intuition told him that the difficulty was very unusual, and he had to bring along all the strong helpers to avoid accidents. "Behind you." Turning around, Yifeng saw Wang Xiaoyan holding something similar to a cigar in her mouth, gulping clouds and spitting out mist. Quite formidable. A quick battle. Wang Xiaoyan waved her hand and urged, "I lost a few rounds of mahjong last night, but I must earn it back today." "Then let's move." Li Shui's silver eyes looked to Pixie. "Where is your mother?" Chirp. Pixie informed immediately. Ding. System alert. Auspicious beast Pixie stated that his mother was imprisoned in Shadowless City. Shadowless City? Receiving the answer, Li Shui's head nodded slightly. "Depart. I can't go to a secondary city with my current strength. What should I do?" Yifeng informed of the difficulty. "If you want to go to a secondary city and move around, you have to be at least level 50. No harm done." Li Shui laughed. "I have some status in the light camp, so I'll allow you to go forward." Ding. System note, you are qualified to temporarily travel to the secondary city, Shadowless City, for activities lasting until the end of the quest, Pixie Heart Matters. Thank you, tutor. Yi Feng secretly sighed in relief. If you cannot go yourself, you will not feel at ease. It wasn't that Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan were unreliable, but the quest was taken by him, and the system, seeing that he had nothing to do, might not be willing to give up and let him whore out rare divine favors for nothing. A few moments later, the three of them took a teleportation spell and traveled to their destination. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Shadowless City, Secondary City. Swish! Along with the white light dissipating, the Shadowless City presented in Yifeng's field of vision was grand and magnificent, with pavilions and pavilions strewn about, flying eaves and reflections, and in the early morning's shimmering light, the buildings of all shapes and sizes were quite aesthetically pleasing. Since it's being held in Shadowless City, it must be highly likely that it's within the city lord's mansion, Li Shui softly said. Little Pixie, do you know where it is? Upon hearing this, the brave man agreed obediently and hurriedly led the way in front. Seeing this, a few people followed, eventually arriving outside the city lord's mansion just as Li Shui had presumed. The soldier stepped forward to block the way, scolding, "Hey, what are you doing? No one is allowed to enter this place." Unbridled, Li Shui said in a cold voice, "Back off, guardians of the dragon realm." The soldiers were taken aback, then looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. Not even listening to your orders. It seems like there must be something fishy going on. Wang Xiaoyan extinguished the cigar and said solemnly, "I'm afraid it's not just as simple as the Lord of Shadowless City." She had a vague sense that something was wrong. Within the light camp, the status of a dragon domain guardian was almost equal to that of a city lord of a first-level main city, and these soldiers were unwilling to release Li Shui even though they knew her identity, so one could imagine how deep the water behind it was. To be able to put an ancient beast, P.Shi, in trouble, behind it would not be just a small Shadowless City lord. Li Shui didn't seem to feel surprised. Raising her hand, cold air swept out, causing a layer of ice crystals to freeze outside the feet of all the soldiers, making them unable to move. The soldier at the head of the group said sharply, "Dragon Domain Guardian, don't make a mistake. I'd like to see who would be making things difficult for the auspicious beast." Li Shui ignored it, her eyes signaling the brave to rest assured, no need to pay attention. "Let's go." Nervously, Pixie nodded her little head and continued to lead the way ahead. Along the way, Yi Feng didn't say a word, and in his mind, he was constantly thinking about the solution to the problem. How would he break the deadlock if he was allowed to come from a great man that even the Dragon Realm Guardians had trouble dealing with? I'm afraid there's no way to make peace with this incident. Trespassing all the way to the city lord's mansion, all the soldiers they encountered were easily trapped in place by Li Shui, and under the leadership of Pixie, they found secret passages in the corners of the mansion. Let me see which hot big shot is behind this. Li Shui raised the silver sharp sword in her hand and chopped it out. The cold aura took the hearts of the people, and the boulder at the entrance of the secret passage instantly turned into pieces, almost evaporating out of thin air. Meanwhile, the secret passage was unobstructed, bubbling. In an instant, the silent Yi Feng only felt his heart throbbing, the flow of blood in his body accelerated, and the eyes under the evil god's mask blossomed with an eerie green light. The sudden agitation caused Yifeng's heart lake to ripple as if a boulder had been thrown into it. The feeling of being connected by blood. This is, ding. System alert, you have sensed the exclusive equipment of the evil god of wind. Hiss. Uncontrollably sucking in a mouthful of cold air, Yifeng only felt a great deal of pressure. Isn't telling me now that I've come across an exclusive piece of equipment screwed up? The situation is getting more and more troubling. Who could have predicted that the quest at hand would not only involve Pixie's mother, but also be closely related to the Wind Evil God's exclusive equipment? Entering the secret passage, the three of them stepped sharply while the brave speed grew faster and faster, and after passing through a secret passage that was hundreds of meters long, several people went deep underground to a secret room. Ding! System alert, you have entered the map, Melting Chamber. Swish! Coming into the secret room, Yifeng's eyes quickly swept through the surrounding. Visible, a brave man whose body size was even bigger than a tiger by several rounds was dying and depressed lying in the corner of the room. All four hooves were wrapped with special chains, and his abdomen was with serious trauma and bloodstains. Auspicious beast, P.Shi, divine boss. Grade, life, attack, defense, skills. Synopsis: the female braves who gave birth to the heir have been drained of all their blood, and there is not much left. In addition to the braves, Yifeng also saw the sword casting pool in the center of the secret room. Above the pool hovered two sharp swords, one black and one white, very different in appearance, emitting divine and demonic light respectively, full of spirituality. Without a doubt, these are two supreme divine weapons. Heavenly Devil's Evil Sword, Divine Grade, Holy Spirit sword, divine. He could sense that the heavenly demon evil sword was his exclusive weapon. Couldn't get close enough, though. The sword intent that lingered above the sword casting pool was exceptionally terrifying, capable of tearing him to pieces in an instant. Clank! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Shuehuo swung his sword to chop at the chain that imprisoned the brave, making a crisp collision sound, but only causing a faint trace that could not be destroyed. She was unimpressed, and her silver rapier surged with a morose and cold aura, clearly about to use an even more powerful move. Stop! Suddenly, a dull sound came from outside the secret passage. Before the person arrived, the pressure was like a tidal wave. Chapter 43, What's the use of keeping you inside the hot, dry chamber? Jojo, Jojo, little Pixie called out worriedly beside her own mother. Hexed. In the face of a sudden angry shout, the crowd looked for the sound, only to see the aged old man in royal robes hurrying in. Although he was stooped and withered in description, his breath was powerful, and he was followed by the Lord of Shadowless City and many strong men behind him. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes with an indifferent expression. Imperial robes, signaling the identity of the old man. As you can imagine, these are not characters that should be approached up front. Mirror of Light Bernie, Divine Boss. Divine Tailor Guard Yarvis, Divine Boss. Barton, Lord of Shadowless City, Sky Level Boss. They did not hide their identities. Thus Yi Feng was able to learn their names as well as their ranks without any problems. There were quite a few strong people involved in a small B-ranked mission. Dragon Domain Guardian. Don't be reckless, the aged old man named Mirror of Radiance Bernie chided. This Emperor smelting weapons. Such behavior is too vicious. Li Shui tit for tat. Not giving face in the slightest. Pishi is an auspicious beast. You treat it like this. Not afraid of suffering the wrath of God? She had no respect at all for the sudden arrival of the Emperor. In terms of strength, even if her opponents were two god-level powerhouses, she wouldn't be the slightest bit weak. This Emperor doesn't believe in that vain thing. The Mirror of Radiance Bernie suppressed his anger. His grim gaze swept over Li Shui, Wang Xiaoyan, and Yi Feng, and finally settled on the tearful young Pixie. A refined light flashed in his eyes. Dragon Domain Guardian. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Take your people and hurry to get out of here. And the young Pixie stays behind as a punishment. Ancient beasts. Their flesh and blood is extremely wonderful. Itself is not to be ignored war power. The mother of the brave draws blood to feed the divine warrior after the inevitable death. It is just that you can take the young brave into their own use. Fill the gap. Al, the mother of the braves, who had turned awake from her coma, happened to hear the conversation between the two, and immediately erupted into a heaven-shaking roar, her body erupting with intense golden light and a murderous aura. It was weak, but not without the power to fight. In the first place, the very reason why it had agreed to the other party was to protect its own child from harm. And if the enemy dared to put its hands on its child, why would it have to settle for anything less? Buzz! Rolling waves of chi forced out, shaking the two divine weapons and causing them to tremble violently. Your Majesty, melting the weapons is the top priority. The nearby divine ruler guard Arvis was a middle-aged man, more than 2 meters tall and muscular, and faced with Pixie's hostility, he immediately warned in a low voice. Bertie's expression clouded over. Then he pointed out of the secret passage. Take the young braves and get the hell out of here for this Emperor. As my subordinate said, nowadays it is better to use the bravery essence blood to merge the two divine weapons into one before saying, the matter of the young braves, let's put it aside for the time being. Clank! The Dragon Realm Guardian held his sword opposite to each other, and the cold air around him flowed and overflowed. What if I have to keep their mother and daughter safe today? You! At those words, Bernie's face carried a hideous killing intent, and his hunched body gradually straightened up as he threatened. If you dare to take a shot at me, the only way for the Dragon Realm giant dragon is to starve to death. The dragon race and humans are cooperating with each other as equals and reciprocal. The price of forcing my dragon domain to go out of its way. I'm only afraid that you can't afford it. Li Shui's snowy and delicate pretty face was filled with ice cold. Coercion with resources? That was something she must not back down from. One step back. Step back. If we lay down at this moment, the dragon domain will not forever become a lamb to be slaughtered, at the mercy of the powerful? Li Shui, don't talk to him about what's right and what's wrong. Wang Xiaoyan took out his flame-spewing greatsword and said bluntly, we'll know which is right and which is wrong in a fight. It's clear that neither side is willing to back down. The atmosphere was like a taut string, and the battle was imminent. Stop. Just as they were ready to strike at any moment, Yi Feng stepped out, stood in the middle of the two forces, and said in a loud voice, it ends here. Falling leaves are silent, for the teacher is not just for you to turn against the light camp. Li Shui said with a straight face, if he dares to take a brave man to raise a weapon today, it will be hard for the giant dragon to escape death tomorrow. From the moment the other party threatened her with resources, There was absolutely no turning back. Leave it to the disciple himself. Yi Feng said solemnly. The end of a battle between the two sides was more than clear to him. Will the guardians of the dragon realm lose? It won't. Even if she was fighting 1 against 2, she was equally capable of fighting and coming and going as she pleased. Will the emperor lose? Nor will it. In addition to his own strength is not weak. He has helpers beside him, including outside is bound to ambush a large number of soldiers waiting to be dispatched. How to think is very difficult to lose. So who's going to lose in the end? Only he must die. The slightest aftershock touched him, and he couldn't even resist it. On top of that, the little brave man would definitely not be able to stay, and the mission would inevitably end in failure. So says, this mission is really good. Okay. Weighing the situation for a moment, Li Shui put away her weapon. The mission was taken by you, so the master let you be the master. Just now, this emperor did speak excessively, so the Dragon Realm Guardian should not take it to heart. Bernie similarly spoke out to ease the atmosphere of saber rattling. Tearing up with the dragon domain would not be half as beneficial to the light camp today. When the eyes of both sides were all gathered on Yi Feng, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mentor doesn't have to make a move. Pixie, I'll save myself. Humph. Bernie almost laughed in anger and grunted coldly. Dragon Domain Guardian, you've taken in a stupid disciple. He came to save Pixie? What is he? He's just a gold-level ant. He can't take a hit. Bernie shut the up. Li Shui didn't give him a good look at all, and turned to stare at Yi Feng with a serious expression. Falling leaves are silent. The master has to confirm with you once more. Do you really want to rely on yourself? That's right. Yi Feng did not carry a hint of a joke, turning a blind eye to the emperor's disdain, and turned his head to look at little Pixie. Little Pixie, come back. Chirp. With tears in his eyes, the little brave shook his head. Ow. The mother of Pixie hastily scolded, and a flash of golden light swept out from between her palms, wrapping around the little Pixie and causing it to return to its temporary pet space. It understood for itself what was going on now. There's no chance of winning when you're outnumbered. Bernie right. Goodbye. Yi Feng stepped out of the lava chamber, rubbing his shoulders with the same crowd of powerful people. At least for now. He couldn't save the mother of braves. Wait. Fiercely, Bernie spoke out to stop him, raising his hand to point at the supreme divine weapon on the sword casting pool. That heavenly demon evil sword. It's your exclusive weapon, right? So what if it is? Yi Feng frowned, not knowing what he intended to do. Bernie raised his hand and waved it out, wiping away the sword intent that was lingering on the sword casting pool, and smiled coldly. This emperor wants to know if the current you are qualified enough to make it recognize you as its master. Go ahead and try. If you can take it away, I will never stop you. Your Majesty. The subordinates next to him moved, but were warned by Bernie's eyes and did not dare to say more. Yi Feng's face was expressionless as he came to the sword casting pool. The hot iron water could not melt his cold sight. Under the crowd's ringing eyes, he gazed at the dark, ink-like sword, the sharpness of his delivery clearly palpable. Do you recognize me? It wasn't nonsense, much less reaching out to touch it. He asked the heavenly demon evil sword straight out. In response, the heavenly demon evil sword had no reaction. It's impossible for a divine weapon to not have an artifact spirit. Yi Feng laughed lightly. Why do you need to play dead? He had the experience of his previous life, and he didn't dare to say that his knowledge of god-level weapons was extremely thorough, but at least he wasn't blind in both eyes. Swish! A black man's silhouette emerged, his hands clasped on his chest, his gaze contemptuous. Abyssal demon. You are too weak, and I will seek to be stronger. Because of its extraordinary origin, it was automatically bound to the king of the abyssal demons, and it could not have the slightest reverence for the falling leaf silent himself, and by merging with the Holy Spirit sword, it would break through to above the divine level. This is a great opportunity. How can we miss it? Give up your master's exclusive divine weapon? As if he already knew the answer. Yi Feng nodded his head as if nothing had happened and turned around to leave, with only a forward comment. What's the use of keeping you? Chapter 44, Special Fate. Beyond the secret passage, the guard is tight. Thousands of soldiers were assembled here, lined up in neat rows, waiting to be dispatched. With so much at stake, Mirror of Radiance Bernie, as the aboriginal emperor of the Eastern District, naturally wouldn't just bring a few people forward to block the way, and a heavy guard outside was a completely conceivable situation. Walking out of the secret passage, a soft breeze brushed by, relieving Yi Feng of his dry heat. Greedily taking a few breaths of fresh air, he crossed the queue and set off to leave the shadowless city lord's mansion, maintaining silence during the process. Every soldier here is not something he can fight against. Outside the city lord's mansion, the streets were still bustling. Falling leaves are silent. With your personal power, how can you rescue Pixie? Li Shui frowned, 10,000 times more worried. Just now some intentionality. whether it's intentional or not. We have to wait until after the mission fails. At least Feng definitely can't be saved. Yi Feng confessed. Wang Xiaoyan agreed. That's true. It's better to run through your thoughts first. Yi Feng turned his words around and asked, Bernie wants to borrow the pixie essence blood to fuse the two god-level weapons? Yes. Li Shue's silver eyes with a touch of anger. Bluntly, Pixie is the divine beast of the light camp. It is an unrivaled combatant. Today he is unscrupulous, and forced Pixie into a desperate situation. Tomorrow may be the dragon. Must we use brave blood to fuse the heavenly demon evil sword and the Holy Spirit sword? Yi Feng delved deeper. I can only say that it is more suitable. One is that braves are fierce in nature. The second is that braves are auspicious beasts, both good and evil, which can form some kind of neutralization. Li Shui answered. This is my guess. Exactly why? I'm afraid only the emperor himself is most clear. Wang Xiaoyan took over the conversation and continued on. Of course, it's not that there aren't other ways to fuse the two divine armaments, but he's in a hurry. Li Shui was silent. Why must an emperor melt a weapon above the divine level in a short period of time? Because time is not on their side. With the devil god awakening and the world in turmoil, the enhancement brought about by a weapon that surpassed the divine level was self-evident. Well, I probably get it. Yi Feng immediately cleared his thoughts. That is to say, if I disrupt the casting process, it means that I may break with the light camp? The consequences of offending the emperor to death were bound to be heavy. Sure enough, it's not that easy to get an ancient beast pet. Not only that, Li Shui added, the chains holding Pishi captive are extremely difficult to break, and trying to escape with a weakened Pishi is even more difficult. The only way to truly save it is to. That being said, she did not continue. Yi Feng knew it all, the only way to destroy the casting process. Ding! System note, the difficulty of the ultra-rare hidden quest, Pixie Heart Matters, that you have taken on has been raised to SS level. Braveheart, SS grade. Synopsis, it's not easy to rescue a brave man. Task requirement, disruption of the casting process. Quest reward, auspicious beast, Pishi. Penalty for the mission, none. Yi Feng didn't feel surprised in the slightest. It would be strange for a quest that could get a god's pet to be just B-ranked. How can I disrupt the casting process? Yi Feng asked his mentor in a single question. Li Shui pretty face with hesitation, just hit fly useless. Must. Break. She said the last two words with extra difficulty. Break two divine weapons. It was feared that this would cause the emperor to be so anxious that he would fight with falling leaf silent. How do you break it? Yi Feng was unimpressed. An exclusive divine weapon that had given up its owner. It didn't matter if there was one or not to mention that after successfully fusing it, it would only have no semblance of connection with him. In that case, it's better to shatter. Shattered piece. When they are about to merge, force them apart with the help of an external force. Wang Xiaoyan's expression gradually became grave. Am I right? This is no joke. The price to be paid for falling leaves silent to get the job done will be too great to bear. Aha! Li Shui nodded with difficulty. You already know the specific situation. You have to think clearly. It's a one-shot deal. That wouldn't be something the falling leaves of today should have to deal with. I think clearly. Yi Feng smiled blandly. Let the future me think about it. This breath today. I'll fight for it. How can we give up now? If the mission is successful, at least there is a divine favorite. If the mission is defeated, not only brave away from him, even the exclusive weapon must be taken by others to their own use. You're going to do this? Li Shui asked. This. Yi Feng's expression condensed. Then he stopped and solemnly faced Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan, cupping his fists. Tutor. Auntie Xiaoyan. Disciple hopes that you can promise me one thing. Don't worry. We will help you. Li Shui patted his shoulder and said in relief. No. Yi Feng shook his head. This is not the matter I was talking about. Getting mentors involved? It won't work. Then, even if he accomplished his mission, he would completely lose his way back. Both Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan looked confused. Then what you mean is, I want you to turn a blind eye to what I'm going to do next. The two men looked at each other in dismay. Turning a blind eye? What's he gonna do? Ding. System note, you have entered the map, Kanglan Town, Level 3 Town. Returning to the familiar scene, Yi Feng specifically went to the nearby wine shop to buy a few jars of fine wine. Chirp! Pixie left the pet space and stood on Yi Feng's shoulder with sad eyes, seemingly asking what to do. Don't worry, I won't give up. Yi Feng reached out and touched its little head with a warm smile. Your mother. I'll save it. Staring blankly at Yi Feng's side face, Pishi seemed to be a bit lost in thought. It didn't say anything more and returned to the pet space in a well-behaved manner. After pacifying Pixie, Yi Feng came to the teleportation spell formation and left Kanglan Town once again. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Land of Godslayer. Maybe this is fate. Yi Feng smiled to himself and squeezed through the many players who were still challenging the weekly book and went deeper into the sealed Demon Valley. Fallen leaf big brother. You can't go there. There is an extremely terrifying pressure inside that can crush people. Asterisk 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 why is he okay? Those players were initially reminded, but as a result, they were dumbfounded as they watched Yifeng go deeper into it. Why does he still have privileges? Sasha. In the sand with no grass. Yifeng took one step at a time and went straight into the canyon of chaotic elemental energy. In fact, it wasn't that he was immune to the pressure or that he possessed the right to freely enter and exit the demon sealing valley, but rather that the demon god sealed inside didn't deliberately make things difficult. Within a few moments, he arrived at the deepest part, and within the radiant spell, the silhouette of the person in the red jewel remained the same. Deep, abyss, evil, demon. The roar of the godslayer Anita echoed through the valley, shaking people to their core. For the abyssal demons, he carried an endless hatred. Boom! For a moment, the entire canyon shook slightly. Is it particularly interesting to talk like this? Yifeng cried and laughed, and with a big grin, he came to the side of the red gem, and followed his example. I am in this, Anita. You're really not afraid to die. I bought a couple of fine wines. Yifeng took out the 15 copper coins bought wine from his parcel and took a small sip for himself. Sour. Not good. Holding down the anger that seemed to be spewing out from within, Anita asked in a hushed voice, "What do you mean? Let's get drunk and end our feud." Yifeng spoke to himself and handed out the wine altar. "Come on, I'll toast you." With that, he poured the wine on the floor. Anita? Chapter 45, Convincing Anita. Claptrap. The wine poured down. After all, the other party could not drink. Yifeng could only toast in this way. Anita hated it. On purpose? Is this toast to him? Or is it a curse? Wine. I toast. And revenge. I'll consider it eliminated. Yifeng laughed. No problem. Right? No problem. Anita, who was a demon god, was also generous enough to say the question in her heart on the spot. Is this human language you speak? Yeah, why not? Yifeng expressed his innocence. Ha! Anita couldn't help but sneer twice and said, well then, let's smooth things over, shall we? You stroke it. First of all, you punked me. Luckily the Eternal Sin's Demonis face saved me or else I'd have been lost. That's right, isn't it? Yes. And then, you specifically came over to challenge the special illusions left behind by the deicide force, and also, after successfully passing through them, said that you were a falling leaf without a sound, not an abyssal demon. So can I assume that you were provoking? It's okay. Yifeng took it for granted. What's not to like? Anita felt that there was a communication barrier between herself and Falling Leaf Voiceless, and if she hadn't been sealed within the red gem, she would have opened the other party's canopy to take a good look at the structure of his brain. Oddly enough, is there something wrong with me? Or is there something wrong with you? Everything said in front of me fits the reality. Only the ending is missing. Yifeng added. Oh, Anita wondered. Tell me about it. In the end, Falling Leaf Silent asked for forgiveness with a fine wine, and the two of them turned their differences into peace and reunited. Yifeng said blandly. I shucks. Anita almost laughed in anger. You came over here just to talk about this nonsense? No more bull asterisk 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 then. Yifeng reached out and tapped the red crystal, exposing his true purpose. Tell me, what should I do to release you? Anita. Quiet. For a moment, the scene was quiet. What do you mean? Anita's voice was hushed. Wouldn't the other side want to use the same tactics to get him killed if they didn't want to change to another countermeasure? I can release you. You must follow my orders for 3 days. Yifeng opened the window of heaven and said something. Anita understood. Trouble? Within 3 days, if I tell you to go east, you go east. If I tell you to go west, you go west. Yifeng spoke to himself. So you're making me eat. Am I going to eat it or not? You can have it if you want. Of course. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, expressing indifference. This is your personal preference. I won't stop it. You know what I mean. Don't play dumb. Anita hated to palm off this adventurer who was less than a meter away from him. Naturally, I won't let you do something that will surely lead to death. Yifeng said solemnly, but you also guessed that I'm in trouble, and it's impossible to think of not taking any risk at all. Then why should I risk it? Anita snorted. When the time is right, I shall be free again. 2 reasons. Yifeng raised his 2 index fingers. Firstly, the light camp is going to cast a weapon above the divine level. Destroying its birth would be considered a good thing for your dark camp. Casting weapons above the divine level. Anita questioned. You can't see the light camp is good? You don't need to understand this. Yifeng lightly brushed it off. Secondly, after experiencing that before, the seal must have been reinforced by the Dragon Realm Guardian, letting other demon gods come to your rescue. Don't you feel ashamed? Anita was in a state of hesitation. If it was just that he needed to rely on other demon gods for a ride, he would indeed be sneered at. Anita, you don't want your brother to know that you were almost pitted, right? Yi Feng followed his advice. There are too many doubts, Anita coldly said. Regardless of whether you are an abyssal demon or a human, I have only one thing to say about you. You are not worth trusting. Let the soundless falling leaves talk nonsense. He only felt that, believe the other party's bull *******, and believe that I only rubbing not to go in is not much different. I can guarantee that I won't screw you over. Yi Feng calmly said, you can just give me a mission related to keeping my promise, and the punishment for failure is as you choose. The more sense you make, the more I can't believe it, Anita said flatly. Yi Feng frowned slightly, feeling that it was a bit tricky. How do I convince this retard who isn't stupid in the head? However, just when it was difficult for the two to make progress in their exchanges, an evil but melodious female voice sounded. Trust him, Anita. The voice was gentle and clear, echoing within the demon's ceiling valley. Oh, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and the corner of his mouth did not move as he curved an arc. What a surprise! Surprising increase in available help. Since the eternal sin demoness Faye has said so, I'll believe you for once. Anita decided to return the favor. His life was saved by the other, so of course he trusted it unconditionally. Happy cooperation. Yi Feng nodded. How do I release you? 10,000 corpses. Is there any other way? The blood of a strong person. Anita spoke in a calm tone. At the very least, it has to be the blood of an immortal-level powerhouse, or else it will be sucked dry by me in one breath. What a big deal. Getting the answer. Yi Feng was relieved. His greatest fear was still having to kill 10,000 people. Now that the event was being held again, the array of players definitely far exceeded that of the last time. Getting out of the trap would be difficult, and since the Dragon Realm Guardian's power was inferior to that of the Emperor, he was only afraid that the Emperor would make a mess of things and intentionally target it. You were able to convince your mentor to provide me with blood? Anita was a little curious. Yi Feng shook his head. I won't do that. Then how are you going to help me out? Anita was confused. Those are the only two ways to get out of the trap. Not allowing the Dragon Domain Guardian to provide blood to help him gain the power to break the seal. Could it be the landlady Wang Xiaoyan? There's no time to lose. Make your move, Yi Feng urged. Anita? What quick strike? Is there another? Around? Suddenly thinking of a certain hidden figure, Anita fell into silence, and through the red gemstone, he stared dead at the anxiously waiting Yi Feng, the corner of his mouth twitching. Abyssal demons. This must be an abyssal demon. He just put on a human skin. What the hell are you waiting for? Eternal Sin's Demoness Fae. Quickly help him. Yi Feng was as anxious as if he was an ant on a hot pan, urging, didn't you help him dodge a bullet last time? Why don't you just be a good person and send the devil to the west? There's no need to involve a mentor at all. Right now there were ready-made god-level powerhouses providing blood. Witch of Eternal Sin, Fae. A cold wind blew. Inside the sealed demon valley, there was another moment of silence. Who would have thought that a human, so capable of commanding a demon god to do something, one cannot, or at least should not. Chapter 46, Breaking the Seal Again. Human, don't go too far. After a long time, the voice of the Witch of Eternal Sin sounded again. Compared to the previous evil and ethereal, this time there were a few more gnashing of teeth. It was only in order to get the headstrong Anita to change her mind that she had to expose herself, and she ended up actually getting herself involved. Anita chimed in. My willingness to help you is already icing on the cake, so don't ask for too much. Ice out? Yi Feng couldn't help but sneer. So, you won't deal with me again in the future? That's right. Because of the special situation at hand, he had to use the power of the demon god in accomplishing his mission. But in the final analysis, this was a dance with the wolves in the middle of the night, and if he was not careful, at any time, he would be reduced to a lamb to be slaughtered, and eaten with no bones left. Get the necessary benefits so that you don't lose out in secret. Anita was speechless. No more dealing with falling leaves and no sound? Never. If he hadn't been trapped inside the red gem, he would have wanted to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Eternal Sin Demoness, please also consider more carefully, Yi Feng said from his heart. I'm just a district human, a mortal. I can't sway your thoughts, to save or not to save, to destroy the two absolute divine weapons or not. It's all in your mind. Humph. The Eternal Sin Demoness hidden in the shadows snorted coldly. What a district human. What a mortal. Swish. A demonic red color flashed, and the bottle filled with red liquid appeared in front of him. Yi Feng was quick on his feet and grabbed it. Witch's blood. Synopsis. A bottle containing the blood of Fae. The Witch of Eternal Sin. Ding. System alert. Please note that your exclusive prop, Evil Godbead, has sensed the presence of a rare bloodline nearby. Listening to the system ringtone ringing in his ears, Yi Feng was slightly amused. It seems that the blood of these demon gods is good for him. Of course, he couldn't fool around this time. Anita, it's not that I'm unwilling to release you early. What walks the earth nowadays is only my puppet. The main body is still dormant, and without my essence blood, this body will soon be scrapped. The eternal sin demoness added. Anita didn't mind. I understand. Let's catch up later. Give me a mission first, Yifeng said. Anita was puzzled. What mission? I break the seal. You unconditionally listen to my orders and protect me. And the time lasts until you break the divine soldier and help me come to a safe area. Yifeng was clear and calm, bargaining calmly. You're afraid I'll go back on my word? Anita said with certainty. I'm a demon god, and breaking the divine soldier would be another good thing for the dark camp. So I'd still lie to you about a mole cricket? The more reasonable you say, the more I can't believe it, Yifeng said categorically. Anita was dumbfounded. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully activating the hidden mission. Rescue the demon god, difficulty S. Rescue the demon god, difficulty S. Introduction, whether it's a hidden mission or not, you know in your own heart. Quest requirement, break the seal that restricts the movement of the Godslayer Anita. Quest reward, Godslayer Anita will follow your command unconditionally for a period of time that lasts until the shattering of the God Soldier. Glancing at the quest details, Yifeng frowned. Time lasts until help me come to the safe area. If he just broke the divine soldier, he was afraid that Anita would turn against him in the next second. As you wish. Anita was discouraged. This pussy isn't normally crafty. Ding. System alert. The content of the quest you took, rescue the demon god, has changed. Confirming that no loopholes existed, Yifeng sprinkled blood on the red gem that trapped Anita and recited, break the seal. My servant. When the witch's blood fell outside the jewel, it was immediately absorbed and devoured by the Anita within, thus building up enough power to break the seal. Swish. At once, the red gem emitted a brilliant light, and invisible energy fluctuations surged away like waves. Click 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 click. As the cracks appeared, Yifeng decisively moved away and retreated to the edge of the passageway of the demon sealing valley, as he did last time, and quietly watched. In the end, he managed to convince his mentor to turn a blind eye. Since the last plan ended in failure, it was only a matter of time before the demon god broke the seal and could not be stopped, so the mentor agreed after only a little thought. Boom! Rolling waves of air broke through, and the surrounding stones were shaken to pieces. When the red gem reached a critical point and completely exploded, Anita returned once more, her tall body slowly straightening, her red hair flying, her eyes carrying excitement and thrill. The old man is finally out again. Congratulations! Yifeng stepped forward and cupped his fists. Looking at the soundless falling leaves close at hand, Anita inhaled deeply, then exhaled and spoke. When are we going to break the so-called divine soldier? It's going to take a while, or at least you need to regain your strength. Oh, Anita clearly felt something was wrong. The enemy is strong? At least 2 god-level powerhouses, probably more. And on top of that, a strong army. Yifeng told the truth. After trespassing into the melting chamber last time, it would be strange for the emperor not to strengthen his guard. And there should be more than 2 god-level powerhouses in the eastern district that could be used for him. Upon hearing the answer, Anita's expression stuttered, and then hurriedly followed up with, what about our battle force? You. Yifeng pointed at him. And, me. Yifeng pointed at himself again. Where are the Dragon Realm Guardians? I can't pit her. Yifeng shook his head. Anita. Really? He felt like he had used all the breathlessness he had in his life since he met the adventurer. Falling leaf silent. Just the 2 of us. And we're going to break a bunch of divine weapons forged by god-level powerhouses? The corners of Anita's eyes danced, and she suddenly regretted something. Why don't you seal me back? Don't worry, I have it in my heart. Yifeng reached out and patted his shoulder, saying in relief, in these few days, you will first follow me to recover your strength. I hope you really have a point. Anita had no choice but to listen. First I'll give you a task. Ding. System tip, congratulations on successfully activating the hidden mission, righteousness, difficulty, C. Do you agree? Yes. Yifeng agreed. Righteousness, difficulty, C. Synopsis, the most important thing is to be righteous. Quest requirement, you may not intentionally set out to ambush Anita or send him on a quest to certain death. Mission reward, none. Penalty for the mission, obliteration. Now, can you rest assured? Yifeng asked. Anita looked around. Next, don't we do some preparations? Since the eternal sin demoness sacrificed her puppet to help him break the seal, it must be important to break the divine soldier, and he is not reckless and brainless, so for the time being, it is better to listen to the command of the soundless falling leaves first. We have to make 2 preparations. Yifeng looked solemn. Anita's spirits rose. Tell me. First, there are still 2 days left until the complete casting is done. I want to practice leveling during this time, Yifeng said. Leveling cannot be left behind. And, Yifeng reached out toward Anita, licking his old face and demanding, give me some of your blood. Frozen slightly, Anita glared. You're addicted to drinking, aren't you? Chapter 47 The Nanfu Rock Monster. Anymore, you're just a hybrid of an abyssal demon and a human. Where did you get the blood-sucking hobby? Anita only felt particularly odd. Blood donation is also about frequency. And he just gave 300 the day before yesterday. You think I'm the one who needs your blood? Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. It's not me. Who the hell is that? It's a friend of mine. Oh, despite the uncertainty, Anita always felt that fulfilling the other's request would do her more harm than good. Is it yourself you're talking about as a friend? Forget it if you don't believe me. Could it be that you really think that me drinking your blood will do me some great good? Yifeng felt incomparably ridiculous. It's all just to disrupt the casting process. What do you think will happen if you sprinkle the demon god's blood into the soon-to-be melted and completed weapon at a critical time? So it is. Anita pondered for a moment, thinking that the other party's statement, logically, didn't seem to have any faults. In a few days then, I need to rest and recuperate for a while, to release my weakened state. With that, he took out the medicine and stuffed it into his mouth to replenish his energy. In fact, it wasn't that his doubts had dissipated, but that what came next was a top priority. The eternal sins which helped him. In order to destroy the light camp casting weapons above the divine level, both sides have the same interests, and it is natural to cooperate for the time being, before destroying the weapon. Remember to give me the blood, Yifeng urged. Could be. Anita nodded her head in agreement, then clasped her fists into the void and said, eternal sins which? Thanks a lot. It's all about destroying the birth of the super god class weapons. Fei returned solemnly. As he left the demon sealing valley with the demon god, Yifeng carried a smile on his lips. Once again, the evil god bead was allowed to absorb Anita's blood, so I'm sure the Godslayer's power would be able to be raised even higher. With this in mind, he turned his head to look at Anita as if he were viewing a huge moving treasure trove. Think he has some other use for him before going on a mission. What are you looking at me for? Anita spoke in a disgruntled tone. The way you look at me, it makes me uncomfortable. Nothing. Yifeng hastily shook his head and changed the topic. Do you know about the Turing test? What the hell was that? I don't think you can pass. No matter what the test is, it won't be able to stop my Godslayer power. Anita snorted coldly. Griffin, who are you looking down on? Glancing meaningfully at Anita, Yifeng led the way ahead, leaving the sealed Demon Valley. Many players immediately surrounded them. It's incredible. Everyone was unable to go deeper into it, with the only exception being the falling leaves. Big brother, I've always wanted to ask you a question. The player who was the first to come in front of Yifeng pleaded. Please answer me. Yifeng gently raised his eyebrows. What's the problem? Is there an internal number or not? And if so, what is the activation code? This is easy. Yifeng, who is a man, immediately told him the internal number activation code in a big way. KFCVME 50 RMB. That player. I want it too. I thought of it too. Players who didn't hear the meaning enthusiastically begged for it. Does UEPO 666? With a few light words, developer Yi someone managed to stall the players around him and swaggered away, while being ignorant of the demon god's following. There was no need to sneak, and for a god-level powerhouse who didn't want to be seen by players at this stage, it was practically effortless. Where to now? Anita asked. Practice. Yifeng returned to Kanglan Town and opened the map to check it out while nibbling on a few mouthfuls of bread before taking Anita to a nearby leveling spot. Grades can't be left behind. Otherwise, wait until the future when the difficulty rises steeply, and it will be almost impossible to upgrade and fight in peace. Launching Wind Shadow followers, Yifeng entered the sneaking state, like a long rainbow, and quickly crossed the mountains. The time required to travel to your destination is greatly reduced. This is one of the advantages that speed brings, easily keeping up with Yifeng. Anita sked. Aaron has an opponent. In response, Yifeng did not ask much. With the experience of his previous life, he naturally understood who Aaron was in Anita's mouth. The fourth demon god, Aaron the Wind Harnesser. Ding. System note, you have entered the map, Nanfu Mountain Ridge. Coming to the map labeled level 40 to 50 monster refreshment area, Yifeng stood at the foot of the mountain, visible in the distance on the lush high slopes. A creature similar to a rock monster wandered aimlessly. The dirt on their bodies was covered with weeds. They moved slowly, and they were obviously creatures with high skin and flesh defense. Nanfu Rock Monster, Elite Monster. Grade, 46. Life, 50,000. Attack, 600 to 650. Defense, 600 to 620. Skills, Hard Rock, Nanfu Inequality. Synopsis, the peculiar creatures of the Nangfu mountain range are ferocious in nature, and they resent God's injustice. Obviously they also popped out of the stone. Why are they not monkeys? Elite monsters. These are non-boss type wild monsters that are more powerful than normal monsters. Take for example the Nanfu rock monsters. Their base values were very impressive. With upwards of 600 attacks, they even had a chance to break Yifeng's defense. The only thing that's rather odd is that the lifesteal doesn't seem to be high. Thumbs up. Sneaking closer, Yifeng wielded his fiery longsword and snapped into existence, stabbing out with a sword that plunged into the interior of the stone by more than 10 centimeters. Minus 3,268. Blast. Bright red damage popped up, and the Nanfu rock monster's life value dropped a bit. Human, you're playing with fire. The Nanfu rock monster burst into a rage. It's a terrible feeling to be stabbed in the body out of nowhere while you're sleeping. That's it? Anita looked disdainful. The 50% damage bonus of Wind Shadow followers, stacked with the doubling of the damage of the storm, was actually only 268 points of damage, which was simply weak in his opinion. Minus 5,000. Highly toxic. Minus 600. Scorching. Minus 5,000. Highly toxic. Minus 600. Scorching. Persistent damage jumps out like crazy. It was worth mentioning that the true damage of the passive skill Godslayer power had been deliberately turned off by Yifeng. Otherwise the damage could have been even higher. As for why it was turned off, the answer is self-evident. At the sight, Anita was silenced. In less than 10 short seconds, the Nanfu rock monster that hadn't touched Yifeng for a moment died violently on the spot. However, before Yifeng could wonder why he didn't get any experience, the Nanfu rock monster stood up again. The rocks on its body turned red, and it unexpectedly resurrected in its original full state. Ding! System alert! The Nanfu rock monster used the skill, Nanfu inequality, and was revived in place in full condition. But don't underestimate us Nanfu rock monsters. It yelled. We're stronger than the other rock monsters 6 combined. Snort! At those words, Yifeng went up and slashed again, and under the effect of the source of poison, it died once again. Human, you are strong. The Nanfu rock monster screamed once again. I can't believe you managed to force me out of third gear. Swinging his sword once again to slash a gash in the body of the Nanfu rock monster, Yifeng looked at Anita. You creatures from the dark camp are quite cute. That's because you don't understand at all. The corners of Anita's mouth twitched a few times as she retorted. The soldiers of our dark camp are tough and fearless, unlike you humans who seem to be smart. But as a result, you only run away from the battlefield and get weak at the sight of the enemy. No more. The consecutively dead Nanfu rock monster turned around and fled after being revived. Good man, spare your life. Anita. Chapter 48 Learning Skills. After that, killing the Nanfu rock monster 6 times in a row, Yifeng finally finished him off smoothly. Ding! System alert! Congratulations on successfully killing the Nanfu rock monster, elite monster, and receive a reward, plus 8% experience at this level. Crossing 12 levels to brush the monsters, the Nanfu rock monsters gave quite a generous amount of experience. In fact, other than Yifeng, it was estimated that there was no one who came back to brush this kind of creature with 6 whole lives and a thievish defense, confirming that the Nanfu rock monster was not much of a threat. Yifeng relied on his amazing speed to move around the Nanfu mountain range, using devil's speech to attract hatred every time he arrived. When the sea of Nanfu rock monsters followed behind him, Yifeng stopped and rushed into the pile of monsters to unleash the shadow domain. Within 10 seconds, all minions within a 10 by 10 range die. Under the terrifying damage of the source of intense poison, these Nanfu rock monsters were almost always in a situation where they were waiting to die as long as they were hit by Yifeng. Boring. Watching Yifeng brush the monsters, Anita felt disinterested. These insignificant ants could all be destroyed with the snap of his fingers, so there was really nothing to see. You won't mind if I kill your dark camp minions, right? Yifeng inquired while brushing the monsters. No, Anita said lightly, they have little intelligence. All creatures from the dark camp that have no intelligence are not worth mentioning in your opinion? Reporter Yifeng once again pursued the question. Of course, Anita said with certainty, creatures without intelligence are useless. Okay, the reporter surnamed Yi, who finished the interview, turned off the video and saved it locally without moving, naming it Confessions of a Demon God. Needless to say, Anita's comments have been so racially charged that a righteous man like him just can't look away. Is the life of a demon god the only life that counts? The Stone Life Gue movement is imminent. Since you're bored, help me find if there's a boss nearby, commanded Yifeng. This video, he had a feeling, would come in handy in the future. Anita was disgruntled. On what grounds? Just by virtue of the quest reward being that the Godslayer Anita will unconditionally follow my command. Yifeng was not afraid in the slightest. In the end, the so-called demon god is only a supreme position, powerful, capricious, and feared by the people like a tiger. and will bring about the destruction of the entire light camp in the future. Nothing more. It's no big deal. You're mean. Anita took a deep breath and relented. He also didn't expect that he would have to do such inexplicable chores after he was freed from the seal. Nay, the key lies in destroying the casting of super god level weapons. So let's put up with him for the time being. Over there. Anita pointed in a certain direction of the Nanfu mountain range. There's a gold-ranked rock monster. Thanks a lot. Yifeng nodded his head in greeting. How long until the weapon casting is complete? Anita didn't have time to pay attention to his gratitude and got straight to the point. Yifeng shook his head. I'm not sure about the exact time. Almost when the casting is almost finished. My mentor will remind me. How sure are you? Not so sure. 50-50. The Dragon Realm Guardians really aren't involved? Anita was still a little less than willing. If the Dragon Realm Guardians were to break with the Light Camp, it would definitely be great news for the Dark Camp. While brushing the monsters, Yifeng returned. You seem disappointed? If it's just the two of us, it's doubtful we'll even get close to that area. Right? Panic. Yifeng bragged. With Lord Godslayer's hand, it's no big deal to deal with the unusual 3 or 4 god-level powerhouses. Anita's fire rubbed off on her. Against 3 or 4? He can't eat any of them now. Ding. System alert. Congratulations on successfully killing the Nanfu rock monster, elite monster. And receive a reward, plus 8% experience at this level. Ding. System alert. Congratulations on successfully killing the Nanfu rock monster, elite monster. And receive a reward, plus 8% experience at this level. A wild monster was continuously poisoned by Yifeng until after 6 deaths. It finally provided abundant experience. Swish. Soon, the golden light dispersed and he reached level 35. Cleaning up all the surrounding wild monsters, Yifeng stepped on the green grass of the mountains and headed to the place Anita pointed out, and saw a creature that was even more ferocious than the elite monsters, with a near-human appearance and the same rocky composition, and the ground rumbled between its actions, leaving behind a single deep and large footprint. Rock-helmeted stone man, gold level boss. Grade, 50. Life, 500,000. Attack, 1050 to 1100. Defense, 1200 to 1280. Skills, rock shock, rock throw, advanced punch. Introduction, the king of the Nanfu rock monsters, coalescing special rock elemental shields all over his body, which can greatly increase his defense and toughness. If you want to deal with it, it's best to break its rock shields first. Defense is a bit ridiculously high. Yifeng was slightly tricky. He didn't have the rock elemental skill, and it was not difficult to break the rock elemental shield, and without breaking the rock shield, his attacks could not break the defense at all. Just when he was in a dilemma, he suddenly thought that there was another helper beside him and couldn't help but turn his head to look. What do you want? Anita's back went cold when she saw Yifeng's blazing eyes. Brotherin? No, brotherin. Without disturbing the rock-helmeted stone man, Yifeng approached Anita with a showy smile on his face. We're lifelong friends. What do you mean? Can you teach me some skills? Yifeng exposed his purpose. Don't teach too many. 7 or 8 will do. If there are more, I'll get angry with you. Dream on. Anita hated the big fight. Have humans, nowadays, evolved to this point? Mission, rescue demon god. Difficulty level S. Yifeng said in a loud voice. Reward, Godslayer Anita will follow my command unconditionally. Now I command you to teach Falling Leaves silent skill. Immediately. Right away. Boom. In an instant, Anita's eyes went black and she took several steps backwards in succession, only to feel that the world in her brain was falling apart, and the whole person stood dumbfounded in place. Clueless, as if a magic voice had run through his brain, he lost the ability to think. I'm a demon god, but I've fallen this far. I will kill you. Killing intent raged in Anita's eyes. Strange shame. He had never experienced such a strange humiliation. Well. Yifeng did not take his threat to heart, and by selecting Anita, a skill bar popped up. Carefully consulting it, let me see what surefire stunts you have that I can learn. The threat of the demon god is nothing more than that. From the moment he helped the Dragon Realm Guardians release him, the beam had long been formed. Now all he had to do was to maximize the benefits and empty the devil god's house. Meteor fist, grade B. Synopsis, a sandbag's big fist, wanting to fall on you like a shooting star, afraid or not. Skill effect, attack speed increased by 50% for the next 3 moves. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Occupation required, Dark Fighter. Level requirement, level 10. Cost, 1 gold coin. Armor breaking fist technique, grade A. Synopsis, this punch, 20 years of power. Can you top it? Skill effect, next punch, ignore 30% of enemy units' defense. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Occupation required, Dark Fighter. Level required, level 20. Cost, 5 gold coins. Ground cracking Hado kick, S rank. Introduction, gathering the dark elements in your feet. You can trample the earth with great force and open up mountains and crack the ground. It's no big deal. Skill effect, blast the earth, causing the dark element to explode. Inflicting 200% damage based on your own attack on all enemies within a 10 by 10 range, with a high probability of knockback, fall and other effects. Occupation required, Dark Fighter. The demon god has many skills, but only these 3 are lit, indicating that they can be learned. Angry? Looking at Yifeng, who was browsing skills with great interest, Anita mocked. My skills, the only one who can learn them is myself. They are all comprehended by my hard work. If you want to learn to walk away, I'll send you 3 words. It's impossible. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Meteor Fist, level B. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Armor Breaking Fist Technique, Grade A. Ding. System alert. Congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Ground Cracking Fluctuating Kick, S rank. No way. Anita lost her voice. Chapter 49, Time to Settle the Score. Yifeng was also quite surprised that he was able to learn the exclusive skills of a dark boxer. He had thought that the evil god of wind could only learn the skills of the swordsman and assassin classes, but he hadn't expected that he would even be able to learn the other professions along with them. However, just as Yifeng was considering whether or not the evil god of wind could learn the means of a knight, mage, and other professions, the system bell ringing in his ears gave the answer. Ding. System tip. Due to the characteristics of evil god of wind, you have successfully integrated Meteor Fist, Grade B, with Wind Shadow Sword Technique, Grade B, gaining the skill Meteor Sword Technique, Grade A. Ding. System prompt. Due to the characteristics of evil god of wind, you have successfully integrated Armor Breaking Fist Technique, Grade A, with Full Force Strike, Grade D, and gained the skill Armor Breaking Strike, Grade A. Ding. System note. Due to the characteristics of evil god of wind, you have successfully incorporated part of the effects of Earth-Splitting Fluctuating Feet, S rank, into Shadow Domain, S rank. Meteor Sword Technique, Grade A. Synopsis, faster. A little faster. Skill effect, attack speed increased by 60% for the next 3 moves. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Armor Breaking Sword Technique, Grade A. Introduction, a full force sword to break through the enemy's defense. Skill effect, next sword. Ignore 30% of enemy units' defense. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Shadow Realm, S-Class. Synopsis, the evil god of wind swarm attack means that he comprehended from the Dragon Realm Guardian's move Frost Cold Break, and then fused with Earth Rupture Hado Kick to significantly increase its strength. Skill effect, invoke the evil chi in the body. Centered on itself. Inflicts 220% damage to all enemy units within a radius of 10 meters, with a high probability of erosion, knockback, fall and other effects. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Note, due to lack of current strength, this skill is not yet at the level it should be. Got it. Looking at the information prompted by the system, Yifeng came to a great realization. To put it bluntly, he wasn't able to fully utilize the dark fighter skills, but by utilizing the characteristics of the evil god of wind, he could fuse skills with little difference in effect, taking the best and removing the worst and turning them into his own. It's worthy of being an exclusive hidden profession. It's so fierce. No science. Anita was struck by lightning and muttered, "This is not scientific." He was completely confused about the situation. Is the potential of an abyssal demon really exaggerated to such a heaven-defying extent? Ignoring Anita, who was dazed in place, Yifeng turned around and went to play with the rock-helmeted stone man. Carrying his flaming long sword, he activated Wind Shadow Follow to sneak closer, and then slashed out with an armor-breaking strike, slashing at the opponent's hard rock shield. Sparks splashing out. -1. The damage is low. Even if he could ignore the rock-helmeted stone man's 30% defense, Yifeng's attack still couldn't break through the defense. But Yifeng's objective was achieved, and he could see that the rock shield dropped 10% toughness visible to the naked eye. Rumble. Being attacked, the rock-helmeted stone man immediately launched a counterattack, but as a result, before his fist was raised, Yifeng had already appeared 10 meters away. He chased, and Yifeng ran. 20 seconds to go. Armor-breaking strike. Yifeng lightly drank and swung his sword to sweep out. Again, the same trick, and again the rock shield chipped away some of its toughness. Patiently, he repeated the process 10 times, forcing its rock shield to break, and immediately saw the rock-helmeted stoner's defense fall to 800 to 830. Human, is this the only move you know? The rock-helmeted stone man was extremely stifled by the beating. Same tactics all the time. Can we get something new? Armor-breaking strike. Ignoring the other party's provocation, Yifeng was calm and collected himself, going up with the same moves again. Attaching poison and burning, the damage was immediately considerable. You're pissing me off. The The rock-helmeted stone man was completely furious and leapt up, trampling in the direction where Yifeng was, his feet converging on the rock elemental light. Seeing this, Yifeng decisively flew back. Boom! The earth shook as the heavy Bigfoot fell, setting off a wave of air that swept out. Shadow Realm. Yifeng did not panic in the slightest. The dark element on his body exploded, forming a corresponding energy shockwave as a buffer, while he himself easily dodged it. Human, don't run if you have the guts, the rock-helmeted stone roared. Coming. Once 20 seconds passed, Yifeng immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Armor-breaking strike, rock-helmet stoners. After that, no matter whether the rock-helmeted stone man used rock throw or advanced charge, it was difficult to pose the slightest threat to Yifeng, and eventually died a horrible death under the poison and collapsed to the ground. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing rock-helmeted stone man, gold level boss. Receive rewards, level +2. Reputation +50. Swish, swish, 2 golden lights scattered, and Yifeng leveled up to level 37. Picking up the equipment popped out by the rock-helmeted stone man, he opened the level leaderboard with some curiosity to check the current player's practicing situation. Falling Leaves. Rank, 37. 2. Swordsman. Rank, 28. 3. Southgate Blowout. Rank, 28. 4. Rakshasa. Rank, 27. V. North Peak. Rating, 27. 6. Hidden ID. Rank, 27. 7. Quina Quinn. Rank, 26. 8. Wang Hai Hai. Rank, 26. 9. Hidden ID. Rank, 26. X. Demon King. Rank, 26. From the 2nd to the 10th place, the difference in level was only 2 levels, and the reason why Yifeng had pulled away from the gap far away was mainly because the opening brought a great advantage, plus he had killed the Hyena King, who had advanced to a gold level boss, in the early stage. Drip! Turning off the level leaderboard, just as Yifeng was about to continue practicing with the Nanfu rock monster, a ringtone rang out from the friend bar. Ding! System tip, Eternal Sin Witchfey has applied to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yifeng. First the God Slayer, now the Witch of Eternal Sin. The range of friendships in this life is really a bit played out. Ding! System note, you have become added Eternal Sin's Witchfey as a friend. After going through, the other party quickly sent an emoticon representing a smile. Something? Just because it's fine now doesn't mean it'll be fine later. The Eternal Sin Witch sent a message. In order for you to complete your mission successfully, I will help you in the nick of time. I hope so. After exchanging a few sentences, Yifeng closed the friend bar. To put it bluntly, the Witch of Eternal Sin was pressuring him. The phrase to help you in a pinch translates to, I'll be watching you from the shadows. I'd like to see who can outplay who. Yifeng didn't move on the surface and continued to brush the monsters in a step-by-step manner without any haste. For the next 2 days, he stayed almost all the time in the Nambu mountain range, not going anywhere, only returning to the city in the evening to rest, but next to Anita, who was prodding, rather impatiently. Really no preparation at all? Anita was full of concern and jittery. Snort! Cleaving over a Nanfu rock monster again, Yifeng's body glowed with a golden light, reaching level 40, during which he also logically put on the dark gold level equipment, the boots of Meteor, as well as the leg guards popped out by the rock-helmeted stoneman. Rock helmet gaiters, gold level, defense, 40 to 45, life, 3000, characteristics, defense plus 6%, level requirement, 38, introduction, comfortable and breathable, not easy to damage. Yifeng said blandly, if I'm not panicking, what are you panicking about? Anita's expression wasn't very nice. Could it be that Falling Leaf Soundless really wanted him to block the combined attacks of several god-level powerhouses? Isn't that sending him to his death? Drip! Just as Anita was impatient, Li Shui sent a message. The melting will be completed tonight, and the moment the super god-level weapon is about to be born will trigger a celestial phenomenon. Thanks, tutor. I know. Yifeng typed a reply without lingering in the Nanfu mountain range, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an icy arc. Emperor. Sword Spirit. It's time to clear the air. Chapter 50, The Eve of Smelting. South Fork Mountains. The sky is clear and the mountain flowers are romantic. Seeing Yifeng collecting his sword and leaving, Anita hurriedly followed. Isn't it time to make preparations? The casting will be completed tonight. Yifeng glanced at the time and said bluntly, we still have about 5 hours to make preparations. 5 hours? At once. Anita's brow furrowed, her mind heavy. What is this enough time for? At this moment, he felt that the Eternal Sin's demoness seemed to be somewhat overestimating what the Falling Leaf Voiceless could do. Why rely on this person when he might as well act on his own? Enough! Yifeng had the wind at his feet, and instead of returning to Kanglin town, he hurriedly headed to Shadowless City. Why was he deliberately practicing in the Nanfu mountain range? Because it's closer to Shadowless City. The teleportation spell. He didn't dare to sit. Adventurers were not 100% safe in the safe zone, as a certain brother named Onlyni had demonstrated well for him earlier. In his present condition, perhaps the moment he passed, he would be arrested by patrolling soldiers on trumped-up charges. In that case, all is well. Shoo! Rushing all the way to Shadowless City, Yi Feng's feet had residual shadows, as fast as an arrow off the string. About half an hour later, the vast Shadowless City came into his eyes, with lofty walls, imposing buildings, and a steady stream of pedestrians creating a lively and peaceful scene. Who would have thought that the auspicious beast would be suffering here? How to break into the Shadowless City and how to enter the casting place are the problems in front of you, Anita said without a trace of humor. Isn't it too late to work on it now? He kept pushing, but the other side was just slow to move. Acting too early is what makes it easy to be detected. Yi Feng's face was calm, and he and Anita quietly came to a corner of the edge of the city wall. Anita was puzzled. What's the point of being here? Dig. Yi Feng took out a shovel from within the package and handed it to Anita. Dig? The corners of Anita's mouth twitched. You're asking me to dig a tunnel to get you safely inside Shadowless City, avoiding the patrolling soldiers? It's not a good idea. You should think more about your own identity. Yi Feng explained. You brought me into the city so that you won't be discovered by a god-level powerhouse yourself? So what you're saying is, dig straight to the melting secret room. Yi Feng confessed. I can guarantee that the chamber is underground, not in some room. So it is. Anita's eyes flashed with brilliance. This tactic is indeed a bit interesting. But you can confirm the location of the lava chamber? It's impossible to pinpoint the exact location underground, and I'm afraid it's going to be off when it comes to exactly where it will be dug. Why not? Yi Feng nodded his head. The exact location. I know exactly. It's really not that he blew it. For digging into the lava chamber, Yi Feng was confident, and if he wanted to ask why, the reason was simple. By chance, he acquires a mysterious string of codes called coordinates. 4815, 1267, 7897. It is not too difficult to follow the coordinates until you come to the corresponding location. I didn't realize you had such a horrible memory. Anita sighed. By entering the lava chamber through the tunnels and avoiding conflict with the others, they could then arrive at the scene at the first sign of fusion and catch the other side off guard. Sword walking. The method is simple, yet hard to watch out for. It was indeed a plot that surprised him. Dig. Yi Feng urged. There's not much time left for us. When digging a tunnel, it can't be too early, or it will be easily discovered. So he waited until now. Why don't you dig? Because you must obey me unconditionally. Darkening her face, Anita dug frantically with a shovel. The attack speed of a god-level powerhouse was terrifying, and being a dark fighter as well, the movements of his hands were even more excellent, digging a decent tunnel in the blink of an eye. During this time, Anita tried to throw the clay block outside, but was stopped by the cautious Yi Feng and forced it into the demon god's package. Dig this way. Entering the dark and dreary tunnel, Yi Feng continued to command. For the sake of the great cause of the dark camp, Anita forced herself to endure the feeling of suffocation, seemingly treating the clods of earth as if they were Yi Feng, and attacking frantically with her shovel. Falling leaf silent. I'm going to get you even if I dig up the ground and kill you. Personal attacks are prohibited. Yi Feng rebuked. According to the mandate, the only thing Anita could do was to shut up. Sloppy. This quest reward is given so sloppily. Suddenly thinking of something, Yi Feng reached out and demanded, give me the demon god's blood. I have great use for it. The benefits that the demon god's blood could bring were something he had never forgotten. He just needed a suitable point in time that didn't give the other party a chance to think about it too much. You're mean. Anita put down the shovel and cut at her palm, taking out a bottle and squeezing out the blood. Full on. What do you need all that for? Sprinkle more later and use your blood to disgust the divine warrior. Filling up the bottle, Anita threw it to Yi Feng, who immediately caught it. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the quest prop, Blood of the Demon God, Great S. Meanwhile, inside the lava chamber, the red iron water boiled and gurgled. A light and a dark, two divine weapons bloomed with a shocking sharpness. They fit together with each other, and from time to time, they stirred up a pi sword chi, and brought deep and long traces on the wall. At the side, the brave man was dying. His life value had already hit the bottom, shriveled up over there, breathing lightly. The essence blood on his body was about to run out. It's finally fusion. Mirror of Radiance Bernie, the Emperor of the Eastern District. His pale cheeks flushed with red, and he seemed to be very excited. When the time is ripe, and the blood and flesh of the braves are sacrificed to become the final refining material, a super god-level weapon will inevitably be born. Congratulations, Your Majesty. On the side, 2 god-level powerhouses celebrated him. Divine Tailor Guard Yarvis, Divine Boss. Flame God Walt, Divine Boss. Aha! Bernie was quite satisfied with their attitude and was very flattered. Have you seen the disciples of the Dragon Domain Guardians? Even though he didn't think that the other party could make half a wave at all, the matter of casting weapons was something that could not be left to chance. It was for this reason that he had purposely summoned another god-level powerhouse over to guard the lava chamber. He still hasn't come, Yarvis reported. There are troops laid down by us at the teleportation spell formation, including the 4 sides of Shadowless City, and I have instructed all of them that as long as he dares to show up, he will be immediately arrested and forcibly beaten into the heavenly prison. That's good. Bernie put down his heart and couldn't help but sneer. An ant that can be blasted to death with a single finger of his hand. How dare he blabber in front of me? He simply doesn't know the heights of heaven. Your Majesty is right. The two have blown it off. Again, not taking it to heart. How could a mere bugbear cause trouble under the eyes of a god-level powerhouse? If he dares to come, just stomp him to death. Swish! The sword spirit of the heavenly demon evil sword manifested and warned. Do not be careless. Oh, Bernie was surprised. How so? Some vague uneasiness. The sword spirit's tone was low. Honestly speaking, when I first saw the falling leaves were silent, I had suppressed fear in the depths of my soul. What's the use of keeping you? Those 4 words had been echoing in his head for the past few days, haunting him. It's hard for it to talk to humans about why it's feeling the emotions it's feeling. If he hadn't coveted the benefits of surpassing the god level, perhaps he would have long since succumbed. We 3 god level powerhouses are guarding this place. If he dares to appear, I will kill him like a dog. Bernie swore. Chapter 51, The Wind Rises. As it should be. Hearing Bernie's remarks, Sword Spirit dropped his heart. Fair enough. No matter how terrifying the future of that abyssal demon was, at this moment, he was as weak as a mole cricket, and was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to move his fingers under the pressure of a god-level powerhouse. Buzz! At a certain moment, the heavenly demon evil sword and the Holy Spirit sword, which were tightly affixed to the heavenly demon evil sword and the Holy Spirit sword, erupted with powerful might, and the elements of light and darkness entangled with each other, intermingled, and interpreted a heart-stopping image. Vaguely, the 2 sharp swords gradually reunited under the cohesion of incredible power. 10 minutes at the latest. Flame Dharma Godwalt, a mage wearing bright red robes, had a pleasantly surprised expression. A super divine weapon fused from 2 supreme divine weapons will surely help your Majesty to cut through the thorns and open up new territories in the future. Ha ha ha. Bernie's eyes danced with a few excitement, and his dragon's face was greatly pleased. It's not in vain for me to concentrate the entire kingdom's rare resources to fulfill you, heavenly demon evil god. Holy Spirit sword, don't let me down. It was a moment he had waited too long for. The news from the 10 great demon gods making a comeback had been a boulder weighing on his heart, and a super god level weapon would surely be able to cut down the boulder for him and reign over the world. Report! Just as they were focused on waiting for the divine warriors melting to be completed, the dry and skinny Shadowless City Lord hurriedly walked in from outside the secret room and reported the situation. The Dragon Domain Guardian seeks an audience. Humph. Bernie grunted and said flatly, no see. He didn't need to think about what the Dragon Realm Guardian's intentions were when he sought an audience at this critical juncture. But she said there was something important she needed to report to you personally. The Lord of Shadowless City didn't dare to breathe. He was only at the heaven level, while all around him were god-level powerhouses. The gap in strength and status was too great. The slightest mistake and attracting displeasure, his end would be able to be woeful. Bernie's tone huffed. I said no, Your Majesty. It's not that I don't want to stop her, but we can't stop the Dragon Domain Guardian. The Lord of Shadowless City smiled bitterly. She said that if you don't see her, she will force her way in. How dare she? Bernie raged. Sooner or later I'll have her stripped and on her knees in front of me begging for forgiveness. The Dragon Realm Guardian had a stunning face, with the appearance of a city, and there was no man in a high position of power in the cold martial realm who didn't want to conquer it. It's just a shame that the beauty is too strong to touch. After a moment's thought, he ordered, Jarvis, go stop her for 10 minutes, and never let her in until the casting is complete. At the most critical time for weapon lava, if the other party were to intervene, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, no matter what, she could not be allowed near the melting chamber. Yes, as a guard by the Emperor's side, Jarvis obeyed his orders and immediately walked out of the chamber with his greatsword and went to stop him. In the city lord's mansion, outside the secret passage, the Dragon Realm Guardian's silver hair flew, holding a sharp sword. The surrounding ice elements stirred like a goddess of ice and snow, and behind her, a silver dragon of huge stature looked hideous, and the ground she stood on was severely dented. Jarvis stepped out of the secret passage, and seeing the imposing man and dragon, as if they were enemies, he shouted, Guardian of the Dragon Realm. What exactly do you mean? I have urgent matters to inform your majesty, Li Shui said solemnly. What is it? I must be told in person. Ridiculous. Yarvis sneered repeatedly. Dragon Realm Guardian, don't think that I don't know what you're playing at. I'm telling you, His Majesty's idea of casting super god level weapons will never change, even if you have to let your own divine beasts go to their deaths? That's right. Meanwhile, inside the dimly lit tunnels, the two were sneaky. How about this location? It still doesn't feel right. Change it. Here? Ah. Yes. That's it. Keep going deeper. Drip. Just as Yifeng commanded Anita to continue to set off towards the coordinate point where the lava chamber was located, the mentor in the friend bar initiated a message. Jarvis came out to stop me. Thanks for your cooperation, tutor. Yifeng expressed his gratitude. This quest, the difficulty of which is too outrageous for a player at this stage, requires him to exhaust all means to achieve his goal, forcing the tutor to make a gesture of forcing his way into the melting chamber. The other party would definitely send someone to obstruct. After all, after the last experience, no matter what the urgency was, the Emperor would not tolerate it to be close by, let alone at such an interminable moment. At Yi Feng's feet, the brave soldier was also helping. It had a bloodline connection with its mother and could sense each other's position. Snort! At a certain moment, the shovel in Anita's hand plunged into the earth, stopping the work in her hand, and her expression became grave. We can't dig any further. The distance is already very close to the melting chamber. It might be detected. Yes. Yifeng took a deep breath and reached out to hold up the palm-sized brave. Later, you go and persuade your mother. Sacrificing yourself to fulfill others is not worth it. Everything needs to be circumscribed. Whether or not Pixie would be willing to sacrifice this, he had to take into account. However, from what we've seen so far, it's more like the mother had no choice but to agree in order to protect her child from harm. Chirp! Pixie nodded seriously in agreement. Buzz! The two swords emitted a violent tremor, and the light and dark energies were so vast that they set off a ring of ripples, as if making the entire space tremble violently like glass. On all sides of the chamber, traces formed by a sharp sword chi invisibly appeared on the walls, and it was getting denser and denser, and the raging sword intent rushed in, even making the skin of the Emperor and Walt, who were close at hand, vaguely painful, with a slight sense of slashing. It's almost done. Bernie couldn't help holding his breath, his eyes on fire. In his field of vision, the two swords were already about to merge into one, the two divine weapons disappearing and being replaced by brand new rapiers. Now, the blade of the rapier showed black and white, each taking up half of the situation. Only the hilt was still fusing, already not far from being completely merged. Swish! After a few seconds, the hilt fit tighter and tighter, creating a black and white energy that shot straight up into the sky and through the clouds. In the darkness of the night, a dazzling light illuminated the shadowless city. Phantom light, holy light. Scenes such as the descent of the gods and devils created thousands of illusions in the sky, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, endless abysses, and also the prayers of 10,000 people and the salvation of the gods. What on earth is that pillar of light? And how did it suddenly appear in our shadowless city? A vision in the sky. This is the sign of a treasure coming out. Why don't you say a devil is born? The residents of the city were awakened in their sleep and came out of their rooms, pointing and wondering in the face of the strange pillar of light that had suddenly appeared in the world. Li Shui, who was fighting with Yarvis, moved her pretty face, looking at the silver splendor of the weapon in her hand, and actually sensed that it was trembling slightly, as if in fear. Falling leaf silent. It's too costly for you to break this weapon. Li Shui's face was complicated. Heavenly Demon Evil Sword, the exclusive weapon of the Abyssal Demon. The Holy Spirit Sword, the exclusive weapon of the Holy Kingship. The strength of this weapon, once created, surpassed the limits of the Cold War realm. What it means to break it can be imagined. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Walt beside him desperately bragged. Ha ha ha. Bernie laughed maniacally. I did it. I'm about to do it. Boom. A dull thud came. Alarmed, Bernie looked over to the source of the sound, only to see the walls coming loose and the panels falling away. Boom. There was a dull thud that exploded, the wall bursting out, and with a punch that blew away the last of the dirt cover. Anita's fist surged with black flame. Murderous. Next to him, the youth with the dark purple mask had long since transformed into an abyssal demon, his green eyes glaring, his bone wings flapping behind him, like lightning and flint, rushing righteously in the direction of the sword casting pool. The wind, at first, picks up. How dare you? Chapter 52, Death to those who stand in my way. Lava chamber, things take a sharp turn. How dare you? Bernie froze for a split second and immediately killed Falling Leaf silent. He never thought that the other party did not go out of the ordinary, but even forced to dig a tunnel to enter the lava chamber. but now is never the time to froth. Fusion is the most important juncture. The weapon is also the most fragile. It must be blocked with all its strength. Swish! However, the flame Fa Godwalt acted faster, flashing to the casting pool like space movement, stopping in front of Yifeng, smiling contemptuously. The weak should have the posture that the weak should have. Anon, he waved his staff in his hand, and a burning fire dragon came out prematurely, pouncing on Yifeng. The terrifying high temperature could melt him in an instant. Facing the firelight, Yifeng's face was cold. Just now, he had already unleashed all the means to increase his movement speed and killed at the first opportunity, but it was just a pity that the character he was facing was a god-level powerhouse, and the gap was too wide. Swish! The Godslayer Anita appeared in front of Walt. His right hand grabbed the head of the fire dragon, ignoring the spewing fire, followed by a hard pinch of his arm, a storm of black light, directly obliterating it. Your opponent is me. At the critical moment, without any playfulness in her mind, Anita opened her left hand to develop strength and violently grabbed Walt by the face, carrying him towards the arriving Bernie. Die for me! Bernie swung his sword and stabbed out, carrying the might of a god tier, penetrating Anita's left hand, who twisted her head in a hurry before avoiding the vitals. Hurry! With astronomical amounts of damage bubbling up from her body, Anita prodded. Stopping the attacks of two god levels in his current state was just barely possible for him. Shoo! Yifeng did not hesitate to avoid the god-level powerhouse and pounced at the sword casting pool, which was only a few meters away. From another angle, there were no distractions. The only thought was to break it. The sword spirit appeared above the rapier, his face cold and stern. Abyssal demon, why bother making things difficult for me? And what qualifications do you have to make things difficult for me now? Thumbs up. The soon-to-be successfully forged super god-level weapon trembled slightly, and thousands of sword chi ran through it, forming a storm that swept through the surrounding area. Miss! 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 Damage representing immunity constantly jumped out of Yifeng's body, and the black light that flooded his body was incomparably intense. It wasn't that he was fast enough to avoid the dense sword chi, but the buff Anita applied allowed him to resist it hard for a short period of time. The sword spirit revealed a horrified expression, as if it hadn't expected this situation to occur. But, at the same time, Anita, who was dead set on stopping the two god-level powerhouses, had blood exploding out of her mouth, her face was ashen, and scars appeared on her body. Shatter it! Anita hissed, grabbing Bernie and Walt and not letting go. In reality, the injuries Yifeng had suffered had all been transferred to himself through the means he had imposed, and it wasn't as simple as just a shield. Drilling into the black and white light pillar, Yifeng, who was baptized by the endless sword intent, was about to swing the flaming long sword in his hand, but the blade was shattered, and only the hilt held in his hand was barely supported. Ding! System note, your weapon, flaming long sword, has been permanently damaged. Discarding the hilt of his sword, Yifeng's face was expressionless as his hands grabbed the hilts that hadn't fully merged yet, pulling them apart from the gap to both sides. His arms bruised and sinewy as he exerted all his strength, clenching his teeth. Give it to me dash. Snort! A golden stream of light pierced through his head and smashed into the wall immediately after, causing the lava chamber to rumble. Before he died, Yifeng turned his head to look at the emperor, who raised his sword and pointed it at himself, and he could see a sardonic smile gradually sketching on the other party's face. Ding! System note, you have been hit by Mirror of Radiance Bernie's Divine Arcane Sword Chi, and have lost 6,544, 3,244 points of damage. Ding! System alert, you are dead. Put. Anita's eyes rolled back in her head and she nearly fainted. He hadn't recovered to his full strength yet, and Yifeng's strength was too weak. This sword surpassed his wound-bearing limit, breaking free from Anita's entanglement. The two god-level powerhouses shielded themselves next to the sword casting pool, confirming that there were no other threats before they breathed a sigh of relief. Boo! Kicking away Yifeng's corpse, Bernie was relieved. Griffin, you nearly ruined my big event. If it had been a different person, the impact just now would have been fatal. Fortunately, Falling Leaf is not strong enough to pose a threat. The sword spirit's face slowed down and said hatefully, it really scared me. The crisis is lifted. Super god-level weapons were within his reach. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anita spat blood from her mouth and said in a grueling voice, it still didn't work? This time, I'm afraid that not only was the mission a failure, but whether or not he could keep his little life was a huge question. Yifeng, who had transformed into a soul body, floated in mid-air, looking at the two god-level powerhouses who were pleased with themselves, and then at the greatly disappointed Anita next to him, and finally the image was fixed on the little brave who ran away from his mother and came to cry next to his corpse. Lost? A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. No, far from it. His eyes glowed with a greenish-colored thick light, and with a stern expression, he barked out an order. If you don't want to lose all your previous efforts, time backtrack. Why didn't the Witch of Eternal Sin make a move? I don't know. Maybe she's waiting for an opportunity to do something else. Maybe her puppet is vulnerable. But, in any case, Yi Feng was 100% sure that she was right next to him. She was able to save Anita and turn back time to before the breaking of the seal. So naturally she was able to resurrect herself and time travel back. As you wish. The evil euphemistic voice rang out with a hint of hatred. Could it be that the other party had guessed that she wanted to both shatter the divine soldier and obliterate the threat that was the abyssal demon? Clang. Suddenly, the bell rings and the scene freezes. Clang. The bell rings again. The scene reverses, and all the action rewinds until it comes back to the moment of stepping out of the tunnel. Under the green light, Yi Feng killed out. Swish, swish. As god-level powerhouses, how could they be ignorant and unaware of time being backtracked? They appeared next to the sword casting pool at the first opportunity. The closest ones can perform much better than if they were caught off guard the first time around. The results won't change. I didn't realize there was a Witch of Eternal Sin to help. The two did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Come on. Bernie's killing intent covered his pale face as he laughed fiercely. This emperor begs you to break through the strict defense of the two god levels. How am I supposed to stop this? Even with the quick action, Anita still felt powerless. The situation at hand was not something he could turn around. Fizzle. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with indifference as he tore open the only SS grade scroll. Begging me? I've never heard such a strange request in my life. This time, he's going to think differently. If you can't take it by trickery, then take it by force. Boom. The moment the scroll was torn open, the evil aura was overwhelming. The blood is boiling. The wind element and the dark element crisscrossed crazily around him. Unexplainable pressure covered the whole field. Yi Feng looked like an evil demon. His hair fluttered. The evil god mask on his face erupted into a blinding glare. Even though he hid his expression, he couldn't hide the hysteria in his bones. Holding the flaming longsword in his hand, Yi Feng fought to kill. No need to dodge. No need for surprise attacks. Fight head on. Death to those who stand in my way. Chapter 53, Weapons Broken. Inside the lava chamber, the scene changed beyond anyone's imagination. This is... Anita knew best about the terror that had suddenly descended upon her, and couldn't help but change her face abruptly. Why was he previously so afraid of the still weak abyssal demon? It was because the potential of the abyssal demon was simply immeasurable. Ding! System tip, you use the prop, Divine Favor Grace, SS grade, and the strength of your next strike is approximately a full strength. Full state, full power strike. The wild dance of wind and darkness played. Yi Feng looked indifferent. His sight deadlocked on the super god-level divine soldier that was about to be born at the back of Bernie and Walt. Clank! The flaming longsword that had been repaired due to the time retrospection was clearing, and with Yi Feng's explosive stabbing, it turned into a long rainbow of green and black entanglement, and it straightened out, with an unstoppable momentum. Kingship reigns supreme. Flaming Dragon. The two god-level powerhouses revealed horrified colors, and decisively took out their most powerful moves. As the golden sharp sword shadow and the wild dragon condensed from the fire element roared out, and the fire dragon wrapped around the sharp sword to form a cascade, multiplying its power. Boom! The two collided. The horror of the airwaves invaded out, forming a death penalty area. Even Anita did not dare to approach, but instead retreated, so as not to suffer. The walls of the entire chamber were cracked inch by inch, shocking to the eye. Little. At full strength, Bernie's hunched frame straightened, but was trembling slightly. His entire face flushed. Who would have thought that mole crickets would suddenly erupt with astounding power, daring to confront a god-level powerhouse head-on and even gain the upper hand? Enduring the fire and sword chi, Yi Feng's bone wings were torn apart in pieces, and scars appeared on his grayish-white skin, and his face carried a grimace. Boo! The next instant, found the opportunity. Anita flashed forward, double fist blast in the back of the two, before and after the attack, making their breath disorder. Each blood burst out, each towards the two sides of the flying back, breaking through the god-level powerhouse. Yi Feng went straight into the light pillar with the might of the evil god, and his longsword stabbed on top of the hilt that was about to merge, causing the light pillar to stagnate. Time. Fixed with this. No. The sword spirit's tone was terrified, but it was unable to control the weapon to counterattack at this moment. Master, I know I'm wrong. He looked into those green eyes, but saw only indifference in them. It's too late to call me master. Yi Feng was indifferent. Under his destruction, fine cracks appeared on the super god-level weapon. Since you can't be used for me, why don't I destroy you? Eyeing the scene, Bernie rushed forward frantically. His eyes glazed over. Stop it. Harder. Anita shielded herself from the falling leaves, and the means to help her teammates take damage was cast in full force, destroying a super god-level weapon. You are the eternal sinner of the light camp. Walt's attack landed on Yi Feng, but the symbol representing immunity popped up, and he couldn't help but be furious. So eager to put a hat on me? Yi Feng's face was expressionless, only feeling incomparably sarcastic. His attack was unreserved. In the end, what is light and what is darkness? In this life, he does not aspire to the light, nor does he fall into the darkness. Being an evil god, he deserves to live for himself. Ka-dash. Crisp cracking sounds resounded within the melting chamber as the super god level weapon gradually disintegrated. The black and white column of light quietly dissipated. No! The sword spirit was terrified and epileptic, experiencing the despair of a great end. Infinite remorse lingered. Had it known this, it would not have made this decision in the first place. Pow! The rapier exploded and split apart, bouncing towards the surrounding walls, either embedding itself in them or falling to the ground. Bernie was wooden. The super god level weapon just shattered? Ahem! With his strength depleted, Yi Feng nearly fell into the sword casting pool, but fortunately, he was shaken away by the airwave, and his chi and blood surged upwards, and his chest became uncomfortable. Anita, take me away. The mother of the Braves carries chains on all four hooves, making it difficult to escape, and now that the weapon is broken, there is no need to stay long. Not one of them will live. Bernie burst into a rage, took out the scroll from within the package and tore it open, forming light golden shields in all directions, encompassing the entire chamber. Anita, who had grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder and was preparing to escape, crashed into the shields and did not break. Ding! System alert, Mirror of Light. Bernie uses SSS grade prop, Absolute Exclusion Zone, forming a shield within a 50 by 50 range. All units cannot detach or enter. Duration, 10 minutes. It's over. Anita's heart sank. He could sense that the toughness of the shield was quite terrifying, and it was impossible to break it in a short period of time. Adventurer of 3 lives. Bernie grimaced. I'll give you a taste of despair. How could he be willing to have his several years of hard work destroyed just like that? The weapon has been destroyed. The wood has been turned. Trying to remain calm, Yi Feng persuaded. Killing me is equal to breaking with the Dragon Domain Guardians. The young pixie is also my pet now. If I die, the young pixie will also go with me. That's just cutting down on your own side's combat power. Why not give me a chance to redeem myself? No matter how much you talk, I will kill you today. Bernie lifted his golden sword with a murderous aura. Chirp! The young brave stopped in front of Bernie. Bastard! Get the hell out of my way! Bernie kicked it away and the latter dissipated into white light. Ding! System alert, your pet, auspicious beast, pixie, has died. Ow! Seeing the child was humiliated. The dying mother of the Braves broke out a shocking roar, overflowing with golden light, and the divine radiant golden light is more and more dazzling, reflecting the 8 directions. Strange power surged and swept out like a tidal wave, swinging away heavy airwaves, causing one's heart to jump. Rumble! At that moment, the entire chamber suddenly shook. Golden energy like powder flooded out from the Brave, and power that could not be described in words flooded the surrounding area. Bernie's face changed slightly, his heart palpitating hard. Pixie, what do you want? Pixie was speechless. Shoo shoo shoo. Those components of the sword blade that had already been shattered also emitted golden light, floating to mid-air, and then reconverged, bonded in front of the Brave body complete, albeit with countless cracks. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Pixie's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, turning into dots of energy that surged into the hilt of the sword and was absorbed by the latter. In addition, a translucent soul detached itself from its physical body and pounced on the super god-level weapon that had failed to be melted. I got it. Walt was overjoyed and explained. The divine soldier sword spirit is dead, and Pixie can feed the sword with his flesh while his soul transforms into the sword spirit, taking its place and restoring it again. So it is. At this time, Bernie also saw the situation and hastened to promise. Pixie, wish me the light camp to get the super god level weapon. In the future you will be mighty and famous in the world. Ow! The soul-bodied Brave erupted into a roar, as if in response. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. Chapter 54, Eternal Sin Witch. Golden light fills the house. The situation in the wretched melting chamber changed again and again. This time, no one can stop it. Bernie looked at Anita and said coldly, just use your demon god's blood to open the front for the divine warrior. You. Anita gritted her teeth but couldn't retort. If you really let a strong person of the same rank get their hands on a super god level weapon, killing him would be really easy. Boom! A few seconds later, a pillar of light formed by the 3 colors of light, darkness, and gold went straight through the sky, vibrating the space and illuminating the dark night as if it were day. Riding the silver dragon to beat Yarvis back, Li Shui seemed to be aware of something and looked out at the strange 3-colored light pillar. Frowning slightly, is this a success? Or a failure? She was a little confused about the situation inside the chamber. Earlier, when the light pillar suddenly went out, she had thought that falling leaves no sound had accomplished a great deal, but now she was a little unsure. Long live your majesty! Yarvis rejoiced. The true dragon has his own heavenly help. How dare you? Li Shuai chortled and immediately went on the offensive, beating Yarvis to the punch. The atmosphere is treacherous. Gazing at the brave man who was feeding his sword with his body, Yi Feng was emotionally tense. My divine beast of the light camp, giving his life for the light camp. I will spread the word of this deed to the world in the future. Bernie kept on giving benefits to the brave beast. The matter of painting a cake is easiest for the emperor. Buzz. As Pixie's soul body entered the super god level weapon, the cracks that had originally exploded gradually dissolved, and the three-colored light pillars became even more intense and spectacular. Bernie and Walt grew more and more excited at the sight. God bless this emperor. God bless the light camp. Buzz. Suddenly, the sword blade lightly trembled, shaking away thousands of sword intent, causing the pillar of light to die out and dissipate, and then revealing its true appearance. A body pure gray sharp sword, flooded with gray fog. Chilling, it is about an inch wide, the sword length of 4 feet. The sharpness of the flow between the flash of the body of the sword arcane patterns. Regal, terrifyingly chilling, causing a piercing coldness. As Pixie completely repairs the weapon, the suspended weapon slowly descends until it rests at the height of the person's chest, waiting to be claimed. With this sword, I will open up the frontier. Bernie stepped forward with a sense of sacred ceremony, his face full of solemnity. With this sword, I shall bring in all nations. Anita looked bitter. What are we going to do now? I have a hunch. Yi Feng's eyes bloomed with bright light. This may not be a bad ending. At least the brave man who transformed into a sword spirit will not die. What premonition? Anita wondered. I'm related to Pixie. Arriving in front of the super god level weapon, Bernie reached out with excitement to grasp it. Shoo! Like a nimble gray serpent, the rapier moved swiftly, not allowing the emperor to hold the hilt. Bernie? The scene? An awkward one. Pixie? What do you mean? The corner of Bernie's eye twitched. A strong sense of uneasiness was vaguely born. You're the divine beast of my light camp. Seemingly spiritual. The gray sharp sword flew straight out and arrived in front of Yi Feng. It made its choice. Hiss. Anita couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Paralysis. Going to make a lot of money for this little jibba. With this sword, I will open up the frontier. With a sense of sacred ceremony, Yi Feng reached out and touched the cold sword, his face full of solemnity. With this sword, I shall bring in 10,000 nations. There was a moment of total silence. You want to kill a man with a heart of gold? Fiercely, Yi Feng gripped the hilt of his sword, only to feel a majestic power pouring into his body through his arm. His body was shaken with spirit, and his strength skyrocketed. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on obtaining the super god level weapon? Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the quest, Pixie's Matter of the Heart, SS level, and obtaining the reward, Auspicious Beast, Pixie, Divine Grade Pet. Putting his weapon away, Yi Feng immediately grabbed Anita's arm. In the other party's puzzled expression, he said in a deep voice, let's go. There's no such thing as an unbroken feast under heaven. Aha! Anita nodded, then made a desperate dash into the tunnels. With the help of the Mother of Braves, the shield that had blocked their departure had long since disappeared unknowingly, and it was from this that Yi Feng judged its final choice. Where to run? Bernie and Walt launched a chase in unison. Shoo! 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 3 long rainbows shot straight out in the tunnel, and the moment they left the tunnel, Anita flew up into the sky and fled with Yi Feng towards the high mountains in the distance. Leave my weapon! Bernie roared out of control, nearly having a seizure. The super god level weapon that he had worked so hard to forge had been taken by someone across the board and appropriated for himself. This fact made his heart ache. It wasn't long before Walt, as a mage, couldn't keep up with the two, panting and being pulled some distance away. Whether it was physical strength or speed, mages were too inferior to other professions. One way to fly. The two men were neck and neck in terms of speed. Fly in this direction. Facing the biting and piercing cold wind, Yi Feng cleared his mind and commanded. Later, put me down. You go deal with the emperor and stop him. What about you? I have my own place to go. But, Anita's face was full of dismay and her words were unspoken. Brother, I don't trust you. Do it. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth raised a cold smile. That's an order. He would not be able to read the mind of a demon god? When he was out of harm's way, Anita would only immediately flip out and seize the super god level weapon in his hands. Fortunately, the quest requirement for rescuing the demon god was Anita, the god slayer. Will unconditionally follow your command for a period of time that lasts until she helps Silent Leaf arrive at a safe area? Which meant that he was still under Yi Feng's command. You're mean. Anita could do nothing about it. After a few more moments, dropping off Yifeng at the designated location, he turned to meet Bernie, who refused to give up, cursing, "An old bone, not resting at home, come out to give away super god level treasure, or not." "Shut up," poked in the sore spot, Bernie burst out, his face suffocating into a pig's liver color. Boom boom boom. Soon, the two battled together, and based on mission restrictions, Anita had to do as she was told. Entering the dense forest, Yifeng acted alone. He unleashed the wind shadow followers, displaying extreme speed to weave in and out of it. His heartstrings were taut and he did not slacken off. "Abyssal demon, running so fast, where are you going?" An evil voice rang out with a soul-stirring euphony, echoing within the forest with exceptional clarity. Yifeng stopped and looked around vigilantly. "Go to a place that will satisfy us all." He knew it was coming. The quest can only restrict Anita, but not the Witch of Eternal Sin, who was secretly spying on her. With the help of the failed ending of the first destruction of the melting process, he had already caught the other party's fox's tail, and would not be unguarded and allow this person to settle scores in the fall. But, behind the thick trees, the delicate silhouette stepped out. "I think this grove, now, will please us all." Yifeng turned his head to look straight, and saw an enchanting woman with a slim figure walking towards him. Witch of Eternal Sin, Fey, divine boss. With the help of the bright moonlight, Yifeng vision, Eternal Sin, which features delicate as a picture. Skin snow white and delicate. A gorgeous black dress cannot cover her front and back of the devil's body. Lazy demeanor is dry mouth. Cannot wait to kiss the fragrance. To go to the Witch Mountain. Why don't we just pick here? The witch smiled sweetly, her eyes flowing between her looks, seducing her soul. "I can't wait." Chapter 55, Escape from Life. The forest is full of trees. Looking straight at the demonic witch in front of him, who was as seductive as a demonic spirit, Yifeng's face was awe-inspiring. Whether it was the light camp or the dark camp, their cannibalistic nature was no different. The very purpose of the Eternal Sin Demoness helping him unseal the Anita was to destroy the Divine Soldier. And now that the Divine Soldier was occupied by him in a different way, the other party would naturally change their countermeasures. Does it really have to be like this? Yifeng stepped back a few steps, all cautious. In the middle of nowhere, a lonely man and woman. Must we die? I don't want to either. But the temptation you give is just too great. The Eternal Sin Demoness eyes that looked like red onyx stared straight at Yifeng. Your body, your weapon, they are all so maddening. The flesh of an abyssal demon is greatly beneficial for a demon god to consume. And that weapon, in the large cold martial world, I'm afraid that no one would be able to hold it easily. A long night with no desire to sleep, Yifeng retreated back and forth, but he couldn't shake off the witch in the slightest, and it was visible that she approached slowly and methodically with deadly danger. There's no one else around anyway. Let's have a chat first, and after that we'll do something else. What do you think? That's not good. The Eternal Sin Magician's lips look like cherry red, slightly raised. I'm afraid that at the critical time, there will be a side issue, making the previous efforts to give up. So, swish, like a voluptuous female demon, she came in front of Yifeng. A purple thin sword appeared in her hand and arrived at Yifeng's neck. Hand it over. I can give it all to you, without reservation. Yifeng was unmoved and continued to stall for time. But what good would that do me? I will allow you to live. The witch singled out. Yifeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. That's all? This is the greatest mercy I can show you. The witch didn't budge an inch. Slaying the abyssal demon wasn't difficult for her. It was just that the biggest problem lay in taking away the super god level weapon. That's the top priority. Looking at the enchanting and absolutely beautiful demoness, Yifeng revealed a smile of love. Then can you promise me another request? What demands? Fei frowned. Taking a deep breath, he confessed. Beautiful witch, I want you. A coldness flashed in Fei's eyes. Die here. Yifeng added the words in full. Snort. A line of fire swept in from the distance and landed where the witch was, who moved backward, narrowly avoiding it. Fei, before he could think about who it really was, the silhouette dashed in, holding a fiery red longsword that drew a thrilling arc in the darkness of the night, gorgeous but full of danger. Clank! Purple thin sword and red longsword collision. Elemental energy splash. Powerful airwaves immediately lifted off the falling leaves soundless. Fortunately both have stayed hand. Are not willing to let him die. Landlady Wang Xiaoyan, immortal boss. Auntie Xiaoyan, you can finally come. Barely able to stabilize his body, Yifeng ran straight into the distance at fire speed, not daring to watch the battle at all. The reason why he was the first to know of Wang Xiaoyan's arrival in the party was mainly because he had added the other party's friend, so that he could communicate secretly. Clanking. The sword light was morose, exploding in the pitch blackness with a cluster of impact explosions as brilliant as fireworks. I didn't expect there to be reinforcements. The eternal Sin Demoness clenched her silver teeth and wanted to try to chase after the falling leaf voicelessness, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by Wang Xiaoyan and had to maneuver around. If she was in her prime, she would have been able to take care of the woman in front of her easily, but at the moment, her body was just a puppet, and she couldn't utilize 1/10 of the power of her still sleeping body. This kid is capable of a lot. Wang Xiaoyan easily suppressed the eternal Sin Demoness, her Dao sword chi lashing out. This battle, instead, makes him the biggest winner. God's favorite. Super godly weaponry. This temptation is really eye-opening. Running hurriedly, regardless of what was happening behind him, Yi Feng breathed heavily and went straight to his final destination. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, time passed bit by bit, during which Yi Feng occasionally turned back, could still see the figure of the Eternal Sin Witch and Wang Xiaoyan fighting, the former hard to be cut out by the latter in the body of countless gaps, or not relenting. Boom! Fiercely, Wang Xiaoyan pushed the Eternal Sin Demoness to the ground with 1 foot, no longer giving her any chance to get close to Falling Leaf Silent. If it doesn't belong to you, don't think too much about it. Yellow face. I'll remember you, the Eternal Sin Demoness said hatefully. When my original body recovers, I will definitely look for you to pay you a visit or two. Show off vixen. I'm not afraid of you. Meanwhile, inside the lava chamber, there was rubble and wreckage all around. The original red-hot sword casting pool had now cooled down. Shoo! Not long after, the hunched emperor descended from the sky and re-entered the place, his face in a sorry state, clearly having experienced a great battle. Observing the surroundings with his cloudy old eyes, his fists clenched up tightly, his eyes densely bloodshot, he spat out the name of the originator through his teeth almost word for word. Falling leaves no sound. Facing the blocking Anita, he could parry, but by the time he did, the trail of the falling leaves was long gone, and there was nowhere for him to go after them. When he thought that the super god level weapon he had forged with a great deal of effort would just be taken away from him, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Your Majesty, it's already happened. Why don't we just go with the flow and leave Falling Leaf Silent behind to put the ice on? Walt proposed in a low voice. Ice out? Bernie gave him a cold stare. How do you expect me to swallow that? And you're treating him like a little cutie, do you? Can it be that he will join the dark camp? Walt didn't feel right. Can the demon god not covet a super god level weapon and force him to hand it over? In his opinion, the dark camp wouldn't take kindly to that either. Fallen Leafless wants to join the dark camp. He can. First, he surrendered his godly favorites and the super godly soldiers, beautifully keeping them for him for the time being. So, he has nowhere to hide. A glint flashed in Bernie's eyes. Compared to that group of demon gods from the dark camp, at least we have a special advantage. You mean, immediately convey my order to all adventurers in the Eastern District. A cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Adventurers fall silent, turn their backs on the light, have evil hearts, and everyone will be punished. Boo! Suddenly, a figure fell into the lava chamber and smashed out a large pit. Because of the pillar of light, a large hole had long been broken open above the chamber at this moment. Ahem! Yarvis, who was beaten by the Dragon Realm Guardian and coughed up blood with difficulty, got up and looked at Bernie. Your Majesty, I can't stop it. Bernie, above, leaving the back of the silver dragon, Li Shui drifted down into the secret room and appeared in front of several god-level powerhouses. Calm and unembarrassed. Dragon Domain Guardian, what exactly do you mean? Bernie's forehead veins rippled as he forcefully held back his anger and questioned. Li Shui blandly said, everything I do is for the light camp. For the sake of the light camp. So you're blocking me from casting the super god soldier? Bernie trembled with anger. What block? Hearing the Emperor's remarks, Li Shui was confused. I've never stopped you. Then why did you force your way into the lava chamber? Bernie found it baffling. If you're not blocking, why are you aiding and abetting? I do have something important to report to your Majesty. But Yarvis is not allowing it. I seriously suspect that he is colluding with the enemy. Li Shui's pretty face took on a serious look. I still ask your Majesty to look into it. Don't you bleed? Jarvis glared angrily. He's colluding with the enemy? What a backslide. What matters? Bernie, full of pent-up fire, asked in a cold voice. Then tell me, what is it that is so urgent that you even go so far as to fight with swords? Your Majesty, facing the compelling stares of several god-level powerhouses, Li Shui replied. I have expelled Falling Leaf Voiceless from the division. Oh, a little confused as to what she was playing at. Bernie was baffled. What do you mean by that? According to the clues I have, it's highly likely that Falling Leaf Silent will forcefully break into the melting chamber by digging a tunnel. So I'm here to give an urgent briefing. Li Shui informed one by one. Walt, Jarvis. At that moment, the whole place went cold, and the only sound was the whistling of the cold wind. That's a great trick to play. Boom! Like a forbidden spell exploding in his brain. Bernie's brain went down. His body was unsteady, and he took several steps backward. His face muscles twitching crazily, he turned his head in a daze to look at the deep, bottomless tunnels, and then to the Dragon Realm Guardian who was babbling nonsense in a serious manner, and he couldn't even say a word. According to this, he could at most be accused of intruding on the Dragon Realm Guardian, even if she had good intentions and was loyal. Put! A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Bernie's eyes went black and he almost fainted, his whole body collapsing to the ground in a limp and unimaginative manner. Your Majesty! The two god-level powerhouses rushed forward to assist them. Falling leaves, without sound. Bernie's hatred was so great that he roared up to the sky. I chow you grandma. Chapter 56, The Domain of Divine Soldiers. The stars are dotted with the bright full moon, which looks like a jade disk. Within the leafy woods, the chirping of insects and birds mingled in a harmonious melody. Feeling the aura of the demon god descending, Wang Xiaoyan, who had managed to thwart the Eternal Sin's demoness from chasing after falling leaf silent, quickly retreated. When Anita arrived, she saw the bruised and battered Witch of Eternal Sin with one broken arm and leg. Only no blood was spilled because the body was meant to be a puppet. Witch of Eternal Sin. You. Looking at her misery, Anita was dumbfounded. He had thought everything was a handful. Charters. The Eternal Sin demoness' red eyes were filled with killing intent. You wait for me. Hearing these words, Anita immediately understood the cause. There are not many days left until the recovery. Trying her best to hold down her anger, she indifferently said, Anita, you can rest and recuperate at ease. And when we King's Landing comes to the world, we'll kill all the chickens and dogs of the Bright Camp. Yes, Anita agreed. I can almost conclude that the Light Camp at the moment is resting on its laurels and is in danger. Similar to my thoughts. A chilly wind brushed by, and the Eternal Sin Witch's puppet transformed into purple energy and slowly dispersed. Since Falling Leaf Silent is going to live on, we can just take this opportunity to cultivate loyal servants who are loyal to the Dark Camp. I understand. Anita nodded. Falling Leaves, that's a name I remember. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Witnessing that the puppet of the Witch of Eternal Sin no longer existed, Anita's brow furrowed slightly with a look of concentration, and she gazed out at the landscape high above the sky in the stillness of the night with a lot of thoughts. Several days of work without moving, then just 5 hours, digging tunnels, luring away the enemy, forcibly breaking the divine soldier, and then finally blocking the demon god. Asterisk. Recalling all the previous events, Anita's expression darkened. What kind of time management guru is this? The other side. Outburst limit speed running wildly, such as the wind and lightning. Yi Feng breathing rapidly. Physical strength is slightly unsupportable, but do not dare to slow down the slightest bit. In theory, it should be out of danger now, but fear not. It's better to stay as far away as possible. Over the mountain. With his amazing speed, the sweaty Yi Feng finally arrived at his destination. Ding! System alert, you have entered the dangerous map, Fallen Land. Fallen Land, Danger Zone. Introduction, this is an area that is not accessible to ordinary people for the time being. Far away from the hinterland of the Light Camp, which is actually the center of the ancient war, leaving behind a lot of unexplorable dangers, and generally only explorers and treasure hunting teams will appear here. The information provided by the system is little different from the previous life. It was the special nature of the Fallen Land that Yi Feng chose to enter it to try to avoid the risks that he might encounter later. Arriving at the planned location, the hungry Yi Feng stopped and under the cover of a rock, gulped down water and ate bread to replenish his consumption. After eating and drinking, Yi Feng was about to check out the loot of this trip when the system ringtone rang in his ears interrupting his actions. Ding! System tip, congratulations on obtaining the special title, Blasphemer, S-Rank. Blasphemer, S-Class. Synopsis, Blasphemy. Blasphemy against light and darkness. Where will you go with no scruples? Title effect, 100% increase in final life value. Extra effect, increased damage dealt to units belonging to the Light Camp and the Dark Camp by 30%. Sounds pretty draggy. Yi Feng did not hesitate to choose to equip the title, replaced his existing title Fledgling, and immediately felt that the first impression was even more powerful. It's kind of a break from being a fledgling rookie, isn't it? Only the system ringtone didn't seem to want to end there, and after that, it rang again one after another, but the sound was no longer pleasant, but turned into a heavy one, signaling that the information being broadcast was unusual. Ding! Announcement, due to the blasphemer, Leafless, the super god-level weapon belonging to the Light Camp was taken away. The Emperor was furious. May the world's aspiring people together to crusade against the traitors, and return the world to a clear sky. Ding! Service-wide announcement, any adventurer who kills, Blasphemer, Fallen Leaf Silent, and returns the super god-level weapon will receive the following rewards: Prestige plus 100,000, the only hidden profession, and the special S-rank title, Brave. Ding! Announcement, due to the blasphemer, Leafless Treachery, will be super god level weapon for their own. The 10 Magic God Rage. Notify the world public. Kill can get the gift of the Magic God. Enjoy the supreme glory. Ding. Service-wide announcement, any adventurer who kills, blasphemer, fallen leaf silent, and returns the super god level weapon will receive the following rewards, joining the Dark Camp, Random Demon God Inheritance, and the special S-rank title, Evil Demon. A series of service-wide announcements bombarded the ears of all players. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are there players in the Eastern District who can up so much? My god. What period of time is this? How can there be such a generous reward? It's not like we can cross the border and go to the Eastern District to deal with him. This damn son of a beach. Don't eat the sour radish. This time, all players from Earth were able to see the service-wide announcement. It's too much. God forbid. How many people could have the only hidden profession right now? Falling Leaf Silent is awesome. He snatched all the super god level weapons. This is definitely a divine weapon good enough to use for a lifetime. Didn't you guys see the system say that a super god level weapon is already higher than god level? On the other side, the players in the Eastern District were similarly shaken. For good reason. Only a few days into the game, suddenly came a super god weapon. Who the hell can withstand? Hiss. Even though Yifeng knew that the consequences of this matter would be very serious, he did not expect the reward to be exaggerated to such an extent. It was him, and he was moved. Ding. Service-wide announcement, due to the special conditions that occurred during the casting, which had led to the shattering and collapsing of super god level weapons, the energy of many forging materials scattered and overflowed in all directions, and under the convergence of god level powerhouses, a strange space was eventually formed, named the Domain of Godly Soldiers, and adventurers are welcome to explore it. Ding. Service-wide announcement, due to the unstable energy of this space, in order to prevent the collapse phenomenon from occurring, it can only be explored once a week. Ding. System alert, as Blasphemer Falling Leaf Silent has been selected as the final boss of Domain of Soldiers. You have been awarded with the relevant rewards, Prestige plus 500, Blasphemer's Ring, Gold Grade. Yifeng. That's good. One more weekly copy that is relevant to me. This is going to be fun. Yifeng stroked his chin and only found it interesting. This once-a-week only copy is not one where the difficulty is always the same, and players can go from struggling to get through at first to taking it easy later on. The difficulty of the copies, for the most part, increases as you level up. Along those lines, maybe in the future, even he wouldn't be able to beat his weekly self, and would even be brutally beaten. Abandoning distracting thoughts, Yifeng no longer thought much about what was there, and with 10,000 expectations, he took out the biggest loot of the trip from the package, a sharp sword surrounded by grey mist all over its body, its light flowing and its sharpness intriguing. It was also because of its existence that Yifeng tore his face off with the light camp and had the demon god of the dark camp make a hard grab for it. Gulp. Gulping hard, he was in an agitated mood, and his left hand flicked over the grey blade of the view details. Super God level. Chapter 57 Strengthening of Weapons. Super God level. Attack, 500 to 550. Characteristics, plus 80% attack, plus 200% attack speed. Bonus, Righteousness. Plus 1 to all skill grades. Note, current skill grade limit SSS grade. Excluding talents. Bonus, Devil's Way. Plus 50% final damage. Stunt. Current status, bound, Falling Leaves Silent. Required reputation, 1000. Required level, 30. Introduction, Pishi's body is a guide to recast the broken super god weapon. Although it restores its power, but it is still far less than the peak. Still need to be polished and refined, in order to show the power of the super god weapon. Current actual strength, dark gold. Promotion requirement, 3 immortal grade ores. Staring blankly at the attributes attached to the weapon, Yifeng was dumbstruck, stunned by the effects of the super divine warrior. He'd never seen such outrageous to the point of equipment. And this, you're telling me the actual strength is only dark gold? Is up. Continuously taking a few deep breaths, Yifeng held his weapon in his hand and opened the skill bar. The skills that caught his eye, all of them were upgraded by 1 grade. It's so anticlimactic. Yifeng's mood could be described as surging and rising. 1 righteous, 1 magical, directly pulling the upper limit of weapons to unimaginable levels. It took a long time before he managed to calm his inner excitement. Whether it was the light camp or the darkness camp, there was indeed a reason why they all wanted to fight him because of this weapon. It was believed that in a short while, players with an eye on the bounty would come after him. Come on, can't wait to try this weapon out. Of course, on top of that, thanks to the rewards of the copy, he was also rewarded with a rare ring, which, while not comparable to the super divine soldier, could make his attack 100 feet better. Blasphemer's Ring, gold level. Attack, 50 to 55. Life, 3000. Characteristics, attack plus 6%. Required level, 40. Synopsis, blasphemy is never good. Remember, a moment of blasphemy is a moment of pleasure. After looking at the strength of the weapons, the rare and precious rings look flat. After replacing the ring and weapon, Yifeng suddenly thought that he still had a few treasures in his package, all of which could strengthen the equipment itself. Increase scroll, grade B. Enchanted pearl, grade A. Book of Scarlet, S-class. Chirp. The reanimated brave called out next to Yifeng. Wait. Yifeng raised his hand to stop it, not even knowing what kind of expression to make. Let me think about life first. Pixie. Looking at the 3 treasures in the parcel, and then looking at the ultra-divine soldier in his hand, Yifeng's intention rose from his heart, and evil was born from his heart. Even though this was an ultra-god level weapon, the parentheses below made it clear that the current strength was only dark gold level. So in theory, all these props should be useful, right? He had to admit that at the moment he was guilty of one of the 7 deadly sins. Greed. It doesn't spell one hand. Yifeng decisively used the increased scroll. First take it to try something. After all, it is a B grade prop. If it fails it is not much heartache. Ding. System alert, you have used the prop, scroll of increase, grade B, to successfully increase the strength of the Ultra Divine Soldier, strength to gain a certain increase. Into success? Yifeng was overjoyed and didn't hesitate to use all the other 2 treasures. The Scarlet Book was unnecessary to mention, and the Enchanted Pearl was mainly to transfer the scorching of the flaming longsword to the Ultra Divine Soldier. Ding. System alert, you have used the prop, Book of Scarlet, grade S, to successfully make Ultra Divine Soldier, to obtain 2 characteristics. Ding. System alert, you have used the prop, Enchanted Pearl, grade A, to successfully make the Ultra Divine Soldier, to obtain the additional effect, Scorch, of the flaming longsword and gain some enhancement. Phew. Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yifeng revealed a satisfied smile. Comfortable. 3 shots in a row. The taste. The pinch. After using all the props to strengthen the weapon, Yifeng decided to name the weapon. Due to the fact that it had only been born previously, its name had yet to be finalized, and the system had specifically reminded him to name the weapon. You are originally the product of the fusion of the Holy Spirit Sword and the Heavenly Demon Evil Sword, where light and darkness meet, and your body is gray. With his brows furrowed, Yifeng thought hard for a moment and named it in a serious manner. Why don't we just call you the Sword of Falling Leaves and Silent Sound? Super Soldier. Mother Pixie, what do you think? After making a small joke, Yifeng attempted to call out the sword spirit. How could he not honor the weapon itself when it really had to be named something? Swish. A grayish-white brave silhouette surfaced in front of Yifeng. Chirp. Seeing his mother's spirit body, the little brave man came alive. Whatever the cost, it was better than watching your mother being sacrificed. It has been quite content with the current results. Lad, this is a weapon that belongs to you, and it's up to you to make up your own mind as to the exact name. The mother of Braveheart said in a warm voice. Nowadays, I seem to have become the sword spirit, but in reality, I am only temporarily replacing the sword spirit after its death. The real sword spirit is not me, and it has yet to be conceived and born. Then what you mean is, Yifeng thoughtfully, please also help me find a suitable flesh body. The mother of braves requested. It doesn't necessarily have to be the flesh of a brave, just that the flesh that can carry the strength of my soul needs to be at least at the immortal level. Yes, Yifeng solemnly assured. When I have enough strength, I will definitely prepare a suitable body for you. So, he looked down at the brave man at his feet and smiled. You and the child will be reunited. Since it is by having a destiny with Pishi to get such a weapon as well as a divine pet, he is naturally full of gratitude to Pishi's mother and daughter. Thank you, lad, the mother of braves said heartily. As a matter of fact, although the many treasures on my body have been taken away by the emperor, there are still many hidden elsewhere. So when you are strong enough, I'll take you to fetch them, which is considered to be a little bit of my insignificant thoughts. Throw in the towel. Falling Leaf Silent treated her mother and daughter well. She would not hide it, and since she was trying to help him grow, there's no need to be polite. Brave mother. Yifeng smiled sparingly. It's part of the job. After a little chat, the sword spirit fell into a deep sleep. These days had been too torturous for her to experience, and it would take a long time for her to regain her strength. After that, Yifeng stared closely at the grey misty weapon in his hand and gently brushed the cold sword body. A long time ago, he said faintly, the falling leaves are silent, with the wind rising momentum. Today, I title blasphemer. The future, there are gods I have to kill. Don't want to be a defeat. We have to call that full of gods and devils can't do anything about it. I'll take the name. God sobbing for you. Chapter 58 Post-War Summary. Ding. System tip. Naming is successful. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on obtaining the Ultra Divine Soldier, Divine Cry. reaching out to brush the blade of God's cry once again. The weapon that had been strengthened by Yifeng 3 times in one night popped up with an attribute panel. God sobbing, super God level. Attack, 600 to 650. Characteristics, plus 80% attack, plus 200% attack speed. Characteristics, physical blood absorption plus 5%. Bonus, righteousness, plus 1 to all skill grades. Note, current skill grade limit SSS grade. Excluding talents. Bonus, Devil's Way, plus 50% final damage. Bonus, bleeding. If an attack wounds an enemy unit, it will be accompanied by an additional bleeding effect, dealing 0.5% damage per second to the enemy unit based on its own life value for 10 seconds. Additional, Scorch, attack with a scorching effect, deducting 500 points of opponent's life value per second for 10 seconds, up to 2 stacks. Stunt, stunt, stunt. Current status, bound, falling leaves silent. Required reputation, 1000. Required level, 30. Introduction, Pishi's body is a guide to recast the broken super god weapon. Although it restores its power, but it is still far less than the peak. Still need to be polished and refined. In order to show the power of the super god weapon. Current actual strength, spirit level, promotion requirement, 3 immortal grade ores, rows and rows of effects that are pleasing to look at. It also doesn't require you to scrutinize each and every one of them. With just this many characteristics and additions, it's probably enough to quell a large number of them. And with all the enhancements, the actual strength of the weapon reaches spirit level. Satisfied with putting away the divine cry, Yifeng leaned his back against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. This night had been a real strain, and he needed to rest and replenish his strength. The next day, the end of the sky is white, and the sun shines brightly on the earth, driving away the cold of the night. Wake up! Sleeping Yifeng heard a sweet and refreshing female voice like a clear spring, and woke up quietly. Opening his eyes, a dusty silver-haired girl came into his eyes, fresh and uncluttered, like a snow lotus in the high sky. Under the sunlight, the young girl was as beautiful as an exiled immortal coming out of a picture scroll. Mentor! Yifeng completely sobered up and stood up. You're here! The Dragon Realm Guardian knew where he was. After all, it was impractical to rely on individuals all the time. Last night, you made quite a commotion. Li Shui carefully sized up Yifeng and said in amazement. I didn't expect that the super divine weapon that the Emperor took great pains to cast ended up in your hands. Luck! Yifeng humbly said. It's mainly because of the help of Mother Pixie, otherwise I would never be able to obtain the recognition of the super divine soldier. That's also what you got from fighting for your life. Li Shui corrected. Alright, business is important. What are you going to do next? Take a step and see what happens. Yifeng was blunt. Li Shui frowned, feeling that it wasn't right. Is it hard to just hide like this? There's no need to hide for too long. Yifeng shook his head. Facing his mentor, he had nothing to hide. It wasn't like he couldn't tell if the other person was genuinely treating him well. Li Shui was puzzled. Why? No need to hide for long. Right now, both the light camp and the darkness camp had murderous intentions towards this disciple who was carrying a heavy treasure. And she didn't quite understand what Falling Leaf Silent had planned. The demon god is about to break the seal. I think the mentor knows it better than anyone else. Yifeng's cyan eyes carried a meaningful look. At that time, the light camp will only be unable to take care of itself. Hearing this, Li Shui felt very surprised. The fact that the 10 great demonic gods are about to awaken is not a secret in the higher echelons of the human race. But when they will break the seal is still unknown and, halfway through her speech, she hesitated slightly, but finally told the truth. It might be worse for you. It was true that the light camp was fully responding to the dark camp's attack and would surely be distracted. But the same target for both was still the ultra-divine soldier in the hands of Falling Leaf Silence. No harm done. Yifeng's eyes flickered. I still have some means to reduce the pressure I'm facing. What the mentor said is not true. It is certainly not enough to limit ourselves to this in order to achieve some kind of balance. So what you're saying is, I can't tell for now. Yifeng cupped his fists. But I believe the answer will be revealed soon. Soon. Very quickly indeed. No matter how the process changes, the butterfly effect that he has triggered now is not enough to delay the resurrection of the demon god. In other words, he knew the exact timing of the demon god's resurrection, and after the demon god's resurrection, the world would be in chaos, and the player's novice stage would be considered to be completely over. Okay. Li Shui's head nodded slightly. You have your measure. Mentor won't ask too many questions. In recent times the light camp has an extremely cautious attitude towards me. It's better not to meet for the time being lately. Even the mentor. It's fine. I also don't want to see the divine beasts of the light camp become sacrifices. She stretched out her finger and pointed it in the void at Yifeng's chest position. And ice elements converged to form a certain prohibition. Ding. System note, you have learned the skill, Cold Dragon Tsunami, S rank, and are unable to use it due to the level not meeting the requirements for the time being. Ding. System note, you have learned the skill, Snowy Cold Wind, S rank, and are unable to use it due to the level not meeting the requirements for the time being. Retracting her finger, Li Shui said, the skills for the second career advancement. I have already imparted them in advance, and the power to satisfy your advancement is also sealed within you. Many thanks, tutor. Yi Feng was grateful. My disciple is unable to return the favor. After all, you still owe me 800,000 gold coins. As a debtor, how can I be indifferent? Li Shui winked and snickered. Yi Feng cried and laughed. You're right. That's it. Li Shui looked into the distance of the fallen land and lamented. This area hides too many unknowns and mysteries. In the distant past, there was an earth-shattering battle. Act here. Be careful. Disciple understands. Yi Feng nodded his head. Ding. System alert. You have obtained the career advancement quest. A little life matters. Difficulty, A. Life is important. Difficulty, A. Synopsis, surviving in the fallen lands is no easy task for adventurers. Mission requirements, 7 days of survival. Mission reward, career advancement. Setting everything up ahead of time. Li Shui turned to leave. The silver dragon that was in front of the two understood and bent its head, causing Li Shui to ride on its head in the easiest way possible, and then lifted it high. Palm. Spreading its huge dragon wings, the silver dragon soared up, it flowing light swiftly, disappearing into the distance. After his mentor left, Yi Feng ate his breakfast and took a step deeper into the fallen land. Sasha. Before he could take more than a few steps, the sound of tiny footsteps came to his ears. I think it's this way? I just saw a silver dragon fly by. Handsome. Falling leafless should be right in the fallen land. Everyone move carefully and don't be broken one by one. It wasn't long before the sound of footsteps came closer. Clank. Taking out the divine cry from the package, Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a fine light and the corner of his mouth curved up. How did you guys know that I wanted to try the strength of the weapon? Chapter 59, the heat is on. The trees are dappled with shadows. A group of players swarmed here, all wanting to find trouble with Falling Leaf Silent. Needless to say, the head of the other side can no longer be measured in money. The only hidden profession, currently known, only 2, 3 people. If you can become one of them, money, beauty at your fingertips, will definitely become the focus of attention. As for killing or not killing, the other world is supposed to be the age of swords and magic, and as time passes, more and more players begin to gradually adapt to this life, weaving within the forest, occasionally sweeping away vegetation that blocked their way with their blades. They went deeper into the fallen lands. Sasha. Suddenly, a footstep came. Who? They turned their heads to look, only to see a cold youth with a dark purple mask appearing before them with great fanfare, not hiding his identity in the slightest. It's me. Yi Feng greeted warmly. One of our own. Since your mom. A group of people immediately pounced on him and surrounded him, holding a variety of weapons, with greed and killing intent in their eyes. There is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no door to hell and you break in. Yi Feng crossed his eyebrows. What do you mean? Falling leaves are silent. Why play dumb? Someone sneered. How much is your own head worth? Aren't you aware of that? So you guys are going to do it to me? Looking at the murderous multitude of players, Yi Feng slowly raised the weapon in his hand. Hiss. Staring into the grey foggy overwhelming divine weapon, visible cold aura flowing. They couldn't stop staring and couldn't help but suck in cold air. Dare you show off a little more? What a loaded weapon. This sword is my collection of the 9 heavens gold crystals supplemented with dozens of treasures casting. Sword into the day. The pillar of light rises up to the sky, crashing through the dome of the sky. Yi Feng's finger crossed the sword body. The high man's demeanor was clear. With this sword, I will open up the border and expand the land. And with this sword, I will bring 10,000 states to the court. Go to hell. Finally, a player pressed the attack. Snort. He raised the lance in his hand and stabbed forward. Miss. Yi Feng slightly sidestepped and simply avoided it. And then God's weeping probed out and plunged into his chest. Minus 34,456. A whopping 30,000 damage jumped out and there was no blitz, much less a skill used. In a flash, the other players were dumbfounded. 30,000 plus damage? Pulling the rapier out, the player's body immediately glowed with white light, and his soul body went back to the city. The current 20-something leveled ordinary player, with a life value of more than 20,000 at the top of the sky, how could he possibly carry this sword? Comfortable. Yi Feng was secretly overwhelmed, but on the surface, he didn't move. Daring to mess with me, Falling Leaf Silent, is simply asking for death. The injury didn't surprise him. Even a mediocre normal attack, as long as it came from him, had to count the 30% damage bonus given by the title, as well as the 50% final damage bonus attached to the weapon. The most important reason, of course, is the high attack value. The Blasphemer, falling leaves silent, whined evil god. Grade, 40. Life, 161,660. Attacks, 2241 to 2352. Defense, 816 to 842. Skills, Chasing Shadows, Meteor Sword Technique, Armor Breaking Strike, Source of Poison, Wind and Shadow Followers, Devil's Word, Shadow Field, Godslayer Power, Pseudo. Reputation, 2,420. Number of revivals possible, 2. Altogether. Those players looked at each other and killed in unison. They couldn't see the attribute panel of Falling Leaf Silent, but as a matter of fact, other than attack, the other values shouldn't surpass the other players by too much. Seeing this, Yifeng did not dodge and stood still, letting them attack him with all their strength. -1, -1, -1. At this time, dodging looked as if the intensity of their attack was very high, and they couldn't explain it to their friends and viewers on the opposite side of the screen. How? It's so fake. Those people almost had their eyes glazed over. Not breaking defense can be too much of a mind. If you have to seek death, please call the more powerful characters over. Please everyone, Yifeng's tone pleaded. Crowd. After that, Yifeng casually sent them back to the city to revive with a few swords, like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Why did he choose the land of the fallen? One was that this place was not the jurisdiction of the light camp, and the other was that players coming all the way over was a huge waste of time and might not be able to gain anything, so it was inevitable that they would have to deliberate whether it was cost-effective or not. Shaking off the blood stained on his sword blade, Yifeng turned off the video recording, saved it and posted it to the forum, naming it Injury-Free Brushing the Wild. Ding! System alert, Adventurer, North Peak, purchased your video and you gained 1 silver coin. Ding! System alert, Adventurer, 91 Mr. Chen, purchased your video and you gained 1 silver coin. Did Falling Leaf Silence turn out to be so strong? What kind of panel does it have to be to sword a little friend? If you're going to trouble Falling Leaf Silent, you must be calm. He's number 1 on the ranking list. No! What's the matter with you guys? Am I the only one who cares that the price of the video has doubled 100 times? The voices in the forum varied, but Yifeng's panel became the main discussion. Opening the package, Yifeng watched as the silver coin soared, giving him dozens of extra gold coins in the blink of an eye, and was in a good mood. Because of the bounty, he would definitely be the center of attention in recent times, since it was so hard for the traffic to come up, and he had been hanging on to the hot search and couldn't get off. How could he not seize the time to cash in on the traffic? Once the heat is off, it's too late to make a buck. Beyond that, the necessary deterrence is always there. As the saying goes, if you throw 1 punch, you don't have to throw 100, and if he retreats, it will only intensify the situation. Standing still for a few moments, Yifeng soon came across another player who came to die, and immediately took them away with a few swords. I'm telling you guys, I'll be right here waiting for you. Come as many as you can and kill as many as you can. Yifeng let out a bold statement, followed by hurriedly posting the fresh and hot video, pricing it at 2 silver coins. There's no way around it. When the heat is on, the announcement fees go up fast. So crazy. It doesn't matter. I'll strike. Falling Leaves is awesome. I'm black to black. Many players hit the forums hard, causing the gold coins in Yifeng's parcels to rub off on him. And he, too, kept his word and kept to the fringes of the first fallen lands. In the first wave, he kills indiscriminately. In the second wave, he kills indiscriminately. Third wave, he slipped. Suddenly more than 100,000 people were killing over. Yifeng would not be foolish enough to stand still and wait for death. The number of followers is going up so fast. Putting up the equipment popped out by a huge number of players for sale online. Yifeng glanced at his own number of fans in passing, which was as high as 15 million. It's all live powder. And that's without opening up the borders. Relying on these fans, just in a few short hours, he gained nearly 20,000 gold coins, which was terrifying. He has more or less an idea about how to increase airplay in the future and is ready to implement it right away. Where is the man? Where did he go? I thought we said to wait for us where we are. Many players are cynical. Ding. System prompt, the adventurer you follow, Blasphemer, Falling Leaf Silent, has started a live broadcast. Is it going to watch? Live? He dared to open a live broadcast? Yes. With mixed emotions, they coincidentally entered Falling Leaf Silent's live room, and what met their eyes was the youth with the evil god mask. Family, I've been having a terrible time lately. Yifeng put on a sad face and said sadly, because of internet violence, I have been diagnosed with depression not long ago. Chapter 60, The Undead Axeman. The live room was full of question marks. How long ago was that? You've just been offered a bounty and you're going to get depressed right away. Is that a little too soon? It's over. Your kid has the traffic code. Countless players spit. Families, you may not believe me when I say it. In fact, The current me owes a huge debt. Yifeng opened the quest panel and showed them a screenshot of the quest requirements. 800,000 gold coins. I've already dumped my family's money to pay back 200,000. And I can't afford to pay back the rest at all. How can you owe so much? Could it be that otherworldly real estate is also thundering? It turns out that Falling Leaves is having such a miserable time, and is in the same boat as me. Many players post pop-ups and many initiate bounties. Thank you friends for your concern. I said this in the live broadcast, not to gain sympathy. Yifeng saw the reward. His heart was happy, but his mouth said in words, but in order to let everyone feel that life is not easy, everyone is under pressure. Never lose faith. Everything is possible in the future. After reading the prepared lines once, Yifeng hurriedly went off the air. If he said any more, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold in his laughter. Carrying the rapier, Yifeng collected his emotions and went deeper into the Fallen Land. After all, the video needs time to digest. It can't be rushed. It's better to be quiet and explore the map first. Through the dense forest, he entered a deserted wilderness, and looking far away, he could see white-boned undead wandering in the distance, their craniums burning with strange soul fires, holding rusty axes, their bones crisscrossing between their actions, emitting the sounds of crunching and crunching, crunch and crunch sounds. Undead Axeman, Elite Monster. Rating, 55. Life, 250. 000. Attack, 1500 to 1550. Defense, 800 to 820. Skills, chopping you to death, Jeje laughs, axe is big. Synopsis, the undead are not something you can mess with. Go away. Back off. Typical monsters with high offense and low defense. Probably related to the second turn. The attributes of undead axemen at level 50 and up were much stronger than other creatures. Carrying the super god soldier, Yifeng went up and did the armor-breaking sword art, directly splitting two of its ribs. Minus 39,455. Nearly 40,000 damage jumped out. It was mainly the effect attached to the weapon that was too fierce. The A-ranked armor-breaking sword art was forcefully upgraded to S rank, and the armor-breaking effect was increased to 50%, which was equivalent to ignoring half of the opponent's defense. Meanwhile, poison and true damage were all hooked up and doubled in power from before. Minus 10,000. Minus 500. Scorching. Minus 4,704. Jie. The undead axeman let out a strange laugh. Ding. System alert. Undead axeman uses the skill, Jie strange laughter. Attack is increased by 30%. Defense is decreased by 10%. Thumbs up. Open meteor sword art. Attack speed increased by 100%. Superimposed on the 200% of the divine weeping. Yifeng's sword out of the storm. 4 or 5 swords a second. Simply a few times to take away the undead axeman. And the other side of the death has not had time to put out the attack skills will be instantly collapsed into a pile of broken bones. Ding. System alert. Congratulations on successfully killing undead axeman, elite monster. Receive reward, plus 5.21% experience at this level. The more a full 15 levels of brushing the monsters, the more experience is given. But again, not as much as one would expect. In the setting of gods and demons, upgrading is so difficult that along with the passage of time, you'll be lucky to get a level up for a few days in the future. In order to ensure that all kinds of sustained damage to play the greatest role, Behind Yifeng basically cut 2 swords to change the target, coupled with far above the speed of ordinary people. Practicing efficiency is very rapid. Swish! Not long after, the golden light dispersed and Yifeng reached level 41. Ding! System alert, you have received a transfer from your friend, fledgling Rakshasa, and gained 50 gold coins. Just as he was brushing the monsters at ease, the system ringtone rang in his ears. Thanks for earlier. Rakshasa sent a toothy grinning emoji. You're welcome. Regarding Rakshasa's character of doing what he said, Yifeng still had a number in his heart. It's better to be careful on your side next. I've gotten word that the top 10 in the rankings, there are a few groups that have gone over to look for you. Rakshasa provided useful information. He wasn't much moved by the bounty rewards of the falling leaves. The only hidden profession, plus the special title, did make people crazy, but the strength of his current profession, Blood Shadow Assassin, wasn't weak either. Top 10 players coming after me? Yifeng replied. Thanks for reminding me. Not that he minded. Among the players, the experts were like clouds, which he naturally knew, but to say that comparing with the current him, he was afraid that there was still a bit of a gap. With gods weeping in hand, how strong would his opponent have to be in order for him to be willing to bow down? Discarding the distractions and chatting with Rakshasa about the new copy, Yifeng continued practicing. In a short period of time, he wasn't at all afraid of who would take away the first pass rewards of Domain of Divine Soldiers. It is not that he underestimated the world. The main copy of the location is a second-tier city. Non-second-turn players are simply impossible to enter the copy. and he is already the first in the Eastern District rank list, pulling away from the second list of 8 levels. It is estimated that foreign countries are also very difficult for people to surpass, i.e. Falling Leaves, rank 41, 2. Swordsman, rank 33, 3. Southgate Blowout, rank 33, 4. Super Cutie, rank 32, V. Hidden ID, rank 32, 6. North Peak, rating 32, 7. Rakshasa, rank 32, 8. Quinn, rank 31, 9. Wong Hai, rank 31, X. Demon King, rank 30. Meanwhile, the outer rim of the Fallen Lands, the 2 players in the group hurriedly approached this place, looking at the footprints stretching out on the wilderness, as well as the dead bones around them. One of the tiger-backed big men said in a deep voice, worthy of the soundlessness of the falling leaves, it's really deep in. The level of the monsters in the Fallen Land was 50 levels up, which made many players shy away. And the fact that Silent Leaf was able to calmly brush the monsters while he was exploring was really a surprise to him. The abuse video uploaded by Falling Leaf Silent is a great deterrent. The player next to him, who was bone-thin and pale, said sorrowfully, Bei Feng, are you really confident in dealing with him? To say absolute confidence, that's definitely not true. After all, it's a top player that can stand out from over 1 billion people in the Eastern District. The upper limit of their strength can't be judged at all. Bei Feng shook his head. The dry and thin man was stunned. You dare to take the initiative to invite me to team up. Your grasp should not be small, right? There's definitely a certainty. If you must say so. After a moment of contemplation, Bei Feng made a rational judgment. If he's only at the level he showed on the video, a fair one-on-one fight, 60-40 split, 6 for me, 4 for him. What about adding me, Wang Dahai, together? The dry and thin man asked with a smile. What I find most tricky about Falling Leaf Silent is still the unusual speed. Bei Feng confessed, with you possessed to help him, he can wait for death at ease. 9-1 open, and 1, is afraid that he has a killer weapon. Aha! The dry and skinny man nodded in satisfaction. A hero's opinion is the same. North Peak's judgment was basically exactly the same as his. Falling Leaf Silent is high-leveled, but unfortunately the 2 of them are basically invincible with each other. Ranks, they don't mean everything. He should be right in front. Let's chase after him, the dry and thin man urged. Yes, Bei Feng accelerated his pace, thinking of the upcoming duel of experts. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, Falling Leaf Silent, the first kills of the whole service so far have been taken by you in a big way. Don't lose too much in my hands. Chapter 61. Snort. While killing the nearby undead axemen and going deeper into the Fallen Land, Yi Feng's ears suddenly heard a burst of footsteps. Another player coming to get killed? Yi Feng immediately used Wind Shadow Follow to enter the sneaking state, ready to give the opponent a surprise. Chirp! Just as he was about to approach, the little brave suddenly called out. Ding! System alert, your pet, auspicious beast Pishi, says that he has found treasures nearby. Nearby? Yi Feng's footsteps lurched as he thought for a moment. Could it be that the person chasing me has a treasure on him? It seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. While killing the opponent, you have to get the treasures in their hands. This was obviously a rare hidden quest triggered by him. Turning to look at the rear, Yi Feng immediately saw the tiger-backed big man and the bone-thin man hurrying in front of and behind him, and from a great distance, he could feel their excitement. Debutantes, North Peak, swordsman of basic iron. Debutantes, Wang Dahai, pastor. So it's these 2. Yi Feng suddenly realized. Bei Feng and Wang Dahai, in their previous lives, were also considered to be characters with notable strength. The 2 of them cooperated with each other, enough to rival the top players, especially in the early stages. The wind was very strong. When it comes down to it, the 2 got started fast and relied heavily on the talent they acquired in the opening round. Along the way, as the undead axeman's bone pile went deeper, they came to the area where Yi Feng's trail had disappeared. Looking towards the wild monsters that had yet to be cleared in the distance, and looking around vigilantly. Dahai, be careful. Bei Feng held a large sword and stood at attention. He's not far from us. Thumbs up. A gray cold aura flashed by. Yi Feng attacked with lightning speed, and the divine cry slashed through Wang Dahai's neck without missing a beat, bringing out a wisp of blood. Minus 26,450. Bright red damage popped up. Ha! Yi Feng, who was out of his sneaking state, pretended to be surprised. The defense is quite high. In fact, it wasn't hard to kill Wang Dahai in seconds. The problem was that killing wasn't the goal. So he purposely stayed his hand and turned off various passives to deal as much damage as his opponent could take. Outrageous. Seeing the bottom of the life value, Wang Dahai was shocked, and did not hesitate to launch the natural skill possession. His own body was vaporized, and attached to the back of Bei Feng. forming some kind of protection. Ding. System prompt, fledgling Wang Dahai used the skill, possession. Himself immune to all damage until the end of the duration of the skill or the death of the possessor. During the period of time based on their own panels, for the possessed person to enhance the 62% of the full attributes, 10% immune to damage. Lasted 10 minutes. For a time, North Peak's strength skyrocketed. I didn't expect that 2 experts on the rank list would want to take my life. Yifeng entered the scene for a second and said in a cold voice. Beifeng tightened his grip on his big wide sword as if he were an enemy. Who wouldn't be moved by the bounty hanging over you? He had to admit that the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Before the fight even started, Wang Dahai was already cornered. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Don't you just want the super god soldier in my hands? I'll give you the chance. Yifeng laughed back in anger, presenting the divine cry in front of them without reservation. How about a bet against each other? Match the bet? North Peak was uncertain. This weapon is already bound to me. Yifeng spoke eloquently. It's useless even if you kill me. In God and the devil, the bound equipment or props cannot be exploded. The only 2 ways to seize is the revival of the number of times used up, or their own unbinding. North Peak was speechless. From his point of view, even though he couldn't see the panel of falling leaf silent, he could see the 3 question marks and the line of his name ID were red in purple, obviously with an extremely high sin value. The higher the sin value, the higher the burst rate when killed. But if it was a bound equipment, it would require him to kill 3 times in a row, only to make a gift for others. What's the bet? North Peak asked. Each of you take out the most precious props in your packages and bet against me. I will unbind and accompany you in a big gamble. Yifeng exposed his purpose. Upon hearing this, Beifeng and Wang Dahai glanced at each other without rushing to reply. The other side is acting way too confident. Forget it if you don't bet. Yifeng retreated as in advance. Come on. Wait. Beifeng raised his hand to stop it, his eyes flickering. Now that we're in the early stages of the other world, there aren't many valuable props, so I'll just have 1 A-grade prop. I only have a B grade. Wang Dahai added. Are you guys sure this is the most valuable treasure you have on you? Yifeng asked rhetorically. I'm an honest person. You guys have to pay for lying to me. Beifeng swore with conviction. Definitely didn't lie to you. Alright then, let's start the cut. Yifeng urged. Cutting mode, which was a special setting between adventurers, in which there was no penalty even if you killed the other party. Okay. North Peak naturally agreed. Come to think of it, he didn't think it was a loss. If the estimation is wrong and you can't beat the opponent in the end, it's definitely cost-effective to exchange an A-grade prop for a life. Ding. System prompt, blasphemer Fallen Leaf Silent, initiates a duel with you. The requirements are as follows. If Fallen Leaf Silent is victorious, you will get Life Enlightenment, A-grade props, and Healing Technique, B-grade skills. And if Beifeng and Wang Dahai are victorious, you will get the equipment, Divine Weeping, Ultra Divine Grade. Do you agree to this? Yes. In unison, the 2 chose to say yes. Betting 2 pieces of junk against a super god tier weapon is a big moneymaker. 3, 2, 1, ding. System alert, the cutscene has begun. Go to hell. As the second reading ended, Beifeng did not hesitate to kill Yifeng, slashing at him with his greatsword in hand. Ding. System note, you used the skill, Chasing Shadows, increasing your movement speed by 80%. Shadow Chaser, which has been upgraded by 1 rank by Divine Cry, provides a much higher movement speed bonus, with stacked talents equaling a 160% increase. A green light blossomed in his eyes as Yifeng faced the swinging weapon and violently shifted sideways to avoid it as his sword blade stabbed out. Beifeng was quick on his feet and decisively raised his sword back in defense, blocking the attack with his broad blade. Clank! The instrument chimed. However, before Beifeng could launch a counterattack, Yifeng stabbed at his neck with his sword, which was clearly the meteor sword art. Grass! Attack speed so fast? Beifeng was horrified in his heart, and was unable to parry in time, and was slammed into his throat by the blade of the sword. Minus 4,608. At the same time, persistent damage was also hooked up by Yifeng. Minus 4,000. Minus 200. Scorching. Minus 1885. Minus 810. Bleeding. Yifeng was not surprised by the amount of damage. Wang Dahai can provide 10% damage immunity. Beifeng's own talent Adamantine Unbreakable can be exempted from 50% damage. A full 60% damage immunity, plus as high as 62% of the total attribute bonus. This is probably the capital of the 2 challenge dare to challenge him. To put it bluntly, when these 2 team up, nothing else is great. Just enough meat. Unfortunately, they ran into their nemesis, Naya. Beifeng almost stared out of his eyes and decisively backed up to take medicine. Plus Wang Dahai, who was a priest, wildly milked him. A sword took away 20% of his life value. Immunity 60%. That's a ing 60% injury free. Plus 2240. Plus 500. Minus 7695. Can't milk it. Wang Dahai almost cried in anxiety, calmly retreating a distance. Yi Feng lamented. You said you. Why did you have to be touched by me? Even if the full attributes were boosted by 60%, today's adventurers topped out at 50, 000 or 60, 000 life points. Couldn't even carry a simple poison wound. That's it. How do you get him in trouble? Watching as his life value was like a blood avalanche that couldn't be stopped, Bei Feng was incomparably bewildered. Why should you touch it? A little. Dude, I'll just run into it for you. Then, I'm gone. Chapter 62, Taking the Pearl by Force. Put. 3 types of damage values. Green, red, and white, rose up all over his body as Bei Feng fell to his knees in a daze. To be honest, he had brainstormed a lot of images before coming over to the challenge. What fierce battles, what thrilling dodges, or hard-fought victories. As it turned out, none of it existed. Just one accidental stab and the screen went black. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on winning the cutscene and obtaining Life Enlightenment, A-rank prop, and Healing Technique, B-rank skill. The moment the match ended, Bei Feng resurrected again while Yi Feng had 2 more props in his package. Life Enlightenment, Grade A. Synopsis, gently awakening your sleeping mind. Effect, after use. Enlightenment is increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Healing Technique, Grade B. Synopsis, a good amount of milk. Effect, apply healing spell to target unit 400 plus 150% attack. Requirements for use, chaplaincy. Obviously, the two didn't really want to give him treasures, specifically picking something that would be of little use to them as a bet. Looking at the hard-faced Bei Feng, Yi Feng asked tentatively, just this thing, is it the most valuable thing in your package? No, North Peak replied in a nonchalant manner. I said that if you lie to me, the price will be very high, Yi Feng repeatedly emphasized. Ha! Bei Feng sneered twice and asserted, I can guarantee it, I'm the most precious treasure in the package. Then I'll give it a try. Yi Feng put down his heart and said with a smile, I'm sure you guys won't lie to me. Ha! Wang Dahai and Bei Feng looked at each other. Try what? Pixie. Yi Feng summoned his divine pet. Chirp. The grayish-white brave drilled out from the ground, emitting golden light all over his body, and then the golden light shot out and swept towards Yi Feng. Ding. System alert. Your pet, Pixie, uses the skill, super doubling, based on the value of the item you acquired, giving you 10 times the item's props. Ding. System alert. You have obtained the S-Class prop, Random Teleportation Scroll. Ding. System tip. You have obtained the A-Class prop, Treasure Map, North Peak. Wang Dahai. Silence. The scene fell into a moment of dead silence. How much I trusted you guys. Yi Feng was grief-stricken and took the lead in crying. How can 2 powerhouses in the top 10 of the ranking list have the good sense to screw me over? Do you know that I'm suffering from depression? Falling leaf silent. Don't go too far. Bei Feng's face turned from black to red and then from red to white. Super doubling. What the hell kind of skill is this? What's the difference between that and robbery? You guys want to kill me to take the treasure. I didn't say you guys went overboard. I'll take some compensation from you guys. You guys tell me so I don't go overboard. Yi Feng felt very amused. The two were dumbfounded by these words. They are the pursuing party, and they don't have the upper hand either way. Little Pixie, is there anything else good on them? Yi Feng asked curiously. The two were so scared that they turned and ran. Pixie shook her head. So the treasure you're talking about is the S-ranked random teleportation scroll? Yi Feng took out the gift from Bei Feng from his parcel. Random teleportation scrolls, grade S. Synopsis, because it's a random teleportation, it's not unlikely that you'll fall into a hole. Props effect, after use, randomly teleport to a certain area, such as a cesspool. Sort of a good life preservation prop, but there's a chance that you might have just gotten out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. Also, A-rated treasure maps are good. Chirp. The brave man lifted his forelegs and pointed into the distance. Ding. System alert. Your pet, auspicious beast, Pixie, said that the treasure it said it had is deep in the Fallen Lands. So this is just an appetizer. But I can't be negative about Brother Bei Feng's good intentions. Yi Feng put away the S-Class props and commanded. Pixie Kuan, you drop. Lead the way in front to work. Pixie. After a short interlude, the man and beast continued to explore the Fallen Lands. The undead axemen along the way were sensitized by the Buddha's light emanating from their bodies and turned into experience to help them grow. Ding. System alert, your pet, ancient beast, Pixie, has risen to level 5. Ding. System alert, your pet, ancient beast, Pixie, has risen to level 10. Compared to Yi Feng himself, his pet's leveling up was even more rapid, and after looking at the pet panel, Yi Feng had to sigh in admiration that it was worthy of being the pet of Falling Leaves Silent. It was really powerful. Auspicious beast, Pixie, Falling Leaves Silent pet. Grade, 10. Life, 50,000. Attack, 200 to 200. Defense, 400 to 400. Skills, Earth Escape, Super Doubling, Forbidden Auspicious Beast. Introduction, Ancient Beast Braves. Born with great luck. 10 to good fortune. Fortune rolls in. Super Doubling, SS Grade. Synopsis, how can doubling be enough? Super Doubling is king. Skill effect, based on a certain item obtained by oneself, or the owner, within a certain period of time. Additionally obtain from the other party a treasure whose total value is doubled tenfold. Limitations, transaction typebacks are not effective. Cooling time, 3 days. Forbidden Auspicious Beast, SS Grade. Introduction, auspiciousness takes over the creation of heaven and earth, and its power cannot be figured out by common sense. Active effect, not available at this time. Passive effect, based on its own strength. Provide a certain amount of gold to its owner for each day that passes. Cooling time, 1 day. It's awesome. The power of the forbidden auspicious beast. Yi Feng had yet to see it, but the super doubles had already exerted great value. Crucially, the range of super doubles is not limited. If the other person offers to give it, it does count as obtaining the item. Can't you take it of your own accord and count it as obtaining it? The evil god of the wind can learn both swordsman skills and assassin skills, and in the assassin skills, there is a very special means called stealing. Ahem. Fetch, take first, get the baby, and then super double it. Wouldn't the joy follow super double? Thinking of this, Yi Feng was itching to learn that skill, but unfortunately that was a move that could only be learned after the second turn, so he had to wait a little longer. Under the lead of the brave, Yi Feng came to an inconspicuous cave, unleashing the wind and shadows to follow him. He sneaks and walks in, while the brave earthbenders lead the way, appearing to be quite taciturn. Moving along the winding and dark cave, Yi Feng quickly came to the interior. Looking up, huge spiders could be seen weaving dense cobwebs around the perimeter. Dark red spider, gold level boss. What kind of treasure could a gold level boss be guarding? The exquisite treasure chest from last time was guarded by a dark gold level boss at least. Yi Feng was stunned. Chirp, Pixie signaled him to move on. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately followed, and as a result, he bypassed the dark red spiders and continued to go deeper into the cave, and saw a prostrate perched tiger with a thick body that was extremely intimidating. Glistening tiger, dark gold boss. So it is. Yi Feng woke up like a dream. It seems the hole is deep and cannot be bottomed out easily. Continuing to bypass the spotted tiger, he dared not breathe a sigh of relief and lightly dodged from the farthest position from the other party, following it to the third place. Frost Blood Wolf, spirit level boss. Still want to go inside? Seeing that the brave man was still signaling, Yi Feng only felt that it was very tricky. If he was discovered inside the cave, with a bunch of bosses guarding outside, his little life would definitely not be safe. Spell it out. Weighing the options, Yi Feng first put the low-leveled braves into the pet space and went forward alone, almost doing his best to confirm that the frost snow wolf was sleeping deeply. The heart-stricken Yi Feng avoided his sight and continued to walk inside. Water Jiao, earth-level boss. Looking at the sleeping Water Jiao, Yi Feng's brows furrowed. An earth-level boss, completely beyond the realm of what he could handle, was impossible to pass through without disturbing. What to do? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Feng summoned Pishi out from the resting area between the two bosses and said through gritted teeth, "Is the treasure not far away?" Pixie shook her head. "Then fight." Once again putting the brave into the pet space, Yi Feng took a deep breath and launched the wind chaser, taking out the extreme speed like an arrow off the string, instantly soaring out and crossing from the side of the Water Jiao. Swish! The water augur opened his eyes and woke up with a start. Ding! System alert, your sneak has been detected. Ow! Ow! The guardian bosses of the first few levels likewise noticed the uninvited guests. Shoo! Yi Feng didn't care and scurried out like the wind. Finally arriving at the deepest part of the cave, a green-colored bead existed at the end of the visible view. Without the slightest pause, Yi Feng held the random teleportation scroll in one hand, grabbed the green-colored bead with one hand, and pocketed it. Karma is over. Bye-bye Yulu. Wait! As he was about to tear the scroll and run away, Yi Feng suddenly thought of something else and took out the demonization bead that the Dragon Domain Guardian had not yet demanded to return. Sprouting crazy thoughts. Run? Run what run? I'm also a Guardian boss. Chapter 63, Replacement. Rumble. Various bosses from the cave passages came running wild. They are meant to be the gatekeepers, and they will not allow anyone to pass by trickery. Palm. At the edge of the passageway, Yi Feng activated the demonization bead. Gray mist filled the air and turned into the abyssal demon state. His skin became grayish-white, his nails were pitch black, and his bone wings stretched out, lining him up like an evil spirit. Abyssal Demon gold-level boss. There was no doubt that Yi Feng had progressed rapidly during this period of time, Originally he could only transform into a silver level boss, but now his strength was on a higher level. Ow! The water Jiao was the first to rush into the tunnel, then the frost blood wolf and the glistening manticore. They came in with a brain to kill, and looking around, they could only see that the longtime guardian's green bead had disappeared, and there was an abyssal demon around. Ow! Roar! Ah! Yifeng followed their example and yelled. The beasts, seemingly sensing that something was wrong. When all the subsequent guarding bosses all entered this area, they surrounded Yifeng in a circle, looking up and down and eyeing him intently. One of our own. All of us. The victim, Yifeng, was aggrieved and spread out his hands, stating that he did not have the treasures you wanted on him. In fact, the green bead really wasn't on him. In the nick of time, he transferred the baby to his pet. However, in the face of Yifeng's screaming, those monsters were full of skepticism and stared wide-eyed, as if they didn't believe what he said. Even though their intelligence didn't reach the level of humans, they instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the abyssal demons, only that they were in the way of the bloodline suppression and didn't dare to offend them easily. Chirp! Just at the moment of touching, the grayish-white braves biting the greenish-colored beads in their mouths drilled out of the ground, and then reappeared to vanish again, and the direction to which they were heading was clearly beyond the cave. At once, all the bosses shifted their attention and rushed towards Pixie with murderous vigor, as if they could sense its location and wanted to dig into the ground to find it out. Where to run? Yifeng followed behind the group of bosses and shouted angrily. Thief! Hand over the beads I've been guarding for 1,000 years. Pixie! Wow! The most powerful water Jiao decisively attacked after getting close, opening its bloody mouth to spit out a water column with extremely domineering impact, ruthlessly slamming into the ground and directly exploding the rocks. But even so, it failed to catch Pixie, because it had already been taken into someone's pet space before it entered the battle. Ow! Roar! Ah! A group of guarding bosses were roaring in anger and resentment as they lost track of Pixie, until Yifeng called out until his voice was a bit smoky. They each dispersed unhappily and returned to their guarding positions. Yifeng, who was equally helpless, had to give up his pursuit and came to the first level outside the cave. Strange. Where the hell is Pixie? The first level's guarding boss, Abyssal Demon, ye bastard, is puzzled. The dark red spider's 8 eyes stared at the abyssal demon that stayed not far away from him, and it conveyed hostility in its sight. Why aren't you leaving yet? Yifeng froze. What are you doing in my place? The dark red spider let out a raspy shriek. Yes. Yes. Yifeng laughed back in anger. It seems that not only did someone snatch the treasure today, but there are also spiders trying to snatch my territory. Swish. Taking out God's cry from the package, he didn't hesitate to kill it. Gold level boss. Now he is not too difficult to deal with. Come all the way. Always have to take away some souvenirs. Dark red spider, gold level boss. Grade, 60. Life, 1. 000. 000. Attack, 1850 to 1900. Defense, 1200 to 1250. Skills, gnawing, spider spitting, poisoned. Synopsis, the boss who has been placed here to guard the gate. Maybe you will get to see the precious treasure after breaking through each level. Attributes are very general. At least for the current Yifeng, the pressure to kill is not great. As for why the precious treasure, the intruder's heart is also very much looking forward to. Thumbs up. Minus 23,991. Sharp sword slashed at the leg of the dark red spider. Yifeng attached persistent damage to it, and then looked at the second level, and found that the spotted tiger did not care about it. So it can be imagined that if you go to break in one level and abide by the rules, you won't attract a siege. At the same time, green damage emerged from Yifeng's body, and a sense of weakness quickly surged in. Ding! System alert, you have been eroded by the dark red spiders, covered in poison. Losing 1,000 life points per second for 10 seconds. For a while, poisonous wounds sprang up on both of them. Only Yifeng's source of poison was 10 times more powerful than carrying poison all over his body. Without retreating, Yifeng continued to exchange blood with it, trying to take it down as soon as possible. It wasn't that he was blowing it off, transforming into an abyssal demon. His life value was up to more than 1.6 million. Even if they were to slash each other, it would still be a solid win for him. But, at a certain moment, the dark red spider, whose life value had fallen below 50%, spat out its spider silk and attempted to wrap itself around Yifeng. Shadow Realm. Yifeng's body was flooded with dark elements, and then violently exploded, forming a rolling wave of air that shook the spider silk into pieces, and along with the dark red spider, it was also sent flying, smashing into the wall in a sorry state, with its life value plummeting, and suffering from erosion, and its movement was hindered. Minus 39,448, nearly 40,000 damage. By itself, The ranged attack shadow field would never be able to deal such terrifying damage. But with the weapon's increase, the grade was as high as SS grade, and the power was very different. And one thing that needed to be stated was that with his strength today, he was still far from being able to utilize the true strength of SS rank skills. Continuously frustrated, the dark red spider withered, and Yifeng capitalized on the victory. Ding! System alert! Congratulations on successfully killing Dark Red Spider, Gold level boss, and receive the following rewards: plus 160% experience at this level, plus 200 reputation, and 10 gold coins. Ding! System alert! Your pet, Ancient Beast Pixie, has risen to level 13. Swish! Swish! 2 golden lights scattered. Previously killing the undead axeman, Yifeng's level was already not far from upgrading, and now with the help of the Dark Red Spider, he rushed up to level 43 in one breath. Picking up the 2 props popped out by the boss, he reached out and whisked them to check the details. Dark Red Spider, Gold level pet egg. Spider Silk Armor, Gold level. Defense, 120 to 130. Life, 8,000. Bonus, difficulty, reduces opponent's attack speed by 10% after receiving a melee attack. Characteristics, defense plus 10%. Level requirement, 50. Description, defense made of the silk of the Dark Red Spider. Dark Red Spider's pet egg. Surely popular with the summoner. Not to fish a few thousand gold coins back. Yifeng heart can't stand it. As for the Spider Silk Armor, the level needs to reach level 50. Still have to wait a while. After counting the loot, Yifeng stood in the passageway of the second level and patiently waited for his life value to recover. It was rare to use the demonization bead, so it was natural to maximize the benefits. Since gold level bosses are so easy to kill, why not take the opportunity to get a dark gold first kill? But until then, Yifeng opened his parcel and moved the glittering green beads from his pet parcel to his own parcel, with a fiery gaze and wistful anticipation. Let me see first what kind of treasure you are. Chapter 64, Pearl of the Wind Sword. Meanwhile, somewhere in a canyon, Kaching dash, thunder rumbled and resounded. The ink-like dome of the sky is dim and dead, and the brilliant heavenly mic remains unchanged all year round. This is a place that is inaccessible to the general public, or perhaps someone who has been there before and was killed innocently. Like a black aurora borealis, Anita flew to the edge of the canyon, exhaling hot air on the chilly wind, her eyes burning as if she was quite excited. He didn't linger long at the edge of the canyon and leapt in. Looking into the abyss with no bottom in sight, he faced the gale and muttered, "Cold martial realm, are you ready for the darkness to descend?" After a few minutes of descending vertically through the thick mist within, he finally came to the bottom. Boo! Landing heavily on the ground and stomping on the dead bones around him, Anita looked up haughtily to see the presence of 9 red energy balls suspended in midair not far away. Those energy balls emitted a demonic, terrifying glow, creating an atmosphere of evil omen. And upon closer inspection, it was evident that each of them hid a dark shadow, humanoid and unnameable strange shapes. Witch of Eternal Sin Fei, Divine Boss. Raging Thunder Gale, Divine Boss. Wind Harnesser Aaron, Divine Boss. Who would have thought that the other 9 demon gods, except for the Godslayer Anita, actually lay dormant in the same place? Judging from the current situation, at most 10 days, Anita made a judgment, with a hideous smile at the corner of her mouth. In 10 days, the devil comes to earth. Seemingly thinking of someone, his eyes narrowed slightly. Falling Leaf silent. I'm really looking forward to my next meeting with you. Since experiencing all the previous things, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. The youth named Falling Leaf Silent was by no means an ordinary abyssal demon. Me too. One of the red balls of energy quivered, and the voice of the Witch of Eternal Sin rang out between half sleep and half awake. Being counted by Falling Leaf Silent and returning empty-handed, she would not let it go. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the quest, righteousness, difficulty, C, and receive a reward, minus 1,000 points of Dark Camp Friendship. Just as Yifeng was about to check out the green-colored beads, the system ringtone rang in his ears. The mission reward is very generous. Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile, not taking it to heart. Things like friendliness are arcane. In the face of interests, it may be that one second they are enemies in life and death, and the next second they are brothers in arms. Falling his gaze on the green-colored beads, Yifeng viewed the specific contents. Pearl of the Wind Sword, King Grade. Effect, plus 50% movement speed, plus 50% attack speed. Effect? Stunt? Synopsis, the legacy of the Qingfeng Swordfather, Lu Shengqing, perhaps related to each other's inheritance. Note, placed in a package to take effect. Even though Yifeng felt that the green-colored beads were by no means extraordinary, he had never thought that the grade was as high as King Grade. What's even more outrageous is that this bead is related to the Qingfeng Swordfather, Lu Shengqing. Who is Cebu swordsman Lu Shengqing? I don't know. but since he had the good sense to leave his legacy behind, he shouldn't be a rookie. The only thing that was more regrettable was that the Pearl of Wind sword did not give information related to the inheritance, and Yifeng did not know how to trigger it. Maybe the strength isn't enough to activate it? Yifeng pondered. This bead, itself, should be obtained only after defeating an Earth-level boss, and as a result, it was taken away by him in advance, perhaps still nearly on fire. Thinking about this, Yifeng didn't care. Not to mention the inheritance, the bonus given by the Pearl of Wind sword had already made him quite satisfied. Ow! Not far away, the big mottled tiger seemed to be aware and woke up from its rest, sending out a warning bark towards Yifeng. Take it easy. Yifeng signaled it to relax and confessed. Be at ease for now. I have to strengthen myself a bit more before I kill you. I'll allow you to rest for a few more minutes. With that, he withdrew a few steps back. Spotted tiger, taking out the evil god bead and demon god's blood from the package. Yifeng urged, drink it quickly. It may not taste good, but it's good for the body. Bubbling, the evil god bead that had long been hungry and thirsty immediately devoured the demon god's blood. Anita, who was at the bottom of the canyon, suddenly felt furtive and uncomfortable inside and wondered a little. Not again. Previously, he remembered being sealed within the red gem and also having that eerie illusion of seeming to be separated from his flesh and blood. Could it be that fallen leaf silent is messing around with my blood? Anita wondered in disbelief. He originally thought that Yifeng would sprinkle his demon god's blood onto the super god soldier, thus carrying out destruction, but the subsequent plot development was completely inconsistent with what he had thought, making his hard work of little use. Unable to think of a reason, Anita shook her head and lost her smile. Forgive him. Would devouring the blood of a demon god be beneficial to the still weak abyssal demon? There is, but the blood of the demon god contained a very large amount of energy, with Yifeng's current strength, but if he used it to devour it, he would surely die. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully using the evil god bead to absorb the rare bloodline of the Godslayer Anita. The strength of the wind evil god's profession has increased, and the Godslayer's power, pseudo, has advanced to Godslayer's power. Get comfortable. Putting away the evil god bead, Yifeng gleefully opened the skill panel to check the enhanced version of Godslayer power. Godslayer's power, passive, SS grade. Introduction. The Godslayer's power is Anita's best skill, and it is also the capital for him to cross the dark camp and become a demon god. Skill effect. When your attack wounds an enemy, it will be accompanied by the power of Godslayer, causing the enemy unit to take 300% damage per second based on its own attack power. Deicide force is true damage. Ignores defense and shields. Duration, 10 seconds. Although the grade remains the same, the enhancement is significant. In the future, superimposed on the super divine weapons enchantment, Yifeng seriously doubted that his future deicide force power would be even more dominant than Anita herself. Mentor, thank you. Thinking about this, Yifeng's gratitude was from the bottom of his heart. Godslayer Anita, really looking forward to meeting you next time. In addition, he glanced at the career panel. Evil God of Wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction, the abyssal demon who controls the wind element, the eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Life, 12. Attack, 12. Defense, 12. Speed, 15. The base growth is even more terrifying. If he could devour the rare bloodline a few more times in the future, Yifeng felt that he would be able to single-handedly defeat the demon god without a problem. When everything was ready, Yifeng carried the divine cry to the second level, just like the wind and lightning, and arrived in front of the glistening tiger at an amazing speed. Armor breaker strike, minus 12,149. He dared to challenge, so naturally he had the backbone. With regards to the attributes of a dark gold class boss, the tiger fighting hero Yifeng had long been aware of them. Glistening tiger, dark gold boss. Grade, 72. Life, 5. 000. Attack, 6,500 to 6,800. Defense, 3,200 to 3,400. Skills, Mighty Wind, Tiger's Whistle, sweeping thousands of troops. Synopsis, getting to the second level means you're one step closer to the treasure. Attributes are strong. Unfortunately, the man standing in front of him was Abyssal Demon Yi, the guarding boss of the first level. Chapter 65, Kind boasts. Ow! The spotted tiger that was attacked by the sneak attack let out a furious roar and opened its hooves to kill Yifeng. The various types of damage on its body made it extraordinarily difficult. Poison plus burn plus true wound plus bleed. Minus 25,963. Boom! At the moment the spotted tiger approached, Yifeng's stored dark elements exploded violently, like a dark frenzy forcing it away in all directions, shocking it back a few meters while hanging on to the erosion. Minus 1. Minus 28,559. Shadow Field failed to break the defense. After all, Yifeng is now only level 43. while the dark gold level boss level up to level 72. The gap of nearly 30 levels, not to mention the attribute gap, the level suppression alone, will make the damage greatly reduced. A series of 5 state splits, glistening tiger happy like a god, all the hate value in the body of Yi Feng. A time to attack and kill the situation is more ferocious, but Yi Feng action is the wind, erratic. In the armor-breaking strike after the success, deliberately dodge, a whopping 137% total bonus to movement speed made Yi Feng innately invincible when facing a dark gold level boss. There was only one reason why the spotted tiger would lose. Yi Feng broke through its defense. At the current stage, being in possession of a variety of heaven-defying passives, allowing Yi Feng to break his defense was equal to certain death. 80%, 60%. The bloodline fell fast. Even if the glistening tiger's life value was as high as 5 million, it couldn't stand up to the constant blood deduction of nearly 30,000 per second. Ow! When its life value fell to half, it suddenly let out a furious roar, and the sound waves swept away, rumbling Yi Feng's eardrums. Ding! System note, the spotted tiger uses the skill, Tiger Whistling World, reducing your full attributes by 10% for 1 minute. A little something. Yi Feng's face was grave. Full attributes falls into another multiplier zone, where a 10% reduction will lower his movement speed to 1023%. Even if he had a 9999% chance of still running faster than the spotted tiger, there was no denying that there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that he would be caught up. The success rate is too slim to be optimistic. Thumbs up. After unleashing the tiger's whistle, the glistening mighty tiger's body was flooded with rock elemental energy, which then coalesced and spun out in a ring of energy similar to sword chi. Ding! System alert, spotted tiger uses the skill, sweeping thousands of tigers, to deal 120% damage based on its own attack to all enemy units within a 20 by 20 range. Being in a narrow cave, there was nowhere to hide from the ranged damage. Yi Feng placed his weapon horizontally to forcefully block the impact, and then aimed at the glistening tiger as an armor-breaking blow. For the time being, the means available are somewhat limited. I hope the 2 active skills learned from the second turn are powerful enough. Inside a certain tertiary town, snort! With a slash to pounce on the wild monster, a golden light rose up from Bei Feng's body and he hurriedly opened the leveling leaderboard to check it out, his expression looking slightly better. Finally back in the top 10. When a player dies, in addition to deducting the number of times they can be resurrected once, their level will also drop 1 level. Luckily, he was teamed up with Wang Dahai and had a great advantage. Otherwise, with the extent of the Eastern District role, it would be very difficult to enter the top 10 again in a short period of time. Where's your 911? Wang Dahai, who was attached to his back, couldn't help but spit, before he approached Falling Leaf Silent for a challenge. Bei Feng's confident attitude was still fresh in his mind. Don't mention the pot calling the kettle black. The corner of Bei Feng's eye twitched as he said resentfully, hell knows his sustained damage is so outrageous. Falling Leaf Silent brushed Shrimp Soldier's video. He naturally had seen it. At that time, he felt that it was still within the range of tolerable, but he did not expect the real confrontation to be over in a few seconds. 1 touch and you're gone. Is this the terror of being number 1 in the rankings? Sasha. Suddenly, Bei Feng heard the sound of footsteps and turned his head to look, only to see the young man with a clean face striding towards him. He was holding a long spear. His pace was calm and steady, and his white robe hunted with the wind, quite like a general. Debutantes, Southgate Blowout, Gunslinger. Grade, 30. Seeing the visitor, Bei Feng's expression changed slightly, as if he was facing an enemy. Southgate Blowhard. What are you doing here looking for me? The youth in front of him was 3rd on the rank list. To be able to stand out from the more than 1 billion players in the Eastern District, its strength was indisputable. No need to be nervous. Didn't want to find trouble with you guys, Southgate Blowtorch said indifferently. I just heard that you guys had gone to look for Falling Leaf Voiceless, and purposely came to ask how his strength is. You already have a hidden profession and you're still looking for Fallen Leaf Silent? Bei Feng was stunned. Not looking for trouble with him. I just want to take this opportunity to find him to teach him a bit, but the Fallen Land is indeed too far away, and going over there is a bit of a waste of time. Nanman Blowtorch was blunt. You guys fought with him? It looks like you should have lost. How long did you last? North Peak lapsed into silence. How long did it last? Can I just say that I was seconded? Slightly less. Wang Dahai took over the conversation and replied, in the end, I didn't catch a surefire sword and regretfully lost. Defeat? Got it. Receiving the answer, Southgate Blowhard turned around and left. You're going to go after Fallen Leaf Silent? Bei Feng pursued. Nanman Blowtorch didn't return his head and arrogantly said, let's talk about it later when we have the chance. Beating you all was a close victory. I'm afraid you're not qualified to fight against me yet. Bei Feng and Wang Dahai glanced at each other and were both speechless. Dude was just trying to save face. Didn't realize it gave you a reason to act like a pussy. Who do you think has a little better chance of winning in a one-on-one fight between Southgate Blowing Bull and Falling Leaf Silent? Seeing Southgate braggart leave, Wang Dahai couldn't help but gloat. 9-1 Open it up. Bei Feng analyzed. If Southgate Blowhard is strong enough, there's still a bit of a chance. Ding. Announcement for the whole service. Congratulations to player, Falling Leaf Silent, for being the first player to defeat a Dark Gold level boss. This announcement is hereby made. Ding. Announcement for the whole service. Congratulations to player, Falling Leaf Silent, for being the first player to defeat a Dark Gold level boss. This announcement is hereby made. Hiss. The sudden announcement caused Bei Feng to suck in a breath of cool air. Maybe Falling Leaf Silent will still owe tens of thousands of blood when he goes down with his sword, whether it can be beaten or not. Nanmenbrighter must have some pussy in his heart. Wang Dahai was a little sweaty. Anyone with eyes could see that he had just bragged in good faith. And if Nanmen Bragging Bull had sought his own death, it would have been malicious listening. The blame, not on him. Ding. System alert. Congratulations on successfully killing the Dark Gold class boss, Glistening Tiger. Receive rewards, level +3. Reputation +300. Gold coins +200. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on killing the Dark Gold level boss, Glistening Tiger. As the first player to kill a Dark Gold level boss, you will receive additional rewards, +50 free attribute points, +1000 reputation, and the rare skill, Flesh Whipping. Swish, swish, swish. 3 golden lights scattered, and Yi Feng's level reached level 46. In terms of practicing leveling, it's still the fastest way to rise by killing bosses strongly. Putting his free attribute points on speed as usual, Yi Feng picked up the equipment that the spotted tiger had exploded, then opened his package to check the rewards given by the Dark Gold first kill system. Flesh Scourging, passive, S rank. Synopsis, go ahead. Whip me. Skill effects. Chapter 66, Overcoming the Enemy. Flesh Scourging, passive, S rank. Synopsis, go ahead. Whip me. Skill effect, within 10 seconds of taking damage, it returns 1000 plus 0.2% life value per second. Extra effect, every time you are attacked, there is a certain probability to trigger, counter wound, which returns 5% of the damage taken to the attacker. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Required occupation, melee class. How come it's all passive? Yi Feng cried and laughed. To be honest, he felt that he had reached a height that no one could reach at this stage in terms of passive skills. Ding. System tip, is Flesh Scourge, passive, S rank, being learned? Yes. Yi Feng decisively chose to agree. Ding. System note, due to the characteristics of the evil god of wind, the skill you have learned, Flesh Lash, has advanced to, kept the enemy at bay. Ding. System tip, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Weeping, the grade of the skill you have learned, killing the enemy, has reached SS grade. Opening the skill bar, Yi Feng immediately realized that the strength of the skill had jumped up by a large amount. Killing the enemy, passive, SS grade. Synopsis, be careful, I'm going to restrain you. Skill effect, within 10 seconds of taking damage, return 2000 plus 0.5% life value per second. Extra effect, every time you are attacked, 10% of the damage received will definitely be returned to the attacker. And there is a certain probability to trigger revenge, which can return the opponent's skill with 80% of its effect. No cooldown for this passive. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Note, if the skill performed by the opponent is of a higher grade than Kempo, it cannot be returned. Note, due to lack of current strength, this skill is not yet at the level it should be. Yi Feng almost didn't get subdued by the additional effects that had changed. Definite counter damage, with a certain probability of returning the opponent's skill with 80% of its effect. Does this mean that if someone hits him with a skill, he might give it back? It's outrageous. Yi Feng's heart surged as he looked at the super god soldier in his hand. In the future, if you have enough strength, you can mention the grade of the Kempo to SSS grade, and I believe that the power will be even more fierce. After that, Yi Feng left the cave and cancelled his demonized state. Normally, an aborigine couldn't easily find trouble with an adventurer, or else if a god-level powerhouse came after him, he wouldn't have enough to spend even if he had a few lives. But in his demonized state, with a boss panel, he wasn't sure if he would be classified as an aborigine. Furthermore, the two camps hadn't made his identity as an abyssal demon public, so why would he be in a hurry to expose himself in front of the players? Continuing to explore the fallen lands, it didn't take long to see new undead-type wild monsters. Compared to undead axemen, they were not naked, but wore tattered and outdated armor, huge in size, more than 3 meters, and wielded bronze greatswords with a strong aura. Captain Skeleton, elite monster, grade, 60, life, 500,000, attack, 1800 to 1850, Defense, 1050 to 1120. Skills, fearless pain, great sword chopping, savage punch. Synopsis, high-quality skeletons out of the lowest ranks of the undead. Quite popular with skeleton women soldiers. Putting a star after an elite monster means that it is stronger than the average elite monster. This was something that Yi Feng, who had experience from his previous life, knew best. Brothers, Falling Leaves is here. Before Yi Feng could go up and challenge him, thousands of players came in groups to kill him. Why bother running to die? Yi Feng was a bit speechless, but he didn't avoid the battle. In fact, posting the video of his battle with North Peak would have drowned many players' crusades against him in awe, but he deliberated for a moment and did not publish it. Pixie's super doubling has a big purpose. Letting players know too much via video and the chance to bet against them later is gone. And North Peak himself, reasonably, he shouldn't be letting the entire internet know about a cut that he lost his bottom to. Shoo shoo shoo. Before the group of players could get close, arrows and magic were already whistling from afar. Ding. System note, you were attacked by armor-breaking arrow and lost 1 life point. Ding. System note, you were attacked by blizzard and lost 0 life points. A series of unbreakable damage jumped out. Yi Feng did not deliberately avoid. He wanted to try to see how much probability is certain probability to win. What the hell is an armor-breaking arrow that doesn't break defense? It shouldn't be. A difference of 10 or so levels. Would the difference in value be this high? They are completely unable to understand the status quo. At the end of the day, not everyone is willing to pay money to watch a video posted by Falling Leaves Silent. And even if they did, they would be suspicious that the other party hired an actor. Plus 10,288. Plus 10,288. Green light surged as Yi Feng's life value continued to rebound, constantly bouncing between 99.9% and 100%. Crowd. What's up with the blood return being higher than my total life? Ding. System tip. You have successfully triggered revenge. Is it activated? Ding. System tip. You have successfully triggered revenge. Is it activated? Yes yes yes. Yi Feng agreed to all of them. Friends, it's coming out. Yi Feng waved his rapier and pointed to the crowded area in front of him, saying cheerfully, catch it. Basically activate revenge once every 10 attacks. That's not a bad frequency. Swish. In the next second, the dark elements converged into sharp arrow shadows or imitation magic skills, bombarding the crowd. Armor-breaking arrows, blizzards, fiery fireballs, various skills returned to the releaser. Minus 35,144, minus 28,204, minus 28,943, even with 80% of the skill effect, with Yi Feng's attribute return nowadays. For the player, the ending was doomed to be killed in seconds. I just gave him an arrow, and then I got shot myself. No wonder it's possible to kill a dark gold class boss. There's no way anyone can claim this reward at the moment. I shouldn't have been greedy and come running to my death. No one dared to linger, and the whole group fled, leaving behind only a pile of corpses. Had to send me material. Couldn't stop it. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly and didn't chase after him. Instead, he opened the forum to post the video, and the gold coins in his parcel soared once again. For this reason, Yi Feng purposely opened the package to check the total amount. 54,681 gold coins. That's how traffic stars are treated. Ding. System note, your pet, auspicious beast, Pishi, provides you with 1,000 gold coins. Another wave of surprises descends. The passive attached to Pixie's forbidden, auspicious beast began to kick in. Level 18 provides me with 1,000 gold coins. What's more at level 100? Yi Feng looked at the naive brave at his feet and laughed. A wave of fat. Because of rescuing the mother of braves, he had received too many benefits. Involuntarily, Yi Feng thought of Mirror of Radiance Bernie, the emperor of the Eastern District. Without the silent support of the other party behind the scenes, where would he be today? People, you can't forget your roots. Mentor, thank you. Yi Feng was once again grateful from the bottom of his heart. However, while his emotions were running high, the system bells suddenly rang in his ears one after another. Ding! System alert, world boss, Haterdick, will descend at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Please prepare for it by Eastern Zone adventurers. Ding! System tip, world boss, Bright Light Venerable Augustus, will descend at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Please prepare for the adventurers of Mary Zone. Ding! System alert, world boss, Shadow of the Extreme Wind Eddy, will descend at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Please prepare for it by Czar Zone adventurers. Once every 10 days, the boss raid officially kicked off. Chapter 67, Battle of the Fallen. Finally, Yi Feng's face was austere. Perhaps to ensure fairness, before the country boundaries have not yet opened, each country area need to face the world boss alone, and raid them, and do not need to specifically look for, as long as you want to go. At the moment the boss descending, you can go to the independent space belonging to the players only. However, with God's cry in hand and the transfer of the exclusive hidden profession Wind Evil God, Yi Feng is confident that breaking through the first level will be easy. Of course, this is limited to him personally. Abandoning distracting thoughts, Yi Feng raised his sword and killed the skeleton captain. The meteor sword art superimposed with the armor-breaking strike, so fast that the latter could not even react. Minus 27,841. High damage jumps out. The title blasphemer increased the damage by 30%, stacked with the 50% final damage boost that came with God's weeping, making the strength of Yi Feng's normal attacks to the extent of certain A-rank or even S-rank skills very exaggerated. Human, this is no place for you. The skeleton captain was furious, holding a bronze greatsword and slashing viciously at Yi Feng. Leave your life behind. Miss. Yi Feng's figure drifted and came to its back in the blink of an eye, and once again, he struck out his sword. Minus 27,581, minus 54, 560, minus 26,785. The advantage that comes with speed starts to kick in. Not just the movement speed, but the advantage that attack speed provides should not be underestimated. In just over 10 seconds, the skeleton captain's life value was emptied. Don't kill me. The skeleton captain suddenly begged for mercy. I can reward you with my favorite skeleton female soldier. Oh, Yi Feng was surprised. Is this true? 1,000 times over. Snort. A sword results in the skeleton captain, causing it to fall apart. Yi Feng's face was bland, not to mention one skeleton female soldier. Even if it's 10, I won't be moved by the slightest bit. Obviously, Captain Skeleton had underestimated Yi Feng's determination. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing Skeleton Captain. Receive reward, experience plus 4.06%. Not because of tomorrow's world boss produced too many emotional fluctuations. Yi Feng continued to go deeper into the Fallen Land, and the wild monsters that he encountered on the way, cleared them one by one. As of now, the thing that bothered him the most was instead his rank, and the only way to deal with a crisis was to have enough rank to be more certain. Meanwhile, the brightly lit palace. Your Majesty, according to reliable sources, I'm afraid those adventurers can't do anything about Falling Leaf Silent. Divine Ruler Guard Arvis respectfully returned. He himself is the best amongst the adventurers, and his strength is one of the best. They didn't say they knew everything about what had happened to Falling Leaf Silent, but they knew a great deal about it. How could they not take it to heart when they offended the adventurers of the Light Camp and the entire Eastern District? Damn it! Bernie's tone was low. Isn't there a way to recapture the Ultra Soldier? Falling Leaf Silent possessed the potential of an abyssal demon, something he naturally understood, and it was for this reason that he found it particularly tricky. Allowing it to grow threatens to become a major problem. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Flame Dharma Godwalt, who was wearing a red robe, said, Speak, send troops to occupy the Fallen Lands. You're kidding. Bernie almost laughed in anger. The depths of the Fallen Lands are filled with undead creatures. Their numbers are almost endless. If I could kill them all, that area would already be mine. Your Majesty, what I mean is to use the occupation of the Fallen Lands as a front to lure those undead out from within Purgatory and crowd the Fallen Lands, thus leaving the Fallen Leaves with no place to hide and having to return to the territory of the Eastern District. Walt added, At that time, won't it still be at our mercy? That's not a bad idea. The corner of Bernie's eye lit up. But in that case, I'm afraid those soldiers who entered the Fallen Lands. Jarvis looked hesitant, a little uncomfortable. Walt is the top talent cultivated within the Magic Academy. From a young age, he is well-dressed, supported by all parties, and has always disdained the common people. And he is from the battlefield step by step to the present day. For the soldiers who protect the family and defend the country has a deep affection. How could one bear to use the lives of soldiers to force Falling Leaf Silent to return to the territory of the Light Camp? A cold glint flashed in Bernie's eyes. It was me who talked too much. Arvis hastily blamed himself. Jarvis, it's not that I don't value the lives of my soldiers. Bernie's face slowed down and soothed. It's just that time waits for no man. You know what I mean. I wouldn't dare. Everything is decided by your Majesty. Then do what Walt said. Bernie's mind was made up. The sooner the better. I've had, for the past 2 days, always had a vague sense of unease in my heart. I'm afraid that the Holocaust is coming. Yes. Ding. Announcement, the Fallen Land has existed for 10,000 years and has failed to come under the jurisdiction, so it has long been a place for criminals to flee, and the angry and eager emperor would like to gather the world's fierce warriors to plan for great things. Ding. Announcement for the whole service, from tomorrow 10 o'clock onwards, registration will be opened, and 3 days later the emperor will be on his way to attack the Fallen Land with the generals of the Eastern District. Ding. Service-wide announcement, the main quest, Battle of the Fallen, has been opened. Opening a big event? The Imperial Court, It seems that this event player is just a soy sauce. Why does it seem to me like this is directed at the falling leaves that are silent as they hide in the fallen lands? In the dead of night, the sudden announcement rang in the ears of every adventurer with solemnity, causing a momentary uproar. A few sword splits over the skeleton captain. Yifeng listened to the service-wide announcement and felt quite emotional inside. Perhaps he should have been very urgent, but in fact it was the emperor who was more sullen than he. Battle of the Fallen. Those 4 words are intriguing. 3 days later the imperial army will march? The corner of Yifeng's mouth spread a cold smile. I'm only afraid that the price is a bit heavy. You may not be able to afford it. After that, he continued practicing, until the early hours of the morning. Yifeng leveled up to level 48, before finding a safe corner to eat some dry food, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun is shining. World boss. It should be bursting with good stuff. There's only one key, and in the end, it's definitely the top experts who have the right to distribute it. So it's good for everyone to rake in some experience. Who knows? There might be a chance to pick up the pieces. With the irreversible global entry into the otherworldly situation, all people have no choice but to accept the fact, and even many players gradually addicted to this game-like world. At least, until the revivables run out. Ding! System tip, World Boss, Haterdick, is about to descend. Is it going to the relevant location to accept the trial? Yes. Many players can't wait to experience the event that takes place every 10 days. Swish swish swish. In an instant, all the adventurers transformed into brilliant white light, one after another, disappearing into this world and turning into independent space. It was a barren, dead earth, boundless, with dimly lit heights and constant lightning and thunder. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Land of Trials, Special Space. When tens of millions of players entered at the same moment, the place was covered in clamor. Where's the world boss? Puzzled, they looked left and right and saw no sign of any monster. Kaching dash. A shocking thunder rang out, and in midair hundreds of meters from the ground, a strange vortex suddenly appeared, similar to a black hole, deep and terrifying, and slowly expanding. Here comes the boss. With much anticipation, players are eagerly awaiting a glimpse of the real thing. 10 meters, 100 meters. The strange vortex was still expanding until it reached 500 meters in diameter before it stopped expanding, followed by the unimaginable behemoth leaping out of it. Chapter 68, Solo Challenge. Boom! Under the attention of all the people, the world boss landed on the ground, trampled and set off a rolling wave of air, leading the dust to whiz away. It seems like the sky is falling. Hundreds of players died and were shaken to the point where their flesh was torn apart. Crowd. The image, as if frozen in a moment. Who's never thought that the boss that needed to be raided once every 10 days was so huge in size? Ha ha ha. That world boss was more than 400 meters tall, with a purple-black body that was as hard as steel. His appearance was divinely similar to that of a human being, but was even more hideous and brutal, holding a purple greatsword with a ferocious look. Griffins, it is up to me to destroy your civilization. Haterdick, world boss. Grade, 60. Life, 1. 000. 000. Attack, 3000 to 3200. Defense, 1200 to 1400. Skills, Death Trample, Infinite Hate, Thundersea Boiling. Synopsis, spending his life hating the world and tirelessly destroying civilization is the source of his happiness. Hiss. Many players were appalled and sucked in cold air. This was not an existence that normal players could provoke at all. Boo! He wielded his purple greatsword and slashed at the earth, directly cutting through a large amount of rubble and taking away several hundred players in one breath. Minus 30,144. Minus 25,758. Minus 62,150. Blast. Massive amounts of damage jump out at all players. Values of 20, 000 to 30, 000 are no longer affordable at this stage. How? I should have known I shouldn't have gotten so close. I gave up my life for nothing. The many players who had transformed into soul bodies were filled with remorse, having underestimated the strength of the so-called world boss. Or perhaps, in their opinion, a world boss that descended for the first time should be limited in how powerful it could be. Ha ha ha, like an unstoppable giant. The abomination slayed in all directions, his sword blade stained with human blood as he laughed. It seems this world is weak. There isn't even a single one that can fight. Despite being the first world boss to appear on the scene, he has destroyed several civilizations at his hands, and the growth of those players is so slow that they can only fall into the slaughter. -1, -17. Miss. Magic and arrows flew. Minuscule amounts of damage kept bubbling up from his body. Even attacks that were too weak to be immunized spread out and vacate the position for the top experts to play. Wind and Rain raised their arms and shouted, their hearts extraordinarily heavy. The intensity of a world boss was far beyond the scope of an ordinary player's response. strive to survive in this world, and you will gain power comparable to that of the gods and demons. The point is to try to survive. Put steeply, the lance stabbed into the abomination's big foot, bringing out blood. Minus 5,570. The abomination ate the pain and looked down below, seeing that it was a human with a silver lance that had hurt him. Debutante's Southgate blowout, gunslinger. Seek death. The abominator raised his foot towards stepping down hard. The latter's body shape was athletic, quickly backed up, and managed to avoid this trampling that made people's hearts feel fearful. His brows tightly locked. I'm afraid that tens of millions of players will have to die in order to be able to take it down. Winning, for sure, is winnable. It's just that the damage will be very heavy. Let's see where you run to. The abominator immediately took steps to catch up, and as he moved, each of his feet managed to trample several players to death and leave deep footprints. Take that. Bei Feng, possessed by Wang Dahai, lifted his sword and chopped it on his heel, breaking through the hard flesh of the abomination. Minus 4,550. Is that all the strength you have? The abomination didn't even look at him as he continued to hunt down Southgate Blowhard and didn't pay attention to Bei Feng. After I kill him, I'll come back to deal with you. My day. Bei Feng's scalp tingled. Brain is still pretty good. If the two sides pulled hate on each other, it would be possible to minimize the damage. But the haters seemed to have no concept of hate values and knew to take them one by one. Snort! A sharp arrow pierced the abomination's knee, causing his form to lurch sideways and nearly fall to the ground. Minus 3,789. Don't mess up. Everyone grinds slowly. An ordinary-looking youth drew his bow and arrow, encouraging, sooner or later, we'll be able to grind him to death. With that, he shot his arrow again, aiming right at the lower half of the abomination's body. Debutante Silent Night Thoughts, desperate archer. Asshole, how dare you shoot here? The hater dodged in a hurry, giving up on chasing Nanmen Blowhard and turning to kill Silent Night C. You've angered me. Quickly help me block. Silent Night Song rushed off. Thumbs up. Everyone took out their skills to fend off the abomination, only for the latter to ignore it and fight through his injuries to kill in front of Silent Night C and stomp down. Die. Boom. Dust flew and the earth shook. Unbearable. The hater sneered. He lifted his feet to check, only to find them empty and no bones in sight. Where's the mole? Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up to the front, realizing that his prey had been saved by the youth wearing a dark purple mask, who wore a black robe and had a slender and straight figure, standing out like a crane among the players who were fleeing in a hurry. Blasphemer, Falling Leaf Silent, whined Evil God. Falling Leaf Silent. Wind and Rain's eyes lit up. But you're finally here. Is everything okay? 100 meters away. Yi Feng let go of Jing Yix's arm. Thanks brother, Silent Night Song reported with a grateful look. Bei Feng, who was too late to support him, was relieved. Older brother, what took you so long? Since Falling Leaf Silent also came to raid the world boss, it should be able to securely take it. Tens of millions of people descended at the same time and placed me at the outermost level, and I don't know how to fly, so how can I arrive at the scene in the first place? Yi Feng was helpless. No small talk. Southgate Blowhard was standing by with his gun. Everyone listen to my command. Don't send them mindlessly. Just leave it to me. Yi Feng took out the weapon from within the package. The gray draped sharp sword sharpness regal. So that Jing Yixi's skin seems to be cut feeling vaguely painful. Cannot help but back away. Your opponent is me. He raised his sword and charged straight at the abomination. Join forces? It's too much trouble. It's better to be comfortable with the experience and rewards alone. Asterisk. Southgate Bragging Bull couldn't help but spray angrily. A level 60 world boss. How can one person beat it? Shoo. Like a fresh breeze, Yi Feng's sword blade chopped at the back of the hater's ankle, and the gray sword light drew a thrilling arc. Thumbs up. In the next instant, the hater's skin split open, blood spurting out, and he staggered backward several steps, nearly falling over. Minus 31,569. Griffin. Seek death. The pained abomination raised his foot towards Yi Feng and stomped heavily, wrapped in an unbeatable momentum, but was avoided by the latter lightly, and was only swept by the airwaves that were lifted up. Ding. System tip. You have successfully triggered Revenge. Is it activated? Yes. Yi Feng chose to agree and flew up to kick the hater in the heel, directly tripping him and falling on all fours in an incomparable mess. Inside the land of trials, the hearts of the players in the near distance were pounding. A scene never seen before. It's like an ant tripping an elephant. In the crowd's view, the hater's life value plummeted rapidly, and all sorts of persistent damage caused him immense pain, yet he couldn't even touch the shadow of a falling leaf without sound. Bei Feng, didn't you say he won narrowly? Nanmen Blowtorch's expression stiffened. The image in front of him, he couldn't believe it. Don't talk nonsense, Bei Feng corrected. I'm talking about failing to dodge his surefire sword. Heaven and earth. His words are true and not in any way false. Southgate blowout. Failed to dodge his surefire sword. This ing. Every sword will kill you, right? Chapter 69, The End of Despair. Inside the crowded and chaotic place of trial, witnessing Yifeng as if he was possessed by a god, causing the haters to fall to their deaths, countless players were dumbstruck. List 1's strength is even more outrageous than what we saw in the video. This is open technology, isn't it? Falling leaves are silent and awesome. The Abominator, who had suffered losses in a row, gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground, his body surging with thunder and his face grimacing. Meet my wrath. The opponent was too fast and slippery as if he were a loach, and his size advantage, on the contrary, became a fatal weakness. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone, back away. Seeing that the abominations were about to amplify their moves, Rain or Shine hastily launched a warning and quickly moved away himself. Seeing this, North Peak, Silent Night Thought, and Southgate Blower retreated in unison. Boom! When the dense electric current wrapped around his body, the abomination's huge body shook, and the thunder element burst out, accompanied by waves of air that rippled in all directions, forming a sea of thunder in a short period of time, rippling for thousands of meters in a radius. Ding! System alert, Haterdick uses the skill, Thunder Sea Boiling, inflicting 200% to 50% damage based on his own attack to all enemy units within a range of 1000 by 1000, with a high probability of attaching a paralyzing effect and falling into an inaction state. Swish swish swish. Many of the players who hadn't been able to evacuate were instantly taken away, their bodies charred and blackened to the ground, smoke billowing up, and only their soul bodies remaining in white light as they entered spectator mode. Minus 44,659. Damage jumped out from Yifeng's body, some tingling and stinging outside of his skin, and his life value fell by nearly a quarter. Ding! System tip, you have successfully triggered Revenge. Is it activated? Nice guy. Continuous trigger kiting? So true. Yes. Yifeng's armor-breaking strike chopped at his opponent's heel, and the moment he chose to agree, his body was flooded with black currents. This is... The abominations who had not yet had time to follow up their moves were staggered. Meet my wrath. Yifeng displayed the same tactic as the black thunder element exploded, causing the abominator's lower half of his body to be covered within the sea of thunder. Bloody. Minus 32,667. At the same time, the abomination was so stimulated by the electric current that he could not move. His body trembled violently, and he spat out two words in an incomparably stifled manner. Paralyzed. Over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifeng decisively struck out, and with all kinds of sustained damage, the hater's last life value was stripped away. Crowd. That's the end of it? You will never know the terror of the existence that will greet you in the future. The abominator's massive body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, his eyes filled with resignation as he died. This moment is nothing more than a futile struggle. When he finished, he completely gagged. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing the world boss, Haterdick. Receive rewards, level +2. Reputation +500. Free attribute points +50. Ding! Service-wide announcement, congratulations to player, Blasphemer, Falling Leaves Silent, for successfully killing the world boss, Abomination, Dick. Hereby announced. Ding! Service-wide announcement, the next raid is expected to open in 10 days, so please be prepared. Swish! Swish! The two golden lights scattered, and Yifeng's level officially reached level 50, meeting the standard for career advancement. At the same time, the many props that Haterdick had popped out were right next to Yifeng, and he immediately reached out to pick them up and pocketed them. Win! This is only the first world boss. In stark contrast to the previous enthusiastic atmosphere, many players were in a rather low mood. Otherworldly adventures are never fun. The first world boss still needs the top experts to take action. In the future, the second, the third, and even the nth which doesn't know when it will come to an end. How should it be fought against? During this period, but if the raid fails once, the whole army will be destroyed, and it is very likely to be a calamity of extermination. Is the gap even this big? Southgate Blowtorch tightly gripped the silver-colored spear in his hand, a touch of bitterness tugging at the corners of his mouth. He underestimated his opponent, also overestimated myself. Falling Leaves, thanks a lot this time. Rain or Shine walked up. Without you, the damage would have been unpredictable. Why didn't the swordsman come? Sweeping his eyes over the surroundings, Yifeng inquired. Swordsman, the second in the ranking list, and the strongest among the forces formed by Rain or Shine. Wind and Rain said helplessly. It said that they took on a certain special task and had to make a trip to the palace, so they couldn't come and raid the world boss. Oh, Yifeng's heart moved. In the last episode, it was a full team effort to take down the abomination, and the swordsman was likewise present. It seems that the timeline has shifted because of him. Ding. System prompt, whether to leave the place of trial? Automatically teleporting away after 10 minutes. Farewell. Yi Feng cupped his fists. Aha! Rain or Shine wanted to say something. He would love to invite Fallen Leaf to join the organization again, but it really wasn't appropriate at the moment. The two camps' bounty on Falling Leaf's silence was too eye-catching, and there were quite a few players who only had crooked ideas. Swish! The scene changed, and Yi Feng returned to the Fallen Land. Opening the forum, he uploaded the video of him raiding the world boss at the first opportunity, and the number of plays rose rapidly. After that, Yi Feng brushed the skeleton captain in a step-by-step manner while checking the props popped out by the abominations. Opening the package, the first thing that caught Yi Feng's eye was a delicate purple necklace. Chain of Abomination, dark gold grade, life, 10,000. Characteristics, plus 10% attack, plus 10% defense. Bonus, hatred, attack for an extra 100 points. Required level, 50. Required reputation, 2,000 points. Synopsis, the necklace of Abomination Dick, a trophy he acquired from one of his destructions of civilization. Finally got another rare equipment. Yi Feng was quite surprised and immediately put the necklace on, and there was a considerable increase in the values of all aspects. Rings, necklaces, capes. These are the three hardest pieces of equipment to pop within Gods and Demons, and now only the cloak remains to be obtained. On top of that, it's surprisingly rare for haters to break out the fashion. Thunder Shadow Gloves, Grade B Fashion Hand. Synopsis, with these gloves, you'll be more energized in everything you do. Effect, attack plus 5%. Required reputation, 2,500 points. Required level, 30. There was nothing to say. Yi Feng immediately put on the thin Thunder Shadow Gloves and clenched his fists, feeling quite comfortable without the slightest sluggishness. Attacks were once again raised a bit, and Yi Feng's efficiency in brushing the skeleton captain was a bit faster. Ding! System alert! You have obtained the mandatory mainline quest, End of Despair, SS level. Suddenly, a system ringtone sounded in Yi Feng's ears. Yi Feng. It's very abrupt, but it's not a surprise. In order to deal with him, the Emperor had opened a special main quest, and even went on an imperial expedition. And how could he, as the enemy being targeted, stay out of it? Opening the mission panel, Yi Feng checked the details. Desperate End, SS grade. Synopsis, from the moment you hold a god's cry, it's a destiny you can't escape. Quest requirement, survive the main quest, Battle of the Fallen, for the duration of the quest. Mission reward? Penalty for the mission, obliteration. Chapter 70, The Wheel of Purgatory. The difficulty of the task is self-evident. With his current strength, it was simply impractical for him to face a god-level powerhouse head-on, and the only maneuverable space left for him was probably to hide around or ask his mentor for help. Without bothering to think about it anymore, Yi Feng silently practiced leveling. 2 days later, it was impossible to predict exactly how it would end. He's looking forward to it. 2. The other side. Inside the deep mountain forest, the white-robed Nanmen blowtorch arrived at a bamboo hut. Kala. The bamboo house opened and a crane-haired old man stepped out of it. He was in high spirits, stroking his white beard with a kind smile. Nyo Z, why have you come to see Master again? Can you call me Nanmen? Nanmen Bragjin Bull was almost anxious. Bullsy is too unpleasant. If he had known this, when he first named himself, he would not have said anything to be called Southgate Blowhard. The old man nodded his head in agreement. Okay, Ox. Southgate Blowout. Tell me, what is the reason for coming to me this time? The old man asked with a smile. Sensei. Gripping the barrel of his gun tightly, Nanmen Blowtorch spoke in a resigned tone. I want to become stronger. Oh, the old man was a bit surprised by Nanmen Bragger's remarks, and then guessed the reason, ran into a strong enemy outside and took a hit? Very strong. Nanmen Blowtorch took a deep breath and admitted that his skills were inferior. Perhaps I wouldn't be able to walk more than a single move in his hands. Can't walk but one move. At those words, the old man's expression stared slightly. Same level? He's about 10 levels above me. I think so. The old man was reassured. What's the point of being seconded at the same level? Perhaps even the same level would be easily defeated. Nanmen Blowtorch speculated. Nyo Z, don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. The old man said solemnly. Think about it. What are his strengths? The master will help you analyze them properly. Advantage. Nanmen Blowtorch thought about it and told him truthfully. Fast. At least 3 times faster than me. He was at least twice as fast as a normal player. Yet he was still 3 times as bad as his opponent. The gap is horrifying. A 20% faster speed is extremely noticeable in a high-level fight, let alone 300%. Ha! The old man was confused for a moment. By the way, he also possesses a supreme sword. Nanmen Blowtorch continued. I told you there must be a problem. The old man was relieved and laughed aloud. Let me put it to you this way. The weapon in your hand that belongs exclusively to the gun god has yet to show its true power, and when its power unfolds in its entirety, perhaps your disparities will have to be reversed against each other. You mean this gun? Nanmen Blowtorch's eyes lit up as he scrutinized the silver spear in his hand. He heard the master's meaning. Aha! The old man nodded happily and smiled without saying a word. He hadn't wanted to tell his apprentice the truth too soon, but now he had to use it to boost his morale. This gun is a super god tier weapon? Ha! The old man was confused again. The sword in his hand is super god level. Nanmen Blowtorch spoke bluntly. There's something wrong with your mind. The old man stood with his arms folded and rebuked. Do you think it's good or bad for a person to acquire a super divine weapon too early? This Southgate Blowout woke up as if from a dream. As expected of a master, the master hit the nail on the head. Practice the basic spear technique 1,000 times. Think while practicing. The old man waved his hand impatiently with a stern face. Yes. Witnessing Nanmen Blowtorch practicing his marksmanship in front of the bamboo house, the old man had a complicated expression. In the future, you will definitely understand my good intentions. He probably understood who the person that Southgate Blowout regarded as his opponent was. The falling leaves are silent. Dragon Domain Guardian's disciple, Abyssal Demon Bloodline Possessor, said to be gifted up to SSS level, by chance to get the super god weapon to recognize the master, and ancient beasts as pets. His grandma's dropping. It's like stacking buffs. Time is running out. In the blink of an eye, 2 days rushed by. In 2 days, Yifeng leveled up to level 53. Mainly the further back he went, the more difficult it was to upgrade, coupled with the fact that the monster panels in the depths of the Fallen Lands were full of question marks, leaving Yifeng with too few areas to choose from to brush the monsters, which did affect the upgrading progress. In addition, it is impossible to say that it is completely stress-free and not at all prepared to face the hostility from the Emperor. The sun is blazing and the earth is charcoal-baked. I don't know when. The open field outside the Fallen Land is crowded with armies. As far as the eye can see, the heads of the people are gathered. The soldiers are neatly lined up, and the solemn and murderous atmosphere makes people not dare to speak out loud. The closest area to the Fallen Lands, uncountable players stood at attention, just nowhere near as well trained as the Aborigines. At the forefront, riding in the Emperor's exclusive seat, Bernie held a sword, his face grim. The army is pressing in. The war was on the verge of breaking out. Your Majesty, would it not be a bit petty to summon all the elites of the Imperial Dynasty as well as the 4 first-level main cities here? Yarvis ventured to speak up. Bernie's eyes were wrapped in awe-inspiring killing intent as he asked rhetorically, last time in Shadowless City, if I had summoned all 4 city lords of the first-level main city, why would I be here? Jarvis was dumbfounded. Rather make a big deal out of a small issue. I can't repeat the same mistake. Bernie looked out over the Fallen Lands, sensing the dense undead aura covering it. Don't worry. I naturally won't use my elites to fight the undead. He had summoned his elites here mainly because he was afraid of accidents. For example, the Dragon Realm Guardians meddling in the matter once again, and then the yellow bird of the demon god from the Dark Camp, were all factors to be considered. Your Majesty, a city lord of a first-level main city said in a respectful voice, the time has come. Yes. Bernie pointed his rapier forward. Attack. Kill. At once, thousands of soldiers surged towards the Fallen Lands like a wild tide, and the sound of killing shook the heavens. Ding. System alert, the main quest, Battle of the Fallen, opens. Brothers, follow the natives and kill them. Falling Leaf Silence is in there. Surely it will be forced out. And the Aborigines might just come to confiscate the super god soldier. I don't know why so many people think that Falling Leaf Silent is powerful. It's not just numerical value crushing. If I can get the only hidden profession, when facing the world boss, I definitely won't perform worse than him. Many players followed suit, flooding into the Fallen Lands in a brainwave. The army was vast and overwhelming. The undead axeman and the skeleton captain, almost instantly drowned in a sea of people, storming up with a large amount of damage before turning into unattended dead bones that were wildly trampled on. Awesome! Take the Fallen Lands in a straight shot. The players were so excited that they followed the Aboriginal soldiers in their soup, destroying them wherever they went. Undead swordsman, undead knight, undead mage, necromancer. The undead creatures in the depths of the Fallen Lands were far beyond the ability of today's players to resist, but the experience and points divided up by only being able to inflict even 1 point of damage was quite a lot. The army was like a crackerjack, cleaning up all the wild monsters and even the bosses, all the way to the deepest part of the Fallen Land without any obstacles, just using 20 minutes. No pressure. Crushing is awesome. The players were beyond excited. Participating in the main quest is really low risk and high reward. What is this? Some Aboriginal soldiers were in disbelief. they saw, in the deepest part of the fallen lands, beneath the great mountains strewn with dead bones, vortexes glimmering with eerie spectral light, which seemed to connect to another world and existed as a passageway. Very strikingly, Wheel of Purgatory. Introduction, under the 9 specters, Yellow Springs Purgatory. Swish! Suddenly, this mysterious black vortex began to gradually enlarge, and a thick black fog rose up. 10 meters, 20 meters, the vortex tunnel seemed to be activated, and a mountainous and terrifying pressure covered the sky. Gulp! A large number of players swallowed hard, their eyes rounded in disbelief. It's a coincidence. Just a short time ago, they had seen a similar vortex. Rumble! The sound of horses' hooves was wild and chaotic, as if 1,000 horses and armies were coming. Within moments, a hideous, morose white head emerged from within the vortex, the fire of the soul blazing in its head, ferocious and horrifying. Standing in a hidden corner, Yi Feng's gaze was ghostly and expressionless. Should I say it's the end of the novice period, or the novice period has just begun? Chapter 71. Inside the mysterious Wheel of Purgatory, all the aborigines and adventurers fell into a momentary stupor as the white skull drilled out. This skull is over 10 meters long and is too big. Boom! 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 It stepped out from within the Wheel of Purgatory, each step causing the ground to shake violently, as if signaling that danger was approaching. A few seconds later, it completely descended into the cold martial realm, its huge body like a small mountain presenting itself within view and erupting into an earth-shattering roar. Anon, the dragon's roar was deafening, transforming into waves of sound that spread out, and wherever it passed, sand flew and rocks were scattered, killing and injuring countless people. Undead Bone Dragon? Grade? Life? Attack? Defense? Skills? Synopsis: the creatures within Purgatory, mostly recycled from the deaths of dragons, have no fear of pain, possess inferior intelligence, and will only follow the commands of the Purgatory King. The bloodied natives perished, and the only adventurers lost their revivable counts in the white light, transforming into soul bodies to watch the battle, at least until the end of the main quest. They may not transmogrify the city's resurrection points. However, even more frighteningly, the Wheel of Purgatory did not close, yet grew larger and larger, and a single undead general on a bone horse galloped out of it. Thousands and thousands of them. Uncountable. Run! This purgatory will connect to the undead world. This is not an existence that humans can fight against at all. Both the aborigines and the adventurers fled, filled with fear and losing their will to fight. The scene was almost lopsided. How easy it was to win. How hard it is to die now. From Yi Feng's elevated perspective, the undead creatures could be seen spreading out like a fan, swallowing mountains and rivers, and no one dared to block them. In a matter of minutes, corpses were everywhere. Time to run. Yi Feng had a clear mind and didn't watch for too long. How to get out of the trap and successfully complete the main quest is the top priority. The undead creatures within Purgatory were certainly terrifying, but due to the rule restrictions, they were temporarily not qualified to enter the cold martial realm, and stayed in the land of the fallen at best. Swish! Just as Yi Feng was about to turn around and leave, huge eyes suddenly appeared within the huge Wheel of Purgatory. Purple pupils with a strong killing intent and a terrifying deterrent. Vaguely, Yi Feng actually felt that those eyes were actually staring at him. Shoo! Without delay, he pulled out his legs and ran. No need to speculate. Hell if it's staring you in the face. All in all, one more look and the consequences are unimaginable. Boom! Steeply, a large purple hand poked out from within the Wheel of Purgatory, as if it could extend infinitely, and grabbed towards Yi Feng. Off. Yi Feng didn't even turn his head back, knowing that a certain strong person had non-interested thoughts about him. Fortunately, he was quite confident in himself when it came to speed, unleashing his wind shadow followers to enter a sneaking state, and in a flash, he was 100 meters away, running wildly towards his destination, outside the land of the fall. Seeing the undead bone dragon and the sky-covering hand from afar, Bernie's face was aghast. This place really can't be touched. If it could be incorporated into the Empire, he would have done it a long time ago. Nay, the existence of the Wheel of Purgatory was something that no one dared to mess with, thus leaving this place outside of the Imperial Order and ungoverned. The owner of that big hand has unimaginable strength. Walt revealed a shocked expression. Bernie collected his emotions and blandly said, "Don't worry, they can't leave the fallen land and can't threaten us." Boo! As if it had touched an invisible boundary, the movements of the large purple hand paused, unable to grab Yi Feng again. Yi Feng was relieved. As imagined in the picture, he was at the edge of the fallen lands, where the creatures of Purgatory must not cross the border. A muffled thunderous voice exploded. The large purple hand did not retreat, but instead turned into a fist that fiercely slammed into the void and transparent wall. Boom boom boom. Each punch shook the heavens and earth, and space trembled. There is no doubt that he wants to break the rule limits. Ka! A crisp sound rang out, like glass slightly shattering. Yi Feng's face changed slightly, and the cracks were clearly presented not far from him. Falling Leaves is here. At one point, a player shouted, "He just sneaked past me." Where? Falling Leaf Silent turned out to be an assassin profession. The Aborigines will kill you. Falling Leaves is silent. Isn't it good for you to let other players take the head? You can still revive anyway. The surviving hordes of players swarmed out, approaching the shouting players and looking around for clues to the soundlessness of the falling leaves. There, as a god-level powerhouse, how could he be fooled by a player's three-legged sneaking blindfold? Bernie and his left and right exchanged glances, and rushed towards Yi Feng, who was hidden in the shadows. In unison, it was true that the Aborigines must not strike out at the adventurers, but it was reasonable to block their way. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Bernie, Walt, and Yarvis flew by like streams of light and appeared in front of the falling leaves. Bountied adventurer, this emperor has something to ask you. Stay back first. A cold smile spread across Bernie's mouth. This time, in a jar. The other side can't get away. Faced with a block, Fallen Leaf had to stop and was swept out of his dive by a mess of vectors. Die. The player who killed up from the back looked agitated. Please, stop struggling and let me take the only hidden profession. Clang. However, that player launched an attack. Chopping out with a large sword in his hand, he actually touched the silver shield and was recoiled backward and flew out. The three god-level powerhouses' face condensed, coincidentally looked up. Visible silver hair and silver armor of the young girl as if shocking. From the high altitude, descending in front of the crowd, the sunlight reflected her skin crystal clear. Even like a fairy in the dust, the beauty of the shocking. Countless players' eyes fell on her, and they couldn't help but feel awestruck and gawk. Dragon Domain Guardian. What do you mean? Bernie pressed on with his killing intent, not surprised by her arrival. You said that Falling Leaf Noiseless had been expelled from your division. As a matter of fact, he did not restrict the activities of the Dragon Domain Guardian. Firstly, the other party's identity was special, the core figure of communication between the Dragon Domain and human beings, which was crucial. And secondly, she came at the right time, and it was the right time to take the opportunity to raise the issue after getting Falling Leaf Voiceless killed. At those words, Li Shue's head shook lightly, but she was deliberately silent. Speak up, Bernie questioned in a deep voice. No. After a long time, Li Shue spat out the words. Bernie was confused. What isn't? Reaching out in mid-air, Fallen Leaf's silent game ID instantly changed drastically. Debutante Rakshasa, Blood Shadow Assassin. Don't turn your own people against your own people, Li Shue said in a serious manner. He's not Fallen Leaf silent. Crowd. You, me. Bernie's breath stuttered and he almost felt his heart stop as a wave of anger shot through his brain. Staring dead at the adventurer with the purple mask and squeezing 3 words through his teeth. Dog. Chapter 72, I want to eat. Find it, Bernie hissed, a near-emotional rant. He shouldn't have gotten far. After saying that, he glared angrily at Li Shue. The effect of the mask alone could not be concealed from a god-level powerhouse, and it was self-evident who had made the move to steal the sky. It's just a shame that the evidence doesn't exist. As the crowd dispersed to look around, Li Shue looked up into the blazing midday sun, her silver eyes glittering with doubt. Where are you going? She did help Fool for a moment, but only for a moment. The time left for the falling leaves to be silent is still quite limited. Back on top of the wagon and horse, Bernie's heart raced. Little you can't escape. He was so mobilized that he had already blocked off the surrounding area, and there were high-ranking soldiers standing guard everywhere. So even with the help of Li Shue, he wouldn't be able to escape from the dragnet he had laid down. About 5 minutes later, the soldiers underneath came to report. Your Majesty, he exposed his tracks in the Tianqing grassland. Great. Bernie's spirits rose and he ordered. Give chase. What's he going to do in the astral grasslands? Walt was puzzled. Could it be that he wants to escape from the border? Stargazer's Meadow. This is the pivotal area that connects the eastern district to the rest of the country, and the border that separates the two regions stretches across it. With his current strength, how could he have crossed the border? Yarvis shook his head. Walt frowned. Jittery. That's weird. Regardless of what he intends to do, I'll bring the eastern district's elite generals, enough to sweep the 4 directions. Bernie coldly said. The fallen land can no longer be his shelter. All, Ka. A crisp voice rang out, interrupting his barking orders. In the distance, the purple hand was still bombarding the void barrier, and more cracks spread out, even extending to the high heavens. The picture was shocking. Li Shue's pretty face was all solemn. Can't the rules even stop it? Invoking the wheel of purgatory with the lives of soldiers this time is not a good idea. Yarvis' expression was heavy. It feels like a terrifying monster is about to descend on the cold martial realm. I no longer care about that much. Bernie's face grew iron green and fierce as he gritted his teeth. I'm going to reclaim my super god soldier. Set out for me. How could he not see that pandemonium was coming? But there is no turning back now. Sitting on 1,000 armies, he actually had the illusion of being driven to the end of the mountain by the soundless falling leaves. Rumble. The army was vast and headed straight for the Tianqing grassland. Countless players who were unwilling to give up followed closely behind, wanting to find out what was going on. And as for the purple hand, it was still bombarding the void repeatedly, shaking the heavens and earth chaotically. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Tianqing grassland. The pleasant scenery quickly receded, and Yifeng tried his best to run wildly through the grassland. Drip! Rakshasa sent a message. Brother, try your best. Thanks a lot. Yifeng reported his gratitude, letting the same assassin, Rakshasa, equip the dark underworld robe as well as the evil god mask to disguise as him and attract attention, and having his mentor step in to temporarily hide his scent. He had the chance to cross the heavy defense line and escape. It is worth mentioning that he is not afraid that Rakshasa will be greedy. The evil god mask is his exclusive equipment. Rakshasa can bring it on, but it is not actually effective, and it is mainly dependent on the tutor's power to conceal it from the world. Take care of yourself. They've gone to get you. Then let them have it. Rakshasa was subdued by Yifeng's words. It's not. The light camp has 3 god-ranked powerhouses joining forces. So what's the point of having a comeback? Adventurer, please wait. A guard soldier noticed its trail and hurriedly chased after it. We suspect you are an enemy spy. Please come with us. Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to them and just ran away. The further back, the more soldiers came after them. At first 1 or 2, and then at the back there were already thousands of them. And the people were like a tidal wave, pushing towards Yifeng. Fortunately, Yifeng's speed nowadays was enough to be comparable to that of a spirit level, or even an earth level, which was difficult for ordinary soldiers to reach. At a certain moment, a canyon appeared in his field of vision, like a heavenly rift across the left and right, with no end in sight. Sensing that he was not far from the target of the trip, Yifeng unleashed shadow chasing and was a cut faster. It is customary for people to enter a final sprint before the end is near. In mid-air, 3 god-level powerhouses flew in, surpassing the many soldiers in an instant and reaching right in front of Yifeng, surrounding him and not giving him a chance to escape. The situation, it's taken a sharp turn for the worse. Meaningless struggle. Bernie had a stern smile on his lips, just waiting for the adventurer to behead Yifeng. Even if the other party could be revived, it would be equally useless, because, at this moment, the falling leaves were silent. Not belonging to the light camp or the darkness camp, he was reborn after his death and had nowhere to hide. Having to stop, Yifeng confronted the emperor at close range, his face expressionless, not turning back to look at the large army covering the grassland behind him. Rumble. Suddenly, the abrupt sound of hoofbeats came from behind Bernie. Bernie's face changed slightly, turned his head to look, visible apart from the deep long canyon, the other side of the dense cavalry raging, and more than one force, all killed to the edge of the canyon, hundreds of meters away from the tiger eyeing. Lance of Destruction, Copperfield, Divine Boss. Rock of the Undying, Lucius, Divine Boss. Electric Light Phantom, Belt, Divine Boss. God-level powerhouse. A large number of God-level powerhouses converged here. What do you mean? The unexpected situation made Bernie's expression hard. He had never imagined that the bout would be that big. This man is vicious. We have come to help the Emperor of the Eastern District. Broken Lance Copperfield had a handsome face, and his turquoise pupils were tinged with greed as he spoke his crowning lines. With those words, they decisively used the power of a god-level powerhouse to leap forward. What's the point of breaking a pact and crossing borders for the super soldier? Buzz. Pale gold-colored borders appeared as obstacles as they approached. Boom boom boom. All sorts of horrific tactics bombarded the edge of the border. A colorful mix of elements that turned the winds and clouds. Yifeng looked on, indifferent. Borders are far harder to break than one might think before adventurer levels are up to par. Seeing this, Bernie was slightly relieved and attempted to swing his sword at Yifeng. Ding! System tip, currently the adventurer is not messing with you. If you force your hand, you will be sanctioned by the rules. Clank! The sharp sword stayed in front of Yifeng's eyes, just a millimeter away. The damn rules. There's nowhere in the world for you, Bernie said coldly. Yes. Yifeng sighed with emotion. The world now has no place for me. Die for me. The player who bore the brunt of the attack shot arrows from a distance. Shoo! An arrow flying off the string. Boo! However, in front of Yifeng's chest, it was intercepted by a large hand and stopped steadily. Miss. Symbols representing immunity to damage pop up. Archer. Lean. Still? It's useless to rush if you want to kill me. Yifeng shook his head, patiently giving hints. At least you have to let a few thousand people drain my stamina first. Then think of a way to grab the final blow. The first round of impact is often a head delivery. With that, he rotated the arrow half a week, the arrowhead outward, and flung it with all his might. Snort! Carrying the speed of attack granted by the god's weep, the arrow returned at a much faster speed, plunging into the archer's head and running through the entire thing. Minus 35,412. Losing the base value bonus of God's Weeping reduced the damage by a lot, but it was more than enough to kill the archers. The archer stared wide-eyed with an expression of disbelief and collapsed limply. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How does that work? Minus 9. Minus 1. Minus 12. Allowing a large amount of unbreakable damage to fall on his body and withstanding all kinds of attacks. Yifeng looked indifferent as he raised his eyes to look at the emperor. Do you feel that the victory is assured? You could have tried to cross my line of defense. Bernie stared coldly, just like when you broke through mine and Walt's defenses to break the Ultramarines. When he recalled that encounter, his heart was a pang of resentment that still haunted him. It was a strange shame that two god-level powerhouses couldn't defend themselves against a mole cricket's attack. I might die. Yifeng smiled blandly. Before that, I have an unkind request. Oh, Bernie was surprised. Tell me about it. A man's words are good when he is about to die. He was curious to see how remorseful the falling leaves would be. During this period of time, not being able to eat and sleep well in the fallen land, and living in the wind, it was very painful. Yifeng was despondent. You know you regret it? No. Yifeng shook his head. The color of madness danced in his eyes and licked his mouth. I wonder how the Feast of National Mourning tastes. I want to taste it. The corners of Jarvis and Walt's mouths twitched as they stepped aside. Good guts. I can't believe I'm trying to eat His Majesty's mat. Chapter 73, All Impulsive. The scene was extremely chaotic. The surging tide of players had nearly drowned Yifeng. All kinds of skills and means were desperately greeting him, and the color of greed in his eyes was enough to drown out his sanity. After killing Fallen Leaf Silent, perhaps the next player who could easily crush the world boss would be himself. By then, honor, status, women, everything. Ha ha ha. Bernie's forehead veins rippled with anger. Want to eat my seat? I'm afraid you're not qualified to enter. Then we have to try to know. Squeezing within the crowd, Yifeng took it in stride. Humph. Bernie looked disdainful and grunted coldly. Don't worry. I'll watch you die in front of me. The super god soldier. He was bound to get it. The adventurer with the abyssal demon bloodline in front of him. He also had to eradicate it before it was too late. You'd better take care of yourself first. Yifeng revealed an intriguing smile. Why did he have to go to such lengths to get here? Because the Stargazer Prairie is not only where the state line crosses, but also, boom. Terrifying pressure split the face and landed on everyone. The god-level powerhouse that was attempting to break the national boundary was startled and immediately flew back. They had a keen sense of danger, and the source of that danger came from below the canyon. Rumble. Like splashes of ink, the black clouds converged and covered the sky with incredible speed, causing the heavens and earth to fall into dimness. It's going to rain? Asterisk. I'm a little out of breath. The plot of the main quest is really strange. A great wind rises and clouds fly. The sudden change was uncomfortable in 100 ways. Facing the furious Yin wind, Yifeng's eyes carried a touch of gravity. Finally, it's here. This is, Bernie, Walt, and Jarvis turned their heads in unison to look into the deep, long canyon, their hearts pounding. Even god-level powerhouses must be terrified. The canyon hides great horrors. Suddenly, the national boundary that the god-level powerhouses from the other national districts had intended to break shattered at one corner, turning into dots of crystals that dispersed with the wind, leaving only a canyon separating them from the eastern district. Swish swish swish. An orb emitting a demonic red light floated up from within the canyon and presented itself to the crowd. Ding! Announcement of the whole service, God and Devil, Crisis in the Cambrian Realm. Officially opened. What does that mean? The players were confused, not letting them wonder for too long. The system was quick to give the answer. Ding! System alert. Please note that one of the 10 great demon gods of the cold martial realm, Calamity Star, Moloch, Divine Boss, has descended upon the Tianqing grassland, and the people in the vicinity are requested to leave as soon as possible, or else they will suffer the consequences. Ding! System alert. Please note that one of the 10 great demon gods of the cold martial realm, Eye of the Abyss Ted, god-level boss, has descended upon the Tianqing grassland. Please leave as soon as possible for the people in the vicinity, or else you will suffer the consequences. Ding! System alert. Please note that one of the 10 great demon gods of the cold martial realm, Eternal Sin Witch Fei, Divine Boss, has descended upon the Tianqing grassland, and the people in the vicinity are requested to leave as soon as possible, or else they will suffer the consequences. Various system bells rang in the ears of the people nearby. Not limited to adventurers, the aborigines could be informed as well. And what the message foretells is, without a doubt, crisis ridden. Within these red orbs are the 10 great demon gods. Holy, falling leaf silence brought us straight to the demon god's lair. 1, 2, 3, 4, how come there are only 9? The adventurers were creeped out, and many rational players had a bad feeling and chose to evacuate early. Because there is another one here. A brash voice rang out. Boom! Deafening roar. The crowd gathered in the rear of the army. There is a shining black point of light, followed by the point of light into a semi-spherical explosion, rapidly enlarged, set off thousands of dust, encompassing the area instantly annihilated in the form of invisible, evaporated. 100 meters, kilometers, the place where the energy rages is no longer populated. When the black energy dispersed, the earth out of nowhere more terrible craters, as if a meteorite had blown through, into the eyes of all the messy rubble, the smell of blood lingering. This scene caused the adventurers who happened to be on the edge of not being taken away to be frightened, trembling and backing away in panic. Yi Feng's face was calm and ancient. Kingslayer Anita's moves are just that, not very destructive. Go! The god-level powerhouses abroad would not sit idly by, and retreated the moment they sensed the crisis. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Feng's mouth hooked up in an icy arc as he taunted. If you want to run now, I'm afraid it's too late. Shoo shoo shoo. Several red balls of light swept towards the direction they fled, while a few others landed beside Yi Feng. A silent depression that enveloped the party. Bernie's hands and feet were cold, gripping the sharp sword in his hand, his face slightly pale, gritting his teeth. Enough. Tough. Around them, the 5 demon gods were close at hand, surrounding them heavily and eyeing them intently. He didn't run. Anita had appeared in the rear, originally to stop them in their tracks. From the moment he witnessed the return of the demon god, he had no way out. Ding! System alert, please note that your exclusive prop, Evil Godbead, has sensed the presence of a rare bloodline nearby. A special ringtone sounded in Yi Feng's ears. Rare bloodlines? It's not exactly rare. Everywhere. A lot. Jingle bells. Crisp and pleasant sound rang out. Wearing a black dress which ankle-tied with bells floated, her body enchanting, holding a delicate black umbrella, lazily leaning the umbrella frame against the snow-white shoulders, dressed to impress. The red onyx-like eyes flowed with a strange luster. She raised her hands and threw her feet to seduce the soul. Looking at the youth that she had been thinking about day and night, she showed her face and smiled charmingly, imploring. Falling leaves silent. We meet again. The voice was sweet, with a faint note of delight. Yes. Yi Feng looked indifferent, turned his head to look at her, and asked, Did you miss me? Well, after a moment's thought, she nodded her head and responded with a smile. I want to. More than thinking. It's crazy to think about it. Ever since the last time they met, when the body used to move around was messed up, and no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. She had memorized the 4 words falling leaves are silent in her heart. It was only to her surprise that the party had only just awakened from its slumber, and the other party had already appeared in front of her eyes, as if it was a gift prepared for her by the heavens, causing her heart to pound. Just think. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. I hope you can preserve that hard-won hazy feeling. The ambiguous conversation between the two caused the unknown other god-level powerhouses to have odd expressions. Witch of eternal sin. You and falling leaves are silent. Anita's brow furrowed as she pressed for information. Don't get me wrong. Before the eternal sin demoness could open her mouth, Yi Feng was the first to answer. It's just that after I parted ways with you last time, I met the eternal sin demoness by chance in the grove. Saying that, he revealed a reminiscent color, seemingly recalling the extraordinary past. That night, we were all impulsive. You. Anita's face was ashen and her heart was broken. Chapter 74, Cambrian Realm Crisis. I shucks. The eternal sin demoness wrinkled her agaric nose, her tone gradually chilling down. Sharp-tongued. Next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. No, it's good that it's not. Anita sighed in relief, her broken heart healing once more. Are you willing to give it up? Yi Feng smiled confidently. It didn't surprise him in the slightest that his opponent could kill him. After all, this time it was he who took the initiative to appear in the heavenly star grassland and provoke the demon god. I know the source of your bottom. The Witch of Eternal Sin was in no hurry to make a move, thinking you have 3 lives. It doesn't matter if you die once. Am I right? This is 1. Yi Feng raised his index finger and then extended his middle finger. And 2. Oh, the Witch of Eternal Sin was surprised. Tell me. 2. Yi Feng said quietly, you can't afford to give up. As a matter of fact, he really couldn't do anything about it. Or rather, he had a way to escape, but it was very risky, so he decided to give up after thinking about it. The continuous flirting caused the corner of the eternal sin demoness' mouth to slowly slide down, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. I'm sorry if that's all your last words are. the falling leaves are silent, and while I admire your boldness, on the side, Anita couldn't wait to strike, slamming a heavy fist at Yifeng with a voice like a dragon. Please die. Looking at the fist zooming in his eyes, Yifeng was indifferent. It might be as the eternal sin which said, the only thing he had going for him was having 3 lives. As for the random teleportation scroll, the grade was too low. If it was SS grade, he would consider using it. Right now the probability was that it was a waste of props, knowing that the eternal sins which mastered the power of time and space, not even a god-level powerhouse could be exempted from it. Maybe he had just left in the front foot, and then the eternal sins which unleashed a time flashback in the back foot, so that he can only stand still and wait for death. So, this concludes. Clank. Suddenly, the snow-like swordlight fell down, located between Yifeng and Anita, piercing Anita's fist, causing his body to smash down and fall to the ground in a lousy manner. Boom! The earth shattered, spider-web-like cracks spreading hundreds of meters away, forcing the other demon gods to retreat. 2. With a foot on Anita's head, the silver-haired girl looked proudly in all directions and said in a cold voice, "Your mentor is close by and extremely protective." Swish! The silver-colored shield enveloped Yifeng, allowing him to avoid being affected by the waves of air that rolled up. Guardian of the Dragon Realm, the top powerhouse of the Light Camp. There's still a chance. Bernie's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Walt, Jarvis, break out with me. Yes. Together with the other 2 god-level powerhouses, Bernie immediately killed out, but he was blocked by the demon god and was caught in a fierce battle. Boom! 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 Terrifying impacts exploded in mid-air as colorful elements merged into one. Ding! System note, you have obtained a shield applied by Dragon Domain Guardian Lishua, which has a toughness of 30% of the applicant's life value. Duration, 1 minute. Mentor. Yifeng's expression moved. I told you not to come over. The 10 great demon gods joined forces and were basically invincible. He used the power of the demon gods to decapitate the emperor to remove the great danger. Naturally he had repeatedly instructed for his mentor not to come. Get out of here. I can't hold it off for long. Li Shui whispered. Fizzle. Upon hearing this, Yifeng did not hesitate and took out the random teleportation scroll from his arms and decisively tore it open. Pretentiousness is not necessary. It's too late to waste the mentor's hard work. Swish. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. Get back here. The eternal Syndemonis raised her hand, pressing on the arcane bell plate in the void, reversing it. Gentlemen, don't hold back. In an instant, everything was reversed until Yifeng returned to the encirclement. Die. The 5 great demon gods struck out in unison, and their voices shook the heavens and moved the earth. Admittedly, it was a heavenly good thing to be able to cut down a god-level powerhouse here, but the most pressing matter was still seizing the super god soldier. Despite the fact that Fallen Leaf has 3 lives as an adventurer, it doesn't matter though. Where he is resurrected, he is killed. You can't run away. Calamity Star Demon Luo. His scarlet eyes flashed with tyrannical killing intent. His skin was gray and white, and bone wings grew on his back, so he was actually similar to an abyssal demon. He raised the sharp sword in his hand and chopped down towards Yifeng. However, before his attack could reach him, Yifeng's figure disappeared and was replaced by Li Shui. Ding! System alert, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui uses the skill, Forbidden Shift, ignoring all blockades to change position with you. When the screen turned, Yifeng appeared in mid-air, and the first time he took out the random teleportation scroll and tore it up, disappearing in the same place. Inside the space tunnel, there was a lot of light. The dappled luster kept flowing. Brush up on. A few seconds later, several demon gods rushed in wrapped in a raging aura. Seal! A soft cry rang out and echoed. Inside the spatial tunnel, cold air filled the air. Ice elements swept rapidly from afar, and wherever they passed, the space was frozen, forcing them to catch up with the demon gods who intercepted the soundless falling leaves, causing their figures to be frozen by the frost and unable to move. Swish! Yifeng, who had successfully escaped, appeared in a mass grave with sticky feet. Ding! System note, you have entered the map, Corpse Bone Mountain. Feeling his feet stepping on something slippery and the rotten smell drilling into his nostrils, Yifeng hurriedly looked down to check and saw that his right foot was stepping inside the chest cavity of the corpse bone, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. So close. Turned out to be rotting chunks of meat. Thought it was a cesspool. Pulling his foot out of it, Yifeng immediately moved away from this area, lest the demon god followed him along the spatial tunnel. Stargazer Meadow. Several god-level powerhouses fought furiously. Seeing that the disciple managed to escape, Li Shui immediately raised her sword and fled. One-on-one against a demon god. She was not afraid, but there was more than one demon god in the vicinity. If she didn't take advantage of her energetic state and hurry to leave, she was only afraid that she would have to stay behind as well. Dragon Realm Guardian, help me. Bernie, who was under heavy and strong attack, was covered in blood and asked for backup. Between keeping the Dragon Domain Guardian and the Emperor of the Eastern District, the demon god chose the latter. After all, the fall of the monarch would help them tremendously in attacking the city, while the Dragon Domain Guardian was too tricky and might not be able to be kept under the rule of not being able to escape without a systematic restriction. Your Majesty, Li Shui didn't look back. Although I can't save you, I will bring my disciples to eat your seat. There was no reason why she had to save the contemporary Eastern District Emperor of the Light Camp. Even a little disgusted. You, Bernie turned green. Thumbs up. 3 demon gods in a row stabbed his body from 3 directions with their weapons, causing his blood to gurgle out. As he died, Bernie was full of hate. Falling leaves without sound. Ding. System note, you have entered the map, Moonlight Town, level 3 town. Until he entered a nearby town, he ducked into the sea of people to stop moving, and hurriedly opened his friend bar to send a message to his mentor. Mentor, are you alright? Nothing, Li Shui replied. It's just that next, the world is going to be in chaos because of the strong rise of the Dark Camp. The Devil God has awakened and has set the stage for future battles. She had known the storm would come, but she had not expected it to come so suddenly. Mentor, you are thinking less. The so-called Cold Martial Realm Crisis is not just the Dark Camp. Yi Feng made a heavy explanation. The description of the system announcement is rigorous. It's not the Dark Rebellion. It's the Cambrian Crisis. Li Shui, not just the Dark Camp? What do you mean? She trailed off. Do you still remember the strong sea race people I met on the seashore? Yi Feng told him truthfully. It's not a day or two since the sea race wanted to go on land. Outside of Kanglan Town. Sunny beach. Clap clap clap. The players who were practicing with the shrimp soldiers and crabs on the seashore were dumbfounded when they heard the sound of the surge of the tide. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of meters high shocking waves rushed in, seeming to flood the high sky, and above the tsunami, blue-skinned humanoid creatures crowded in, armed with all kinds of weapons, killing. Rolling waves surged and flooded. A wave that pushed the sunny beach flat and struck the town of Kanglan. It's time for the days of human domination to come to an end. Inside the fallen lands. Pa-dash. The large purple hand frantically pounded the void barrier until at a certain point, it finally broke the prohibition and then retracted within the vortex. Jia jia. Jia jia. Jia jia. Thousands of undead creatures rushed out of the fallen lands as if breaking free from their chains. The aura belonging to the dead was boiling. Children of purgatory. Destroy this world for me. A dull voice rang out with killing intent. Remember, help me strangle the Abyssal Demon Emperor. Chapter 75, The Undying Grip. Dark Camp, Purgatory Undead. Sea life, the 3 forces such as the wind and rain wild attack, seems to be toppling the earth. Ding. System prompt, due to the death of the Emperor of the Eastern District, Mirror of Light Bernie, at the hands of the Demon God, the people of the Eastern District experience gained minus 10%. Full attributes minus 10%. And the toughness of the walls of all the cities and towns minus 20%. For a period of 3 days, the sudden bad news rang in the ears of every Eastern District player. Such a weakening was enough to be fatal at a critical time. Which was why the demon god would give up on besieging the Dragon Realm Guardians and turn to leave Bernie behind with all his might. The plan was successfully reached. Yi Feng's expression was bland. The Emperor must die. Otherwise, under his leadership, one's own belly was surrounded by enemies, and there was only nowhere to go. And it was difficult to even have the opportunity to grow. As for the negative effects of the opponent's death, it meant very little in terms of the encounters they would have to face in the next 3 days. Ha ha ha, that's great news. This group of players from the Eastern District are also unlucky. Only a few days after the Emperor's death. Take advantage of this and get ahead of them in one fell swoop. Players in other country zones gloated. The East and the West are already at odds with each other, so naturally they are happy to see it happen. Unfortunately, before they could taunt the forums with a few words, the bad news that belonged to them arrived late. The ding. System prompt, due to the death of the Emperor of the Mary Zone, Broken Lance Copperfield, at the hands of the Demon God, the people of the Mary Zone experience gained minus 10%, full attributes minus 10%, and the toughness of the walls of all the cities and towns minus 20%, for a period of 3 days. At once, the players in the Mary Zone were tragically slapped in the face, and turned to angrily spraying their past aboriginal emperors. In the end, there were more emperors than Bernie who traveled to the vicinity of the border. The Mary District Emperor would only be the second, not the last. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Star Grassland, beside Bernie's corpse, a multitude of demon gods converged. The Sea Clan has already launched an attack, and the undead from the fallen lands will soon arrive at the cities occupied by the Light Camp as well. A demon god spoke up. Moloch, what do you think? Don't go your own way. Demon Luo pondered for a moment and ordered. First, Completely cut off the light camp's chi and divide up all the cities. Divide? Anita marveled. Just give away the world that should be ours? He didn't feel that. With the demon god's strength, he couldn't encroach on the entire light camp. Plan ahead slowly. Don't be overly ambitious. Demon Luo's scarlet eyes carried a cold intent. If you want to turn the tables on them, you can do so at any time. But destroying the light camp first is the priority. What Moloch said makes sense. Then I'll wait until now. Lead the Darkness Legion straight to the light camp's imperial dynasty. Don't leave them a single path to live. Moonlight Township. Anon. Huge silver dragons sped by, covering the sky. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Li Shui leapt down from the silver dragon's head and entered inside Moonlight Town, descending right in front of Yifeng. Tutor, are you alright? Yifeng hurriedly inquired. Nothing. Li Shui's pretty face was taut and her expression was serious. In the next 3 days, I'm afraid that the light camp will be devastated, so you must act carefully. As of now, she wasn't able to return to the dragon realm with Falling Leaf Silent. One was that the identity of Falling Leaf Silent was too sensitive and would easily be rejected by the Dragon Clan, and the second was that the lure of the Super Divine Soldier was even greater than the Super Main City, so if he went to the Dragon Domain, he would not be able to hide his identity. Now, the best place for disciples to go is actually No Man's Land. Don't worry, I'll sneak and hide somewhere, and with my excessive speed, I'll be able to protect myself without running into a strong person. Yifeng's heart warmed. In any case, this mentor was genuinely treating this disciple of his, and he didn't want his mentor to be implicated. Aha! Li Shui nodded slightly and seemed to sense something as she turned her head to look outside of Bright Moon Town. Jie jie, jie jie, jie jie. On the horizon at the end of the view, mountains of undead creatures darted in, so dense and numerous that they gave rise to a dense phobia. Ding! System alert, attention, Bright Moon Town is experiencing a monster attack. Please ask the town's aborigines and adventurers to join forces to fight it. Monster attack. So suddenly? It should be considered a small event. The players within the town were shaken in spirit and headed outside of the town with their fists pumping, intending to brush more monsters for experience. Evacuate towards the central version, but don't go near the city. I'm sure the light camp will keep the fire, Li Shui urged, then flew into midair. Intending to return to the Dragon Domain, she knew that Bright Moon Town was destined to fail to defend itself, and the probability of her striking out would expose her whereabouts. Yes. Yifeng nodded. Tutor, you should be careful too. Staying in midair, Li Shui didn't turn back. Her delicate side face turned slightly, nodding in greeting before she rejoined the silver dragon's back and swiftly moved away. In fact, there were a lot of doubts she had failed to solve. For example, why did the owner of the purple hand within the Wheel of Purgatory harbor hostility towards Falling Leaf Silent? And then how did he know that the location of the demon god's resurgence was below the canyon of the celestial star prairie? Of course, she didn't believe that Falling Leaf Silent had an affair with the Dark Camp, or else why would the demon god repeatedly strike out at him? Ding! System alert. Unfortunately, the main quest, Battle of the Fallen, has failed. Asterisk 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 niet. Failing a main quest can be okay. On the forums, many players who treated the other world as an unusual game broke into song, never thinking that they would lose the main quest. After all, according to the inertia of thinking, the general official, even if the back door, will let everyone finish smoothly, and incidentally celebrate a wave. Seeing his mentor leave, Yifeng lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The Battle of the Fall was lost. It's not surprising that this battle was supposed to be a sure thing. It's just that his deliberate woe is me move is not a thrilling one. I should be considered to have completed my mission, right? Yifeng muttered. As if in response to his inquiry, the pleasant system bell rang. Ding! System note, congratulations on completing the quest, End of Despair, SS grade. And obtaining the reward, the ultra-rare S-grade skill, Indestructible Grip. Yifeng. No, that's it? Nothing in terms of rank, reputation, or gold, but a reward for a skill book? Hold down the mind of spitting. Yifeng hastily opened the package to check. Visible cover for the dark purple skill book has been quietly lying in it, even flickering with lightning electric ons. It looks quite gorgeous. Indestructible Grip, Grade S. Introduction, birth and death are like the moon in the water. It cannot be touched. And the beauty is in the screening. Skill effect, gathering overbearing power to rigidly overcome the rigid, so that it is caught in immobilization, and can cause 200% damage based on its own attack. This attack must hit. Note, the specific control time depends on the strength of both sides. Restrictions, limited to professions with special elemental powers. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Hiss. Yifeng couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This skill was worthy of being a super rare S rank, and it even came with a sure hit feature. Learned. Ding. System tip, Congratulations on successfully comprehending the ultra-rare S-rank skill, Undying Grip. Ding! System tip, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Cry, the skill you have learned, Undying Grip, has reached SS grade. Chapter 76, Beloved Family and Friends. Unbreakable Grip, SS grade. Synopsis, birth and death are like the moon in the water. It cannot be touched, and the beauty is in the screening. Skill effect, gathering overbearing power to just overcome the rigid, so that it is caught in immobilization, and can cause 400% damage based on its own attack. This attack must hit, note, the specific control time depends on the strength of both sides. Extra effect, within a certain degree, can forcefully control the actions of any unit by strength. Restrictions, limited to professions with special elemental powers. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Note, due to lack of current strength, this skill is not yet at the level it should be. I have to say that the +1 to all skill ranks that comes with God's Cry is truly unbelievable. The Undying Grip, which had advanced from S rank to SS rank, increased damage by 200% and came with a rather outrageous extra effect. I just don't know to what extent the so-called certain degree can be achieved. -6656. Suddenly, bright red damage emerged from Yifeng's body. Yifeng, who was affected by the good mood, turned his head and swept away. Visible dozens of meters outside the town, an undead archer attacked remotely, and the chaotic vectors unintentionally swept themselves. Seeing this, Yifeng's heart stirred and he raised his left hand to aim at him, and the dual elemental energies of green and darkness flooded between his palms. Indestructible Grip. Swish! In an instant, the power of the mixture of the dual elements of green and darkness wrapped around the undead archer in the void, and with Yifeng's maneuvering, he was forcibly lifted into the air and clamped down with a death grip. Ding! System alert, you use the skill, Undying Grip, causing the undead archer to fall into the immobilization phase for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Yifeng couldn't help but be moved. The level difference between the undead archer and him was about the same. It was a bit outrageous that he would be controlled for so long. Come here. Yifeng's fingers slightly closed. The dozens of meters away from the undead archers were immediately pulled by the invisible force grabbed to fly to the originator, and ultimately the neck was pinched, unable to move. After that, Yifeng pushed it out again, forcibly stopping it in mid-air. Realizing that the other party was still able to rotate the entire skeletal body 360 degrees along with his control or even launch an attack towards his own people in the distance, there is no doubt that control any unit's action is very maneuverable, and it is a great way to kill a target unit that is far away. What kind of jibba stuff is this? The players next to him looked dumbfounded, witnessing the soundless falling leaves pinching the undead archer as if he was playing with it. As if the undead archer was originally a plaything in his palm that he could control at will. Die. After the experiment was completed, Yifeng clasped his palms together and closed them completely. Boom! The undead archer's body was immediately crushed in its entirety, turning into scattered bones that fell to the ground. -215,574. Blast! The super high damage jumped out, and even Yifeng himself was taken aback. Hiss! There was a sound of cold air being sucked in by the surrounding players. Is it appropriate for you, a melee professional, to do this? What an excellent warrior! Even though the other party had a special status, the aboriginal soldier guarding the town couldn't help but exclaim, "Please also help us guard Bright Moon Town. That's a must." Yifeng raised his head and looked out of the town, confirming that countless undead beings were about to pour in, and immediately swore a pledge. "I'll live and die with Bright Moon Town." Taking out the divine cry, Yifeng shouted, "Brothers, kill with me, kill!" A bunch of aborigines majestically and energetically rushed towards the undead army that looked like an ocean. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifeng activated Wind Shadow Follow to enter sneaking, and ran wildly towards the back of Manhwa town, incidentally opening the bustling forums and posting a word. Run! After a long era of peace, the light camp was already greatly reduced in strength, and with the addition of being attacked by the three forces this time, it was almost certain to lose. It is worth mentioning that it is not that he pit aborigines. The main native aborigines in Bright Moon Town bound, cannot be detached, must stick to the post. Heroic death is better than a tragic massacre. Ding! Service announcement, please note that one of the 10 great demon gods, Evil Bone Dragon Otter, has descended upon Sakura District. The Sakura District dynasty has fallen. All Sakura District subjects gain -10% experience and -10% full attributes. Ding! Service announcement, please note that one of the 10 great demon gods, Evil Bone Dragon Otter, has descended on Britannia. The Emperor, Indestructible Rock, Lucius, is dead. Britannia's dynasty has fallen. All Britannia's subjects gain -20% experience and -20% attributes. During Yifeng's escape, the system ringtone would ring in his ears from time to time, and the significance it represented was very heavy. This battle could be said to be the Holocaust of the light camp, and the light camp was deeply bound to the players, so the players naturally couldn't stay out of it. The vast majority of players are going to waste a revivable. If the previous 2 lives have been used, such as I am the only one who likes to touch the porcelain, Yifeng only has a deep blessing to send him. Sasha, flying all the way, trying to avoid the city as much as possible. Yifeng specialized in running to remote places, and once he encountered the dark camp, or even the Sea Tribe's army on the road, without saying anything, he would directly change the direction and flee. In the forums, players are screaming and complaining. How can I save my life? Wait online. Urgently. These attacking monsters are simply not something we can stop. All the forces are pushing across all the cities. I see a lot of aboriginal powerhouses running around like headless flies. The light camp is going to send it? Yifeng was also browsing the forums, mainly because he was afraid of running to the wrong place and getting close to the enemy's lair instead. Now that the war is raging everywhere, it is estimated that the vast majority of the cities and towns of the Bright Camp will have to fall, and the only way to survive is to run towards the sparsely populated places until the remnants of the Bright Camp regain a firm foothold in some nook or cranny. As for where exactly he could run to save his life, Yifeng was not sure. Compared to his previous life, this life had an extra party of undead forces, and it was even more difficult to stay alive, and the land of the fallen was no longer a safe zone. After that, in just a few hours, the imperial dynasties of various country districts were invaded, emperors died, and players were punished in various ways. It seems that Brother Bernie is not alone on the road. Yifeng sighed. This big event that rippled throughout the Cambrian world. He didn't know how it would be recorded by history, but it was a good opinion to have. The full seat of the net. Buzz. Suddenly, Yifeng felt something in his parcel trembling, and even the system made a reminder. Ding. System tip, your Pearl of Wind sword can be triggered. Is it activated immediately? Note, after activation, you will enter a special space, Land of the Fallen, outside the hidden cave. A man with a slightly pale and haggard face descended from the sky like a meteor bursting and smashing down, but then landed lightly before stepping into the cave in a hurry. Wind Harnesser Aaron, Divine Boss. Like a gust of wind, the demon god in green armor crossed several levels without disturbing those monsters, easily arrived at the secret room, and froze on the spot when he saw that it was empty and the green beads had disappeared. Where are the beads? Where's my wind sword pearl? He really didn't expect that he had slept for too long, and the immortal level water augur guarding the pass outside had fallen in strength to a mere earth level, and was taken advantage of by others. The person who would think of entering the fallen land and have the chance to discover the hidden cave and get the pearl of the wind sword. Aaron's eyes carried a smear of killing intent and gritted his teeth. How could there be a person with so much karma between him and the demon god? It can be activated at this time? Yifeng stopped and probably guessed that the Pearl of Wind sword was feared to be associated with certain big names. Yes. After thinking about it, Yifeng chose to agree. When activated, enter the special space. This information is critical, and may be just the thing to use to escape the pandemonium that follows. Swish! The Pearl of Wind sword gushed out a brilliant green light to wrap Yifeng, causing him to disappear in place. Ding! System alert, you have entered a special space. The screen turned sharply. Yifeng came to another map. Looking around, birds and flowers, beautiful scenery, when the breeze, not far from the lake sparkling, tranquil and restful. It's like a paradise. Ha! On Yifeng's side, a translucent old man who seemed to have only a soul body left emerged. Looking dismayed. Who are you? Where is Aaron? Aaron? After a slight head jam, Yifeng understood that the Pearl of Wind sword was related to the so-called Wind Harnesser Aaron. Hello old sir. Organizing some words, Yifeng told the truth. To tell you the truth, it's Aaron who asked me to come see you. Then Aaron is your loving family and friends, brothers in arms. Chapter 77, 3 passes in a row. No way. Facing Yifeng's answer, the old man blurted out. With the importance Aaron places on my legacy, there is no way he would easily give it away. A legacy? It seems that the one in front of me is the Qingfeng swordfather, Lu Shengqing. Yifeng's heart was like a clear mirror. He smiled lightly and said, Old sir, people change. I have a lifelong friendship with brother Aaron. At the same time, he is quite appreciative of me. That's why he is willing to hand over the Pearl of Wind sword to me. He's a bit of a celebrity in the Cambrian world. From the first moment they met, the old man seemed to know very little about the outside world judging by the attitude he displayed towards him, which was extremely favorable to him. I'll never believe it. Lu Shengqing looked skeptical. Could it be that your kid stole the Pearl of Wind sword? What will it take for you to believe that? Yifeng felt helpless. It's not like you don't know how strong the guardian monster of the Pearl of Wind sword is. How can I possibly get it? I need you to show me proof. If it's really him who let you in, how could he not have any items to prove his identity at all? Even though the other party made some sense. Ryusui Ching was still skeptical. Should we be so careful? What about the most basic trust between people? Yi Feng had a big headache and babbled. He said that as long as you see me, you will naturally understand everything, and you don't need to say anything more at all. Don't blame me for flipping out if you can't produce evidence. Lu Shengcheng sneered. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. I have the power of Godslayer. Does that count as evidence? Isn't the Godslayer power Anita's jutsu? Yanagi Ching was dismayed. Brother Anita and I also hate each other. Yi Feng spoke eloquently. He has also taught me many skills that only a dark fighter can learn. As he spoke, he demonstrated, causing Ryusui Aoi to be skeptical. Right. As if he suddenly thought of something, Yi Feng continued. The Eternal Sin Demoness and I are also on good terms, and have even drilled through the grove with me. No way. Hearing this, Lu Shengcheng blew his beard and glared. How could the Eternal Sin Witch like you and go to the wild with you? It's true. The tragically distrustful Yi Feng, being a fan of video editing, purposely showed a voice pack of the Witch of Eternal Sin in front of him. Why don't we just pick here? The witch's gentle and melodious voice rang out. I can't wait. Your body. Your weapon. It's all so maddening. Hand it over. Yanagi Aoi was struck by lightning. Frozen on the spot. His heart broken. Looks like the witch has quite the charm. Another faller. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. But on the surface, he licked his mouth with great interest. The taste of a witch is really good. Shut up. Looking at the other party's evil expression, Lu Shengcheng grimaced. What on earth makes you kid able to attract the Eternal Sin Demoness? What are your merits? Didn't the witch just say that already? Yi Feng gagged. Obviously. Under his nonsense, Lu Shengcheng was completely disoriented, forgetting his original purpose. Yanagi Aoi, elder, please also give me your inheritance. Yi Feng requested from the bottom of his heart. If you want the inheritance, you can. Lu Shengcheng's sorrow was no greater than his heart. But I only have one request. What's the request? Treat Fei well. She's a good woman. Yi Feng could probably understand his feelings and said with a straight face. I will. Every night I will treat her well. You. Lu Shengcheng was nearly furious. That's not the kind of stay I'm talking about. My inheritance is a special means that is enough to make Aaron's eyes red. Lu Shengcheng swallowed the bad breath. After all, he, a dying man, had already lost the qualification to compete. If you want to get it, you need to break through 3 hurdles. Come on. Yi Feng was confident. I'm invincible. Feel free. Language is a weapon. Various distractions can affect Ryusui Aoi's judgment. Very wild. Lu Shengcheng couldn't help but sneer. Don't cry when the time comes. He decided to secretly raise the level of difficulty and teach this love rival, who was inferior to him in every way, a lesson. See that lake? Pointing at the clear lake in the distance, Yanagi Ching said indifferently. Within 2 minutes, run 10 laps in a row. Trials are naturally judged according to the strength of the opponent, and he can increase the difficulty or decrease it, but it is still limited to a certain degree range. But, 10 laps, heck, enough to make the brat run to his knees. Shoo, like an aurora borealis, Yi Feng sped out and sprinted around the lake at full speed. The wind and shadow followers and shadow chasers were in full swing, just like the wind and lightning, and the impact that was set off caused the lake to ripple. After 10 laps, he returned next to Yanagi Green, breathing slightly heavily. How many seconds? 53 seconds. Yanagi Aoi was confused. Is that really the speed a level 50 brat should have? Not bad. Yi Feng nodded. Poorly. Yanagi Aoi wondered. Shouldn't that be my line? Level 2. With mixed emotions, Ryusui Aoi pointed to a nearby tree. Cut down the tree with one sword and level the opening. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Then came to the side of the big tree, took out an ordinary silver longsword from his arms, and placed the weapon against his left waist, concentrating. At a certain moment, Yi Feng haughtily launched his sword. Meteor sword art stacks with armor-breaking strike. Thumbs up. The trunks of the trees tilted and fell, and the leaves rustled. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on successfully chopping down the willow tree, gaining 10 points of experience. Looking at the leveled opening, Yi Feng turned his head and reported. Next level. Late is late. He had to take the inheritance as soon as possible. From the moment the Pearl of Wind sword could be activated, he vaguely sensed that Aaron had already discovered the theft of the treasure and might do something extreme. 3rd level. Defeat this puppet. Lu Shengcheng waved his hand and the wind element converged, forming a humanoid energy body. He has the same level as you. Originally, he wanted to say that the puppet's strength was equivalent to his level 50 self, but thought better of it. The masked freak in front of me is not easy to deal with. Come on. Yi Feng understood. Old man, I'm ready. The 3rd level begins. Yanagi Aoi gently droned. Shoo. At that moment, the energy body soared out, moving extremely fast, leaving a dazzling trail of residual shadows wherever it passed, and the wind elemental fluctuations under its feet were exceptionally strong. Ding! System tip: Wind energy body uses the skill, Gale Art. Movement speed increases by 50% for 1 minute. Ding! System note: Wind energy body uses the skill, Ghostly Wind Shadow, increasing its movement speed by 30% and forming a residual shadow to interfere with the opponent's judgment. You watch out. Looking at the speed that he could show when he was young, a pride arose in Lu Shengqing's heart. This puppet speed is something that ordinary people can't keep up with, and even you might not be able to. In fact, on top of the level 50 panel, he grants the golem an additional level 100 of speed, and these stats are invisible on the panel. That's right, he was deliberately careless. This speed is indeed a bit impressive. Yi Feng looked at the puppet spinning around himself, even making it somewhat difficult to capture the trajectory, and couldn't help but marvel. It's just a pity. The smile on Lu Shengqing's face disappeared and his heart flinched. It's just a pity what? Raising his left hand towards the side, Yi Feng's palm surged with the light of the dual elements of green and dark, followed by a tightening of his fingers. Boo! As if knocking down a wall, the action of the energy body immediately stopped, and the entire body was as if it was bound, unable to escape, and actively rushed towards Yi Feng. Yanagi Aoi was taken aback. Going from his perspective, it was as if the energy body took the initiative to lead its neck to Yi Feng, sending its neck to Yi Feng and being pinched by him, unable to move. It's just a shame he met me. Chapter 78, Practicing Windsword. Within the special space, Yi Feng deadlocked the neck of the energy body as easily and effortlessly as lifting a chicken. Ding! System alert, you used the skill, Indestructible Grip, causing the Yi Wind energy body to fall into the immobilization phase for 8 seconds. Since the difference in level wasn't too far, it wasn't really that difficult for Yi Feng to hold the energy body. You should know that Undying Grip comes with a sure hit feature. To put it bluntly, he can choke whoever he wants. Thumbs up. Yi Feng raised the silver weapon in his hand and gave a burst of stabs at the energy body. Due to the fact that the opponent was formed by the wind element, except for the real damage attached to the deicide force, which could not be exempted, all other persistent damage including poison, burns, and bleeds were immunized, but were harmless. 80%, 50%. In just 8 seconds, the energy body's life value dropped to about 40%. Die! Yi Feng fatally spat out the words and pinched the palm of his hand with force, directly pinching the wind elemental apart, and the energy body disappeared. Minus 85,640. He wasn't a super divine weapon in his hands, and the damage value wasn't particularly high, yet it was more than enough to kill a non-boss energy body. Indestructible Grip. This ultra-rare S-rank skill rewarded by the main quest did have too many redeeming qualities. Ryusei Aoi was having an extra hard time watching from a short distance away. The young self that died a horrible death. Old man, the 3 levels have been passed. Yi Feng went straight to the point with a single knife. Please also teach me my mastery. I will carry it forward. To be honest, he vaguely felt that the line of the Pearl of Wind sword was extraordinarily important to him. Windmaster Eren, the resounding 4th demon god, even in existence of that level, was salivating over the inheritance. So one could imagine how great the benefits possessed by the inheritance of the Qingfeng swordfather Lu Shengqing were. I probably understand why the Witch of Eternal Sin favors you. Ryusei Aoi was frustrated. Genius? No, it's properly demonic. Elder, I will treat her well. Yi Feng babbled in a serious manner. Okay. Having been continuously defeated, Lu Shengqing only felt disinterested. This move of mine is called Windsword. Watch. With that, he condensed a green-colored sharp sword and swept towards the trees around Yi Feng, so fast that it seemed like an instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the trees, and all his actions were difficult for Yi Feng to see through. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Snort! It wasn't until 10 seconds had passed that the willow tree seemed to finally react, and the entire tree toppled over, followed by all the branches falling off and the leaves shattering, while the trunk was sliced into dozens of sections. Hiss! Yi Feng secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He probably understood the terrifying nature of Ryusei Qing's move. With your current strength, you can't do it to my level, much less with such expressiveness. Seemingly seeing through what Yi Feng was thinking, Lu Shengqing shook his head and lost his smile. Next, I'll demonstrate in slow motion and give you my insights, so keep watching and try to learn. Yes. Yi Feng's face was solemn. Within gods and demons, not all skills can be learned away by way of transmission. Some special skills must be mastered by oneself with sufficient ability to be recognized by the system. The means used by Lu Shengqing right now was one of them. Look, when the weapon goes in here, don't force it to be fast, but rather, it's all about the flow. You can't just know how to attack one spot. Think about dragonfly moves. The main point here is to use your whole body. Relying on the strength of your hands alone won't work. Lu Shengqing was very serious as he demonstrated and explained over and over again, while Yifeng was also listening to him like a drunk. A strong man is a strong man and has mastered so many skills. Drink, drink. Repeated practice has made Lu Shengqing's soul body much lighter. Tell me this first. You practice well. I can't. Old man, where are you uncomfortable? Yifeng's heart tightened, fearing that his soul would be broken. Dry mouth, sore back and legs, and low spirits. Is it kidney overdraft? Just too many demos. It's okay. Yifeng put down his heart and took his weapon and practiced by taking the surrounding trees as instructed by Lu Shengqing. Practice makes perfect. In order to ensure that he learned the wind sword as soon as possible, for the rest of the time, he would have to be single-minded, even going so far as to use his SSS rank skills, and the human would learn with high quality. The sun sets and the moon rises, turning into the late night. Yifeng was meticulous and still practicing hard. Staying up all night would kill him, but he was by no means a glutton for punishment. Meanwhile, the world outside, it was like an inferno, with the flames of war spreading all over the cold martial realm, with a large number of towns and cities lost, and players fleeing everywhere. Boom! A 12 or 13-year-old girl smashed down inside the tertiary town, like a shooting star falling down, instantly killing tens of thousands of players, her red hair burning like fire, her powdered, blood-stained face carrying the color of madness, her cheeks outlining a bright smile. I knew it. There's good food here. Before her, the giant blue bird guarding the town folded its wings. Nirvana Demon Phoenix Yen Dance Heart, Divine Boss. The girl reached forward and flames billowed out, forming the shape of a phoenix and flying out, rushing along the ground to burn the people fleeing in the distance to ashes. After destroying this town, she feasted on the roasted bluebird before heading off to hunt her next target. The light camp is in desperate straits. The imperial dynasties of the various country districts were lost, and they fled everywhere, hiding from the demon god. After 3 full days of torment, the battle slowly subsided. The massacre reduced the vast majority of the city to broken walls. Inside the special space, snort, 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 Yifeng floated by like a ghost, and a tree was split into 3 sections. Nice! Lu Shengqing exclaimed in admiration. You've comprehended the mysteries of the wind sword. Then why is it still not recognized by the rules? Yifeng was puzzled. 3 days. Even he was surprised that the technique was so difficult to learn. He couldn't hold his body and bones together in order to learn this trick, because the final step is still missing. Lu Shengqing stood in front of Yifeng, lifting his hand in the void and aiming it at Yifeng, green energy surging into the latter's brow. Your talent and speed is rare in the world. Don't slack off. Aha! Yifeng nodded. Then at the end of the day, can I ask you one more question? Lu Shengqing's old face slightly reddened, and it was rare for him to be a little embarrassed. What's the problem? What exactly is it about you kid that makes the eternal sin demoness obsessed? Lu Shengqing spoke bluntly. It was a question that puzzled him. Want to hear the truth, or a lie? Yifeng revealed a slightly indifferent smile. Lu Shengqing washed his ears. Naturally, it's the truth. Weapons, Yifeng said. The corner of Lu Shengqing's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but shift his eyes downward to Yifeng's legs. You have a strong capital? Super god. Yifeng nodded slightly and gave the tip again. Swish. Suddenly, the space a dozen meters away from them twisted and formed a green-colored vortex, followed by the gaunt and pale-faced man striding out in a hurry. He wore green armor and had a thin body, and he seemed to have expended a lot of strength to arrive at this place. Thus he was panting and his spirit was very weary. Aaron, what are you doing here? Lu Shengqing was surprised. This special space opened up by him. It was very difficult for outsiders to come in. Even if they were demon gods, they were equally not exempt. Watching Lu Shengqing's wind elemental power connecting to falling leaf silence brow, already proceeding to the final step of the inheritance, Aaron's eyes widened in anger as he yelled up to the sky. Pup seed. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill. Chapter 79, Bardo. The two of them, Lu Shengqing and Yifeng, had been surprised at Aaron's dirty exit. This, Lu Shengqing immediately reacted, turning his head to angrily look at the gifted youth beside him. Who the hell are you? Seeing Aaron's attitude, he instantly knew he was being punked. I am the master of thousands of living beings, Yifeng said with a straight face. To be honest, that's a bit modest. In fact, he was the master of billions of living beings, only that he would not usually inform outsiders easily. Ding! System alert! Congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, Bardic Wind, S-Rank. Ding! System note, as you are the first adventurer to comprehend an S-Rank skill, you are rewarded with, plus 100 free attribute points, plus 2000 reputation, and plus 100 gold coins. Ding! System tip, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Weeping, the grade of the skill you have learned, Bardic Wind, has reached SS grade. Oh, wow, get comfortable. Yi Feng was secretly overwhelmed. This trip, the genius is for him to earn. Not worthy of the Wind Sword Pearl within the 2 births of 3 days. Many thanks, Senior, for today's favor. The kid remembers it. Yi Feng cupped his fists in gratitude. In any case, Ryuxiaoi does help tremendously in a misadventure. As the green energy delivery ended, Lu Shengqing's soul body became even weaker, as if it would dissipate at the slightest blow of the wind. Yet in the face of such an outcome, his face was slightly resentful. Done. Passed down to the wrong person. Shoo. Like a flash of green light, the furious Aaron appeared in front of Yi Feng. Die for me. Swish. However, before his fist could fall, Yi Feng had already disappeared within the special space. While starting from the edge area, the entire space began to collapse, like pieces falling off. Drink. Drink. Aaron gasped for air, not sure if it was exhaustion or anger or both. His heart was dripping blood. He had waited so long and served the living Lu Shengqing like a father just to obtain his inheritance, but he did not expect that when he awakened, he would be greeted with such bad news. Ryuxi Green. You're ing retarded. Aaron cracked. Lu Shengqing's expression was cloudy and uncertain for a long time before he heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Completely relieved, his soul body slowly dissipated. Things have come to this point. There is no way to go back to heaven. It's good to give it to him. He is even better than you. In fact, the fact that Falling Leaf Voiceless would leave this place early was because he had stepped in to help. Otherwise Falling Leaf Voiceless would have died at least once. Since it was wrong, the only thing to do was to make it wrong, or else the legacy that belonged to him would be broken. Poof. Aaron was so angry that his eyes went black and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. The falling leaves are silent. I'm not finished with you. Swish. Leaving the special space, Yi Feng's vision turned around and returned to the location he had entered earlier. What met his eyes were patches of undead. The soul fire in their heads appeared blue. Their gray skeletons held up their worn-out armor, holding rusty iron swords, wandering aimlessly. Undead swordsman, elite monster. Grade, 65. Life, 600,000. Attack, 2,000 to 2150. Defense, 1,200 to 1310. Skills, Undead Chop, Basic Combo. Synopsis, soldiers whose grudges do not go away turn into undead after death, and their goal is to take you with them. Such an attribute was beyond the scope of an ordinary player's response. After being rudely attacked by 3 parties in a row, I don't know what is the situation of the light camp after 3 days, and whether it has broken. Jia. Those undead swordsmen realized that the aura of the living appeared around them and decisively attacked, taking out the grey misty god's cry from within the package. Yi Feng aimed 3 flowing swords at the undead swordsman beside him. Minus 29,240. Minus 29,475. Minus 28,997. No skills were used. Every time you strike, it's almost always a trifecta. And this is the great power that Jinzhou brings. Jinyu, passive, SS grade. Introduction, the mastery of the Qingfeng Swordfather, Lu Shengqing. Even the 4th demon god also tends to rush, and its attached attack speed is so strong that it is breathtaking. Active skills? Temporarily unavailable. Passive effect, all normal attacks will definitely trigger a double hit, and there is a 75% probability of triggering a triple hit, 20% probability of triggering a quadruple hit, and 5% probability of triggering a quintuple hit. Can grow. A very heaven-defying skill that could be said to have pulled Yi Feng's battle power upwards in a straight line. From here on out, none of his normal attacks would be normal anymore, and with the advantages that came from stacking movement speed and attack speed, Gale's strength would continue to be amplified in the future. And that wasn't even counting Jin Feng's true strength. Until the very end he couldn't do the amazing expressive power of the Qingfeng Swordfather who chopped down the willow tree. In addition, it's very exciting to see what the effects of the active skills will be. Boom! Facing the undead swordsman coming from all directions, Yi Feng's right foot slammed down and the shadow domain exploded, sending them flying backwards. Without retreating, Yi Feng directly stood in place to brush the monsters. With the 5% physical blood absorption attached to his weapon and the occasional group damage knockback, he could basically brush the monsters safely. Ding! System note, congratulations on successfully killing undead swordsman. Experience at this level plus 2.32%. Ding! System note, congratulations on successfully killing undead swordsman. Experience at this level plus 2.32%. Swish! The golden light scattered. In just 10 minutes, Yi Feng leveled up to level 54, and his strength grew a lot again. The seemingly endless number of undead around him kept surging forward, and he attacked while trying to home run as much as possible to reduce the frequency of being attacked. and with the various mitigations, his experience bar soared. After another 20 minutes or so, Yi Feng's experience bar passed the halfway mark. This upgrading efficiency is what makes it exciting. Yi Feng couldn't help himself, swinging his sword so fast that it almost produced a trail of shadows, enough to dazzle most players and make it difficult to fight. In less than 2 hours, all the wild monsters on this map were cleaned up, and Yi Feng, who had rushed to level 55 and 67% in a row, patiently viewed the service-wide announcement in the information bar. Ding! Service announcement, the light camp has been defeated. All cities and resources have been divided by the dark camp, the purgatory undead, and the sea race, and the light forces in each region are the only ones left, and the only thing they can do now is to live on in humiliation. Ding! System note, the only pure land in the eastern district you are in is at Wilderness of Stars, 4578, 1568. In the main plot line, it's almost impossible for today's players to save the day and the only thing they can do is go with the flow. It's only natural that the light camp isn't completely destroyed. After all, adventurers can't completely lose their home. And the fact that all the plat maps are blackened and the number of times they can be resurrected is reduced by 1 is sort of a warning to adventurers who can't face up to the circumstances of their own existence. Of course, it must be recognized that after this version of the big update, I am afraid that the monthly activity will drop a lot. Anon. Just as Yi Feng was considering what to do next, in the distance, the silver dragon spread its wings that were enough to cover the sky and flew in, and the young girl on the dragon's head was dressed in a hunting robe and was full of valor. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. The mentor came to pick me up. Chapter 80, I came to see you. The silver dragon stopped for a while, loaded up Yi Feng and then continued to fly, turning his eyes straight into the high sky, disappearing above the clouds. Li Shui raised her hand, applying a shield for the disciple to prevent the lingering cold winds from high up in the sky from affecting him, and inquired, "These past few days, are you all right?" "Nothing." Yi Feng took out the bread and nibbled a few mouthfuls and smiled. "Eat and drink well. Thanks for your concern, mentor. These few days, for the light camp, it is an unprecedented catastrophe," Li Shui lamented. "Fortunately, my dragon domain is in the depths of the snowy domain, and there are powerful formations outside to protect it, so it's difficult for ordinary beings to get close. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." "Tutor, where are we going next?" Yi Feng asked curiously. "To the Wilderness of Stars." Li Shui turned her head to look at him and blinked. "Didn't you say you were going to eat at the Emperor's table?" A bit confused whether his mentor was joking or serious. Yi Feng grinned. "That's not good. Then the aborigines of the light camp won't fight me to the death? A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the overall strength of the light camp went 9 times out of 10, it was still not something that the current him could mess with. The relationship between the emperor and the dynasty is inextricably linked. Unable to escape would have been certain death." Li Shui shook her head and explained. "With Master helping you, the light camp's hatred towards you may not be as great as you think." "What you mean is that you want me to rejoin the light camp?" Yi Feng frowned slightly. "There is no turning back from the bow. In the event that he rejoins the light camp, he may be targeted, add or not to join, for the teacher is not forced." Li Shui guffawed. "At least the past grudges, in name, should be cancelled. Otherwise you have no place to participate in the activities belonging to the adventurers. Is not it?" "I got it." Yi Feng drifted off. "Many thanks, tutor." As the Dragon Realm Guardian had said, he and the light camp had to put the feud to rest, or else many events might exclude him, or even have no place to pick up quests. It would seriously affect his practicing progress. After that, Yi Feng opened the forum and what came into his eyes was a wailing and complaining. The main plot is messed up like this, and the follow-up has to raid the world boss every 10 days. How can this make people live? This other world is forcing you to become stronger with all your might. How come the falling leaves are silent for days? Old Yi, say something. Here it is. The silver dragon swooped down into a crowded wilderness. Ding. System note, you have entered the map, Wilderness of Stars. Stars Wilderness, Safe Zone. Introduction, the only pure land in the Eastern District. If this place falls, the light camp will never be recovered. The sun was setting and the fire clouds were red. Yi Feng overlooking the bottom. Can be seen everywhere there are tents, campfires, wounded soldiers, countless people dragging tired body activities. The few buildings in this place, but also just built. Very simple. This scene is quite like returning to a novice village. Leaping down from the giant dragon, Yi Feng opened the forum to report his safety. Thanks for the invite. Yi Feng updated a text on his homepage. Man in the wilderness, just under the giant dragon. The location he descended to was the core of the light camp, far from the area where players could reach. Not that anyone would gather around to ask questions. Big brother, what should we do next? A player was the first to ask. We're at the end of our rope. We don't even have a place to practice. We can't beat the most trashy undead creatures. The Sea Clan forces are far away from the Star Wilderness. And there's no teleportation spells in between. It's been a truly torturous few days for the players. You just have nowhere to go if you want to brush up on your leveling. So you have to honestly hide in the wilderness of stars. Don't panic. I'm going to meet the higher-ups of the light camp right now. What to do in the follow-up will be known soon. Yi Feng replied back and then closed the forum. Tap tap tap. It wasn't long before the portly Yarvis surrounded them with a group of soldiers. Clank. Seeing Falling Leaf silent, Yarvis immediately took out his greatsword from his package and killed Falling Leaf silent. You still dare to appear in front of me? Drop your weapon. Li Shue's tone was undeniable. Dragon Realm Guardian. Don't go too far. Yarvis had an ugly expression. Jarvis, there is no need to meet in arms. A clear female voice came from behind the soldiers. Numerous soldiers hastened to respectfully make way for a beautiful woman in battle robes to step forward. She had a sheathed sword tied around her waist. Her face was clear and determined, and she carried an elegant and calm demeanor between her hands and feet, with a unique leader's charm. Princess Shay, Immortal Boss. Grade, Life, Attack, Defense, Skills, Introduction. Bernie's daughter, the Emperor's Pearl, with excellent leadership skills. Their own strength is not to be underestimated. In the light of the decline of the camp, as the Supreme Commander, Arvis whispered, "But Your Highness, what father did is indeed a bit ridiculous." Xia's turquoise blue eyes looked at Yi Feng, her brows filled with seriousness. "I don't want to hypocritically cover anything up. Falling Leaf Silent is an excellent adventurer. Why do we have to be his enemy?" Faced with the princess's stubbornness, Yarvis had no choice but to put away his greatsword. "Falling leaves are silent. My father is also sick and desperate. I hope you can understand." Xia's pretty face was filled with solemnity. Yi Feng nodded. "I have come here. Naturally, I also wish to turn the page on the past." "Then would you like to join the light camp again?" Shay asked. Ding. System prompt, whether to join the light camp? No. Yi Feng did not hesitate to choose to refuse. Joining the light camp may not be a good thing. For one thing, there should be a lot of people in the light camp who look at him with displeasure. And for another, the damage of the title blasphemer may be affected. Getting an answer. Shay frowned slightly, a million times more regretful. "No, to join or not to join. We will consider it later," Yi Feng said ambiguously. "I can't make a decision easily. I hope Your Highness can understand." "Well, you have a point." Xia glanced meaningfully at Yi Feng and said approvingly, "When I formally take over my father's duties, I will lift the bounty that has been placed on you, and as an apology, I will present you with a gift. So don't push your luck." "Thank you, Your Highness." Of course Yi Feng would not refuse the benefits, and in his heart, he had to sigh that this princess had a bit of a wrist. That's probably how it is when you take a hand and eat it. "Since we've turned our differences into peace, my disciple will also go to your father's funeral," Li Shui suddenly interjected, full of mischief. "Yi Feng, mentor, you're really good at chatting." "Yes." Shay didn't refuse. "Are you going to pay your respects to my father?" "As it should be." Yi Feng laughed dryly. Led by the princess, the crowd came to a dirt slope above where Emperor Bernie was seen to have erected a monument. "Your Majesty." Yi Feng went up alone, affectionately patted the tombstone and sighed. "I came to see you." Li Shue. Crowd. Chapter 81, 7 Days of Martial Arts. With a glimpse of his remaining light, Yi Feng realized that she had turned her head away, deliberately not letting anyone see her expression, and her shoulders were slightly trembling, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. No doubt it was the bad taste of the mentor. However, thinking about it in a different way, perhaps it also shows that Liz Snow has a number of grievances about Bernie's behavior and attitude. Falling leaves are silent. The light camp is nearly completely wiped out. The situation will be very difficult in the future. Do you have any good opinions? Xia's eyes had complicated meanings as she seriously asked Yi Feng for his opinion, even though the other person was, in a way, her father's murderer, taking away the super god soldier within the molten chamber, and the heavenly star grassland borrowing a knife to kill someone. She felt a hint of awe from the bottom of her heart at the boldness and coldness of the falling leaf voiceless. It's hard to imagine just what other amazing things he will do. Comments. Yi Feng felt a bit embarrassed and was about to push back when the system ringtone suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. System tip. Please note that your next arrangement will affect the survival environment of the adventurers and determine the future direction of the light camp. Please also speak carefully. Yi Feng. Nice guy. Let me make sure the plot direction is okay. If this goes wrong, won't it screw all the players? Seemingly seeing Yi Feng's hesitation, Xia solemnly said, "Falling leaf silent. You are an adventurer, so you must know the habits of adventurers the best. So please do not hesitate to teach me. In that case, I'll casually mention a couple sentences." Yi Feng nodded in agreement. As a matter of fact, he heard the strings of Her Highness. The light camp was nearly completely wiped out and was in a very difficult situation. While the adventurers could be resurrected and were still in large numbers, the other side was hoping that he would come up with guidelines to turn the adventurers into a fighting force instead of a scattered mass. Go ahead. Hia was sincere in her attitude, and Li Shui and Yarvis were listening just as attentively. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng slowly spat out 2 words. Activity. Activity? A few people froze. The simplest and most effective way to bring the adventurers' strength together is to provide generous rewards. Yifeng spoke eloquently. Use the rewards to motivate them to be aggressive. As a player, he naturally wouldn't victimize his own people. What does he call this? For the benefit of the players. For example, if the level and strength reach a certain standard, certain rewards can be obtained. Yifeng said bluntly. Completing certain specific requirements can also result in rare rewards. So it is. Hija was thoughtful. It's about setting a goal for the adventurers? Yes. But, Her Highness's face was tinted with a touch of redness and she looked embarrassed. You can see our current state. It's hard to come up with enough resources for the adventurers to cultivate. This was by no means a prevarication on her part. With the defeat of the army, the vast majority of the precious treasures had now long since entered the pockets of the demon gods and the sea race. A ranking can be set so that not all players who reach the standard get the same reward. Yifeng shook his head and spoke bluntly. As for your comment about whether or not there are enough resources, that's something you need to consider. From the time His Majesty started casting the ultra-divine soldier, I'm sure he must have arranged a back way. That Bernie would be completely unprepared for the light camp to come to this point is something he doesn't believe. It was thought that the light camp would have some in reserve. I see. With a slight pang in her heart, Xia continued to seek advice. What do you think would be a better activity that would be more in line with the adventurers' hearts and show our sincerity? You're asking the right person. The corners of Game Planner Yifeng's mouth couldn't help but arc up. How about an event that would be more to the adventurers' liking? Of course, it's the event where I'm going to win first place. Just now he helped the players for their benefit. That's called one for all. Now that the player volunteered to give up the first to send him, it's called everyone for me. Predictably, everyone has a bright future. Afterward, regarding the content of the activity, Yifeng had a series of discussions with Xia, which were in-depth and benefited each other greatly. Ding! Announcement, the light camp is in decline. Princess Hia would like to make a modest effort to gather people with the will to crusade against the chaotic traitors. Hope that the adventurers enthusiastically sign up to participate. Ding! System tip, the special event, 7 Days of Martial Arts, has been opened. Damn! After 3 days of waiting, the event is finally here. 10 days into the other world, and the days are getting sweeter and sweeter. So I can finally live the hard life. 7 days of martial arts? I'm not well read. Don't lie to me. Isn't this a 7-day event in the new area? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. For the emergence of the event, all players finally feel a little hope, all incomparably excited, and hastily open the newly appeared event panel to check the details. 7 Days of Martial Arts. Synopsis, in a time of great urgency, the heroic adventurers will be the key to the comeback of the light camp. Activity 1, Ultimate Challenge, including, ultimate speed, ultimate damage, ultimate kill, ultimate healing, 4 items. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Activity 2, Race for Copies, Domain of Divine Soldiers, Passers, ranked according to the time required to pass. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Activity 3, Ranking, according to the level ranking after 7 days, give the corresponding ranking rewards. Activity 4, Quest Raider Masters, ranked according to the number of quests completed by adventurers, with corresponding rewards given at the end of the activity. Enough 4 activities. It can be seen that this 7 days of martial arts is quite beneficial to players. After doing all of this, Yifeng sprung to life and left the area where the aboriginal higher-ups of the Wilderness of Stars were located with a pleasant mood. All 4 events were very fair. He, on the other hand, simply has the advantage of 9 out of 10 in every way. Not much really. Do your best. Family. Opening the forum, Yifeng posted a dynamic picture of the very scene of the heated exchange of words between himself and the princess, harvesting a large number of likes and concerns. It was worth mentioning that the situation at the moment was not right, and he didn't dare to indiscriminately send out items that needed to be charged, or else it would easily lead to a backlash. For development that meets Leaf Maple's needs now without jeopardizing the ability of future Leaf Maples to meet their needs, we generally call it sustainable development. Taking the route of sustainable development has always been an approach that Yifeng focuses on, and needs to be firmly grasped and focused on implementation. You seem happy? Li Shue's voice held a hint of surprise. Yifeng's expression changed and he turned his head to look at the young girl behind him, responding calmly, Mentor, you're still here? After this time to do the video exercise? In the piece of facial emotion management, he has reached the level of ease of putting in and out. Aha! Li Shui bit her lip, wanting to speak. There are some things I want to discuss with you. Private matter? Yi Feng looked strange. Yes. Let's find a place where no one is around to talk. Yes. Yi Feng straightened his waist. A style of a gentleman, you choose the location. I can do it anywhere. Then let's go talk on the back of a dragon. Ha! Yi Feng was shocked. Is it that exciting? Chapter 82, The Way to Money. Late night. High altitude. The silver dragon spread its wings and flew, and the two of them stood on the dragon's back, facing each other. Tutor, what exactly needs to be kept so secret? Yi Feng's face was stoic. Li Shui's clear silver eyes held a few moments of hesitation. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. Seemingly having a hard time talking, her snowy face was beautiful with two red clouds clearly visible under the watery moonlight. Don't worry, you and I will always stand together, Yi Feng said firmly. He was able to gain such a huge advantage in the early stages of God and Demon, and his mentor's help was indispensable, which he knew better than anyone else. Not to mention standing together, even if it was to fall to the ground and lie down for her. Yi Feng did not bring the slightest hesitation. It's just, can you show me some way to get money? Li Shui confessed. Seeing the disciple talking about it before made her not move her mind. Yi Feng was greatly disappointed, but also felt it was expected. Tutor, are you very short of money? It's in short supply. Seemingly asked to the heart. Li Shui felt a great headache. The food cost of the giant dragons is too exorbitant, and once the light camp falls, there is no way to obtain resources. You know, Yi Feng realized, now that the light camp was struggling to protect itself, not to mention providing supplies to the dragon domain, Li Shui's difficulties could be imagined. Is there no storage at all? Yi Feng wondered. It's usually already stretched to the limit. Li Shui frowned, annoyed. Damn the previous generation of Dragon Domain Guardians for choosing me as the heir. They really screwed me over. The so-called Dragon Domain Guardians, despite their high status, did the job of dragon babysitters and always needed to run around? Why do dragons obediently listen to the guardians of the dragon realm? The answer is simple. Disobedience and no food. The way to money. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a friendly suggestion. Can't we go and loot the dark camp's supplies? If I cross the border, I'm only afraid that the dragon domain will be in great trouble and become a target. Li Shui's cicatrices lightly shook, stretched out the snow-white palm. How about, you return me a little first? In just 10 days or so, the disciple's parcel had actually stored more than 100,000 gold coins. That's a lot of money. Crossing the border is letting the other party know that you are a dragon domain guardian. Yi Feng hurriedly went back to his words. If you don't know, it's not considered crossing the border. Li Shui's eyes lit up. It makes a bit of sense. But there are only a few god-level powerhouses, so it's easy to be discovered. What about wearing this? Yi Feng took off the evil god mask and handed it over. The evil god mask was his exclusive equipment, but it could indeed be transferred to someone else to wear if he so wished, and it was very simple to get it back, with a single movement of his mind. Somewhat curiously surveying Yi Feng's clear and handsome face, Li Shui shook her head no. Your mask has become your trademark. The black-robed youth with the dark purple mask. At this moment in the cold martial world, I'm afraid that no one knows about it. What about a headgear after putting on the evil god mask? Yi Feng followed the advice. Upon hearing this, Li Shui blinked and thought hard for a while before turning her head to the silver dragon and saying, turn around. Let's go to the dark camp's territory to see the scenery. Silver dragon, just looking at the view? Lord, I'm embarrassed to break you down. Mentor, if you think my opinion is still good, shouldn't that loan be? Yi Feng hemmed and hawed, giving a reminder. He comes up with ideas. There should always be something in it for him. Li Shui's eyebrows crossed. Mr. Falling Leaves, you are a great wealthier in our dragon region. Do you still lack that small amount of money? Now that the market outside is bad, the landlord's family doesn't have any food left. The downtrodden family who was carrying more than 100,000 gold coins looked sad and sighed long and hard. Put. Li Shui couldn't help but smile with a curved crescent moon. Alright, I'll reduce it at my discretion. Ding. System note, you have obtained the rare hidden quest, The Way to Money, difficulty, B. The way to get money, difficulty, B. Synopsis, you've got a way in the dark camp. A little risky, but very lucrative. Quest requirement, punish evil with Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui. Mission reward, partial debt relief based on harvests. Penalty for the mission, none. The silver dragon flew all the way into the territory of the current dark camp. Looking down, many cities were reduced to ruins. The broken walls were filled with corpses and bones, and curls of black smoke rose from the ashes. Until it came to the vicinity of the Tier 1 main city, Li Shui wore the evil god mask, and then set 3 hoods in a row to cover her face tightly. and changed a set of clothes on her body at some point. I'll be back as soon as I'm gone. Yes. Yifeng nodded. Boom, boom, boom. A few minutes after that, Yifeng could see the Pai sword chi stirring around below. The dark creatures within the Tier 1 main city were slaughtered. Their bodies stormed with astronomical damage, and dust rolled around. In order to ensure that she was not detected, Li Shui was smart enough not to use her ice elemental skills, and kept launching physical attacks, confirming that she had eradicated all the threats, and brought Yifeng down with her again, leaving the silver dragon hovering in midair. Silver, you scout the wind here. Once there's a breeze, hurry back to the mount space. Li Shui was still vigilant. I will escape overnight without leaving any traces. I'll. Silver Dragon nodded in agreement. After the instructions, Li Shui led Yifeng into the corpse-strewn ruins. There are definitely good things in the warehouse area. Li Shui calmly analyzed. The stockpile of supplies within a Tier 1 main city is extremely large, and it's impossible to transport them away in a short period of time. Yifeng nodded. Tutor has a point. Chirp. The small grayish-white beast appeared at Yifeng's feet. At once, the two men's eyes glowed. Pixies that can hunt for treasure can come in handy in a major way at this time of year. Quickly lead the way. Yifeng hurriedly urged. When Tutor finds the treasure, she will definitely reward you heavily. Li Shui. The brave man nodded his little head and searched for traces of the treasure's existence in the front, while the master and disciple followed closely behind. Through the rocky ruins, Pixie came to jump up and down above a nondescript plank. Li Shui understood, and after Pixie pushed away, she casually split the wooden boards with her sword, presenting them with a dimly lit underground passage. Traveling deeper along the passage, at the end of the corner, the open field was visible. Prostrate behemoth, it was a large and robust, toad-like, with reddish skin, and at the moment it was napping. Behind it, tons of gold and silver were piled up. It's an immortal level fire toad. Li Shui tightened her rapier and couldn't wait. I'll go and clean it up first to rid the people of it. Wait. Yifeng's heart stirred and he stopped it immediately. Tutor, it's sleeping. So, Li Shui wondered. You may not be able to explode all the treasures on it by killing it. Instead, you can't maximize the benefits. Yifeng's mind cleared. Do you have, stealing type skills? Seeing that Li Shui was about to eat meat, he wanted a mouthful of soup anyways. Aborigines cannot gift adventurers precious treasures in any way unless the adventurer completes the appropriate quest. This is the rule and cannot be exempted. But stealing it yourself with real skill is another matter. So, taking advantage of the fact that his mentor was beside him and felt safe, he took the opportunity to play it out, and might be able to salvage some treasures back. Facing Yifeng's expectation, Li Shui shook her head. No? Yifeng was greatly disappointed. Stealing skills, the mentor definitely doesn't have them, Li Shui added. But the skill of taking away other people's things, the mentor has. Yifeng, Guru, you are really getting on the ball. Chapter 83, The Devil's Hand. Then I'd appreciate it if Tutor would teach me some of the fur. Yifeng sweated. Sure enough, with the finicky nature of the Dragon Realm Guardian, there was no way he didn't have the skill to take away other people's props. Seeing as this harvest is not bad, I won't charge you tuition. Li Shui smiled like a flower. Those gold and silver jewels behind the fire toad must be enough for the dragon domain to exchange for a large amount of supplies. After that, Yifeng selected Li Shui and immediately popped up the skill bar, which had and only had one skill. Silent Hands, Grade A. Synopsis, did you grow up with an education that allowed you to do this? Skill effect, silently steal props and equipment from each other's parcels, with a certain probability of being discovered. The stronger the opponent, the greater the probability of discovery and the higher the failure rate. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Cost, none. While a normal thief's theft was only a B rank skill, the one learned from the mentor was A rank. What else is there to say? Learned. Ding. System tip, congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Silent Hands, Level A. Ding. System tip, due to the characteristics of the exclusive hidden profession, Evil God of Wind, the skill you have learned, Silent Hands, Grade A, has advanced to Devil's Hands, Grade A. Ding. System tip, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Weeping, the grade of the skill you have learned, Devil's Hand, has reached S rank. Ha! Seemingly seeing that the Silent Hand was undergoing a huge transformation in Yifeng's hands, Li Shui marveled. The Abyssal Demon's enlightenment is exaggerated. It's mainly because super god level weapons are more powerful, Yifeng said with self-effacement. With that, he opened the skill bar to check the changed skill. Devil's Hand, S-Class. Synopsis, Demon. Stop it now. Skill effect, can act while stealing props from the opponent's package, reducing the probability of being discovered. Bonus effect, plus 20% success rate when used in conjunction with Devil's Speech. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Compared to the Silent Hand, The devil's hand is superior in every way, and can act and steal at the same time, which is far superior to only being able to steal in place. Additionally, it's surprising that demon hands and demon speak have a linkage, which could be considered a companion skill. Tutor. I'm off. Yi Feng's hands itched. Fire Toad is blessed. Fresh out of the devil's hand, to lose the first time on it, Li Shui cicatrizes lightly, reminding, go quickly and return. Pay attention to safety. Ding. System note, you have obtained an additional quest reward. The Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui's enhancement, and the ability to conceal your scent has been greatly increased. Getting additional protection. Yi Feng activated Wind Shadow following to enter the sneaking state, quietly approaching the Fire Toad, breathing very slightly, then his heart thumped, reaching out to the Fire Toad to reach out and touch it, with only a faint and unnoticeable fluctuation of dark purple ability. Bring it to you. Ding. System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the prop, Heavenly Fire Pearl, Heaven Grade, from the Fire Toad. Yoo-hoo! The corners of Yi Feng's mouth couldn't help but raise upwards with a smile. I think it was worth it. This time I came. Doodle. Meanwhile, the Fire Toad was still snoring, his jaws stretched and scrunched up, sleeping soundly, unaware that the treasure was lost. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng continued to launch his next attack. Ding. System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the meat block, normal props, from the Fire Toad. It doesn't seem to be luck all the time. Yi Feng wasn't discouraged and fired again 3 seconds later. Ding. System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the meat block, normal props, from the Fire Toad. Gulp. Jerking out of his sleep, the Fire Toad glared angrily at the audacious burglar. Yi Feng frowned slightly, then stretched. Pixie. Use the skill. Super doubling. So what if I wake up? You think I won't take your stuff just because you're awake? Chirp. The brave man made an immediate decision, and his body radiated a bright and rich golden light. Ding. System alert, Pixie used the skill, Super doubling. Based on the value of the item you got, you get a prop from the Fire Toad's package that is worth 10 times the value of the item. Ding. System note, you have obtained the prop, Lucky Star, Immortal Grade. Lucky Star? What the heck? It just sounds so generic that it's only a scrap collection place like mine that would want it. Thinking of this, the waste station's Yi Master hastily turned around and retreated. Boom! The angry Fire Toad opens its mouth and spits flames to put the thief to death. Snort! The blade cut down. The flames were split in two, and Li Shui blocked the front, pinpointing. The huge round eyes carried the color of resentment, staring dead on at the young girl who had interrupted its own attack. The anger in its heart was simply about to spurt out. Who would have thought that he would have the most valuable thing in his package stolen when he just slept on it? Deceiving toads is too much. Goo! Lu! Just when he was about to show off his power and let the two ungrateful thieves feel the terrifying power of an immortal-level powerhouse. Looking at the woman in front of him with 3 hoods over her head, it was like a sudden pot of cold water poured from the head to the tail, penetrating the heart. Such a scary vibe. God-level powerhouse. Ding. System alert, your mentor, Dragon Realm Guardian Li Shui, has successfully killed the Yi Fire Toad, immortal level, and since you have not dealt any damage, you are unable to gain experience. A system ringtone sounded in Yi Feng's ears. Boom! In a matter of minutes, the Fire Toad fell to the ground with a loud thud, confirming that it was safe. Yi Feng stepped out from within the tunnel again, and it was visible that Li Shui had already started loading treasures into her storage space, and the valuable props nearby were swept away by her. This should be the treasury of a first-level main city. Large amounts of gold coins entered his pockets, and a blush appeared on Li Shui's delicate face from excitement. In response, Yi Feng, who had also gained a lot of money, smiled without saying anything and didn't give an inch to rake in the wealth. Helping the needy is such a joy. That's where the spiritual food comes from. After the pellets were returned to the barn, Li Shui was excited. I wish I could go back and see other landscapes again. Then why don't you go and take a look again? Yi Feng inquired at the right time. Good. Bad. Li Shui was about to agree, when she fiercely changed her face slightly, grabbed Yi Feng's arm and left the tunnel at an astonishing speed, and then fled far away at great speed. Just now, her mount, Silver Dragon, had issued a warning and entered the mount space, presumably because someone had arrived outside. 10 seconds later, shoo, the green rainbow descended from the sky, so fast that it was beyond the capture of the naked eye, rushing into the tunnels at a speed that was unimaginable to normal people. Arriving at the treasury area, and what met his eyes were the fire toads that had fallen to the ground and died. Other than that, it's empty. Boo! Witnessing this scene, the man in green armor smashed his fist into the wall, leaving a deep imprint as his entire body trembled with anger. Wind Harnesser Aaron, Divine Boss, Malagasy. Aaron's face was green for a while and white for a while, as if he had put on a mask of pain. His expression was incomparably ugly, as if he had eaten. Why has Laozi been so unlucky lately? First, the inheritance of the Qingfeng sword sovereign, which he had taken after climbing for a long time, had been taken away by falling leaves silent, and now the treasury of his own Tier 1 main city was being patronized by unknown thieves. All the experiences made him wonder if he was suffering from the wrath of God. Don't let me find out who you are. He gritted his teeth and said viciously. Otherwise, there's no good for you. Chapter 84, 1 second instant kill. That was close. High in the air, Li Shui, who had re-released the Silver Dragon, was relieved. A level 1 main city is bound to be the territory of a demon god, so if we get caught, we'll easily be seen through our identity. We can't do this kind of thing again next. Aha! Yi Feng nodded. The mentor was right. Once the identity was revealed, even if the dragon domain was inside the snow domain, it would only be difficult to have peace, at least for a short period of time. No more of this kind of thing. After thinking about it, Li Shuai added. Yi Feng nodded once again. The mentor was right. You don't need to have a guilty conscience about taking away the Dark Camp's belongings, and you can't pass up the opportunity if you have it. Based on this harvest, it's time for me to give you a reward for your mission. She seemed to be in a rather good mood. Let's just forgive your debt of $600,000. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the rare hidden mission, the way to money, difficulty, B, and obtaining the reward, 600,000 debt relief. Ding. System note, due to your excellent play, you have been awarded an additional reward, favors of the God of Luck, pet prop, and as an added bonus. Yi Feng only felt pleasantly surprised and hurriedly opened the package to check the details. Favored by the God of Luck, pet props, grade, S. Effect, pet's full attributes increased by 10%. Bonus effect, small increase in luck when you bring it with you. Synopsis, pets, just for pampering. Note, placed in a pet package to take effect. Luck is illusory, but I'm sure you'll find that from time to time. You'll be lucky after getting recognized by an auspicious beast. Li Shui looked at the brave beast blinking its big eyes by Yi Feng's feet and smiled. Thank you, mentor. Yi Feng immediately placed the God of Luck's favor into his pet package. There is one thing to be said for the probability of getting something good and the probability of being discovered. Except for some cases where there are surprises, similar to the previous theft of props from the fire toad, which are all related to luck. Chirp. Pixie thanked Li Shui as well. Right. Feeling that the timing was more appropriate, Yi Feng took out the divine weeping from the package and said solemnly, the soul of the brave mother is attached to my weapon, but she is not a sword spirit. I need to find a suitable physical body for her. Do you have any ideas, mentor? The brave mother and daughter treated him well. He can't take advantage of it and then completely throw it out the window. Pixie is a divine beast. It's very difficult to find a body that matches for the time being. Li Shui shook her head slightly and explained. For example, if you let Pixie to possess the body of a fire toad, it can naturally be possible, but it will plummet in strength and will never be able to improve. Then whose body, or what kind of body is more suitable? Yi Feng pursued. As far as I know, besides the brave body, there are two other kinds that are most suitable. Li Shui pondered for a moment and said, one is the unicorn, and the other is the xieji. These two should both be divine beasts, right? Yi Feng was somewhat helpless, so it seems that helping Mother Pixie get her physical body cannot be accomplished anytime soon. The 5 griffins of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth each have a clan that has branched out, and they are not extraordinarily rare creatures, Li Shui replied. So that's how it is. Yi Feng suddenly realized. That being the case, I'm afraid that there are quite a few king rank and immortal rank Shilin. Swish! Above the grey misty divine cry, the silhouette of Pixie emerged, and she said in a warm voice, there's no need to be in a hurry. Your main goal right now is still to raise your strength as soon as possible. Aha! Yi Feng nodded his head. In my heart, I will never be overly ambitious. After that, Li Shui brought Yi Feng back to the safe zone belonging to the light camp, the wilderness of stars. Tutor, with so many supplies, how did you decide to make the best use of them? Yi Feng asked curiously. If a total of 10 portions are allocated, 8 of them are taken to the orc clan in the remote area to exchange for a huge amount of food. Li Shui didn't hide it and was straightforward. Another 1 more portion, for the time being, will be placed in the dragon domain first to keep for other uses. That's it. No? Yi Feng's face was odd. Why does it feel like I missed one? Li Shui nodded very seriously. Well, no more. Yi Feng. Got it. And 1 for hard work. After sending Yi Feng back to the wilderness of stars, Li Shui hurriedly left. Seeing his mentor leave, Yi Feng, who put on the evil god mask again, muttered, the next time we do a quest, the debt is expected to be paid in full. His original plan was to return 1,000,000 gold coins in 3 months, but he didn't expect that in just 10 days. With 2 tasks, he would be able to reduce his debt by $800,000, and not to pay it back too quickly. So what's next? Yifeng couldn't wait to open the package to count the loot. 1 celestial grade. 1 immortal grade. This B-ranked quest could be even more rewarding than the SS-ranked mainline quest. Celestial fire bead, celestial grade. Synopsis: containing the fire elemental power of the fire toad. It can make people flame to death. Effect: attach the scorch trait to your weapon. Consumption: 1000 reputation points. Additional searing? Yifeng took out the fiery red warm beads from within the package and slightly raised his eyebrows. So what if there's already a cauterizing effect? After a moment's hesitation, he chose to use Ding. System prompt: whether to use the prop, Heavenly Fire Pearl? Note: the weapon has been attached with Scorch. The effect shifts to increase the Scorch damage to a certain extent. Yes. Seeing the system's considerate note, Yifeng sighed in relief and chose to agree. Swish! At once, the heavenly flame bead transformed into a dense fire element, like smoke pouring into the body of the divine weeping sword, causing the sword to glow red and roll. But after it was completely absorbed, it once again turned back to its usual all-gray color. Ding! System note: you have used the prop, Heavenly Fire Pearl, causing the scorching effect attached to your weapon to be drastically increased. Without hesitation, Yifeng opened his weapon to check the additional words. Additional, Scorch, attack with a scorching effect, deducting 5,000 points of opponent's life value per second for 10 seconds, up to 2 stacks. Searing damage was doubled a full 10 times, and after stacking 2 layers, it was no less than poison damage. After that, Yifeng fixed his eyes on another golden star-shaped prop, swallowed hard and was about to check it out when someone suddenly sent a message in his friend bar. Drip! Rakshasa sent a text. Brother, busy? Not busy. Yifeng returned. What's wrong? Can you come and help us out? We're fighting a silver-level boss and a group of people next to us are trying to kill and rob the monster. Okay, I'll be right there. Based on the coordinates provided by Rakshasa, Yifeng quickly went there. The location wasn't too far away. It was near the wilderness of stars. After all, adventurers nowadays didn't dare to stay away from the safe zone. Ding! System note: you have entered the map, Purple Cloud Valley. Arriving within a narrow valley, a large number of players appeared in Yifeng's field of vision, and they surrounded a purple tiger with currents wrapped around its body, while 3 or 4 corpses were lying next to it, and the bloodied Rakshasa was struggling to hold on. Boss, Falling Leaf Silent is coming over, a thieving player warned with his ear. The player they called the boss, with a fat body and a face full of horizontal meat, carrying a long-handled big axe, looked fierce and vicious, and was not to be messed with. Debutante 7 times a night, Falling Leaves, we saw the silver boss first. 7 times a night colored. I've turned on the video now. You'd better not act rashly. Shoo! Like the wind speeding, Yifeng appeared next to Rakshasa and lightly stomped down. The strong dark light lifted up like a ripple, causing the ground to explode into a large crater. The dust flew up and swept away heavy airwaves. In an instant, all the players within 15 meters of the perimeter flew backwards, their bodies splitting apart in mid-air, blood spattering out, and white light gushing out in unison. 1 second. Total annihilation. Ding! System note: you use the skill, Shadow Field, which deals 8213687544 points of damage to all enemy units within a 15 by 15 range, with a high probability of attaching effects such as erosion, knockback, and fall. Minus 86,254, minus 85,471, minus 82,147. 7 times in one night I've watched in awe. A kick. 1 foot will kill more than a dozen of his brothers. What kind of monster is this? Yifeng raised his hand and closed his palm. Indestructible grip. The next second, not far away from the knight 7 times was subjected to a strong binding, as if being pulled by the iron suction stone, the whole person uncontrollably flung by the iron clamp like big hand deadlocked neck, breathless, but cannot move. Ow! The purple cloud tiger next to him let out a roar. Yifeng turned his head to look at him, and killing opportunities emerged in his eyes. The purple cloud tiger's aura plummeted, and it retreated a few steps before turning around and running away, devoid of any arrogance. The Rakshasa people who were behind Yifeng looked dumbfounded. The boss was scared off? Not bothering to chase after him, Yifeng lifted one knight 7 times as if he was lifting a small chicken, expressionlessly looking straight into the other party's eyes filled with fear, and said faintly, "Say it, who instructed you to do this?" Chapter 85, The Beginning. Inside the Purple Cloud Valley, devastated and dusty, a dozen or so corpses with their souls returned to the heavens were strewn about. and the blood-soaked scene was shocking to the eyes. Instructed? Looking at the eyes that seemed to be like an abyss, the face of the 7 times a night was like sifting chaff. Fearful, what instructed? I don't know what you are talking about. Brother Falling Leaves, what makes you say that? The Rakshasa at the side was puzzled. The first words of Falling Leaf's silent meeting had directly confused him. With the situation in the light camp taking a sharp turn for the worse, all players had to stay in the wilderness of the stars, and the depressing, agonizing emotions couldn't be dispelled, making killing and taking monsters a rare occurrence, something that he, unfortunately, was experiencing. After all, no one wants to be a sitting duck. If you don't improve your strength, you will be a lamb to be slaughtered if such an incident happens again in the future. In the Fallen Land, under the eyes of everyone, you helped me attract the attention of the Aborigines. Everyone understands that you and I are not close. Yifeng coldly stared at One Night 7 times, seeing through the essence. Even so, he still wants to move the earth and the Teyuji, actively looking for a fight. If he says that he wasn't instructed, I don't believe it. Fong just now, he came to this place, and One Night 7 times as well as his many subordinates didn't show much surprise. In other words, they expected them to come, or maybe they just didn't expect them to come so fast that they wouldn't have time to finish off the Rakshasa. I really don't know what you're talking about. 7 times a night and still trying to be negative. LOL. The movements in his hand tightened. Yifeng choked him so much that he couldn't catch his breath. His face was blue. His body wanted to struggle but was bound so much that he couldn't move a bit. -200. -500. -2000. Suffocating 7 times a night life value slips rapidly, but just won't give the wind up. Is it that you think it's a big deal to die once? As if reading the other party's mind, Yifeng dismantled it. If you don't say it, I want 3 of your lives. At once, One Night 7 times looked at Yifeng with an incredulous expression. The other party's words were too threatening. I say. The 7 times a night who fell to a bloodless state hastily changed his mouth. His back was filled with cold sweat from being scared out of his wits. He's scared. Whether or not Falling Leaf Silent would hunt him down, he simply didn't have the guts to bet on it. I'll give you a minute to speak carefully and clearly. If there are any omissions, I'll find you for a long talk. Yifeng let go of his hand, landing on the ground One Night 7 times gasping for air, feeling like picking up a life from the hands of the god of death. It was instructed by Yifan Fengshan. 7 times a night, he told the truth, not daring to hide anything. I just took his money to help him solve the Rakshasa. *********. Rakshasa was on fire and couldn't help but burst out. That pussy is so narrow-minded? Yifan Fengshan. He was still a bit impressed. The members who teamed up together in the previous copy of Godslayer's Rebellion ended up being resolved by a few swords because of an argument with him that attracted the attention of the abyssal demons, losing the chance to divide the loot. I didn't realize that the man was still holding a grudge. No. Yifeng shook his head and made a calm judgment. The person behind the scenes is definitely not that kind of minion. With that said, the two looked over at 7 times a night once again. I am telling the truth. 7 times a night his face turned green and he hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Brother, let me live. I won't dare to do it again. Snort. A sword caused his body and head to fall apart, and Yifeng indifferently said, don't come to mess with me again. Thank you, brother. The 7 times in one night the soul body dared not have any dissatisfaction, but instead had a sense of gratitude for having come back from the dead. To be honest, when he watched Falling Leaf Silent's sand sculpture video before, he thought that the other party was a good talker, but he didn't expect that the price would be so heavy after he was truly offended. Brother, sorry for getting you involved. Yifeng sent him a group request. Rakshasa chose to accept it without a care in the world. No need to be polite. I'm all alone and these bodies around here are theirs. It's okay. Yifeng carried the divine cry deep into the purple cloud valley. Ow! When the purple cloud tiger saw Yifeng walking towards him, his ferocity overcame his fear and he opened his bloody mouth to pounce out. Indestructible grip. Yifeng raised his hand and was a pinch, and the purple cloud tiger, as if it had taken the initiative to send itself to the door, managed to experience the feeling of 7 times in one night, and was completely pinned down. Rakshasa, there's something wrong with that skill. Ding! System tip, congratulations on successfully killing the silver level boss, Purple Cloud Tiger. Plus 5% experience at this level. Plus 50 points of reputation. The passive enchantment of the wind so that each attack Yifeng triggered a combo. Plus sustained damage second damage 35,000 upwards. The Purple Cloud Tiger only lasted for a few seconds, driving a crane to the west. The few pieces of silver level equipment that popped out, Yifeng hard shoved them to Rakshasa and then returned to the wilderness of stars alone. Who could the person behind it be? Yifeng couldn't guess the answer and felt that the odds were that it was someone he hadn't seen before. Late night. The fairgrounds of Stars Wilderness are brightly lit. On the street, Yifan Fengshan wrapped a woman's waist. Is the springtime? Sharp-eyed found not far away. Falling leaves soundless toward their own. Falling leaves are silent. This is a safe zone. Yifan Fengshan's heart jumped, and he quickly shouted loudly. Yifeng's footsteps did not stop and he came at a quick pace. Don't you come over here. Looking at the fierce star-like figure, Yifan Fengshan flew backward. His heartbeat was faster, and the whole person's breathing was not smooth. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Falling Leaf Silent's high reputation amongst the players had reached an unimaginable level, and how many people dared to offend? So he specifically subcontracted the task of dealing with the Rakshasa for 7 times a night, not realizing that the latter's mouth was so unsteady. As soon as he lifted Yifan Fengshan, Yifeng went straight to the point, survival, or destruction. Somewhere inside a spacious tent, closing the chat box, the originator who had learned the details from his subordinates involuntarily stood up, wandering from side to side. 6 gods in a daze, falling leaves are silent. You could have noticed even if I had been so careful? Originally, he wanted to use the ordinary contradiction way to solve the Rakshasa without moving, but unexpectedly the falling leaves' soundless reaction so quickly really let a person was not expected. He'd only just set it up, and the other side immediately started countering it, which was outrageous. However, if you want to pull me out, I'm afraid it's only as hard as heaven. He secretly sneered, with more or less the pleasure of hiding in the shadows in his heart. You wait and see, the more interesting is still behind. His plan this time, well thought out and rigorous, impeccable. Even if the other side of the strength of the players in the almost undefeated, but also do not want a short time. Snort! Suddenly, a sharp gray sword pierced through the tent, and the gray mist surged and stood out. Man! For a moment, his expression froze. Fizzle! The sharp sword slashed downwards. The tent was instantly torn open, and the black-clothed man with a dark purple mask was presented before him, his green eyes carrying a stern killing intent. Peekaboo! It's over. Chapter 86, Pre-Gambit Breakthrough. The moon is dark and kills people. The wind is high and sets fire to the sky. The area where the people were lodged was very quiet late at night compared to the bustle in the bazaar. Stepping inside the tent, Yifeng carefully surveyed the man who was like an enemy and said in a cold voice, quite cunning. In fact, it did take him a good deal of effort to find the other man out. The reason for this is that there are too many intermediate processes. To put it simply, it is Yifan Fengshan received 200 gold coins to do the job, and as a result, he was timid and afraid of provoking him, and subcontracted the task of dealing with the Rakshasa for 100 gold coins to one night for 7 times, while he himself likewise had an upper hand. Yifeng also found Yifan Fengshan's upper house and found that he was also sent by someone and collected a total of 1,000 gold coins. In fact, there was an upper house in his house. Layers of subcontracting, drumming, just like condoms. 7 or 8 in total. Of course, in the process of going to such great lengths to find the other side out, he was not without gain. Reed and those middlemen have surrendered to the plot. Yifeng extra-legal grace. Confiscate the kickbacks that they ate. 0 total added up. Less than 10,000 gold coins. This can also be found for you in a short period of time. I was never expecting this. The man's expression was slightly ugly. The other side is a little too efficient. Like an idle stroll. Yifeng was calm and composed inside the tent. Tell me, as the 10th player on the rank list, why do you have to target me? Debutante Demon King, Pupil of Evil. Grade, 48. Life, 135,470. Attacks, 860 to 893. Defense, 466 to 487. Skills, Combo Strike, Evil Chop, Fallen Heart, Despair Stab, Abyssal Gaze. Demon King. The owner of this game ID was indeed ranked 10th on the rank list and had a hidden profession. However, he had not seen this person in his last life. The man named Demon King was of medium size and about 30 years old, wearing purple armor and carrying a long scar on his face. Why? He revealed a hideous smile. Because when I got my hidden profession, I picked up the special main quest, and this main quest has only one requirement. Against me? Yifeng frowned. He had some general idea of who the Demon King was. It seemed that for the demon god of the Dark Camp, killing him could already be considered a main quest. Brilliant! The Demon King took out a purple sharp sword from his bosom. The sword body flashed with purple light. Very demonic. Originally, I wanted to take a step-by-step approach and play with you properly, but since you saw through it, let's just come straight to it. Clank! He swung his sword and stabbed straight out towards Yifeng, and a pair of huge purple eyes emerged behind him, while his pupils were black, as if gazing from the abyss. Mentor, please help me. Kill him. The owner of those eyes let out a raspy and piercing shriek as he stared at Yifeng in death. At the same time, the Demon King's strength skyrocketed by a large margin. Ding! System alert, the Demon King has gained the power boost of Eye of the Abyss TED. His full attributes have been increased by 100%, and all attacks have an erosion effect attached to them that lasts for 5 minutes. Ding! System alert, the Demon King uses the skill, Desperate Assassination. The damage of the next hit is increased to 300% for 10 seconds. Ding! System alert, the Demon King uses the skill, Abyssal Gaze, causing you to fall into an inactive state for 0.75 seconds. Thumbs up. The sharpness of the pike took the heart of the people. The Devil King's eyes locked onto Yifeng, and his heart flashed with excitement. Fighting alone, he was by no means a match for Falling Leaf Silent, so he didn't dare to show his face, but in the middle of speaking, he actually received a message from his mentor, which gave him great encouragement. He couldn't see the panel of Falling Leaf Silent, but he had the only hidden profession, which was not inferior to his opponent, and now that his attributes had been doubled, he should be able to take it down steadily again. Come on! This sword to create a better future for me. Silently standing in place and watching the Demon King kill, Yifeng's heart was like an ancient and unchanging wave, as if he was observing fire. The second demon god, Eye of the Abyss TED. There is no doubt that the strength of the character standing behind the Demon King is very terrifying, and the enchantment conferred at this moment should not be underestimated, but it is a pity that you're not even close. The corner of Yifeng's mouth hooked up in mockery. He raised his left hand and the two elements of darkness and green intertwined. Indestructible grip. Boo! In the next second, the Demon King's forward sprinting form came to a halt, seemingly hitting an impenetrable wall, and large hands vaguely visible in the void grabbed it. Ding! System alert, you have been hit by Blasphemer, Fallen Leaf Silence skill, Undying Grip, and have fallen into an immobilization phase that lasts for 3 seconds. The Demon King, who was trapped in place and had his skills forcibly interrupted, looked dismayed. How is that possible? Thumbs up. Yifeng swung his sword, and the passive gale triggered 4 consecutive strikes, opening up 4 bloody slits in a row, causing his skin to split open. Minus 32,788, minus 32,450, minus 68,884, blast, minus 34,587. A group of demon gods didn't manage to take me down, and you actually presume to kill me? Yifeng didn't even know whether to admire his guts or laugh at his stupidity. The excitement in the Demon King's eyes was gone, replaced by numbness. 170,000 damage per second, plus 30,000 more per jump for sustained damage. Is this the strength of the rank list break type number 1? If it wasn't for the 100% boost in all attributes, he wouldn't have lasted even a second. Kill him. The shadow of the Eye of the Abyss Tide hissed behind the Demon King, and those huge eyes erupted with an even more intense purple light. A mere 50-something leveled mole still wanted to make waves in front of him? Ridiculous. Ding! System prompt, the Demon King has obtained the power of Eye of the Abyss TED to add protection. The status back to full. Exempt from all negative statuses. All attributes increased by 200%. Attacks with erosion effect. Lasts for 5 minutes. Boo! Breaking free from the indestructible grip, the dying Demon King's life value instantly soared to full blood, and once again swung his sword to chop down Yifeng, looking as if he was insane. So what if you're even stronger? I have the Demon God behind me. Snort! He slashed his sword heavily on Yifeng's shoulder as Desperate Assassination erupted. Ding! System note, you have been hit by the Demon King's skill, Desperate Assassination, and have lost 142 life points. In a moment, Yifeng's life value fell by nearly 1/5, plus 14,949, plus 14,949. However, before the Demon King could regain his confidence, Yifeng's injuries were rapidly healing, and Kepri played a role. Expected to return to full strength in 4 seconds. Ding! System tip, you have successfully triggered the revenge effect. Is it activated? That's it? Yifeng's face was expressionless. It wouldn't hurt to use a little more force. If he really wanted to simply get his opponent killed, he could have pinched him cleanly when the Undying Grip was activated, but he didn't choose to do that. The name of the skill says it's called Desperate Assassination, so how can you not let your opponent feel what it means to be desperate? Grass! A 200% increase in all attributes can be easily carried? Seeing such a sight, the Demon King was appalled. Bubbling. Suddenly, Yifeng, who was about to strike again, had a surge of blood in his body. His metabolism accelerated, and then the brilliant green light gushed out, like an evil spirit possessing his body. Incomparably bizarre. Wait a moment. Yifeng, who knew the reason, raised his hand to interrupt. I'm going to make a breakthrough first. The 7 days required by the quest deadline had ended, and it was time for him to turn to Mojo, Eye of the Abyss TED. Outrageous. You can't afford to break out of the battlefield, can you? The majestic and overbearing power boiled in Yifeng's chest and flowed through his limbs and bones, causing his strength to increase by a large margin, and the whole person was in high spirits. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the quest, a little life matters, difficulty, A. And receive a reward, career advancement. Ding! System tip, congratulations on completing your career advancement. Your full attributes have been increased by 300 points. Ding! System tip, congratulations on being the first player to complete career advancement, and receive additional rewards, prestige plus 500, free attribute points plus 80, rare props, chapter 87. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on being the first player to complete career advancement, receive additional rewards, prestige plus 500, free attribute points plus 80, rare props, absolute illusion. Ding! System tip, you have successfully comprehended the skills, Cold Dragon Tsunami, S rank, and Snowy Cold Wind, S rank. Ding! System tip, due to the characteristics of the evil god of wind, the skills you have learned, Cold Dragon Tsunami, and Snowy Cold Wind, are transformed into Wind Dragon Tsunami, and Dark Wind Jedi Formation. Phew! Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Feng was refreshed and lifted his eyes to look at the Demon King whose face was extraordinarily ugly. Come on, continue. The Demon King was speechless. There was already enough pressure, but now that the other guy has also completed his career advancement, he's taking a headshot? Where is your confident capital? Yi Feng unleashed Devil's Word and approached at a very fast speed, while the Devil's Hand was unleashed without moving. Bring it out. Show me. Since the Demon King was a pawn arranged by the Dark Camp to deal with him specifically in the Light Camp, Yi Feng felt that his opponent should have treasures of great value in his possession. This is going to be a problem if it doesn't pop. Take it first. Ding! System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the prop, Big Red Potion, B-rank medicine, from the adventurer Demon King. Just the Big Red Potion? You're a beggar? Yi Feng was furious, and without hesitation, he threw over a slap. I told you to take it out. Did you hear me? Pop! The demon's palm flung heavily, and the Demon King's face was instantly marked with more red marks. Ding! System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the prop, Big Red Potion, B-rank medicine, from the adventurer Demon King. Deception! The slapped Demon King was once again energized with anger and chopped at Yi Feng with his purple sharp sword. Seeing this, Yi Feng lightly dodged away, as if he was a flexible fish, swiftly passing away. Where are the people? The Demon King was confused for a moment. Then he felt something behind him and turned around decisively. Pop! He was greeted with a slap in the face. Minus 7,597. Ding! System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the prop, Big Red Potion, B-rank medicine, from the adventurer Demon King. 3 bottles of medicine in a row? Yi Feng couldn't help but feel anxious. Do you have the capital to be my enemy or not? If you don't take it out, it will be unpleasant for all of us. For the person in front of him, there was no need for him to stay his hand. If he hadn't been brought out early and allowed to play tricks behind the scenes, I'm afraid Rakshasa wouldn't have been the only one victimized. You! The Devil King's eyes nearly spewed out fire. His face gradually became hideous. Almost all of the subsequent attacks were dodged by Yi Feng one by one, causing his mind to be greatly confused. The full attributes had been raised to 3 times their original level, and surprisingly, they were still being played by Falling Leaf Silent. How strong is he? Enough! The pair of purple eyes behind the Demon King couldn't look away and said, be careful, he is stealing. Ding! System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the prop, Xianxing Iron, Immortal Grade Ore, from the adventurer Demon King. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, the Demon King was petrified in place. Hair! What's happening? That was close. Retreating a few steps away, Yi Feng's heart palpitated. Almost lost a lot. Immortal Grade Ore. Isn't this the props needed for God's Cry promotion? It turned out that the Devil King brothers appeared here for another reason. Falling Leaf Silence. Return my Immortal Grade Ore. The Demon King hissed and rushed up to fight for his life. Without the slightest movement, Yi Feng stretched out his left hand towards him, and the 2 colored elements of green and darkness intersected, which was clearly the starting stance of the Undying Grip. Shoo! As a player in the top 10 of the rank list, the Demon King was by no means easy to deal with, and decisively dodged towards the side in an attempt to avoid the control. Boo! In the next moment, the Demon King was once again taken in hand. Pixie, does he have any other treasures on him? Yi Feng inquired. Chirp! Pixie, who had left her pet space, shook her head. No? Yi Feng was very sorry, then die. Snort! The gray sharp sword probed out, but stopped at his neck in the nick of time, failing to chop down. Stopped by a powerful force. Remember the shame you have suffered today, and return it tenfold in the future. Ted's tone was full of killing intent. He had to admit that he had underestimated Falling Leaf Silent's strength among the adventurers. The The Demon King who had obtained his own inheritance was still far from being Yi Feng's opponent. The Demon King who was spared from death due to the second demon god's intervention nodded heavily. Mentor, I'll remember. That's good. Ted laughed. Let's go to my master's side first. Swish. At once, purple energy wrapped around the Demon King's body. Ding. System alert. The Eye of the Abyss. Ted uses the skill, Forbidden Space Transfer, which will cause the target unit to instantly transfer to itself after 10 seconds. Falling leaves are silent. The next time we meet, I will let you die without a burial place. The Devil King's gaze was resentful and vicious as he stared at Yi Feng, itching to strike out and whip him into shape. This time the plan against the falling leaves was a failure. The fact that he had lost a large amount of gold coins, not to mention the fact that he had been robbed of immortal grade ore by the other party, had simply caused his mind to explode. Retracting his weapon, Yi Feng raised his left hand, the elements of his palm still flickering with a demonic two-colored glow. Don't meet next time, or see you next life. With that, he clenched his fist violently. The undying grip's sustained effect hadn't ended yet, and his opponent's life or death was still at his mercy. Put. Blood and flesh splattered. The powerful force instantly crushed the Demon King's entire body. Minus 285,668. Blast. Super high damage jumps out. Yi Feng realized that this move seemed to have a particularly high hidden bludgeon rate despite only having a sure hit characteristic. Eastern District. Within the Imperial City. The Eye of the Abyss. Ted wore red armor. His head full of purple hair in disarray and his purple eyes were lifeless, as if what was in this place was merely flesh and blood. His soul was long gone. At a certain point, his spirit shook and purple light shot out of his eyes as he returned. Swish! In front of him, a pile of rotting flesh was teleported over, only to gush blood, long since reduced to a corpse. The falling leaves are silent. Ted was seething with anger. His fists clenched involuntarily. You are indeed harder to deal with than I thought. Shoo! Suddenly, a green-colored energy fell from the sky. Ha! Aaron was surprised. Ted, what's got you so mad? The plan of having adventurers against adventurers is just a bit of a misstep. Ted gathered his fire and said blandly, no matter, everything is still within my grasp. Aaron nodded. That's good. He was aware of the strength of the second demon god's strength. By his hand, Falling Leaf Silent probably didn't have a few days to live. On your side I heard about the encounter with thieves. Is it true or not? Suddenly thinking of something, Ted couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it's a fake. Aaron's face changed slightly, then regained his composure and shrugged indifferently. A grub ran into my territory to spread wildness. After being taught a lesson by me, he fled. How could it be stolen? Everything is under my control. Also, Ted didn't find it much of a surprise. He was aware of the strength of the fourth demon god's strength. By Aaron's hand, the grubs could do anything but bound and scrape. Chapter 88 Wind Dragon Tsunami. Residential area. Inside the tent. Tap tap tap. It didn't take long for the killing incident to occur, and Princess Xia, wearing a battle robe, arrived in a hurry with Yarvis. Killing someone in a safe zone is such an egregious act that something has to be done in a big way as a punishment. Why you? Seeing that the culprit was Yi Feng, a flash of surprise flashed through Xia's beautiful eyes. Nothing, just killed an adventurer who defected to the dark camp. Yi Feng explained, he's a disciple of the second demon god, Eye of the Abyss. Ted. Regarding the names of the demon gods, it's not a secret nowadays, and even their ranking sequences have been widely circulated among adventurers. I, a Star of Calamity, Moloch. 2, Eye of the Abyss, Ted. 3, Evil Bone Dragon, Otter. 4, Windmaster Aaron. V, Raging Thunder, Lu. 6, Faye, the Witch of Eternal Sin. 7, Nirvana Demon Phoenix, Yen Dance Heart. 8, Dark Count Meyer. 9, Godslayer, Anita. X, Soul Manipulator, Anna. Undoubtedly, the demon gods that could enter the top 10 were all god-level bosses, far beyond what the current adventurers could raid. Yarvis grimaced. The demon god actually reached out to the adventurers? He could sense that there was indeed a lingering aura of the demon god in this place. It was evident that what Falling Leaves was saying was true. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Damn the dark camp. Xia clenched her silver teeth, her fair face filled with anger. It seems like they'll do anything to push the light camp to the brink of extinction. Yi Feng. It's not really all about dealing with the light camp. It's mostly. That's right. Yi Feng, whose heart was turned to the light, was righteously indignant. Princess, we can't let him off lightly. We must make an example of him. In your opinion, what should we do? Xia sought Yi Feng's opinion rather politely. Adventurers who wielded super divine weapons had extraordinary potential. To be honest, she really wanted to bring the Fallen Leaf Voiceless back into the light camp, issue a bounty and call on the adventurers to join forces against him. Yi Feng said decisively, even if we are rewarded with the only hidden profession, ultra-rare props, ultra-rare skills, God-grade equipment, and massive amounts of gold coins. We'll do whatever we want. Wouldn't that be a bit of an understatement? The corners of the mouth of the lanky Jarvis next to him twitched. You're so calculating. Your abacus beads are crashing in my face. Adventurers joining the dark camp. Isn't that a big deal? Yi Feng was shocked by Jarvis's attitude. For everything there is one. There must be two. We must kill such a momentum. But, everything is for the light. Yi Feng felt himself radiating holy light. That's right. It was a sense of justice that drove him to do it. Jarvis was dumbfounded. An adventurer who was clearly not from the light camp had said these words. You're right. A bounty should indeed be posted. Xia carefully considered for a moment, nodded his head and agreed, but nowadays, the light camp is lacking in supplies, and there are not many treasures that can be taken, so for the time being, it is not possible to give so many rewards, but also, it is better to be a little less. Ding! Announcement for the whole service, please note that the adventurer, Demon King, has betrayed the light camp and attempted to cause mischief from the inside. With despicable means, Princess Shay has issued a bounty, and any player who kills this adventurer will be rewarded handsomely, and those who kill it completely will be rewarded as follows. The only hidden profession must be obtained, as well as a rare skill, rare props, and a huge amount of gold coins, one of 3 choices, a total knockout. This means that the Demon King must be deprived of 3 lives. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth raised in an icy arc. Truth be told, he had been eyeing his bounty reward for a long time. Perhaps for others, dealing with the Demon King who was in the dark camp was troublesome, but with Wind Shadow followers coming with sneaking, plus his speed that far exceeded that of normal people, the Demon King wouldn't be able to survive for long at all. Adventurer Falling Leaf silent. Xia said solemnly, thank you for uncovering the traitor in time. I will never treat a good person who has built a career for the light camp poorly. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, catch the traitor, difficulty, A. Receive rewards, level +1. Reputation +500. Dark gold level equipment, stormy helmet. Ding! System note, as you have successfully killed the bounty object, you are rewarded, level +1. Reputation +1000. Free attribute points +50. Storm helmet, dark gold grade. Defense, 55 to 60. Life, 7000. Characteristics, +10% defense, +10% life. Bonus, firm, -1% from bludgeoning. Required level, 50. Introduction, even though the attack is like the wind and the arrows are raining down, at least it can keep you safe for a while. Swish, swish, 2 golden lights scattered, and Yi Feng's level reached level 57. With the wind and rain helmet, which had quite good attributes, Yi Feng's life and defense were both significantly increased. After that, Shay left with the generals and turned to pacifying the surrounding populace. Leaving the Demon King's residence and taking a few deep breaths of the fresh night air, Yi Feng felt a little groggy in his mind, so he headed to the place that the princess had specially arranged for him to rest. It might as well be considered a special favor. He could clearly feel that his tent was wider and had far better and more complete facilities inside than the other players. The next day, waking up from his sleep, Yi Feng was in high spirits, and after a little bit of washing, he ate breakfast while opening the skill bar to check the skills he got from the second turn. Wind Dragon Whistling, SS Grade. Introduction, invoke the power of the wind element, cohesion of the dragon energy to kill the enemy, and strive to kill with a single blow, leaving no loose ends. Skill effect, based on the current movement speed, convert 50% of it into damage bonus, and ignore 20% defense, inflicting 200% plus 50% of current movement speed, damage on a single enemy body, with a high probability of tearing, knockback, and serious injury effects. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Yi Feng almost shot up in excitement. Finally, 50% current movement speed bonus. Compared to other skills, what he needed most of all right now was the movement speed to damage skill, so that he could maximize the advantages of talent without trace. And the power of this skill, Wind Dragon Tsunami, played out in his hands would far exceed common sense. Counting a series of additions from free attribute points, equipment, and skills, my limit speed is 1406%. Having it is 703%. Yi Feng's heart surged as he made the conversion through his character panel. As of right now, the total damage value of Wind Dragon Tsunami is 200 plus 703%, ignoring the 903% damage from 20% defense. Then calculating the 30% damage bonus from the title is 933%. And finally there's the 50% final damage boost from the Ultra Soldier God's Weeping, which can probably be estimated at 1400%. Of course, this is the theoretical limit of damage. Need to stack many skills, generally difficult to achieve. But even so, it does not affect the Wind Dragon Whistle will be a big move level skills, and with the level of the level, The movement speed is getting faster and faster. The damage will be even more ferocious. In addition, another second turn skill Dark Wind Jedi formation Yifeng searched the skill bar did not see, and finally checked the system ringtone last night, only to learn the answer. Ding! System tip, due to the characteristics of Evil God of Wind, you have successfully incorporated the effects of Dark Wind Jedi formation, S rank, into the Shadow Realm. Shadow Field, SS grade. Introduction. The Evil God of the Wind's group attack means comprehended from the Dragon Realm Guardian's move Frost Cold Break, and then fused with the Earth-cracking Hado Kick and Dark Wind Jedi formation to drastically increase its strength. Skill effect. Invoke the evil chi in the body. Centered on itself. Inflicts 300% damage on all enemy units within a 50 by 50 range, with a high probability of tearing, erosion, knockback, fall, and other effects. Extra effect. Inflicts field damage to units within a 50 by 50 range every second at 10% damage based on your own attack for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Both the damage and range have been increased considerably, and the extra effect amounts to giving him another additional sustained damage. Must find a boss to try the damage. After gulping down his breakfast, Yifeng walked out of his tent with gusto and left the wilderness of stars, heading to the neighborhood of Endless Town where he had originally been. He also remembered that there was a dark gold level python in the cave over there that had nearly snatched the treasure chest he had been guarding for years in the first place. Along the way, Yifeng didn't stay idle, opening his packages and looking at the treasures he got from the fire toad as well as the rare props given by the first transfer. His eyes were on fire. In terms of the sheer amount of treasures on his body, I'm afraid that even immortal level powerhouses would have to bow down to him. Lucky Star, Immortal Grade, Absolute Illusion, SS Grade. Chapter 89, Single Copy. Lucky Star, Immortal Grade. Synopsis. At some point, Lady Luck will suddenly fall in love with you, but unfortunately the time is very short, so you need to reflect more on it. Effect. Within 10 seconds, one's own luck is boosted super dramatically and all probabilistic events are increased to 100%. Absolute Illusion, SS Grade. Synopsis. A flawless transformation into whatever you want to be. It's up to you. Effect. After using it, it can be transformed into any living being or thing you have ever seen, and outsiders can't recognize it. Kind of funny. Looking at the effect of the Lucky Star, Yifeng was quite interested. All probabilistic events are raised to 100%. Utilized properly, the benefits this thing can bring will be unimaginable. If I'm not wrong, in another 10 days or so, the pet-related event will open. Yifeng's heart fluttered. It's a bit different from capturing pets in other games. The first pet event within Gods and Monsters will open up a specific map, and when you enter the map, you will receive a random pet egg, which will hatch and give you a temporary pet. By devouring wild monsters or other people's pets to increase the strength of their own pets, you can even use respawning and fusion to enhance the strength of the pet, and ultimately evolve step by step, and even have the probability of combining the divine pet. It is said that in the previous life, there was a player who was taken by his girlfriend and messed around while going to the toilet, and eventually unintentionally refined the horrible corpse koan, which was a moment of great popularity. Utilizing the effect of Lucky Star, Yifeng felt that he also had a chance to refine incredible pets. As for Absolute Disillusionment, Demon King, Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't think that I can't clean you up just because you're in the dark camp. He was bound to take the reward and didn't want to put it off for too long. Since we're going deeper into the enemy camp, who would be good to disillusion into? Thoughts of 1,000 at the same time. Yifeng, such as a gust of wind, hurriedly came to the cave that had been there, came to the depths, visible as a snake-scales turquoise python, its body curled up together, eyes closed to rest. Venomous Python, Dark Gold Boss, Grade, 58, Life, 2,000,000, Attack, 3,500 to 3,800, Defense, 1,800 to 2,000, Skills, Advanced Toxin, Soul Kiss, Deadly Entanglement, Venom Injection. Synopsis, snakes have a strong stranglehold, and the consequences of messing with them are unimaginable. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't been discovered yet, Yifeng gripped the gray sharp sword in his hand and rushed out with extreme speed. Wind Shadow Follow plus Chasing Shadow plus Wine Dragon Tsunami. Swish! The divine weeping blossomed with green light, and the wind element quickly coalesced, forming a fierce dragon head in the shape of a roar, and with an unstoppable momentum, it slammed out fiercely, leaving a deep and long trajectory wherever it passed. Hiss! When the venomous python sensed the crisis and raised its head, the gust of wind had already rolled in front of it, and the gray cold aura mercilessly cut through, not giving any chance to react, and blasted at the snake's head, bringing out a large bloodstain. Snort! In the next second, Yifeng appeared behind it. Minus 681,257. The high amount of damage jumped out, and the life value of the venomous python instantly plummeted by nearly a third. minus 10. 000, minus 5000. Scorching, minus 1344. Bleeding, minus 10. 500. At the same time, all sorts of mitigating statuses were hung up, and the poison python's blood bar fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hiss! The poisonous python that was suddenly attacked was furious and immediately opened its bloody mouth to reveal its white fangs and bit towards Yifeng. Indestructible grip. Yifeng lifted his left hand and gave it a direct grip. The python suffered from confinement and fell into a state of inability to act for 3 seconds. Without hesitation, Yifeng launched the meteor sword technique. The sword came out like a swift wind and rain. The normal attack was basically all 3 consecutive strikes, cutting out wounds in the body of the python. The skin opened up. By the time the poisonous python broke free from its bonds, its life value had already dropped to 20%, and after a little struggle, its huge body collapsed without any suspense. In less than 10 seconds, the fight was over. Ding! System alert! Congratulations on successfully killing the Dark Gold class boss, Venomous Python, and receive a reward, plus 50% experience at this level and plus 100 reputation. Picking up the equipment and dozens of gold coins popped out by the poison python. Yifeng counted them up beautifully and found that there were 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, a dagger with poisonous wounds attached to it, and a pair of turquoise leg guards. The dagger does not come in handy. Yifeng throws away the forum shopping area marking 5,000 gold coins, while the leg guards equip themselves. Snakeskin gaiters, dark gold level, defense, 60 to 65, life, 8,000, characteristics, life plus 10%, bonus, tenacity, extra 3,000 points of life value, required level, 52. Synopsis, as the name suggests, tough leg guards made of snakeskin. Unusual move to attack skills can turn into a big move. How fierce should a real big move be? Yifeng was somewhat looking forward to it. Wind Dragon Tsunami wasn't a particularly powerful move in the first place. It was only because of Traceless that it became incomparably terrifying. With a pleasant mood, Yifeng moved to the Shadowless City ruins. He hadn't forgotten the copy that he had forced himself to develop. He just hadn't been able to go there before because of the environmental factors he was in. In just 10 minutes, Yifeng reached the point where the replica was located and found quite a few players gathered in front of the replica, still trying to challenge it. Shadowless City was only a secondary city. Right now it had long been reduced to ruins. Perhaps it was because of the protection of the rules that the replica was able to remain intact during the chaotic battle, and there were no powerful monsters guarding it nearby. The replica founder is here. I don't know if falling leaves can hold up against falling leaves. I think it's hanging by a thread. It's over. I'm going to lose my first pass reward. Seeing Yifeng walking, a group of players couldn't help but make way, surveying the godlike rank 1 powerhouse with awe. It's difficult to take first place in whatever it is in 10 days. From the opening to now, what the crowd once thought was a flash in the pan has, unbeknownst to them, been maintained to this day. Coming in front of the blue dazzling light, just in case, Yifeng launched his scrying technique to check the details of the copy. Domain of the Soldiers of God, copy. Requirement, please help Mirror of Light Burning and Flame God Walt to hold on to the smelting chamber and block the fierce attack launched by Blasphemer, Silent Leaf, until the casting of the Divine Warrior is completed. Reward, Equipment Enhancement Materials. First pass reward, plus 80 free attribute points. Requirements, single. Level requirement, level 30 and above. Note, death in a copy is not penalized. I'm going to deal with myself this time? Yifeng was slightly stunned. Since the opening of the service, the final bosses of the 2 weekly copies in the Eastern District, an Abyssal Demon, Yi, and a Blasphemer, Falling Leaf Silent, were both related to him, which really flattered him. Ding! System prompt, whether to enter the weekly copy, Domain of Divine Soldiers? Yes. Yifeng chose to agree. He wanted to see if Blasphemer Fallen Leafless could put pressure on himself. Swish! The next second, the picture in front of his eyes turned, appeared in the hot, dry smelting chamber. Vision in front of the Heavenly Devil Evil Sword and the Holy Spirit Sword, a black and a white quietly suspended above the sword casting pool, next to an old man dressed in royal robes and the red-robed mage with eyes full of excitement. Looking forward to it. Mirror of Light Bernie, NPC. Flame God Walt, NPC. There was no doubt that they had been reduced to ordinary NPCs in the replica and could not be a help to the players at all. Sensing someone's arrival, the 2 of them turned their heads to look at Yifeng and both froze. Yifeng. Chapter 90, Meeting of the Demon Gods. A marvelous meeting. In the replica, Yifeng once again meets the dead emperor as well as the unaccounted for Walt. Hello? Yifeng reached out in greeting and smiled dryly. In theory, this should be our first meeting, right? What an interesting adventurer. Bertie shook his head with a smile. I'm sorry, just seeing you made me think of a certain fellow named Blasphemer Fallen Leaf Silent. You look a lot like him. It might be a face collision. Yi Feng speculated. Aha! Walt thought deeply. That's the way it should be. What do I need to do? Yi Feng hurriedly changed the topic. He always felt quite strange talking about himself with these two. Later on, the two divine weapons will be merged into one, but during the process there will surely be many demonic creatures killing from the entrance of the secret passage. You need to stop them and prevent them from disrupting the casting ceremony. Bernie patiently explained the requirements. Can you do it? Yi Feng was full of confidence. I can do it. Let me break the machinations of blasphemer Fallen Leaf Silent. Great. Bernie appreciated. What a brave adventurer. I'm proud to have an adventurer like you in the light camp. Ding. System alert. The casting ceremony has begun, and you need to fend off a total of 4 waves of attacks. When the system bell rang, the 2 swords on the sword casting pool began to gradually merge, light and dark energies intermingling and bursting with a powerful aura. Tap tap tap. At the same time, Yi Feng immediately heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside, appearing in front of him after passing through the narrow tunnel. It was a group of soldiers, holding guns or spears, murderous and full of fervor for the soon-to-be fused weapons. Charge, everyone, for Lord Falling Leaf Silence Ultra Divine Soldier. Evil Soldier, Normal Monster. Grade, 60. Life, 100,000. Attack, 1,000 to 1050. Defense, 600 to 620. Skills, Basic Combo, Hordes, Unyielding. Synopsis: The blasphemers Fallen Leaf Silent gather soldiers who have fallen to the dogs of darkness. Facing the evil soldiers who crossed over him and swooped straight into the sword casting pool, Yi Feng was slightly speechless and took out the divine weeping from his arms. I don't remember you guys helping me back then. With that, he stepped on his feet and the shadow realm was unleashed. The dark light energy lifted up and directly lifted all the evil soldiers out to their deaths. -100, 000, -100, 000, -100, 000. Neat damage jumps out. Passing seconds. With the evil soldier's basic attributes, it was impossible to carry Yi Feng's attack. Both Bernie and Walt froze for a moment when they saw the first onslaught of the incoming band of enemies so easily stopped. Ha! Noticing the weapon in Yi Feng's hand, Bernie was alarmed. Your weapon gives off a familiar feeling. It's not worth it. Glancing at the 2 divine weapons being fused, Yi Feng raised the grey rapier in his hand with a big grin and said perfunctorily, picked it up casually by the roadside. Bernie. 2 minutes later, the evil soldiers launched a second wave of attack, and even though their attributes were slightly higher, they still couldn't carry a kick from Yi Feng, and easily passed through. Adventurers, be extremely careful with the third wave. Walt spoke out to warn. I feel an extremely terrifying aura approaching. Oh, Yi Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In that case, there should be a mini-boss in the third wave. Who will it be? He wasn't made to wait long as the sound of heavy footsteps came from within the tunnels. Not noisy enough to see that only one person had come, and he nearly laughed out loud when the attacking party appeared before him. The person in front of him, with a head of red hair, a stout figure, and strange lines on both sides of his cheeks, was also considered an old acquaintance of Yi Feng. Godslayer Anita, Elite Monster, all for Lord Falling Leafless, he yelled under his breath. Yi Feng pointed at himself. Then do you know who I am? You are you. At those words, Anita looked up at Yi Feng, seemingly a little stuck in her thinking, and after a long while, she coldly grunted. I don't care who you are. Yi Feng was speechless. Apparently, the copy is not trying to get through to the outside world, and the NPCs in it have limited intelligence and are just vain. With Anita launching an attack, Yi Feng no longer wasted his words, lifted his undying grip and went up to kill him with 2 swords. Inside some quiet conference room, swish, arriving first, Anita's eyes stirred with red light, her brow furrowed. Beside him, the elegantly mannered man dressed as a count, savoring the taste of his coffee, sensed Anita's mood swings and spoke out to inquire. What's wrong with you, Kingslayer? Nothing. Anita shook her head. It's just a sudden pang of discomfort, as if someone is cursing me behind my back. Times are in turmoil in the cold martial realm. Curses against us abound. The man lost his smile. No need to take it to heart. Fair enough. Anita felt justified. Swish swish swish. As the two exchanged words, the silhouettes of a demon god appeared in the conference room, filling all the seats. Since everyone's here, I'll cut the crap. Gathering his bone wings, Moloch, who was sitting on the chair at the very front, spoke in a hoarse tone. What is the situation of the light camp in the various regions? Only a remnant of forces remain that have not been eliminated. It's pretty much the same on my end. They are as specific as you can be. Demon gods, you must destroy the light camp first at all costs. Beside the shadow projected by the eye of the abyssed head, a short figure probed and said solemnly, if we don't take care of the adventurers, the follow-up will definitely be flipped. This person was none other than the Demon King who had been killed once by Falling Leaf Silent. The 10 devils. Apprentice, you have overstepped your bounds, Tad chided. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. The Demon King droned on. Without completely wiping out the light camp, those adventurers will be a great danger to the heart. Since he betrayed the light camp and returned to the darkness, he decided to live with a brand new identity. And the adventurers who also descended here from Earth stuck in his throat. If gods and monsters were a game, the player would most likely be the savior. Stupid, Tad recounted succinctly. The cold martial realm isn't yet in the hands of the dark camp. The sea race and the purgatory undead are watching. Both are huge threats, and once we suffer heavy losses, they definitely won't let go of the great opportunity to fall on the well. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. There were still quite a few god-level powerhouses in the light camp, and if they rushed to kill them all in a short period of time, they would be greeted with a huge backlash. And if a number of demon gods fell, it would shake to the foundation. Otherwise, it would not have allowed breathing room to exist in the light camp. The Demon King was dumbfounded. He had thought that the dark camp was just one last step away from world domination, but the situation turned out to be far more complicated than he had imagined. It would be good to at least uproot the light camp in the eastern district first. The Demon King had hatred in his eyes and was resigned. Falling Leaf Silence deserves to die. For the possessor of that name, he hated it with a passion. At the same time, immense fear. The uneasiness in his heart was incomparably strong from the moment the light camp issued the bounty. Well, the first demon god at the head, Demon Luo, who belonged to the Abyssal Demon clan, pondered for a moment and said, "We shouldn't give Falling Leaf Silent time to grow, and it should be wiped out before it's too late." Moloch, Falling Leaf Voiceless is a smart man. He would never join the light camp and thus tie himself up. The Eternal Sin Demoness reminded. In the case of not being tied to death, the light camp was overthrown, and I'm afraid that Falling Leaf was still alive and well. I know, but it still has to happen. Moloch was decisive. The Witch of Eternal Sin was puzzled. Why? I don't know. Moloch shook his head and looked down at his palms. Then he couldn't help but clench his fists. It's just that vaguely, I seem to feel something unprecedented in him. What is it? The crowd wondered. Bloodline Suppression. Chapter 91, Strengthening of the Divine Armor. Quiet. Inside the conference room, the room fell into dead silence. The weight of the 4 words Bloodline Suppression silenced the many demon gods. The devil Luo is a strong person of the Abyssal Demon clan. Even he has to suffer from bloodline suppression. Then the identity of the Falling Leaf soundless. Unimaginable. What should we do about the falling leaves? Anita snapped. Destroy the remnants of the light forces in the wilderness of stars. Moloch's tone was undeniable. The Eternal Sin which spoke out again. Falling Leaf Silent is not within the light camp and will not be implicated. The light camp wouldn't just sit back and wait for death, and would definitely exhaust all means to survive. Devil Luo's eyes flashed with brilliance. In that case, it's highly likely that he'll have to participate in the journey for survival. You mean, an aborigine can't go after an adventurer for no reason unless he causes trouble himself, and such a rule might be a shelter for the still weak adventurer. Moloch calmly told, not feeling unfair. By the time adventurers descend, they already have god-level power, and the rules give adventurers a chance to grow instead, as they should. But, Moloch's words turned to a sneer. Adventurers looking for trouble from adventurers is not within the limits of the rules. Allowing fallen leaves to grow silently is never possible. In order to seize the super god soldier, on the day of their awakening, they had already torn their faces apart, and their swords were at each other's throats, with no room for even a reprieve. Adventurers looking for trouble with adventurers? Swish swish swish. The many demon gods were slightly stunned, and then they unanimously cast their eyes towards the only adventurer in the room. The first demon god's plan. They somewhat understood. Right now, there happens to be a good pawn. Ding. System alert, congratulations on successfully killing Godslayer Anita, Elite Monster. Plus 10% experience at this level. Picking up the many equipment strengthening materials that Anita had popped out, Yifeng patiently waited for the 4th wave to come. Adventurers beware. Bernie warned. Falling Leaf Silent is tricky and likely won't attack from the front. Oh, Yifeng raised his eyebrows and pointed to a certain part of the melting chamber, saying with certainty, based on my understanding of him, I think he'll tunnel over from this side and sneak up on us. Why do you say that? I guessed. Coming to the tunnel excavation, Yifeng stood in a strict position. Boom! Fiercely, the clods of earth exploded out, and the youth with a dark purple mask appeared in front of Yifeng. As the boss of the 4th wave, Fallen Leaf was horrified. You even found me in advance? I knew tens of thousands of years ago that you would attack from here. Anticipating the situation, Yifeng decisively launched his attack and strongly pressed his opponent to violently beat him. The copy of him was only a dark gold level boss, and as of now, it wasn't enough to pose a threat. Of course, it's unknown how difficult it will be to pass in the future once you level up. Put. When the life value fell to 0, the boss fell to his knees, his face full of disbelief. Such a seamless plan. Where exactly did it go wrong? Ding. System alert. Congratulations on successfully killing Blasphemer Falling Leaves Silent Dark Gold level boss. Receive reward plus 60% experience at this level. Plus 50 gold coins. Swish. The golden light dispersed and Yifeng leveled up to level 58. Adventurer, thank you for your help. Bernie was filled with gratitude. In this way, the Divine Soldier is completely fused as well. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on successfully passing the weekly copy, Domain of Divine Soldiers. Ding. System note, as the first adventurer to clear the Domain of Divine Soldiers, you receive an additional reward, plus 80 free attribute points. Ding. System tip. Congratulations on becoming number 1 on the Domain of Divine Soldiers racing ranking. Ding. System tip. Will you inform all players who have descended on gods and demons, Earthzone, of your glorious battle achievement? Note, after the region-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 1000 points of reputation. Adding all of his free attribute points to speed, Yifeng didn't rush to take the teleportation phalanx to leave the copy, and instead opened his parcel to check the loot from the copy. Divine Armor Strengthening Scroll, Primary. Introduction, Strengthen, My Divine Soldier. Effect, enhances the strength of the weapon. Limitations, can only be used for 1-2 enhancement. Note, 1-star success probability is 30%. 2-star success probability is 10%. In The God and the Devil, there is no so-called strengthening plus a few, and the only equipment that can be strengthened only weapons, at most can be strengthened to 5 stars, which is the realm of the Divine Soldier will let players rush to the reason. Sizzle. Without hesitation, Yifeng decisively tore open the Divine Armament Strengthening Scroll. Passing through the Domain of Divine Soldiers, he gained a total of 3. So naturally, he had to use all of them to enhance the power of Divine Cry. Swish. As the scroll was torn to shreds, white light overflowed and surged within the Divine Cry, making it even sharper. Ding. System tip. Strengthening was successful. Your weapon, God's Cry, has been upgraded by 1 star. Looks like good luck. Striking while the iron was hot, Yifeng used all of the remaining 2 as well. Ding. System tip. Unfortunately, reinforcement failed. Ding. System tip. Strengthening was successful. Your weapon, God's Cry, has been upgraded by 1 star. The probability of going from 1 star to 2 stars is only 10%, and it's not bad luck to pull a weapon to 2 stars on your initial pass of the weekly copy's resources. After that, Yifeng reached out and brushed the rapier, and the attributes of God's Cry popped up. God Sobbing, Super God level. Attack, 3000 to 3200. Characteristics, plus 100% attack, plus 220% attack speed. Characteristics, physical blood absorption plus 6%. Bonus, righteousness, plus 1 to all skill grades. Note, current skill grade limit SSS grade, excluding talents. Bonus, Devil's Way, plus 50% final damage. Bonus, bleeding. If an attack wounds an enemy unit, it will have an additional bleeding effect, dealing 0.8% damage per second to the enemy unit based on its own life value for 10 seconds. Additional, Scorch, attack with a scorching effect, deducting 5,000 points of opponent's life value per second for 10 seconds, up to 2 stacks. Stunt, stunt, stunt. Current status, bound, Falling Leaves Silent. Required reputation, 3000. Required level, 30. Introduction, the exclusive weapon of Blasphemer Fallen Leaf Silent, possessing a strength that overrides all divine weapons in the cold martial world. Current actual strength, ground level. Promotion requirement, 3 immortal grade ores. The 2 enhancements had surprisingly caused God's Cry's base attack to leap from 600 to 3200. Yifeng was secretly staggered. The attack value provided by just one weapon alone had already surpassed 3 or 4 times the sum of his base growth star rating as well as the cumulative total of his 2 rings. Additionally, the bleeding effect and physical blood absorption both get a slight boost, meaning that various other additions are likely to be enhanced later on as weapon strength changes. Ding. System tip, please leave the copy within 10 seconds. Invincible. With excitement in his heart, Yifeng entered the teleportation spell and left. He decided to find a chance to take the first kill of the ground level. Swish. Coming to the outside world. A cacophony of noises came from Yifeng's ears. It's out. Finally. I wonder if I'll have the chance to witness the strength of Falling Leaves Silent. The crowd was whispering and somewhat excited. Eating melon, that's human nature. The falling leaves are silent. A deep, strong voice came. The people who crowded beside the copy made way. Yifeng looked for the sound, only to see a man holding a silver lance standing in a good position not far away, and he was accompanied by an aged old man. Soul of a Gun, Southgate Blowout, Gunslinger. Nangdongwu? Chapter 92, 3 appointments. You're looking for me? Yifeng was surprised. Southgate bragging rights. This person was also an acquaintance of Yi Feng in his previous life. Upright, somewhat arrogant, and extraordinarily unconvincing. Southgate Blowtorch tightened the silver-colored lance in his hand and opened the door. I'm looking for you to fight one-on-one. Excitement danced in his eyes. Falling Leaves silent. An extremely powerful opponent. After his mentor's harsh special training, he wanted to see how much of a gap there was between himself and his opponent. His eyes swept over the seemingly amiable old man next to him, and the understanding Yi Feng added for him. Bringing a tutor to me for a one-on-one fight? Young man, don't misunderstand. The old man was kind and stroked his white beard smilingly. I'm just here to watch the battle. I definitely won't make a move. Are you sure? Yi Feng looked questionable. Even if I am ruthless in my actions, you will never help? Southgate Blowout's mentor wasn't a simple character. To be able to give a profession like Gun God, the strength of the mentor could be imagined. No way. Even if you kill Southgate Blowhard wailing and crying, you'll never help? No. Will. The old man froze, then gave his answer with difficulty. Even if I stomped on Southgate Blowhard, rode the face output, cut off his head as a ball and kicked it, and put it in my house as a nightpot, you will never help? Yi Feng inquired again and again. Facing a legendary god-level powerhouse, one had to lower his voice. How could one dare to show the slightest disrespect? He was also dumbfounded. Southgate Blowhard? No way. I just asked you for a one-on-one, and you do this to me? The old man's expression darkened. A bit ugly. Your kid is deliberately looking for a fight, isn't he? At the critical time, he naturally had to step in to save Southgate Blowhard, and the other party's seemingly nonsensical remarks were obviously reading his mind and deliberately flirting. I knew it. Yi Feng had a look on his face that I could see through everything. When the time comes for you to step in and save Southgate Blowhard, you're bound to take it out on me. At those words, Nanman Blowtorch couldn't help but frown. The other side's words were not without merit. Once he was dead, there was a real possibility that the mentor would make things difficult for Fallen Leaf Silent. Tell me, what do you want? The old man hated his teeth. Why are young people so difficult to deal with these days? Just cut and run. Yi Feng smiled and said, I win. You give me an immortal grade Oregon. Since Southgate Blowhard had sincerely come to him for a one-on-one fight, there was no need for him to refuse. It was just that the other party was followed by god-level powerhouses, clearly telling him that there must be hidden quests waiting for him to dig into. Why the don't you go and rob it? The old man blew his beard and eyes out, almost rolling up his sleeves to bully the small with the big. If I lose, I will also give you a piece. Yi Feng spread his hands. Fair enough. Fair chicken. Can't I see that you're stronger than Southgate Blowhard? The old man was about to refuse, when Yi Feng stretched out 3 fingers. I can allow Nanmen Bragjin to find me for 3 sparring sessions. If he can beat me once, I will return the immortal grade ore. In order to make the ultra-divine artifact in his hand stronger, he needed to gather 3 immortal grade ores. Humble as he was, he had to eat a boar. At these words, the old man fell into hesitation. He knew that adventurer cuts were not penalized by death, so it was necessary for him to consider the feasibility of the mission for the sake of his beloved disciple's life. Nan Men, it seems like your mentor is not confident in you. Yi Feng added fuel to the fire. You kid, you're tough enough. The old man gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, as you wish. On reflection, he felt that the conditions were in his favor. 3 times, 3 whole cuts, under his tutelage. Could Southgate Bluffer not win against Falling Leaf Silent once? Ding. System prompt, congratulations on obtaining the hidden quest, 3 times the covenant, difficulty, D. 3 appointments, difficulty, D. Synopsis, you bet against Ao Shui Gunzun Nangong Wu, and won 3 times in a row against Nangman Blowhard. Quest requirement, you must unconditionally accept Southgate Blowhard's request for a sparring match and win. Quest reward, immortal grade ore. Penalty for failure, immortal grade ore. It's not hard. Yi Feng revealed a winning smile and took out the divine cry. Starting now? It'll have to wait. The old man hurriedly blocked his disciple from agreeing to the cut and urged, going to the domain of divine soldiers first will greatly benefit your strength. Yes. Southgate Blowhard nodded his head, then entered the copy with gusto. Seeing this, Yi Feng was good and calm, patiently waiting for the immortal grade or to enter the package. Kid, you're very calm. Looking at the old and calm Falling Leaf Silent, the old man attempted to apply pressure. Oxz's strength isn't as simple as you think. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked him to find you for a one-on-one fight. Maybe the first pass of the domain of divine soldiers will have to be taken down by my Oxz. As he said that, he couldn't help but show a smug look. He was most aware of his own disciple's talent, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was a rare martial arts practicing wizard in 100 years. Glancing at the self-important old man, Yi Feng flipped over the information bar and chose to agree. Ding! Announcement for the whole service. Congratulations to player Fallen Leaf Silent for successfully clearing the copy of Domain of Divine Soldiers. Ding! Announcement for the whole service. Congratulations to player Fallen Leaf Silent for successfully clearing the copy of Domain of Divine Soldiers. Nan Dongwu's face instantly pulled down. About 10 minutes later, Southgate Blowhard walked out of the copy with confidence. Come on, you passed through the Domain of Divine Soldiers? Nan Dongwu asked after him. Southgate Blowhard shook his head. No, that hangs. The old man shook his head inside. Nanmen Blowtorch added. But by chance, I comprehended that move at the end. That move? The old man was pleasantly surprised. Worthy of being my disciple. The high level of enlightenment is unparalleled in the world. To have comprehended that move. Yi Feng urged. Is it ready yet? What with that move and not that move? The difficulty of the mission hasn't changed much. Come on. Ding. System alert, Gun Soul, Southgate Bluffer, Gun God, has initiated a cutscene with you. Do you accept? Yes. Yi Feng agreed. Time waited for no one. He had practiced Gale at the Pearl of Wind sword for 3 days, and the level gap with the players had all narrowed. He had to speed up his progress. Finally a good show. Open. Falling Leaves versus Southgate bragging rights? Buy in. I wonder how long Southgate Blowhard can resist. Don't underestimate Southgate bragging, okay? Maybe the plot will reverse. There were more and more players gathered around the Domain of Divine Soldiers, forming a circle around Yi Feng and Nanmen Bragjin Bull. Incomparably looking forward to how exciting the sparring match between the strongest players on the rank list would be. Are you ready? 10 meters apart. Yi Feng snapped. Come on. Southgate Blowhard is tightly focused. Shoo. In the next second, Yi Feng suddenly killed out. As fast as a flash of lightning, 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. The chilling cold light of the heart in midair. Quiet as a child. Moving like a cunning rabbit. Asterisk. The old man's eyes almost glazed over. So fast. Even though he was a god-level powerhouse, he had to be shocked by the speed Yi Feng displayed. He's only in his 50s. Going head-to-head? Southgate blown yo in danger. No hesitation to stab out the gun. A little cold aura flashes. The gun god seems to have a silver dragon shadow wrapped around, intensifying the power and momentum of this gun. Ding! System alert, Gun Soul, Southgate Blowhard uses the skill, shattering you. The next strike's attack power is plus 50%. Attack speed is plus 200%. Damage is plus 200%, and a great probability of a piercing effect is attached. The guns came out like dragons, dazzling the eyes. Southgate Blowtorch directly unleashed the desperate move, deadlocking the soundless falling leaves that were close at hand. Miss. However, he only felt that Yi Feng's body shape deviated, lightly avoiding the shattered Yu. Wrapping up the momentum of charging and killing close to himself, cohesive wind elemental sword body transformed into a hideous dragon head, opening its bloody mouth to pounce on himself. The sound of breaking sound was like a dragon's roar, destroyed and unstoppable. Ding! System alert, Blasphemer, Falling Leaves Silent uses the skill, Chasing Shadows. Movement speed plus 80% for 1 minute. Ding! System alert, Blasphemer, Falling Leaf Silent uses the skill, Wind Dragon Whistling. Ignoring 20% of your defense, dealing 1050% damage based on your own attack, and with a great probability of attaching effects such as tearing, knockback, and serious injury. Note, this damage is only an estimate. Everything is subject to the actual situation. Watching the Wind Dragon zoom in his eyes, with nowhere to hide, Nanmen Blowfish's expression was wooden. This kind of thing is not reasonable. Chapter 93 High-Level Meetings. The Wind Dragon swept by. Snort! A sword to award the head. Without any suspense, Nanmen Blowtorch's head fell off, followed by his entire body flopping to the ground, reduced to a corpse. 1574300. Bright red 7-digit damage. Belatedly, the many players watching the battle around them looked dumbfounded, unable to return to their senses for a long time. One move in a second, breaking $1 million in damage. The various sustained damage stacks that Fallen Leafless is best known for haven't even come into play yet. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully defeating Gun Soul, Southgate Blowhard, in a cutscene. In this regard, Yi Feng himself was not surprised. This trip to the Domain of Divine Soldiers had boosted him too much. The Divine Weeping attack value that gained a star bonus was enough to be outrageous. And if he triggered a blitz, it wouldn't be difficult to second a lower-ranked Dark Gold class boss. Blasphemer, Falling Leaves Silent, Wind Evil God. Grade, 58. Life, 334,880. Attacks, 9,938 to 10,422. Defense, 1921 to 1962. Skills, Chasing Shadows, Meteor Sword Technique, Source of Poison, Armor Breaking Strike, Wind Dragon's Whistle, Wind Shadow Follows, Devil's Whisper, Devil's Hands, Shadow Realm, Deicide's Power, Killing the Enemy, Unbreakable Grip, Reputation, 7,870. Number of revivals possible, 2. Ouch. Suddenly thinking of something, Yifeng fell on his butt in a sorry state and said with palpitations, "That was close. It was almost me who lost." Crowd. You almost lost? What do you mean by that? I get it. Brother Arigato suddenly realized and analyzed. Both of them are pulling out their juggernauts, and they might be seconded to each other. If Falling Leaf is silent and doesn't dodge Southgate blowers shattering you, odds are it's a draw? No way. This sword is too fierce. I also want to be as strong as them, but it's a pity that my supreme bone was dug up when I was young. Alas. The crowds each have their own say. After the cut ended, the reanimated Southgate blowhard touched his neck, his face slightly pale. It's cut and dry, but the feeling of death is very real. Nan Men, that shot you just fired was very impressive. Yifeng gushed. Southgate blowhard was a little confused. Is it? Don't underestimate the skills because you can't win against me, Yifeng said solemnly. The main reason is that the difference in value is too great. I kill all players of the same level in seconds. What you're saying seems a bit reasonable. Thinking of the unreasonable millions of damage, Southgate blowhard was convinced and regained his confidence. Next time, I'll never lose that badly. No one is always at the top. Work hard. I may not be your opponent in the future. Yifeng gave him a few mouthfuls of chicken soup in a serious manner, reached out and patted his shoulder, then turned around and walked towards the old man. To be honest, he did fear that the mission would be completed too smoothly, leading to problems in terms of rewards. Kid, winning was easy. Nan Gongwu blackened his old face, suddenly regretting that he had fallen for the other party's provocation. He could see that the gap between his disciple and the other party was not as simple as a star. Trying to win can no longer be described as difficult. It wasn't easy, Yifeng said in a serious manner. Just now, my butt almost fell in half. What? Almost fall in half on your ass? Nan Gongwu was shocked. What's the difference between that and not being injured? Old sir, a person as amiable as you must not care about paying a piece of immortal grade or for your disciple. Yifeng shook his head and lost his smile. I am aware of the extraordinary temperament of a god-level powerhouse. You are a pretty good judge of character. Upon hearing this, the old man's attitude changed, stroking his beard and his kind eyebrows in an immortal manner. Ding! System tip, congratulations on obtaining the quest reward, Purple Thunder Crystal Stone, immortal grade. Another immortal grade or arrived. Yifeng gladly smiled. In this way, a little more wool gathering from no one knows who will be able to put together what is needed for the promotion of God's weeping. However, just as Yifeng was about to say goodbye, a system ringtone that was exceptionally concerning suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Service-wide announcement, light will not be extinguished. Darkness will not be willing. 5 days later, the Dark Camp will launch an attack on the Wilderness of Stars to eliminate the remaining light forces in the Eastern District in one fell swoop. Ding! System tip, the main plot mission, Hour of Judgment, has been opened. Yifeng, this life has changed so much compared to the previous one. It's only been a few days, and the Dark Camp is even trying to strike again, step by step. I'm afraid it's only difficult to make good. Nan Gongwu frowned and wrinkled his brows as he looked towards the slowed-down Nangman blowtorch. Let's go. Go back to the special training. Yes. Southgate Blowhard's face was grave. The Wilderness of Stars is under attack. Adventurers can't just stand on the sidelines. And what's the difference between players and cannon fodder right now in a duel between two camps? He was no longer able to figure out just how far God's demons had to toss players before they would let everyone breathe. Right. Suddenly thinking of something, Nan Gongwu turned his head to look at Yifeng and said meaningfully, "You'd better hurry back. There should be quite a few people waiting for you now." Kid understands. Yifeng nodded and left quickly, for the Dark Camp to take the lead in attacking the Wilderness of Stars. To say that it had nothing to do with him, he himself wouldn't believe it. Staring at the silently distant figure of the falling leaves, Nan Gongwu sighed tersely. Who would have thought that the center of the world's great power is an adventurer? Master, are you saying that the Dark Camp came for him? Nanman Blowtorch was staggered. If not for him, then for whom? Nan Gongwu said with certainty, holding a super divine weapon in his hand and possessing an abyssal demon bloodline. If I were an enemy, I would be afraid of him growing up. Returning to the Wilderness of Stars, Yifeng could clearly feel that the atmosphere of this place was even more depressing. Weaving between the dilapidated tents, the pedestrians around them were all dusty, and the patrolling soldiers were worried, as if an invisible boulder was pressing on everyone's chest, making them fidgety. What's going to happen now? Our end is near. Immediately after 7 days of novice activities, to face the demon god, I'm playing Nima Ah. Many ragged folk and players each gathered around, looking sad and complaining to each other, venting their inner dissatisfaction. In the war-torn lands, the Aborigines suffer more from the grief of displacement than the adventurers. When Yifeng arrived at his temporary residence, Yarvis rushed forward and reported the reason for his arrival. Falling leaves are silent. Her Highness the Princess has an invitation. Lead the way. Yi Feng was not surprised. From the very beginning, he knew that the princess attached great importance to herself, and now that she had heard the bad news, she was bound to organize a high-level meeting, and it was impossible to leave him out. Following Yarvis, Yi Feng arrived at a wooden house. Kala. When he opened the cabin, he was greeted by a multitude of strong aboriginal people. Princess Shay, Immortal Boss. Flame God Walt, Divine Boss. Guardian of the Dragon Realm Li Shue, Divine Boss. Landlady Wang Xian, Immortal Boss. It's all old acquaintances as far as the eye can see. Taking his seat with Yarvis, Yi Feng glanced at Walt and saw that the latter was also looking at him, so he couldn't help but smile. Brother Walt, there will be a blessing in the aftermath of a great calamity. Falling leaves are silent. You. Walt's eyes widened angrily, and he was about to snap, but when he saw that the eyes of Xia, Li Shui, and Wang Xiaoyan carried the meaning of warning, his face suddenly changed, and he smiled dryly. Hello. Chapter 94, Teacher and Disciple Talking. Walt had to concede the point. The person in front of him, in a way, the womanhood is a bit scary. He is too weak to provoke. Ahem. As the initiator of the meeting, Xia coughed lightly to attract the attention of the crowd. Then her pretty face tightened, full of seriousness. I'm sure you all know the main content of this meeting. The wilderness of the stars is no longer a safe place. So what do you guys think should be done? Your Highness, if several demon gods join forces to kill us, the wilderness of stars is bound to fall, Walt said with a straight face. Within a short period of time, we will not be able to organize a reliable battle force at all. So what you're saying is, after all, the wilderness of stars is just a map. It's not considered a territory. We can continue to retreat and preserve our strength. Walt offered his opinion. No. Xia shook her head, pointing out the key to the problem, how easy it is to shift positions, how to settle those civilians, where the area can be accommodated, and whether or not there exists subsequent resources available for replenishment are all factors that need to be taken into consideration. Nowadays we are short of material goods, and then we will lose even more, and the enemy will have to starve a large number of people to death before they can even attack. This, Walt was refuted. He really didn't think about it that much. Your Highness, do you have a countermeasure? Yarvis respectfully inquired. Can't retreat, can only fight to the death. Xia frowned, her tone was very heavy. I don't believe that the demon god of the dark camp isn't afraid of sacrifices. With the 3 god-level powerhouses present, plus the 2 that I went to invite to stay hidden, even if the demon god comes, it will have to suffer heavy losses. Wang Xiaoyan's expression didn't look too good. Wouldn't that be a certain death? The same god-level powerhouse also exists a gap. With the strength of the demon god, it is enough to withstand the unusual 2 or 3 god-level powerhouses still have the upper hand. Wanting to discourage the dark camp, unless each of the god-level powerhouses on their side were stronger than the Dragon Domain Guardians, Ben is at the end of his rope. There is only a silver lining. Shay was 10,000 times more bitter. Why would she choose such irrational behavior if there was another way? In the end, the 10 great demon gods are all coveting the super god soldier. Walt spoke again. It's the plague that the falling leaves have drawn without a sound. Oh, Yi Feng shrugged indifferently. Then I'll go? He has been expelled from the light camp and can leave anytime he wants. At once. Walt was speechless. This really can't be blamed on falling leaf silence. Shay corrected. Even if father gets the super god soldier, do you think we can defend the imperial city now? Walt blushed and was mortified. I'm the one who talked too much. Guarding the imperial city? It would have been possible, but with the 2 major powers, the Gahai clan and the Purgatory Undead, equally salivating over the ultra-divine soldier, the balance had been completely tipped. Falling leaves are silent. Do you have any countermeasures? Hia cast a hopeful gaze. Swish swish swish. At these words, all the others also stared at the only adventurer present. They wondered what the other side, with their vigor, would have to say. For today's solution, attack the city. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng said with a straight face, attack? The crowd was extremely shocked. The words are not shocking. The words uttered by Fallen Leaf Silent were overly intimidating. According to you guys, the wilderness of stars can't be talked about as a territory. So during their attack, we can also attack the city, Yi Feng explained. With this amount of manpower we have, how are we qualified to forcefully attack the city? Walt was the first to stand up and object. Or, do you mean to put out a smokescreen so that they will split up and actually still confront them head-on? Yi Feng shook his head. No. Falling Leaf Silent. Are you suggesting that we simply bring the populace and raise an army to attack a city, abandoning the map of stars wilderness? Xia's eyes brightened slightly, turning passivity into initiative. It's a fight to the death anyway. Why don't we just choose our own battlefield? It was a better idea than she had thought. Though the hope was just as slim, Yifeng still shook his head. The idea is similar, but it's still wrong. Falling leaves are silent. Don't sell yourself short. Li Shui guffawed. What is the mystery in it? Yifeng smiled indifferently. The purpose of the dark camp is me, not you. The crowd was uncertain. This is a fact, and they know it naturally. That is to say, to fight you to the death. You have to draw out several demon gods to ensure that no one is sacrificed, and then other places may be taken advantage of. It's not worth it, Yifeng patiently answered. Just like your highness said, demon gods are not unafraid of sacrifice. You're trying to say that whether it's attacking or defending, you'll end up talking about conditions. Li Shui woke up like a dream. So what if it destroys the light camp? The cost of not being able to get the super god soldier and kill the fallen leaf silent still outweighed the benefits. Yifeng exclaimed, Mentor, we really share the same heart. Itchy skin? Li Shui's beautiful eyes crossed. Ahem. Yifeng didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He sat upright and said, since there is no way to retreat, the only way is to fight. Which city to attack? Your highness choose on your own. That's it. The meeting is over. With those words, he got up and left alone, watching the falling leaves leave the background of the cabin without a sound. His blue eyes carried extraordinarily complex emotions. The final result of the discussion allowed her to completely understand the intentions of the dark camp, the moment that decided the life and death of the light camp. What kind of conditions the dark camp would say, she didn't know, but it was definitely closely related to the life and death of the soundless falling leaves. With the world as a chessboard and all beings as pawns, the 10 great demon gods are going to gamble on falling leaves silent to come to the rescue of the light camp. When Yifeng returned to his temporary residence, it was already late at night. So this is the way to deal with me? Yifeng couldn't help but sneer. To save the light camp, he had to agree to the conditions that the other side had put forward on the occasion of the Great War. By not saving the light camp, he loses his sanctuary, loses his place to pick up quests, and wandering around is better targeted. That was the choice before him. Who? Suddenly, Yifeng saw a silhouette outside the tent. Apprentice brother, can the tutor come in? Li Shui's clear and cold voice rang out. Yifeng's face slowed down and smiled. Of course. Walking into the tent with a fragrant breeze, Li Shui's silver eyes carried a touch of worry. Are you okay? She knew that the disciple's heart must be heavy. Tutor, don't have to worry. No matter what conspiracy the dark camp has, I won't lose. Yifeng smiled sparingly and said confidently. Never. Li Shui guffawed. If you're stressed, you can tell your mentor. It can only be confidences? Yifeng was greatly disappointed. Or what? Li Shui blinked, coming to attention. What else do you want? That is, can you do something with me? What do you want master to do with you? On the way to the tent where Falling Leaf Silent is located, with the gift that Princess Xia asked to help pass on, Yarva sighed, I didn't expect the safety of the light camp, and then suddenly handed over to Falling Leaf Silent. It's simply ironic. Previously, their light camp had fought tooth and nail to kill Falling Leaf Silent. Now, life and death are at the mercy of soundless falling leaves. The Wheel of Fortune is a wonderful thing. Coming not far from the tent, he saw two figures talking among them. In the middle of the night, there's someone else in Falling Leaf Silent's tent? Yarva's heart tightened. Could it be a lobbyist sent by the dark camp? He didn't dare to be careless and cautiously approached, pretending to be a nearby passerby and eavesdropping on the conversation between the two with the ear power of a god-level powerhouse. Mentor, my good mentor, it won't be noticed. Let's play again. No, absolutely not. It's too soon. We just played yesterday. It'll be a while. The wind was chilly, and Jarvis stood messy in the wind. One seems to have discovered something remarkable without realizing it. Master and disciple. I can't believe I'm doing that. Chapter 95 Participation in Activities. Inside the tent, the lights were on. Seemingly thinking of something exciting, Li Shui's white face dyed a touch of moving redness. Her silver eyes flashed with heartfelt emotion, but she still righteously refused. No, you can't do that kind of thing again in a short period of time. Ugh, Yifeng sighed. Is it really not possible? He really wanted to do it again, but unfortunately his mentor didn't agree after all. You're still young. You can't keep thinking about those immodest things, Li Shui advised kindly. Okay. Yifeng had no choice but to give up. To be honest, he was eagerly looking forward to taking another walk with his mentor to the dark camp's territory to see if there were some rags that the other side didn't want to pick up for secondary use. Of course, the main reason why such a strong thought existed in him was because he was intent on obtaining the third immortal grade ore, thus allowing the strength of the divine cry to skyrocket. Now that the dark camp harbored great malice towards him, the only way to upgrade faster and create positive feedback was to have his own strength exceed far more adventurers of the same caliber. Who? Li Shui was about to persuade the disciple when she suddenly sensed something and coldly shouted, Who is eavesdropping? It's me. Spotted. Jarvis rushed inside the tent. Did you hear our conversation just now? Li Shue questioned. Jarvis was distraught. I don't know anything. If he accidentally overheard the master and disciples exciting to the extreme exchange, he was really afraid that the Dragon Domain Guardian would presume to secretly kill and exterminate them. Forgive you for not knowing what happened. Li Shue thought about it and didn't give him another hard time. The conversation between him and his disciple didn't point out that he was going to rob the rich and give to the poor within the territory of the Dark Camp. And Jarvis was probably confused even if he eavesdropped. How can I not know that? Jarvis was confused and felt like his intelligence was being underestimated. Yi Feng pulled away from the topic. You're looking for me in the middle of the night for something? Her Highness asked me to pass on an apologetic gift to you. Jarvis took the opportunity to take out the gorgeous black cloak from within the package. Her Highness said that she will give you generous compensation after she has completely established herself as a leader. Right now it's just a small gift, so I hope you can accept it. Oh, Yi Feng understood and smiled. Your Highness has a heart. Wouldn't he be able to see Shay's intentions? Obviously. The other party was truly afraid that he would abandon the light camp, so they were doing their best to retain him. Reaching out to take the black cloak handed out by Jarvis, Yi Feng checked the attributes. Cloak of Courage, Spirit Grade, Life, 40,000. Defense, 300 to 320. Characteristics, plus 20% life, plus 20% defense. Bonus, Fearless, plus 10% attack. Stunt, Driving with Ease, Beginner. Required level, 68. Required reputation, 1000. Synopsis, the falling leaves are silent, and I sincerely apologize to you on behalf of my father. The attributes can be considered the best of the best in the spirit level, and it comes with the special skill Primary Driver, which can lower the level required to wear it by 10 levels, just enough to equip it. The cloak. I'll take it, Yi Feng said in a deep voice. The light camp certainly wants to be saved when they can. 4-1. The light camp could help him reduce the pressure from the demon god. Secondly, now that his strength was low, he still needed a sheltered harbor. And thirdly, the players in the Eastern District had lost their power attachment and were afraid that they would suffer heavy losses, so it was impossible for him to stand by and watch coldly. Each of these is important, but the most important reason was because the mentor was also in the light camp. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, the last choice, difficulty, A. The advice you gave has been taken by Princess Shay, and you have been rewarded, level +1. Cloak of Courage, Spirit Grade. Swish! The golden light dispersed and Yi Feng reached level 59. Then I will go back first to report the situation. Jarvis looked solemn, and before he left, he saluted solemnly towards Yi Feng. Falling leaf silent. Please forgive me for offending you before. A soldier's natural duty is to obey orders. Yi Feng nodded. I understand. Well then, I'll leave you to rest. Jarvis turned to leave. When he left, Li Shue said, you get some rest, and Mentor is also leaving. Wait. Looking at the back of the Dragon Domain Guardian, Yi Feng couldn't help but call out. Li Shue turned back, her clear eyes casting a questioning gaze. Mentor, I wish you well and put yourself first, Yi Feng said from the bottom of his heart. In the next battle, he didn't know how it would end. Alright, Li Shue smiled faintly, the curve of her mouth resembling a perfect crescent moon. If I can run, why would I wait to die in place? Getting the desired answer, Yi Feng was quite relieved. The next day, the sky is clear and the breeze is favorable. After a simple breakfast, Yi Feng moved to the training ground for the 7-day event. As one of the planners of many activities, how could he not personally experience some of them and accompany the majority of players to enjoy the happiness brought by the activities? S. My old ranking has been overtaken again. I've never experienced what it's like to be ranked 73 millionth on the leaderboards. Thanks to gods and demons for fulfilling me. Ha ha ha. I've raised the damage upwards by an extra 10 points and improved my ranking by almost 20. 000. The training ground was an empty square, but now it was filled with a sea of people. And as far as the eye could see, there were a lot of people traveling to and from unknown places. Most of the players in the entire Eastern District were in the wilderness of stars, and the number of people was so horrifying that even though there were extremely many activity venues opened, plus all the restrictions on the number of challenges and level requirements, it was still actually too busy. With the opening of the 7-day event, I don't know how many players come here to roll rankings. After all, the ranking rewards are really very attractive, and compared to fighting monsters outside, there is basically no danger. With strength far beyond normal players squeezing through the crowd, Yi Feng arrived at the place where the Extreme Speed program was participating. The so-called Extreme Speed is, to put it bluntly, a 100-meter race. Due to the existence of systematic monitoring, challenges can be carried out freely upon entering the relevant venue without the need for a so-called referee. Standing at the starting line, Yi Feng moved his body slightly to warm up. There were quite a few players who realized that a big guy on the list appeared on the scene and couldn't help but call out to their friends. Everyone, come and see. Falling Leaf Silent has come to challenge the extreme speed. Where? Players whose attention was elsewhere immediately turned their heads to look around for the location of the falling leaves. Players who were known for their speed and were known to be the top players in the world. It was extraordinarily interesting to see what the record of Falling Leaves Silent would be. You're too slow. People are finishing up and leaving. A player lamented. Many players are confused. Did I turn my head too slowly? Ding. System note, your 100-meter race time is 2.5 seconds. Successfully surpassing 100% of the adventurers. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on becoming the first in the Extreme Challenge Speed ranking. The next best result is 7.3 seconds. There's no suspense. Having an SSS grade talent, Yi Feng had never thought that there was anyone who could match himself in terms of speed, and it was for this reason that he had designed this program. Chapter 96. After that, Yi Feng went to the Extreme Injuries activity site. Extreme damage. Naturally, compared to the upper limit of damage. In the field has a large number of special scarecrows with unlimited life value and zero defense. Randomly selecting the target unit, Yi Feng built up momentum a few hundred meters away, instantly unleashing a variety of movement speed bonus type skills, and the green wind dragon tore out, directly chopping the scarecrow into two, with his head falling to the ground. 1604650. Bright red damage popped up. Asterisk 1,600,000 damage. The scarecrow actually mailed it. Is this still human? Technology doesn't even dare to drive like this. A large number of players around them looked dumbfounded. This damage figure was beyond the comprehension of normal players. At present, the vast majority of players' life value is only a few tens of thousands. Can break 100. 000 are experts in the experts. This knife cut over. Have to owe a few lives? Ding. System note, your limit damage is 160,4650 points. Successfully surpassing 100% of adventurers. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on becoming the first on the Extreme Challenge Damage leaderboard. The next highest score is 802. 354 points. Not quite. For this damage, Yi Feng wasn't very satisfied. Without triggering a blitz, the gap to second place is only double, and you could be overtaken if you're not careful. Ignoring the accosting of the surrounding players, Yi Feng chose to challenge again after 10 minutes. Without rushing to use Wind Dragon Tsunami, he first approached the scarecrow to launch the Shadow Realm, utilizing the erosion effect to increase the damage received by the opponent by 10%, and then repeated the same trick. Thumbs up, the gray rapier wiped across, and a dragon roared. This time, the entire scarecrow was torn apart under the blast of the Wind Dragon Tsunami. 3614200. Ding. System note, your limit damage is 361,420 points, successfully surpassing 100% of the adventurers. The next score is 802. 354 points. The damage dealt for the second time made Yi Feng quite satisfied. It's very much up in the air as to whether or not this damage will keep the number one spot. Let's just say do the best you can. Completing the second item, Yi Feng headed straight to the location where the ultimate strike was located. Still a scarecrow, but with attributes equal to an elite monster undead axeman. Only it doesn't attack and is left for dead. Shadow Realm. Entering the scarecrow's settlement, Yi Feng stepped down with 1 foot. The air wave rolled and lifted up the area affected by the wave. None of them were spared. Followed by him carrying his weapon around and crossing. A sword 1. The group attack skill will be used immediately when the cooling down is over. 5 minutes later. Time ran out. Ding. System note, your limit kills are 1014 scarecrows, successfully surpassing 100% of adventurers. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on becoming the first in the Extreme Challenge Kills leaderboard. The next highest score is 153. 3 firsts in a row. I just feel like there's a dogtrot mixed in with the newbie event. It's only been 10 days since the start. Can you watch your step a little? There were countless and growing numbers of players gathered around. After all, it was the reigning big man, the absolute fault-finding number 1, with a reputation almost so high that it was the point where any individual would want to catch a glimpse of the real thing. After completing the 3 extreme challenges, Yi Feng hoofed it and headed to challenge the last one. Extreme Therapy. The crowd was baffled. Isn't that what is set up specifically for priests? The sun was blazing. Against the blazing sun, Yi Feng came to the event site of Extreme Healing. Scanning around, he could see that many priests were still trying to launch healing spells on themselves, and beside them, there were quite a few male players surrounding them. Priests are the profession with the most female adventurers, and watching them panting and sweating as they try to milk themselves is a spectacular sight. perhaps satisfying the unique fetish of some of the male players. Go for it. Good milk. Really good milk. This milk is truly remarkable. It can fill me up all at once. Many of the male players whistled and flirted, causing offense to the girls. Those who don't participate in the event, get the hell out of here. A woman in purple armor stepped out of the crowd and drank coldly with her sword. She has a clear face, wheat complexion overflowing with health and vivacity, quite a bit of courage. The face of the crowded male players are not afraid to dare to go toe-to-toe. Up and coming, don't love roses, intermediate night, grade, 50. Sister Rose, it doesn't have to be like this. A player voiced out a complaint. We just came over to fool around. Level 50 can turn 2. The strength of the enhancement is quite large. At this stage can reach the second turn of the players are very few. Its level ranking can be imagined. If you have that time, why don't you think more about improving your personal strength? Unloved Rose spoke coldly, not giving a good face. Hear that? Next to him, a tiger-backed man glared, holding a sharp greatsword that seemed to be a new weapon of good grade. Get lost. My greatsword is already hungry and thirsty. Up and coming North Peak, swordsman of basic iron. Facing the threat of the top 10 experts on the rank list, those players didn't even dare to let out a single fart, and they were busy scattering and fleeing. Looking around, unloving Rose aimed her gaze at Yifeng, who was obviously not a priest profession. Don't get together. Hurry up and go away. Yes, hurry. Bei Feng, who was about to help unlovely Rose drive people away, turned his head to look at him. His words suddenly changed flavor when he reached his mouth. His aura was all gone, and he snapped. Big brother, why are you here? Sweeping over Bei Feng and unloving Rose, Yifeng could probably tell that the two were somewhat related, so naturally he wouldn't make trouble for no reason, and explained with a smile, even though I'm not a priest, I do have healing-related skills, so I came to participate in the event. After you. Bei Feng laughed dryly. The falling leaves are silent. The psychological shadow that this master had brought to him hadn't slowed down even now. It's hard to get over the fact that you die when you come across it. North Peak, you know him? Unloved Rose was surprised. Just now, she launched the scrying technique on Yifeng, and the panel she got was actually full of question marks, including the game ID. As the 12th in the rankings, it was the first time that you couldn't even see the player's panel. Bei Feng smiled sarcastically and explained for her. Falling leaves are silent. Don't tell me you don't know. The one at the top of the ranking list. Unloved Rose drifted off and couldn't help but scrutinize the cold youth with the dark purple mask. She had been practicing at full strength since entering Divine Demon, and right now it was the first time she had seen the legendary rank 1 powerhouse. Falling leaf silent. Please wait. Unloved Rose came to Yifeng with quick steps. Yifeng was puzzled. Something wrong? Will you spar with me? Unloved Rose inquired. Ding. System alert. Emerging Unloved Rose has sent you a cut request. Do you agree? Beside him, Bei Feng's face changed slightly and he hurriedly stopped it. Rose, don't fool around. You didn't watch the video I posted on the forum? Yifeng asked curiously. The one-on-one fight with Southgate Blowhard, which he naturally posted on the forums, had as many as 10 million players who purchased to watch it, providing him with as much as 100,000 gold coins. That is to say, now he can completely pay off his mentor's debt. Only the gold coins have a great use before long, and there is no hurry to pay off the debt for the time being. I basically don't go on the forums. Unloved Rose shook her head, the flame of belligerence burning in her eyes. But I wish I could feel the gap between me and you head on, so I can identify my weak points as well. Playing against the best will accelerate your progress. It was rare for her to come across a rank 1 powerhouse, and she didn't want to miss it. Calm down, Bei Feng said with a straight face. I've always felt that being competitive is your merit, but some people can't be touched. Why? Unlovely Rose felt unable to understand and observed Yifeng once again. I don't feel that Falling Leaf Silent is a fierce and vicious person. Cutting? Yes. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yifeng nodded slightly. 3,000 gold coins as a bet. Can you take it out? You, line. Unloving Rose just thought that the other party was drilling into her money, and said in annoyance, consider it my tuition fee. Yes. Yifeng chose to agree to the cut. Ugh. Bitterly persuading him to no avail, Bei Feng sighed and took a few steps back. He really didn't want Unloved Rose to challenge Falling Leaves Silent. Everyone else. Yes. Only him. 3, 2, 1. Looking at the countdown that presented itself, Unlovely Rose stood sternly by. Ding! System alert, the cutscene has begun. The moment the bell rang, Unlovely Rose immediately prepared to move in to kill Falling Leaf Silent. Shoo! Like the wind blowing by, Yifeng appeared in front of him. Don't love roses. Good. So fast. Snort! Lightly swinging his sword, the Gale triple strike chopped down followed by Yi Feng turning around and entering within the ultimate healing's active field. Minus 172,740. Minus 175,641. Minus 345,888. 3 bright red damage jumped out. Unloved Rose fell to the ground and died, and 3,000 gold coins arrived. Ding! System tip, congratulations on your victory in the cutscene. Rose, dueling with an expert can indeed accelerate progress. Gazing at Yi Feng's back, a feeling of powerlessness welled up in Bei Feng's heart, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly, provided that the gap is not too big. Chapter 97, The Price of Betrayal. There is no fear for the ignorant. Yi Feng didn't take the challenge from unlovely Rose to heart. After all, the other party didn't have any malicious intent. The cutter fell, and the reanimated unloved Rose rose to her feet, looking dazed for a long time. It's a lie. 1 second. Just for a second. She actually went. Shallow? Is the gap that big? Unloved Rose's face was complicated, finally understanding why North Peak was insistent on stopping himself. If it wasn't for the cut, at this moment she would have been transformed into a soul body waiting to be resurrected. Sister Rose, are you alright? Many priests came forward to comfort. Falling leafless is also too ungentlemanly. His hands are so hard. Ah, why do I feel so handsome? Like I want to see what he looks like underneath his mask. It's not impressive at all. At best I uttered a sound at the beginning, and I didn't even move a muscle back there. A group of girls murmured, their eyes circling around the mysterious falling silent leaves, either in admiration, dissatisfaction, or curiosity, to name a few. Arriving inside the event venue, Yi Feng collected his distracting thoughts and took out Divine Cry to draw faint blood marks on his hands. -5. The damage jumps out. In the next second, Khepri played a role. Yi Feng was covered in green light, and the amount of healing jumped out. Plus 4,506. Plus 4,506. Plus 4,506. Thanks to the spirit level cloak that he had obtained yesterday, Yi Feng's base life value had already reached the early 500,000s, which allowed for a significant improvement in the amount of blood restored to the enemy. Hiss! Many priests sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the healing values popping up on Falling Leaf Silent. Over 4,500 back per second. 10 seconds straight. Such a total amount of blood return is beyond the reach of top priests. It's so fake. Some of the male priests were pale and bitter. Falling Leaf Silent speed. Damage. Kills 3 list first. In fact, talk about how surprising. But, brother, you're going to steal the number 1 spot on the healing list? As soon as 30 seconds passed, Yi Feng once again scratched his palm whose wound had long since healed, once again triggering the passive healing of Khepri once every 30 seconds. Unlike limit damage, limit healing wasn't comparing the maximum healing value, but the total amount of blood restored in a minute. As to why this was so, Yi Feng didn't know. He would have to ask the event organizer. Ding! System note, your limit healing amount is 120 points, successfully surpassing 100% of adventurers. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on becoming the first on the Extreme Challenge Healing leaderboard. The next highest score is 354 points. Compared to the other 3 items, healing has not opened up a significant gap with the other players, and should be the item where the other players are most likely to overtake him. After winning the first place in 4 consecutive lists, Yi Feng turned around and left in the sight of countless players who were shocked. After moving away from the noisy event venue, he moved to where the quest bulletin board was located. 7 days of martial arts. The ranking of the various rewards to the first is a spirit level equipment. Most of his body was still gold ranked right now, and only a few were dark gold ranked, so if he wore a whole set of spirit ranked equipment, he would subsequently open up a bigger gap with other players. Ha! Falling leaves without sound? Just as Yi Feng was checking the bulletin board for a suitable quest, a familiar voice came to his ears. Raising his eyes, Yi Feng could see the age of 50 or 60 years old woman approaching. The woman was simply dressed, with a steady pace and a pugnacious air that made people feel quite bad to provoke. Landlady Wang Xiaoyan, immortal boss, Auntie Xiaoyan, why are you here? Yi Feng was surprised. Wang Xiaoyan waved her hand. Don't mention it. The adventurers are going to take on quests. I always have to keep an eye on them so as not to cause any conflicts. The current bright camp is so short of manpower that even my own job must be put on hold. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, your real job is play mahjong. Speaking of this, Wang Xiaoyan felt disinterested and said resentfully, now that the world is in chaos and the towns are nearly wiped out, not only is there no mahjong to be played, but my title as a chartered wife is sort of untrue. We'll get all the territories back in the future. Yi Feng comforted. Whether we can live a good life or not, this time the hope is all on you, kid. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yi Feng meaningfully, then said, Since you came to take the mission, I'll give you one. Ding. System tip, congratulations on successfully discovering the hidden side quest. Yi Feng was quite surprised. You tell. Can this also send me hidden quests? Sure enough. It's just comfortable to be surrounded by all the big guys covering your ass. Isn't there a traitor amongst you adventurers? Wang Xiaoyan didn't hide it. Go kill him. I'll count you as having completed 10 quests and give you a generous reward. Ding. System prompt, whether to accept the hidden side quest, the price of betrayal, difficulty, Yes. Yi Feng decisively chose to accept it. The reward for the bounty on the Demon King was not expensive. Even without the quest to add to it, he would take the initiative to find trouble with the other party. Right now it could be called a double win. Ding. System alert, you have obtained the hidden side quest, the price of betrayal, difficulty, A. The price of betrayal, difficulty, A. Synopsis, there is a traitor in your midst who must be severely punished. Quest requirement, kill adventurer, Demon King. Penalty for the mission, none. Quest reward, several experience. Quest completion number +10. Random spirit level equipment. This is already the upper limit of the quest reward, the charterer said with intent, eyeing an argument with a player in the distance and striding over to talk it out. Getting the mission. Yi Feng moved to leave the wilderness of stars. The task is not difficult. It was indeed simple to kill the opponent, but the problem was how to find him out. Now that most of the territories in the eastern district have been occupied by the Dark Camp, trying to find out the whereabouts of the Demon King is like searching for a needle in a haystack, and it's incredibly difficult. Without much thought, Yi Feng opened the forum and searched for content related to the Demon King, sorted by time. 4 consecutive number ones. No wonder the Demon King was beaten up by the Silent Leaf. Demon King. I'm your father. Sexy dealers with great bodies. Dealing cards online. According to the keywords, Yi Feng row by row to see down. And finally the line of sight is fixed on the insults to the Demon King of a post. Clicked into the view. Found that a certain thief player's around to explore the treasure chest. The luck is very bad. Encounter is brushing monsters practicing the Demon King. The result is that the latter a few swords to kill. The kill location is Moonlight Meadow. Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he activated Wind Shadow Follow to enter a sneaking state and set off for Moonlight Meadow. The post was published a few hours ago. If you go over there now, you might even run into the Demon King's brother and catch up with him for a good drink. Meanwhile, Moonlight Meadow. Snort! With a sword slashing over the swift cheetah, the Demon King's body glowed with a bright golden light, reaching level 51. Worthy of being the second demon god's inheritance. It's truly awesome. He couldn't help but show a smug look on his face as he opened up the rankings chart to check the details. Falling Leaves. Level, 59. 2. Swordsman. Rank, 52. 3. Southgate Blowout. Rank, 51. 4. Super Cutie. Rank, 51. V. Hidden ID. Rank, 51. 6. Demon King. Rank, 51. 7. Rakshasa. Rank, 50. 8. Silent Night Thoughts. Level, 50. 9. Stormy Weather. Level, 50. X. North Peak. Level, 50. Within just a few days of obtaining the Demon God's inheritance, his ranking had rushed from 10th to 6th, and he was equally sure of surpassing the top few in the future. The falling leaves are silent. Seeing the list one that was far above the others, the Demon King had an ugly expression and couldn't help but clench his fists. To be honest, the other party's upgrade speed was a bit ridiculously fast. Previously, after the main task of the Battle of the Fallen, the chaos caused by the world's great changes for 3 days before subsiding. Although during that period for ordinary players is a disaster, but the list of experts on the level are not reduced, but increased. Strangely enough, the falling leaves were silent for those 3 days, and the rank didn't move a muscle, just when some people thought he had fallen flat on his face. On the 4th day he suddenly rushed 4 levels in a row, and then he began to soar all the way to the top again. Speed of practice is some sort of positive feedback of strength. At this rate, how far will the other side pull away from the others given some more time? He didn't dare think about it. Chapter 98 Tianlin City. However, you can only be complacent now. The Demon King laughed coldly. When I obtain the recognition of the 10 great demon gods, the era that belongs to you will immediately come to an end. Sasha. Steeply. There was a rustling sound. Who? The Demon King was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look, realizing that it was the swift cheetah that had just been refreshed, and his hanging heart slowly landed as if he was relieved. Seemingly thinking that he was a bit of a nervous wreck, the Demon King cursed in his mind. He had to admit that the psychological shadow brought by the soundless falling leaves was really not small, causing him to be careful about putting harsh words behind his back. Gripping his purple longsword, he planned to take it out on the swift cheetah. Sasha. Another strangely irregular footstep came. Who? The cautious Demon King turned his head to look again. but his eyes were empty. Warm sun and warmth poured over the land. The soft breeze gently brushes through the green grass, and the beautiful scenery is soothing and comforting. It seemed like nothing, but the Demon King didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. His heartstrings were taut and he was on guard. The footsteps were definitely not his hallucinations. There were thieves stalking around. Could it be the minion he killed earlier? Dare to come. Don't dare to show yourself? Unable to find the other party's location, the Demon King had no choice but to use the method of provocation, disdainfully mocking. Dare to be a bit more abashed? Snort! In the next second, a harsh breaking sound came from behind. Priding himself on being the top player among players, the Demon King was more or less competent. Immediately listening to the sound and turning down to the rear, revealing a triumphant smile. I found you. The words ended abruptly. In the moment his vision shifted. What came into view was a black-robed young man, his sleeves hunting. He wore an evil mask. The grey misty rapier in his hand was close at hand, the cohesive green dragon head raging and whistling, the overbearing impact firmly locking him in his location. The wind dragon whistles. With his hands and feet cold and unable to defend himself, the dying Demon King's face was hideously twisted in fear. You're a devil, aren't you? He had never imagined that he was in the depths of the dark camp and would also be hunted by falling leaves. Silent. As the wind rolled by, the Demon King's flesh turned into rotten meat and fell to the ground. Ding! System tip. Congratulations on successfully killing the adventurer, Demon King. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on your success in ridding the people of evil and obtaining the reward, level +2. Reputation +1000. Free attribute points +50. Ding! System alert. Your rare side quest, The Price of Betrayal, difficulty A, has been completed. And you can go to the Aboriginal landlady, Wang Shayan, to receive the quest reward. No pressure. Instant seconds. Swish. Swish. 2 golden lights scattered and Yifeng reached level 61, widening the gap with the second place. Phew. Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yifeng looked at the Demon King's inhumanly shaped body and frowned slightly. It seems that we still have to find an opportunity to kill you again. The only way to obtain a huge amount of rich rewards was to completely kill the Demon King. And even though pure killing could harvest free attribute points worth a lot of money, it was still more or less unsatisfactory. Falling leaf silent. You wait for me. The Demon King, who had transformed into a soul body, was filled with the color of resentment and gritted his teeth, itching to skin him. Why did you make me wait? Yifeng took it in stride. His tone cold. Where are you? Please say a location. I'll go find you now. At once. The Demon King was dumbfounded. Tell him the location. Wouldn't that be certain death without? Yeah. The Devil King had a flash of light in his head and changed his mindset. I'm within Tianlin City. If you have the guts to come over and find trouble with me, consider it as me begging you. He decided to tell Fallen Leaf Silent where he was. With only his last life left, it was impossible for him to come out and brush up again. And since he had to stay by the demon god's side to find refuge, he still needed to be afraid of nothing. Is it hard to believe that Falling Leaf Silent still dares to appear before the demon god? You think I don't dare? Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Tianlin City. The imperial city of the eastern district is also the nest where the demon gods converge. Being able to stay next to the demon god was exactly what emboldened the other side. Ha ha ha. The Demon King laughed rampantly. You're pretending to be your mom. You're a dog for not coming. Swish. White light flashed, and the Demon King, who had finished speaking harsh words, went back to the city to resurrect. Standing in place and hesitating for a moment, Yifeng's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance. A gentleman does not report overnight grudges. Tianlin City. Just go. The Demon King's bounty is critical. The only hidden profession, and rare treasures, which might come in handy. Of course, he would never act irrationally. Even if the other party ate, drank, and stayed next to the demon god, he still had a certain degree of certainty that he could kill him and return in one piece. Entering sneak once more, he set off over the mountains towards Tianlin City. Along the way, Yifeng didn't forget to open his friend panel and look for the Dragon Domain Guardian to find out the situation. Mentor, which demon gods sit within Tianlin City? There are 3 in total. The Eye of the Abyssed Head, the Witch of Eternal Sinfei, and the Godslayer Anita. Li Shue told the truth. As a top god-level powerhouse, the distribution of battle power between the enemy and us was naturally known. Okay. Yifeng typed in. Thanks, tutor. I understand. Li Shue had a few moments of curiosity. Why would you ask that? Life is too lonely. I want to go to Tianlin City to have fun with them. After exchanging a few moments with his mentor and assuring himself that nothing would happen to him, Yifeng walked through the heavily dangerous area and carefully traveled towards Tianlin City. If it was someone else, he might not be sure where Tianlin City was, but with the memories of his previous life, he could find the general location. At the same time, deep within the imperial city, The Demon King's mentor, the Eye of the Abyss head, had an evil breath and sat in the center, facing his disciples' complaint. He was shocked. Are you saying that Falling Leaf Silent is after you and maybe entering Tianlin City? That's right. The Demon King's heart palpitated. Mentor, please stay by my side for the next few days. Otherwise I'll be anxious. Scared. He was truly afraid of the masked demon. With only one life left, there was no room for carelessness. Staying by your side is fine. Ted shook his head and lost his smile. But do you think he'll be able to find out where Tianlin City is? Fair enough, the Demon King agreed. The words of the mentor are not without merit. The vast eastern district. An adventurer who has only descended for about 10 days is afraid that he doesn't even know where the Imperial City is. Ted couldn't help but scoff. Ding. System note, you have entered the map, Tianlin City, Supermain City. With his amazing speed, in about 2 hours, he arrived near the Imperial City. As far as the eye can see, the majestic city is magnificent. Spectacular architecture, like a giant prostrate. Its towering walls are daunting, giving people a sense of solid and heavy and austere, difficult to offend. At this moment, the gates of Tianlin City were tightly closed, and the citadel was guarded by evil dark creatures that refused all uninvited guests. If Tianlin City had still belonged to the Light Camp, naturally it would not have been open yet, but now that it had become the territory of the Dark Camp, it would not be bound by the rules. Still can't underestimate Falling Leaf Silent. The Demon King reminded. That guy is too terrifying. 1 second with the sword. Intuition told him that the falling leaves he encountered in the moonlit meadow were silent and more terrifying than ever. Humph. Ted coldly grunted and said with certainty, what's so scary about it? But relying on the benefits of the super god soldier is just a matter of fact. Tianlin City is heavily guarded, with dark creatures roaming all over the place, and a mere 60th level adventurer is afraid of wanting to come in without a doorway. Yifeng didn't think of entering the city from the front and turned to the remote corner of the city, observing the monster's rules of action for a long time before finding a narrow way to sneak in. Up. Clearing his thoughts, Yifeng placed the divine cry flat at his feet and then activated his undying grip to control the weapon. Swish! At that moment, the divine cry carried Yifeng into midair. Within a certain degree, any unit's actions can be forcibly controlled by force. The indestructible grip was far more malleable than expected. Coming to about the same height, Yifeng leaped above the city tower, put the sword into the package, lightly and quickly leaped down, and smoothly entered Tianlin City. 3 devils, I've come to play with you. Chapter 99 Absolute Illusion. Dark creatures roaming around in Tianlin City existed in all directions, and they were oddly shaped and powerful, far beyond the ability of current players to contend with. Successfully blending into the city, Yifeng didn't dare to let his guard down, relying on sneaking, patiently finding out the pattern of their actions, and crossing a street at the safest point in time. This was not a simple matter. If not for having the indestructible grip, one could easily fly over the walls and would not be able to avoid the sight of those dark creatures. After a full 2 hours of tossing and turning, he arrived at the destination of his trip, the palace. As the center of the Supermain City, even if it shows a few signs of disrepair in the war, it is difficult to hide its luxury and extravagance. Yifeng looked up and saw the gorgeous decorations and scenery in a staggered order. A temple stands, red walls and yellow tiles, gold and blue splendor. With 10,000% caution, Yifeng took a deep breath and plunged headlong into the deep palace. With friends coming from afar, I'm sure the 3 demon gods are not having a good time. Ding! System alert, you have entered the map, Tianlin City, Imperial Palace. Ding! System note, as the first non-Dark Camp adventurer to enter the Imperial Palace, you have gained 500 points of reputation. You can, and 500 prestige for nothing. Yifeng entered the palace complex that covered an extremely wide area, searching for the whereabouts of the Demon King. Compared to outside, there were fewer dark creatures inside the palace, and he could move around more, as long as he didn't attract the attention of the demon god. Still have to risk exploring. Yifeng felt quite a bit of pressure. With his strength, if he just approached the demon god, he would probably have his scent detected. However, if he dared to come, he naturally had capital, and that was the rich rewards he received from the second turn. Absolute Illusion, SS grade. Synopsis, a flawless transformation into whatever you want to be. It's up to you. Effect, after using it, it can be transformed into any living being or thing you have ever seen, and outsiders can't recognize it. The effects produced by the SS grade props. Yifeng didn't believe that the demon god could easily see through them. Taking out this unique 7-colored card from his arms, Yifeng chose to use. Ding! System tip, you use the prop, Absolute Illusion, and have the ability to transform into any creature or thing you've ever seen. And this ability lasts for up to 24 hours. Ants. Yifeng thought for a moment and made his choice. Theoretically, the smaller the illusory creature, the less likely it is to be detected. Swish! In the next second, Yifeng radiated a 7-colored light all over his body, followed by a drastic shrinkage, turning into an insignificant ant. Shoo! Fast as an arrow off the string, the ant rushed into the temple without any hesitation, finding one room after another. Yifeng was calm and collected. At one point he was surprised to find treasure under the bed in one of the rooms. Exquisite treasure chest, grade A. Introduction, probability of opening spirit-level equipment and A-grade and lower props. Often treasure chests exist in inexplicable places. The open world does. Without hesitation, Yifeng activated his lockpicking skill to open the treasure chest and check out the treasures in it. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the common prop, use tissue. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the common prop, use tissue. So many tissues. Does the owner of this room usually just throw tissues under the bed? Yifeng was greatly disappointed. The precious treasure chests don't tell me that I can only open so many ghost things. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the special fashion, insole, B-grade fashion. Insoles, grade B fashion. Introduction, secretly tell you. Insoles will not only make shoes more comfortable to wear, but also make you taller. Props effect, plus 10% movement speed. Extra effect, all boots wear level minus 10. Shipped out. Yifeng gladly stuffed the insoles into the boots of Meteor. Not to mention the movement speed, but the accompanying wear level minus 10, which is the equivalent of footwear forever adding a primary driver's edge stunt. In addition to the insoles, Yifeng also rummaged through the treasure chest and found a ring. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the Xian Ming Ring, Spirit Grade. Xian Ming Ring, Spirit Grade. Attack, 250 to 250. Life, 30,000. Characteristics, plus 20% attack, plus 20% attack speed. Additional, rigor. Base attack increased by an additional 100 points. Required reputation, 1000. Required level, 65. Introduction, a ring forged from Xian Ming stone, with a fairly high attack bonus. A very good spirit level ring, much stronger than the 2 gold level rings on his hand. The only pity was that it required a level as high as 65, for levels short of being able to wear it. Putting away the Xian Ming ring and confirming that the treasure chest was empty, Yifeng carefully left the room and continued as planned. The first task is still to kill the Demon King, and that won't change. The absolute illusion was long, but the palace place was also large, so he had to hurry. At a certain moment, Yifeng entered the room through the doorway and found someone in it, only to see that he was tall, wearing bright red armor, with strange black lines outlined on both sides of his cheeks, adding a few evil senses out of nowhere. Godslayer Anita, Divine Boss. I'll go. So this is Anita's room. Yifeng's heart tightened, confirming that the Demon King was no longer by his side, and lightly left. With a jolt, Anita awoke from her cultivation, keenly aware that there seemed to be something unusual in the surroundings. Done. Yifeng just returned to the door of the Heart Thump. Secretly feel bad. I can't believe that this kind of discovered his trace. Listening to the footsteps coming from the room, Yifeng's heart thumped. What should I do to muddle through? For a moment, he was anxious. In the nick of time, he had a flash of light in his head and looked at the message board again. Ding! System tip, you use the prop, Absolute Illusion, and have the ability to transform into any creature or thing you've ever seen. And this ability lasts for up to 24 hours. The prop doesn't seem to say that the illusion can only be performed once? That means I can change it any way I want for the duration? Kala. The door to the room opened and Anita froze slightly. In his field of vision, a pale, thin man appeared, wearing green armor and looking calm, seemingly coming over specifically to find him. Wind Harnesser Aaron, Divine Boss. What are you doing here? Anita was puzzled. Weren't you arranged by Moloch to go to the other country's districts because the supplies within the eastern district were robbed by thieves? The appearance of the fourth demon god surprised him. I think hard. Yifeng's brain continued to run, thinking about the reason why he had come to Anita. Yes, he did think hard about it. What do you mean? Anita found it baffling. I thought hard for a long time. Yifeng gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, looked at Anita with a questioning gaze, and coldly said, in the end, I think the guy most likely to steal my supplies is you, to snatch all his resources unknowingly, and just when he was out of town. Who else could it be but someone from his own side who knew everything about him? Couldn't it have been himself? You fart. Chapter 100 Burglary. Outside the room, the two demon gods went toe-to-toe. You said I stole your supplies. Do you have any proof? Anita's expression was ugly. Indiscriminate. How dare you come over here and falsely accuse me? At that time, there was no one else except you who had the motive to commit the crime. Yifeng swore with conviction. Anita asked back in a nonchalant manner. Where did I get the motive? Force me out of the way so you can have more time with the Witch of Eternal Sin in the Eastern District. How did you get that idea? Anita's tone changed slightly. Truth be told, he did feel a few snickers over Aaron's departure to the other country districts. Steeply, he thought of something and angrily looked at Yifeng, his eyes revealing incredulity. Could it be that you too? That's right. Yifeng spoke out loud, vocalizing in Aaron's name, even if the Witch of Eternal Sin and the falling leaves drill through the grove silently. I wouldn't mind at all. Humph. Anita snorted coldly. How could the Witch of Eternal Sin have had sex with falling leaves silent? In that case, she still retains her first time? Yifeng followed the topic down. Do you really think the Witch of Eternal Sin is some kind of loose cannon? Anita waved her hand impatiently. I don't want to talk to you about this. You think I'm stealing your supplies. Fine proof. When he finished, he closed the door to his room and thanked his visitors. So dangerous. So dangerous. Yifeng's heart palpitated, and he immediately turned around and left. It was a risky move indeed. In case Anita struck out at him, he would be killed in a single punch even if he was well disguised. Leaving this temple, Yifeng was about to turn back into an ant when he suddenly froze in place again. At this rate, I'm afraid that even if the time for absolute illusion runs out, I won't be able to find the whereabouts of the Demon King, so instead of walking on thin ice and trembling with fear, I'd rather put my life in danger. With this in mind, he shifted and transformed into Anita. Greetings, Lord Demon God. On the road, occasionally encountering incomparably strong monsters, the other party would respectfully prostrate themselves for an audience. Aha! Yifeng nodded his head slightly, breezily stepping inside the magnificent hall that was most likely the residence of the demon god, trying his best not to talk nonsense with them so as not to reveal any cracks. Entering the unfamiliar area, Yifeng bravely and boldly intruded. Unfortunately, it wasn't as lucky as before to come across a leftover treasure chest. However, just as he thought he was safe for the moment, a warning bell suddenly rang. Ding! System alert! Please note that it is highly likely that blasphemer falling leaves silent will enter the Imperial Palace of Tianlin City. Ding! System alert! Please note that it is highly likely that blasphemer falling leaves silent will enter the Imperial Palace of Tianlin City. Revealed? Yifeng frowned and accelerated his search for the Demon King. The palace is too big. Hell knows where the hell that kid ran off to. However, theoretically speaking, when one encounters a demon god, it is possible to encounter a demon king, and as long as he is allowed to get close enough to rise up and injure someone, it is impossible for even a god-level powerhouse to react. A life for a life is earned. If you escape successfully with the help of absolute illusion, it's a big win. Chirp! When Yifeng arrived in front of a certain room and had not yet gotten close, Pixie's voice rang in his ears. Ding! System alert! Auspicious beast Pishi indicates that there is a special prohibition ahead that cannot be broken into. The residence of yet another demon god. Yifeng's heart was in awe as he cupped his fists and said, Anita seeks an audience. The delayed response basically made Yifeng confirm that the other party was not in the room right now. Gulp! At once, frantic thoughts popped into his head. Pixie, is there a way to break in? There may not be no treasures within the room of the demon god. If you can't kill the demon king, it's definitely a loss to trade SS-ranked props for B-ranked fashions and spirit-ranked equipment. Pixie left the pet space and shook her little head towards Yifeng. Can't get in? Yifeng was disappointed and gave up the idea of forcing his way in. Swish! Gray mist surged, and the silhouette of Mother Pixie appeared beside the Divine Weeping, stating, by the benefit of the Divine Weeping, I can help you break into it, only I must sleep for a while as a result. With pleasure. Yifeng nodded his head solemnly. Clank! In an instant, the Divine Weeping erupted with a sharpness that was strong to the limit, and then it took the initiative to fly into midair to turn into a line of rainbow, ruthlessly slamming into the forbidden system, outside the palace. The red onyx-like eyes of the Eternal Sin Witch, who was searching for traces of the soundless falling leaves, flashed with a flash of color, and without hesitation, she flew back to her room. How dare you? She clenched her silver teeth. How dare you run to the door of my room and fool around? Boom! The entire temple trembled slightly as the prohibition failed to block the impact of the god sobbing, turning into points of crystal and energy that scattered, while the god sobbing flew out backwards. As soon as he grabbed the weapon, Yifeng unleashed shadow chasing and sprinted into the room with all his might. Kala, push open the door. Reflected in Yifeng's eyes slightly crowded room, the wall painted many beautiful patterns, the far side of a large number of gorgeous dresses hanging, largely in black. Sweeping around, there were fine ornaments in front of the dresser, and the wide bed was folded up thickly and seemed very soft. Without guessing, Yifeng knew whose room this was. Hastening to the dresser and rummaging through it, ignoring all sorts of commonplace ornaments, he ended up finding only a thick notebook, the Diary of a Witch, General Props. Considering that there may be valuable information recorded inside, Yifeng directly into the bag. including the bed under the couch, dress clothes pile, not missing a place, all looking all over. He wasn't here to admire a girl's room. Without the good stuff, the trip is a loss. No treasures at all? Yi Fang's expression darkened, feeling that he had lost his mind. There's no such thing as a good thing as a ban on the outside of a room. Chirp! Pixie reminded Yi Feng to leave as soon as possible. Wasting my mood for nothing? Yi Feng was a bit unwilling. Chirp! Pixie's urging grew more and more urgent. Seemingly thinking of something, a glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Without something good, I won't leave today. If I can't find it myself, then let the Witch of Eternal Sin find it for me. Ding! System tip, you have obtained the common prop, cuddle pillow, including the pillow in the package. Yi Feng replaced it with an identical prop. Absolute illusion was hoodwinking Anita and even communicating without hindrance. There's no reason to turn into a dead thing instead and finally be discovered. As for why it's a pillow, if nothing good comes out of it, the old man's demonic hands are no slouches. Kala, the door to the room was opened again. Jingle bells, dressed in a black dress. The Eternal Sin Witch's bells tied around her ankles were crisp and pleasant to the ear, and her snow-white pretty face carried a strong murderous intent. No longer the usual lethargy and flirtatiousness. Carefully observing her room, it seems to be business as usual. The wind was blowing the curtains and the open windows seemed to indicate that the burglars had escaped. She went quickly to the dresser and drew out the bottom cupboard, and instantly her face went white, and she only felt the sky spinning, and rushed to the window to look for any trace that the culprit might have left behind, and in the end came up with nothing. About 10 or so minutes later, she came back into the room again and flopped down on the big soft bed. It's over. My diary's been stolen. Seemingly suffering a major blow, she reached over and tossed around the pillow next to her, her face dainty with a mixture of shame and anger. What should I do? This is really over. In that diary, what was recorded could be her privacy, and if outsiders saw it, the consequences would be unimaginable. She was never expecting the asshole to steal nothing but a diary from her. Damn, there's something wrong with it. Pissed off, seemingly very depressed, she got up and half-kneeled on the bed, hammering her pink fists against the pillows as if she was losing her temper. Don't ever let me find you, or I'll beat you to death. Yi Feng. Chapter 101, Sneaking Around. Above the bed, the absolutely beautiful enchanting woman was incomparably furious. Her chest rose and fell for a while, which was eye-catching. My diary. My heart's blood. Yi Feng, who had been brutally bombarded continuously, had mixed emotions. Missed the boat. It should be turned into a pillow, not a cuddler. Of course, he didn't believe that he would be able to pretend to be a dead thing without leaving the slightest trace, and would still be discovered by the demon god who was completely unwary. Even though the Eternal Sin's demoness could go back in time, she personally couldn't be left out of it, and would be backtracked to her previous position, and there wasn't any possibility of a future Amit Ba, allowing the other party to ravage his body. Yi Feng forced himself to remain calm and recited the Buddha's name in his heart. Let you be magnificent. But the red powder skeleton, i.e. heart only Sakyamuni, psychological suggestion is very effective. Under the protection of the Buddha Dharma, Yi Feng put down the Vajra mortar and pestle that was full of ferocity. Sprawled out on her bed, the Witch of Eternal Sin Fei was in a state of emotional turmoil for a long time. It's not that she can't replicate the content of her diary. The problem is that the diary content is more shameful and can't be seen by outsiders, and the falling leaves are said to be not small in the adventurer's fame. In case it becomes public, I'm just afraid I'm going to lose face. Fei's pretty face was flushed and hot, and she put her head into the pillow. This is worse than killing me. Yi Feng. What the hell did she write in her diary to be so ashamed of herself? After a long time, the Eternal Sin Witch calmed down and collapsed onto the bed with her arms around the pillow, her snow-white catkin sliding in mid-air. What is she going to do? Yi Feng was stunned. Soon he knew the answer. Drip. The message from the other person in the friend's bar. Did you steal my diary? A remote chat system exists between adventurers and aborigines. Previously, in order to break the super god soldier, he had briefly cooperated with Anita and the Witch of Eternal Sin, so he added the two as friends. No, Yi Feng replied immediately. At that moment, the Eternal Sin demoness' eyes brightened slightly. He didn't steal it. Did I lose it by accident? Is weird. Yi Feng belatedly added. The Eternal Sin demoness' pretty face darkened, grinding her own silver teeth as she viciously returned. Don't bully people too much. You yourself didn't put valuable treasures in the room and blame me? Yi Feng expressed his helplessness. Honestly, if the other party had stuffed a few immortal or divine artifacts, or SS-ranked props or something like that in the room, he might have ignored the diary. What's in it? Have you read it? Haven't looked yet. Say it. Fei, not believing in falsehoods, asked directly, what will it take to pay me back? Give me the divine weapon. Yifeng opened his mouth in a lion's mouth. Why don't you go grab it? So what do you say? At most, I'll exchange it for an S-rank prop, and I can guarantee that I won't be blamed for it. The eternal sin which gave her own conditions. A long few minutes passed without Yifeng giving a response. Hello? Sorry, I don't get a good signal here. You. The eternal sin demoness hated it. Thinking with her toes, she knew that Falling Leaf Silent was unsatisfied with the conditions she had proposed and deliberately hung her out to dry. The diary is an ordinary prop. It's impossible to exchange it away for SS grade props. You have to learn to be content with what you've got. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's getting late. Yifeng glanced at the time. Unknowingly it was already late at night. Deliberately reminded. Staying up all night is not good for your skin. After that, no matter how hard Faye urged him, he was silent, making the former's words more and more heated. Drip. Suddenly, another friend sent a message. Yifeng opened it and saw that it was the Godslayer Anita. Bro. On it, my good brother. Yifeng replied. Anita hastened to ask. Good brother, where are you now? Good brother, I'm in the arms of the eternal sin's demoness and I'm being held by her to death. I can't break free. Yifeng looked up at the exasperated witch next to him and told him the truth. Anita immediately tore her face off. Dogs, looking for death, right? Dog, what a thing to say. Yifeng was greatly puzzled. I'm telling the truth. No one really believes in telling the truth these days. What a world. You wait, Anita said. In a few days, you're not going to get it. You're scaring me with these words. Yifeng was a million times more terrified. I don't know if the one trick I learned from my mentor Anita will come in handy. Those tactics are far from enough to keep you alive. Anita felt indifferent. The skills that Falling Leaf Silent had learned away from his side were just 3 moves. Meteor Fist, Armor-Breaking Fist Technique, and Earth-Cracking Fluctuating Kick, which were just a little bit of skin. Yifeng retorted. I think your methods are quite impressive. It's really not that he blew it. Regicide power is real damage, much higher than other sustained damage classes, and it's also tied to attack values, so it's destined to never be eliminated. The Devil's God produces a fine product. Oh, I'll see what happens then. Anita was unimpressed. The time of war was near. He would like to see what could be played out by Falling Leaf Silent with that 3-legged kung fu. Ending his chat with Anita, Yifeng focused his attention on the Witch of Eternal Sin and realized that he didn't know if his hints were a bit effective or not, but the latter had already gone forward to wash up. 10 minutes later, the Witch of Eternal Sin stepped out of the bathroom in a thin nightgown. Hiss! Yifeng couldn't help but secretly suck in a mouthful of cold air. In the field of vision, the witch's front and back hot body under the loose pajamas especially seductive. Snow-greasy face flushed, removed the usual disguise, the oil-born charm but more seductive. Returning to the bed, she drifted off to sleep with her arms wrapped around her pillow. In this regard, Yifeng did not even dare to sweep casually, always admonishing himself that he was only a soft pillow, but not hard. Boo! Jerking, the witch kicked the pillow away from her and kicked it under the bed. I don't know why, but today's pillows have a strange smell. If it's because they haven't been washed in too long. Yifeng. Time passes little by little. Yifeng didn't move a muscle and waited bitterly for the witch to fall asleep. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Yifeng, who was a cuddler, rolled over a few times and quietly came to the bedside. His heart beating fast, between life and death. With his strength nowadays, the gap between him and the god level was too great. And even if the other party was in a state without the slightest bit of vigilance, it was still unknown whether he could steal anything or not. Then, offerings, swish, an imperceptible wisp of dark purple energy fluctuated quietly. Ding! System alert, you used the skill, Devil's Hand, and successfully stole the S-rank prop, treasure map, from the Witch of Eternal Sin Faye. Successfully stealing the treasure. Yifeng didn't dare to breathe, waiting for a few seconds before carefully leaping out of the window and returning into an ant to run wildly in the deep night. Being able to steal a treasure from the Eternal Sin Demoness without waking her up was already considered a stroke of luck. Yifeng didn't want to strike repeatedly, knowing that in addition to stealing, he also had a divine pet that could attract wealth. The harvest was already too rich to be bountiful. Boom! In the next second, the sleeping Eternal Sin Witch awoke with a start, her red eyes blossoming with a demonic light. The pressure belonging to a god-level powerhouse enveloped the party. Chapter 102 Pure Ability. Yifeng, reacting so quickly? Visibly feeling time rapidly rewinding back to where he was a dozen seconds ago, he flung himself into the nearby grass, turning into unattended vegetation without saying a word. Realizing that the treasures on her body had been stolen, the Eternal Sin Magician launched a time rewind the moment she woke up, causing time to flow backwards to 30 seconds ago, only to fail to spot the thief the moment she opened her eyes. Fall. Leaf. No. Sound. Faye uttered the thief's name word for word and flew out the window to check, but there was nothing out of the ordinary to the eye. She knew that she had found out too late, or perhaps she had let her guard down so much that she thought the other side was long gone, not realizing that it was peering around her. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That's a great trick to play. The moonlight is elegant. A dead silence in the palace. The distant complex seems to have a misty fog. Hazy, not really see. It's too hard to spot each other in this situation. Shoo, shoo. In the distance, Anita and Ted rushed in, staying next to Faye. Witch of Eternal Sin. What happened? Anita asked worriedly. Faye was blunt. Fallen Leaf Silent is still at the palace. Maybe nearby. And he just entered my room to steal from me. What? The other two demon gods were astonished. Knowing that they were aware of it, they still stayed inside the palace and even stole the demon god's treasures? What fat guts. No good. Ted was the first to react and rushed to where his disciple was. I'm only afraid that Falling Leaf Silent's main goal was not to commit theft, but the lives of his disciples. Seeing this, Faye and Anita followed close behind. Pixie, how long is the maximum time that super doubling can be delayed for use? Yi Feng inquired. That's why he only dared to steal it once. The Witch of Eternal Sin knows how to go back in time, and once she discovers it, she may have to give it back even if she steals it. Understanding his master's thoughts, Pixie gives an answer. Ding. System prompt, Auspicious Beast Pishi said that the maximum delay of super doubling is 5 minutes, and too long a time in between will cause the effectiveness of super doubling to be cut down, so try to launch it within 3 minutes of obtaining the item. Yes. Yi Feng calculated the time until 3 minutes were about to pass and the demon gods were all far away, and droned lowly. It's now. Chirp. Crisp cries rang out as Pixie left the pet space, radiant golden energy flooding the room. Ding. System alert. Pixie used the skill, super doubling. Based on the value of the item you obtained, it allows you to obtain 10 times the item from the Eternal Sin Witch Faye. Ding. System alert. You have obtained the SS grade special prop, Gourmet Artist, proof of vice profession transfer. The expression of the Eternal Sin Demoness, who had arrived inside the palace's main hall, grew more and more ugly. Another treasure was snatched for the other side. Are you my fated nemesis? The Eternal Sin Demoness had a complicated look on her face. Golem. Diary of a Witch. S-Class Treasure Map. Proof of sub-professional transfer. Nothing good had ever happened to her since she ran into Falling Leaf Silent. Mentor. The falling leaves are still in the palace? The hearts of the demon kings who were at the side of the 3 demon gods were frightened. Even a god-level powerhouse had to have his treasure stolen. Wasn't that guy a little too powerful? Don't worry. My master will definitely protect you. As the second demon god, Ted raised his hand to apply an asylum-type skill to the demon king, and a purple shield appeared around the demon king, encompassing him and making him airtight. As a pawn, this cheap disciple was still of great use, but he couldn't die now in the hands of Falling Leaf Silent. We can only play passive defense? Anita felt stifled and incredulous at the same time. The 3 demon gods were fooled by a mere level 50 or 60 adventurer. Where would they put their old faces when they said that? You guys wanted to see me? In the distance, the black-robed youth with a mask took a step forward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The demon king was dumbfounded. What kind of trick was the other party playing? Facing 3 unbeatable demon gods and still having the audacity to show up in a big way. Swish, swish, swish. Dark, purple, and red energies flickered as the demon god surrounded it in the center. Standing by. Falling leaves are silent. What do you mean? Anita was the first to ask. He was equally a bit confused. Why did you suddenly appear in front of them to seek your own death for a good reason? Knowing that you guys wanted to see me, I came out. Yi Feng was calm and self-assured. Ted narrowed his eyes. Kid, aren't you afraid to die? The 3 demon gods present had all been offended by Falling Leaf Silence. To say that he didn't want to kill him would surely be a lie. Since I dare to come out, I'm not afraid of you guys killing me. Yi Feng shook his head and took out a thick notebook from his arms, gripping it tightly in his hands, not giving the opportunity to snatch or steal it. My diary. Faye's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she reached out. Give it back. Give me a portion of your blood and promise to let me go. I'll return it to you. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth lifted up in a confident smile. Possessing the evil god bead, how could he forget how beneficial the demon god's blood was to him? The blood of a demon god can't be stolen. If you can't steal it, then change it. The Eternal Sin Demoness' expression slightly condensed as she looked at the masked youth in front of her, her brows furrowing. Blood again. What exactly do you intend to do? She had heard that Falling Leaf Silence had obtained 2 bottles of demon god's blood from Anita. This diary is of no use to me. Yi Feng looked around. Change it or not, as you wish. As a matter of fact, he did try to turn over the diary, but the result was that the system reminded him that there was an energy seal that couldn't be opened easily, so he thought it would be better not to peek at it. From the attitude of the Witch of Eternal Sin, It seems that what is written in this diary is probably an ordinary diary to record daily thoughts rather than harboring precious treasures, but just a lot more inner activities and therefore shame. Would a district diary be more important than your life? Ted sneered and showed his killing intent. He didn't want to miss the rare opportunity to kill Falling Leaf Silent. I can probably tell that you guys will make conditions related to my life and death on the occasion of the great battle. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, expressing indifference. At that time, it's impossible for you guys to just take away my chance of resurrection once. Until then, if killing me once makes you feel pain, do as you please. In the future, if they really wanted to negotiate, the demon god would definitely find a way to kill him 3 times in a row, and simply letting him die once wouldn't be of much significance. Ted, knowing the great risks involved when the war ends open, preferring to give up the chance of being revivable to gamble on a future? This kid, what's with the balls? Seemingly thinking of something, he couldn't help but look back at the disciple he was protecting with some interest. The difference is too great. You decide whether he lives or dies, Ted said in a deep voice to the Witch of Eternal Sin. Anita nodded. I have no problem with that. Thanks a lot. The Eternal Sin demoness stared straight at Yi Feng, as if trying to see through the youth's appearance under the mask, and finally agreed, as you wish, I'll change. With that said, she took the empty bottle from within the package and cut her palm, letting her blood flow into the bottle until it was full. That diary, under no circumstances, could be seen by anyone else? That was her bottom line. Ding! System note, you have successfully activated the hidden mission, Brave Man's Game, difficulty, A. Game of Brave, difficulty, A. Synopsis, bold insights are like moving a piece in a game of chess. It may be eaten by the disc, but it is the starting point of a winning game. Requirement, return of the Witch's Diary. Quest reward, Witch's Blood. Safe return to Star's Wilderness. Give it back. Yi Feng handed the diary to the Eternal Sin demoness. You'll pay for this. Fei said harsh words and gave the Witch's Blood as promised. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the mission quest, Brave Man's Game, difficulty, A. Obtaining the reward, Witch's Blood, and being able to return safely to the Wilderness of Stars. Solemnly putting away the Witch's Blood, Yi Feng cupped his fists towards the demon god. 3 of you. Farewell. As he turned around, he raised his eyes to look at the Demon King, who was protected by the shield, and smiled sparingly. If you don't have some skills, how dare you seek skin with a tiger? At those words, the corner of the Demon King's mouth twitched, wanting to put in some syncopated words of deterrence, but there was no way to say it, and a sense of powerlessness involuntarily welled up inside. Dare to make such a bold deal, even the enemy must be convinced. Under the thin moonlight, within the palace compound, 4 people watched that thin back shadow gradually moving away, each mood mixed feelings. The falling leaves are silent. Looking down at the lost and found diary, the Witch of Eternal Sin murmured in a low voice, and for some reason, was somewhat unable to bring up the desire to kill. Obviously before that, it was hateful to have a big fight. Asterisk. Anita cursed. There's that damn prana again. Chapter 103, Gourmet Artist. Walking out of the palace in a generous manner, Yi Feng walked through the streets full of dark creatures and left Tianlin City peacefully. The reward for the mission was safe return to the Wilderness of the Stars, and there was a restriction on the rules, so even the demon god wouldn't dare to act rashly, and would definitely order his troops to give up the pursuit. Without staying too long, Yi Feng quickly returned to the territory of the light camp, and then excitedly opened his parcel to check the rich harvest of this trip. Witch's Blood, S rank. Synopsis, the blood of the Witch of Eternal Sin Fei, when used in the right place, will benefit a person greatly. Treasure map, S-class. Synopsis, follow the map to the treasure site and maybe you'll get something. Gourmet Artist, proof of sub-professional transfer. Introduction, only food and love can't live up to each other. When you can learn to remove most of the fishy flavor, but still retain some of the original flavor of the food, you can become a real food artist. Effect, after using it, you can change your job to the only hidden vice profession, Gourmet Artist. It's all treasure. Although it didn't work out well for the Demon King, who was down to his last life, it fortunately didn't lose too much. Returning to the tent, Yi Feng took out the evil god bead, which no one but himself knew about, and brought the witch's blood closer, reminding, get up and drink the medicine. Buzz, the evil god pearl vaguely trembled and bloomed with dazzling black light, forming a strange suction force to draw on the witch's blood and then devour and absorb it. Bubbling, the long-lost feeling surged up again. Yi Feng's eyes flowed with green light, his long hair rose without wind, and his strength climbed up. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully using the evil god bead to absorb the rare bloodline of the Witch of Eternal Sin Fei. The strength of the evil god of wind's profession has been increased, and you have comprehended the skill, power of sin. When the thrill of the power spurt dissipated, Yi Feng smacked his lips and opened the skill bar unfulfilled. And to his eyes there existed the red dazzling light-flowing razzle-dazzle skills. With the passive effect of the Super God Soldier, the skill has a high grade of SS. Power of Sin, SS grade, passive. Synopsis, the special power of Fei, the Witch of Eternal Sin. On the battlefield, all death will be the source of strength. Skill effect, 0.1% increase in all attributes for every living creature killed, currently stacks up to 1000 layers. Duration, 5 hours. Quite a powerful skill that boosts all attributes by 100% when stacked to full capacity, and it will greatly increase efficiency when practicing on weekdays by brushing monsters. As for occupational strength, once again each plus 3 stars, has long been far above normal players. Thereafter, Yi Feng took out the transfer proof of his secondary profession, which was a scroll with a special pattern drawn on it, and unfolded the scroll, which depicted a man who was savoring a gourmet meal. That's when the system sent a reminder. Ding! System prompt, whether to transfer to gourmet artist, the only hidden sub-profession? Yes. Yi Feng immediately chose to agree. The so-called vice profession is independent of the development direction outside the combat profession. A person has up to 3 vice professions, such as chef, fishing, pharmacy, casting and so on, can be the goal of choice. The so-called gourmet artist, the odds are that it's still related to chef. It just might have some special features, otherwise it wouldn't be called the only hidden vice profession. Swish! The moment he used it, the scroll in Yi Feng's hand transformed into 3-colored energy and drilled into his brow, and many more mixed memories appeared in his brain, all related to cooking. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on becoming transferred to gourmet artist, the only hidden sub-profession. Obtaining additional rewards, base life permanently plus 30,000 points, base attack permanently plus 300 points, base defense permanently plus 300 points, and the exclusive skill, Artistic Empowerment, S rank. Ding! System tip, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Weeping, the grade of the skill, Art Empowerment, you have learned has reached SS grade. I didn't expect that it would also increase a large number of basic attributes. Yi Feng was quite surprised. It wasn't that he didn't have a sub-profession in his last life, but he never had a permanent attribute boost, so it was evident that this was the only hidden sub-profession advantage that would have an additional benefit to the combat profession. He then scrutinized the special ability of the sub-profession of gourmet artist. Artistic Empowerment, SS grade. Synopsis, dinner is served. Skill effect, enhance the deliciousness of food and make the current food with special functions. Note, the more precious the ingredient, the better the effect. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Hiss. Yi Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The effects of this skill didn't seem to be odd from the surface, but upon closer examination, it would definitely bring great benefits to him. Without hesitation, he moved to leave the tent and head to a nearby store to purchase a dozen loaves of bread. After all, there wasn't much food left in the package to fill his hunger. Bread, common food, palatability, 10. Synopsis, something that fills the stomach. Taking the bread, Yi Feng unleashed his gourmet artist ability. Ding! System note, you use the skill, Art Empowerment, and the effect of the bread changes in some way. Using the detection technique on the bread again, Yi Feng's heartfelt thought was verified. Bread, common food, palatability, 15. Effect, life value returns 100 points per second. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Introduction, highly recommended by food artists. Netflix bread. While the outside is basically unchanged, the inside is sky high. With food going straight to medicine, bread can be turned into a healing medicine. If it's worth expensive food, what effect will it have? Yi Feng's heart surged. Business opportunity. Huge business opportunity. To calm his nerves, Yi Feng purchased several of the most delicious foods he could currently buy, and headed to the surrounding leveling areas, brushing monsters while waiting for the cooldown on his art to end, and tossing out many useful medicines while not falling behind in leveling. Silver fungus and lotus seed soup, common food, palatability, 30. Effect, fire resistance plus 10%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Spicy chicken, common food, palatability, 35. Effect, plus 20% attack power. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Chopped fish head, common food, palatability, 35. Effect, plus 30% movement speed. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Foods that could increase percentage attributes could definitely bring in a lot of benefits. The only thing that was rather unfortunate was that the cooldown for Art Empowerment currently took 10 minutes, and it wasn't time to commercialize it yet. Swish! The golden light scattered. You guys keep brushing. I'm leaving. Yi Feng, who had leveled up to level 62 by brushing monsters, waved his hand towards the surrounding players and moved to find the chartered lady to submit his quest. Phew! The wind blew and the wilderness was empty. Witnessing the soundless departure of the falling leaves, there was a moment of silence from the nearby players. One sword at a time. What kind of wildlife can you brush like that? Returning to the bulletin board where he had taken the quest, Yifeng quickly found the charterer wandering around and realized that the other party was surrounded by a bunch of adventurers. Big, big, big. I'm betting big. It's been big several times in a row, and I can't believe it's still not small. Damn it. I'm losing money. They were red in the face and arguing, squeezing through the crowd. Yifeng then realized that the chartered lady was smoking a cigar while rolling the dice with a big smile. Buy and leave. No regrets in the fall. Those who have money come to hold a money game. Those who don't have money get lost. Auntie Xiaoyan, isn't it not good to play gambling here? Yifeng cried and laughed. What's wrong with that? The charterer said with a straight face. We're all about small gambling here. We don't actually play for money. Right. A player advised. Big brother falling leaves don't report it to the aboriginal hierarchy. We can play this game without charging money. Chapter 104, The Ring of No Phases. That'll do. Yifeng didn't bother to say anything and got back to the point. I'm here to submit my mission. Yes. Looking up at Yifeng, Wang Xiaoyan said approvingly, worthy of being the possessor of the abyssal demon bloodline. You really are ruthless and sharp. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the quest, the price of betrayal, difficulty, A. And receive rewards, level +1, quest completion count +10, and spirit level equipment, meteor staff. A staff? Yifeng was somewhat speechless. Can the quest rewards be replaced with other equipment? What do you want to change into? Wang Xiaoyan asked with a smile. They were all acquaintances, and she didn't mind opening a back door. Suddenly, the gambling hustle and bustle cooled down, and many players looked at Yifeng in unison with a confused expression. A quest reward that's still negotiable? How come I don't know? Yifeng said decisively, I think of ring-type equipment. 3 pieces of rare equipment. The ring, necklace, and cloak. The necklace and cloak were spirit level, and the ring also had a spirit level Xianning ring, but it was still missing one. As for armor and wrist guards, which were common equipment, Yifeng felt that the rewards from the 7 days martial arts would most likely be given. Other than that, it's fine. The number of ring-type equipment is scarce, a little beyond what the rules allow. Wang Xiaoyan wondered. Here's the deal. Yifeng frowned slightly, then he had a bright idea. How about this? I'll bet against you. If I win, you give me a spirit level ring. How about it? Oh, Wang Xiaoyan smoothly put out her cigar and came to her senses. Kid, I won't let you. Come on, keep it simple. Just compare the size. King of gamblers, Yifeng said in a breezy manner. Holy, what the hell? A ranking master falling leaf silent and an immortal level powerhouse competing in dice throwing. This is interesting. I'm going to go outside the board and bet on a solid win for the bag lady. More and more players were attracted and gathered around to probe and observe. The task at hand can be put aside for a while, and the melon is important. Ding. System alert, you have been awarded the fun quest. Compare size, difficulty, level A. Compare size, difficulty, grade A. Synopsis, are you any good? Requirement, defeat the chartered lady Wang Xiaoyan by throwing the dice. Quest reward, +1 quest completion number. 500 gold coins. The price of betrayal, quest reward changed. You first, or me first? The charterer asked. You first. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, Yifeng went toe-to-toe with the bag lady. He would like to see how the other side's maneuvers were. Yes. Glancing meaningfully at Yifeng, the charterer agreed. Kara. The charterer covered the dice with a lid and gave them a vigorous shake. With a great deal of vigor. Boo! Shaking it for a while, she slammed the lid down, and with that the eyes of the surrounding audience focused on the yet-to-be-lifted lid. You still have a chance to regret it. The landlady smiled smugly. Really don't think about it anymore? It's not necessary. Yifeng shook his head. Confident, open up. No longer applying pressure. As soon as the charterer lifted the lid, a total of 3 dice. 3 sixes were presented in front of Yifeng. Send. How else is this going to win? It's so fake. Coming up here and doing this. The clamor beside him was unmistakable. 3 dice. 3 sixes. Already the biggest number. Is there any need to compare? The charterer relit his own cigar. Yifeng was shocked. Auntie Xiaoyan, you didn't cheat. Did you? How? The landlady denied it. I never cheat. Don't you kid accuse a good man. That works. Yifeng took the dice cup, casually shook it, and then lifted it, pretending to be surprised. Do you think it's coincidental that I also have 3 sixes? We're tied. If he rolled more than 3 dice, I am afraid that the bag lady would not admit defeat, and outsiders would even think that he cheated. So logically, it does not make sense. That being the case, there is only one way to win. Find out exactly how your opponent is cheating. How did this work? It's horrible. It's true that no bet is a win. Hustler versus hustler? Kid, you didn't cheat, did you? The charterer's expression grew stony. Energy fluctuations. She felt it. But how on earth did her opponent just do that? She didn't see it coming. It wasn't a move she was good at. How? Yi Feng flatly denied. I never cheat. Auntie Xiaoyan, you can't falsely accuse a good person. A chill rose in his heart as he suffered unwarranted suspicion. How can you call that cheating? If you get caught, that's called cheating. If you don't get caught, that's called gambling. Speechless, Wang Xiaoyan once again took the dice and started firing. Green pupil. Yi Feng's eyes overflowed with green light, carefully staring at the other party's palm. He could only vaguely sense the presence of energy fluctuations. Very hidden. Open. Wang Xiaoyan lifted the lid again. 3 sixes. It was Yi Feng's turn. This time he shook it for a while, then opened it, also with 3 sixes. Hiss. The surrounding players sucked in cold air in unison. You're not going to do it, are you? Go on. The two continued to play against each other. All 3 sixes, breaking the limits of probability time and time again, creating infinite miracles. In fact, both know how to win. That's to find evidence of cheating on the other side. After more than 10 consecutive times, Yi Feng's original grasp of the green pupil comprehended by Pishi became more and more comfortable to use. At a certain moment, the green light in his eyes became more and more intense, like the eyes of a god, enough to see everything in the world. And as he meticulously stared at Wang Xiaoyan's dice-rolling palm, he finally saw the fire element flowing and tugging at the movement of the dice. Wang Xiaoyan's action of swinging the dice stalled slightly. This kid is so unbelievably enlightened. Ding! System tip, your skill, green pupil, has become more and more refined under the refinement, and has successfully advanced to the A-rank skill, green wine pupil. Ding! System tip, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Weeping, the grade of the skill, green wine pupil, you have learned has reached S rank. Ding! System note, as you are the first adventurer to comprehend an A-rank skill, you are rewarded with, plus 100 free attribute points and plus 1000 reputation. Green wind pupil, S-class. Synopsis, the pupil-type skills belonging exclusively to the abyssal demons are now but the tip of the iceberg. Skill effect, can detect the specific panel of a unit whose level is not higher than its own level 50. Bonus effect, can see through subtle elemental fluctuations, thus avoiding calamities. Can grow. Ding! System alert, you used the skill Qingfeng pupil and discovered that chartered lady Wang Xiaoyan is using the skill, fire control. Fire control technique. Understand? Yi Feng gave a hint. Your enlightenment is rare in the world. Wang Xiaoyan sighed with emotion. I've met abyssal demons before, but I've never seen one as outrageous as you. This game, it's me who lost. Saying that, she took out a ring with a red gemstone from her package, which looked very delicate. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the fun quest, compare size, difficulty, level A, receive rewards, plus 1 quest completion number, 500 gold coins. The price of betrayal, quest rewards changed. Ding! System alert, you have obtained the spirit grade equipment, Ring of the Phaseless, Ring of the Unseen, spirit level equipment. Attack, 230 to 230. Life, 30,000. Characteristics, plus 20% attack, plus 20% life. Additional, focus, striking rate plus 5%. Required reputation, 1000. Required level, 60. Introduction, a ring forged from a phase-free crystals, highly valued. A very extreme ring, adding precious bludgeon rate. Anti-yen, you disappoint me so much. Returning the meteor staff and replacing it on the spot with the Ring of the Phaseless. King of Gamblers Yi Feng sighed. But I've been betting against you on the basis of my true strength. Narrowly shaking out 3 sixes just a dozen times. Wang Xiaoyan, Chapter 105, World Boss. After winning this unfair match, Yi Feng only felt exhausted. And seeing that it was getting late, he was ready to return to his residence to rest. In recent days, he has accomplished a lot of quests, coupled with the secret help of the landlady. But quest raider master activity of the 7 days martial arts can be said to be the most dominant. Falling leaves are silent. Number of missions completed, 15. 2. Swordsman. Number of missions completed, 5. 3. Rakshasa. Number of missions completed, 4. The quests at the bulletin board are basically tedious gathering as well as killing. If you consider purely for the sake of the number of quests to complete, perhaps by virtue of the super high attack and speed, you can complete more than a dozen in a day. Just to do so instead of seriously dragging down the progress of the leveling, the loss does not outweigh the gain. Wait! Wang Xiaoyan got up to block. What's wrong? Yi Feng was surprised. Willing to gamble? You can't go back on your word. That's not true. Wang Xiaoyan changed her usual casualness and looked solemn. Do you think? Have a good chance of winning? I don't know. Yi Feng shook his head and said bluntly. I don't even know what kind of demands the Dark Camp will make. There's no way to say what the chances of winning are. It's hard to believe that the darkness camp forced the light camp to hand you over. And you agreed? Wang Xiaoyan voiced her inner concerns. The trickiest issue is the content of the conditions. Access is inevitable. Then the only way is for the two camps to burn with their stones. Yi Feng was calm and self-assured. Sacrificing yourself for the sake of the light camp is a pure crime. Wang Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Considering it from another angle, I'm sure those demon gods wouldn't make such unreasonable conditions. Yi Feng added. The dark camp is targeting him. Giving unacceptable terms will just end up tearing your hair out. So the content needs to be acceptable to both parties. Of course, the two sides he was talking about were the dark camp and himself. And the death or life of the light camp was nothing more than a wager. After talking with Wang Xiaoyan for a few moments, Yi Feng returned to the tent, washed up, and fell into a deep sleep. The night is over and the sky is clear. The early morning haze reflects the vibrant energy. Waking up from sleep, Yi Feng filled his stomach and shook his spirit to move to the weekly copy of the Godslayer's Rebellion. Defeating the Abyssal Demon without any suspense and harvesting 2 pieces of dark gold level equipment with good attributes, namely the armor and dagger. Bro, do you want the dark gold level dagger? Yi Feng sent a message to Rakshasa. Currently, the dark gold level was already the top equipment accessible to the vast majority of players. And further up the spirit level, there were only 3 pieces on him. Want? Rakshasa immediately replied back in seconds. Excited. Pasting the dagger's attributes into the chat box and sending it over. Yi Feng said. Name your own price. Good brother. The level requirement is a bit high. Rakshasa looked around, laughing secretly in his heart. Yi Feng said. I can give you a cheaper price. Obviously. With the price of a handful of dark gold level equipment, Rakshasa was afraid that he could not afford it a bit and was going to start finding fault. What's even more outrageous is that only assassin professions can equip it. The conditions are too harsh. Rakshasa was shocked. Give the price. 8,000 gold coins? Rakshasa's bottom line wasn't very strong. Actually, I think the total value should be around 10,000. Can I get 2,000 on credit first? It's too expensive. Although he was a regular in the top 10 of the rank list and had a small amount of assets, after all, he couldn't really put together that much without guild support behind him. 8,000 is 8,000. Yi Feng didn't weigh in. Rakshasa was overjoyed. Thanks brother. I'll make up 2,000 for you later. Ding. System note, the equipment you put on the shelf. Demon Dagger, Dark Gold Grade, has been sold and you have gained 8,000 gold coins. Invincible. Replacing the sharp dagger with a purple-black body. The heart of the tilted Rakshasa surged. Today's world boss. It's time for me to take my turn. The first world boss casts no small shadow over the players, and many of them have a great sense of urgency within them, and he is one of them. During this period of time, he had been frantically practicing to fight for equipment, and now that he had changed into a dark gold level weapon, he felt that his entire aura was topped off. Time slowly passed, and the second world boss, which Earth players were all too afraid of, made its appearance on time. There was no advance announcement of the last one, as if convention forced the crowd to form some sort of habit. Kill or be killed. Ding. System alert, world boss, blood-sucking demon Leiden, is about to descend. Is it going to the relevant location to accept the trial? Note, if the world boss has not been raided, some players will be randomly teleported into the trial. When the players in the Eastern District received the system message, many chose to remain silent. With the lesson learned from the last time, who would dare to rush over to seek death anymore? The top experts must be brought closer to the central area of the descent before choosing an opportunity to go there to save their lives. The barren, dead space was boundless, the heights were dim, and lightning flashed and thundered. Swish swish swish. Brilliant white light rose and fell as more and more players entered the land of trials. Players who dared to appear here in the first place were naturally those who were more confident in their personal strength. In the novice stage, the magnitude of the combat power increase in 10 days is self-evident. With the lesson learned from the last time, no one dared to harbor rash thoughts. Blood Shadow Rakshasa, Blood Shadow Assassin, Soul of a Gun, Southgate Blowout, Gunslinger, Emerging, Silent Night Thoughts, Desperate Archer. All of them. Silent Knights he greeted somewhat naively and said enviously, how is it that one of your titles is more fierce than the other? It's probably the advantage of a hidden profession. Rakshasa hammed and hawed. Getting the answer. 3 black lines appeared on Silent Night C's forehead. I'm also a hidden profession. Desperate Archer. Doesn't that sound like a lot of bull asterisk 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 asterisk? How come his title is the popular title after the second turn? It's probably because your hidden profession isn't hidden enough. Swish swish swish. Another burst of white light surfaced. The crowd looked in unison, only to see a handsome young man with sword brows and starry eyes leading thousands of players descending to this place. The young man was dressed in a blue brocade coat. His body was straight and his temperament was outstanding. General Spirit, Swordsman, Sword Formation Master. Grade, 54. His appearance drew a great deal of comment. The second biggest man on the list is here this time too. With the entire team standing by this time, the world boss shouldn't be able to make much of a wave, right? Who knows? Last time it was nearly impossible for even the top experts to break the defense. Swish! With a turn of vision, Yifeng arrived at the place of trial. List 1 is here too. With such a luxurious lineup, I don't believe we can't take the world boss. The crowd's confidence soared a great deal. The swordsman's identity as well as his strength was obvious to everyone, but it was still dwarfed by the soundlessness of the falling leaves. It's not that the former doesn't work, but mainly that the latter has too much of a reputation. Swordsman, confident? Wind and Rain came to the swordsman's side and inquired in a low voice, gazing at the black-robed youth with a dark purple mask. The swordsman frowned slightly and said frankly, even with a special scouting technique, I still can't see his attributes, but I watched the video of his sparring session with Southgate Breger. What do you think? I can't deal that much damage, and in a solo fight, I will lose, the swordsman said in a deep voice. Wind and Rain heard the words. What about team battles? I dare not jump to conclusions. Looking up at the gradually expanding dazzling light, the swordsman said with a straight face, perhaps this world boss will show me his upper limit. Chapter 106 Bloodline Suppression. The wind howled, and the dazzling light above the heads of the crowd grew larger and larger. Everyone be careful, Wind and Rain said in a loud voice. Those who are not strong enough, stay away from the world boss so as not to suffer the repercussions. Yes, many players stepped back to make way for a large open space. Rumble. Purple currents flashed high in the sky and muffled thunder rumbled. This time, the bright red-colored dazzle light did not extend hundreds of meters outward, but only a dozen meters before stopping, followed by the black shadow slowly drilling out from within the dazzle light, presenting itself within the crowd's field of vision. It was a creature with blood-red bone wings, its huge bone wings tightly closed and wrapped around itself, quietly suspended in mid-air and motionless, creating an extremely dangerous atmosphere. Squeak! Before we all wondered, did not dissipate within the red dazzling light flew out of the dense blood-sucking bats. They issued ear-piercing shrill cries, like a black wave swept in all directions, pouncing on the players. Vampire Bat, Elite Monster. Grade, 53. Life, 200,000. Attack, 1800 to 1950. Defense, 1000 to 1050. Skills, Advanced Blood-Sucking, Sonic Attack. Synopsis, the Blood-Sucking Demon. Leiden. Spawned a colony that accompanied it on its quest to destroy civilizations and devour life on every world. Grass. A player cursed angrily. This time the world boss has brought a whole bunch of minions with him. The experience of the last sparring session had led the crowd to mistakenly believe that the world boss would only act alone, and it seemed that this was not the case. Formation. The swordsman was like an enemy, drinking orders while using the special skills of the sword formation master. Normally, players grouped up to 100 people, while the privilege granted by his profession was to be able to form a large group of 5,000 people, and the number of people that could be accommodated would be even higher in the future. Ding! System note, General Soul Swordsman uses the skill, Hilly Formation. All members of the formation have a life cap of plus 30% and defense of plus 20% for 10 minutes. Awesome! Chopping down a basketball-sized vampire bat with his dagger, Rakshasa was shocked as he swept over the pale golden shield vapors coalescing above the 1,000-strong brigade. That's a group addition of thousands of people. Palm! Just as everyone was scrambling to deal with the sea of blood-sucking bats, the blood-sucking demon in mid-air unfolded its bony wings and revealed its true face, which could be seen to look like a human, with gray skin and dark pupils occupying all of the eye sockets, making it look extraordinarily bizarre and scary. Children, kill them all. The blood-sucking demon laughed arrogantly and vibrated its wings to kill the mole cricket on the ground. Just now he had looked down below and had basically concluded that the beings from Earth's civilization here were largely weak and not particularly threatening. Shoo! However, before he reached the ground, not far away, green light soared and attacked, and the black-robed youth immediately appeared beside him. Face to face with him, close at hand. Litten. What the hell? Such speed is incomprehensible. Shadow Realm. His right foot was flooded with dark purple energy fluctuations. Yifeng flew up and kicked hard on Leiden's face. The latter only felt a sharp pain in his face. His vision continued to shift. His brain then came into close contact with the ground, directly embedded in it, exploding into a small crater. Boom! Rolling waves of air rolled out, and the vampire bats that attempted to support them were blown to the ground. Minus 204,514. Minus 55,687. Continuous damage. Ding. System note, you use the skill, Shadow Field, which deals 2045143145597 points of damage to all enemy units within a 50 by 50 range, with a high probability of attaching effects such as erosion, knockback, and fall. At the same time, the additional effects attached to the shadow field came into play. The dark purple mist condensed and did not disperse, inflicting 10% damage based on its own attack to nearby bats every second, stacking with various persistent damage, and any blood-sucking bats that were touched were killed one by one. Daring to take the initiative, Yi Feng was naturally confident. Perhaps to other players, the strength of the blood-sucking demon was terrifying, but in his eyes it wasn't nearly enough. Blood-sucking demon Leiden, world boss. Grade, 72. Life, 5. 000. Attack, 5200 to 5500. Defense, 2600 to 2690. Skills, super blood-sucking, devil's pupil, evil sword breath, flight. Synopsis, though only lowly creatures of the demon race, they are no less deadly to first-time adventurers. You're pissing me off. The blood-sucking demon who was stepped on by Yi Feng was furious, but before he could strike, he suddenly felt that his power was suppressed and his strength suddenly plummeted. Looking at the other party's cyan-colored pupils, the blood-sucking demon's expression twisted in horror. This is bloodline suppression. Ding. System note, due to the suppression of your high abyssal demon bloodline against blood-sucking demon, the opponent's final full attributes are reduced by 30%. Oh, Yi Feng quickly struck. His ultra-high attack speed stacked with the Gale Strike, poking a dozen holes in his opponent's body. This is an unexpected pleasure. The increase in strength of the world boss is far inferior to his growth rate. The attributes of the blood-sucking demon itself were not great, and in addition to eventually lowering the full attributes by another 30%, wouldn't it be as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable? Asterisk. Off. The thought of survival overcame the fear, and the blood-sucking demon struggled to get up, hastily spreading its bone wings in an attempt to get away from the terrifying abyssal demon. Flight. It was his strongest card. LOL. The invisible force came out of nowhere. A hand forced its unfolded wings to close, followed by its body involuntarily approaching Yi Feng, and being pinched by the latter, it fell into a suffocating state where it couldn't move. Undying grip. An outrageous skill that comes with a sure hit trait. Minus 75,687. Minus 77,547. Minus 142,360. A series of damage ripped up from the blood-sucking demon as Yi Feng struck without mercy, causing its life value to fall rapidly. Hiss. The top players beside them who were ready to strike had sucked in a breath of cold air, leaving no room to intervene. Getting pinned down? What a miserable world boss. Not far away, the swordsman's expression clouded over, not knowing what he was thinking. How? The blood-sucking demon who let the other party slaughter him was horrified, and a despair that he had never experienced before enveloped him. Lord Abyssal Demon, I beg you to raise your hand and let me live. He was incredulous to have encountered an abyssal demon of a higher bloodline within such a world of a lower civilization that had yet to grow up. In response, Yi Feng didn't say a word and kept making sword strikes. 60%. 30%. The blood-sucking demon's life value was only 5 million, which could withstand the destruction of his tens of thousands of attacks. Great King, avenge my death. At the moment of danger, the blood-sucking demon roared up to the sky, full of resentment. Catching dash. A red thunderbolt struck down, and a bizarre silhouette appeared high in the sky, with a terrifying aura that made people feel like descending into an ice cave. There's still a world boss yet to make an appearance? The crowd felt incredulous. With the panel attributes of the blood-sucking demon, it was already very tricky to cope with, and then an even fiercer one. How could the follow-up be topped? Swish! The shadowy figure opened its eyes to look down at the land of trials, and its line of sight seemed to be able to traverse thousands of spatial obstacles. The overwhelming pressure shook the people. How dare you kill my heir? How dare you? Ding! System note, due to your higher abyssal demon bloodline's influence on the dash, the opponent's final full attributes are reduced by 20%. Aha! Before the words were finished, the void suddenly changed his tone. Good brother, I still have things to do, so I'll leave you alone for now. Crowd. Vampire Demon. Chapter 107, Your Excellency is strange. Watching the silhouette that emerged in midair quickly dissipate, the crowd was nigh speechless. It comes and goes. Oh great king. The blood-sucking demon's face turned green. I chow Nima. Thumbs up. Yi Feng's divine sob swept through, and the blood-sucking demon's head landed on the ground, and his flesh flopped down and died. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing the world boss, blood-sucking demon Leiden. Receive rewards, plus 80% experience at this level, plus 1000 reputation, plus 100 free attribute points. Ding. Announcement, congratulations to player, blasphemer, Silent Leaves, for successfully killing the world boss, blood-sucking demon Leiden. This announcement is hereby made. Swish. The golden light dispersed and Yi Feng reached level 63. It's over. The crowd came together and prepared to meet the battle with great fanfare. That's the end of it? Almost the same as last time. Falling leaf silent was enough to defeat the world boss alone. Gazing at the soundless falling leaves in the center of the field, the crowd had mixed emotions. Or shock, or fear, or admiration, to name a few. There's no use for it. Rakshasa, who had just bought a dark gold level dagger, cried and laughed, and could only take a vampire bat to practice. Swordsman, what do you think? Returning to his senses, rain or shine couldn't help but inquire. After a long period of silence, the swordsman spoke with difficulty. The current falling leaf silence is indeed powerful. Stormy Weather had something in mind and patted his shoulder without saying anything more. Acknowledging the strength of your opponent is sometimes a hard thing to do. But, looking straight at the silent figure of the falling leaves, the swordsman's eyes lit up with the flame of victory. I have the confidence to surpass him in the future. Picking up the equipment and props popped out by the world boss, Yi Feng returned to the wilderness of stars. Not that he was all that proud of it. If the current world boss raiders will encounter difficulties, what qualifications will there be to battle and win in the future when the ancient 10 demon gods descend? Opening the package, Yi Feng made an inventory of the loot. Demon battle armor, spirit grade, defense, 1000 to 1100, life, 80,000, characteristics, plus 30% life, plus 40% defense, bonus, intimidate, reduces the attack of enemy units attacking you by 5%, level requirement, 62. Synopsis, a battle armor stained with the blood of a large number of living beings, with magical patterns that are strong enough to evoke fear in the hearts of others. Protector of Meteor, S rank. Synopsis, meteors may be late, but they never forget to hit you in the head. Effect, can add protection to any props lower than S grade to force it to S grade. Demon battle armor is not necessary to say. Yi Feng immediately changed to the gold level spider silk armor. Defense and life have soared by a large margin. Meteor's protector is a bit interesting. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Having never seen this particular prop before, he opened the package and examined the props that were lower than S rank one by one, but all of them were not to his liking, and he always felt that he could not maximize the effect of Meteor's protection. Keep it for now? Yi Feng was pondering. In a few days, the two camps would have to meet in arms again, and to be honest he didn't want to keep any props exclusively underneath. Anything that could boost his strength would be better used up as soon as possible and transformed into effective battle power. There! Fiercely, Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he closed the package and turned to open his character panel. It's not just what's in the package that's called a prop either. Fashions whose grades are divided by alphabetic symbols are also clearly counted as props. Soon, Yi Feng found the answer. Ding! System tip, do you use the prop, Meteor's Protector, grade S, to forcefully upgrade, Dark Underworld Robe, grade B fashion, to grade S? Yes. Yi Feng did not hesitate to confirm. When it comes to the strength of the fashion aspect, the clothing class naturally has the biggest boost. Ding! System note, due to the effect of Meteor's Protector, the Dark Underworld Robe, B-grade fashion, has been upgraded to Robe of the Dark Sky, S-grade. Swish! Dense black light itself on the Dark Underworld Robe bloomed, and then slowly convergence. Visible fashion grade upgrade, driving the appearance of changes. Yi Feng carefully measured, only to feel that the black robe such as silk, exquisite texture, with a few points of unique mysterious and deep, perhaps with the face of the evil god mask, giving a person a chilling atmosphere. Robe of the Black Sky, S-class. Synopsis, the brighter the person, the more familiar they are with the darkness. Effect, plus 50% movement speed, plus 30% attack speed. Additional, Dark Sky, night action, 10% increase in all attributes. Extra effect, small probability to increase NPC's favorability towards oneself. Small probability to increase NPC's fear towards oneself. Required reputation, 5,000 points. Required level, 50. Putting all of his free attribute points on speed, Yi Feng left the wilderness of the stars with his god's cry to continue his journey of brushing monsters. By now, everything is ready. How the next development? Who will win or lose? Under the hand to see the real chapter. On the other hand, inside Tianlin City, Kala, the porcelain doll-like girl pushed open the door of the Eternal Sin Witch's room, her powdered face full of excitement, bouncing and jumping as she barged in. Sister Faye, I've come to play with you. You're still so out of shape, Faye said in a disgruntled voice as she put the diary into her package. Time to learn to knock. Dancing heart. It's not that I miss my sister in particular. Yendashin smiled and flopped down on the soft big bed. Her little head tilted and suddenly saw the portrait of a man wearing a mask hanging on the wall with many darts sticking out of it. She couldn't help but be curious and ask, who is this? The falling leaves are silent. Glancing at the portrait with her beautiful eyes, Faye said quietly, the one we're going to deal with next. That's the adventurer who robbed your diary and traded it for your demon god's blood in front of the 3 demon gods? Yen Dashin waved her small fists. Don't worry, Dashin will definitely take care of him. With that, she got up and walked over to the portrait and removed the dart. Kids don't play, Faye warned in a hurry. I want to play. Yen Dashin removed the dart and came to the furthest distance from the bed. Let's compete, without using any skills or godly powers, and see who has the best aim to poke his cyan pupils. No! Faye got up and removed the portrait, not giving Yen Danceheart a chance to shoot darts. Sister Faye is petty, Yen Dashin muttered in dissatisfaction, placing the dart on the nightstand and was about to grab something when she realized that there were only pillows on the bed. Where's that big pillow? I don't know if it was the thought that made Faye's cheeks glow. Stolen. Who stole your pillow? The falling leaves are silent. Why did he steal your pillow? He. Faye was speechless, then said angrily, kids talk too much. Stolen is stolen. There's no such thing as why. Don't worry, sister. Dancing Heart will help you snatch it back. There's no need. It's just a pillow. It's nothing special. Just give it to him. Then if I snatch the pillow back, does it belong to me? Yen Dashin's eyes lit up. No. You have to give it back. Why? Yen Dashin hung his head, his small eyes carrying big questions. It doesn't matter if you don't get it back. You have to return it again. Adults are strange. Chapter 108, Nightly Conversations. The calm before the storm continues. For a few days after that, Yi Feng had been practicing near the wilderness of stars. In just 3 days, the level skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching level 71. As a matter of fact, he would like to take the spirit level first kill reward, but there was no sign of a spirit level boss, and the place where he had encountered it before was in the land of the fallen, which was too close to the wheel of purgatory, so he didn't dare to go there at will so as to avoid going into the tiger's mouth. The crisis is close at hand, and it's better not to get sidetracked for the time being. Into the night, Yi Feng returned to the tent and found a young girl in civilian clothes hovering outside the tent. The young girl gathered her long soft blonde hair under her hat. Her appearance was clear and beautiful, her skin was fair, and her loose clothing vaguely outlined her delicate body in the front and back. Princess Shay, immortal boss. The falling leaves are silent. Seeing Yi Feng come back, the young girl's blue gem-like eyes brightened slightly. Her pear swirl smiled lightly, and she was a little embarrassed. Can I go in and sit for a few minutes? A few minutes? Yi Feng pretended to be dissatisfied. At least an hour. Otherwise if it gets out, how can I behave? Put. Shay couldn't help herself, and the awkward atmosphere lifted immediately. I'm glad you don't mind. Welcoming the princess inside the tent, Yi Feng went straight to the point. The princess came to see me specially in disguise, so I guess she wants to say something to me in a private capacity? I clearly know that saying something like I must help the light camp at this time will cause you to recoil. Xia pursed her lips and spoke softly. But now that the entire Eastern District's light camp is at your whim, how can you make me rational? Yi Feng followed the other party's words and said downwards. Then what do you mean, princess? What I can do is nothing more than promise heavy benefits. Xia's face was firm. If you help my light camp to regenerate and make a comeback, I will promise you access to the sacred treasury that can only be opened by the blood of an emperor to explore the opportunities. Oh, Yi Feng, who had never heard of the so-called sacred treasure trove, was unsure. What's in there? The items that have been canonized by successive generations of emperors. Shay was blunt. The things inside are not to be taken at will. Whether or not they can be harvested all depends on the individual, and they can only be entered once in a lifetime. What had been taken out of it? Yi Feng more or less came to be interested. Judging from the princess's words, the things in there should all be the most top-notch treasures. Xia explained. I don't know what past emperors have gotten, and I'm not qualified to know, but my father got the heavenly demon evil sword from it. Yi Feng's heart was shocked. Heavenly demon evil sword. The exclusive weapon of the evil god of wind. That means there may be other exclusive equipment within the sacred treasure trove? This is the greatest benefit I can give, Shay said with a straight face. Please don't refuse it, much less doubt it. Ding. System alert. You have obtained the exclusive mainline quest, Glory, Difficulty, SS. Glory, Difficulty, SS. Synopsis, Destruction and Redemption are your choices. Requirement, successfully help the light camp to avoid the catastrophe of destruction. Quest reward, have the opportunity to travel to the sacred treasure trove. Penalty for the mission, none. Yi Feng. Exclusive main quest. Though he hadn't been asked for his opinion at all, the mission penalty was none. And something was better than nothing. That's about it for business. Hija came to sit down at her chair and, with a soft sigh of relief, changed the subject. Next, there's 50 minutes or so left. Do we have to say anything else? Or is it? Turning her head to look at the bed not far away, she smiled and asked tentatively, what do you want to do to me? Stop it. Yi Feng politely refused righteously. My willpower is far stronger than you can imagine. he wouldn't dare do anything rash. The princess of the hall, the supreme commander of the light camp in the Eastern District. Even if she posed as a civilian, it didn't mean that there was no one around to defend her. You're so funny. Xiao was once again amused, curiously observing the masked Yifeng. I know you're by no means a wannabe flirt. Yes, my code of conduct doesn't allow me to do that. Yifeng nodded his head. Shay pressed. What is your code of conduct? Make love to the things you do. Mate to the people you mate with. Humph. At those words, Shay blushed and heard the strings. As I expected. You are a scrupulous knight. Your Highness. I'm an assassin who specializes in explosions, and a swordsman with excellent swordsmanship. Yifeng was overjoyed. I didn't realize that in your eyes. I'm still a knight who is good at writing. It seems that I'm getting better at it. Thanks for the praise, princess. Ahem. Yarva's voice came from outside the tent. Your Highness, we should head back. The two exchanged words that he couldn't listen to. What assassin swordsman? How can you make a good profession sound so strange? Yes. Shay got up and headed out of the tent. Wait. Suddenly thinking of something, Yifeng stopped in front of her and said solemnly, Your Highness, the 7-day drill is almost over. So? Shay was confused. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? I need spirit-level helmets, wrist guards, necklaces, leg guards and boots. The better the better. Yifeng intended to go through the relationship. If there are skills that increase movement speed, or movement speed is converted into damage, you can have a few more books. Okay, I get it. Shay understood. Yifeng's face was full of determination. Everything is for the light camp. Tomorrow, he must do his best, and until then, he must find a way to reach the pinnacle of what is currently within his reach. You have a heart, Shay exclaimed. Jarvis? Looking at the righteous falling leaves, his expression was incomparably complicated. I wouldn't dare to cut leeks like you did. Agreeing to Yifeng's request, the princess lifted the curtain and was about to leave when she turned back and gave Yifeng a deep look. I wish you a prosperous martial arts career. With those words, she drifted away. 10 o'clock at night. Yifeng browsed the forum for a moment, and a series of system ringtones rang in his ears. The event rewards for the 7 days of martial arts have begun to be settled. Ding! System prompt, 7 days of martial arts is officially over. Thank you to the adventurers for their enthusiastic participation. Ding! System prompt, congratulations to adventurer, blasphemer, fallen leaf silent, for winning the first place in the extreme challenge, damage, and obtaining the following rewards, level +1. Free attribute points +30, and spirit grade equipment, thundering wrist guard. Ding! System prompt, congratulations to adventurer, blasphemer, falling leaves silent, for winning the first place in the extreme challenge, speed, and obtaining the following rewards, level +1. Free attribute points +30, spirit grade equipment, thunder boots. Moving forward, there were also ultimate healing and ultimate kills, as well as the first place in the Divine Soldier's domain racing ranking, which rewarded the Thunder Necklace, Thunder Legs, and Thunder Helmet, respectively. Coincidentally, these were all spirit-level equipment that he could line up. Not crooked. What luck! What will be given besides equipment? Yifeng muttered, full of anticipation and very nervous. It would be great if the system rewards me with some powerful skills. I don't know if I have this blessing. System. Chapter 109, Sharpening the Sword. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on being ranked first in the rankings. Receive rewards, rank +1, free attribute points +30, A-class skill, Wind Feather, A-class. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on winning the first place in the Quest Raider Masters, and obtaining the rewards, level +1, free attribute points +30, A-ranked skill, Blast Stab, A-ranked. Swish swish swish, a series of 7 golden lights scattered, and Yifeng's level shot straight up to level 78 like a rocket. And he received 210 free attribute points. The only thing that was more regrettable was that the rewarded skills were only A-ranked, but thinking about it, it was only 20 days since he had entered Gods and Demons nowadays, and S-rank skills couldn't be given easily, without checking the content either. Yifeng learns 2 skills on the spot. Firstly, he knows that he can learn it by listening to the name of the skill, and secondly, the content will definitely be different from what he learns. Ding! System tip, due to the characteristics of Evil God of Wind, the skill you have learned, Feather of Wind, has advanced to Wings of Evil Wind. Ding! System tip, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Weeping, the skill you have learned, Wings of the Evil Wind, has reached S rank. The Blast Stinger did the same, transforming into the Wind Shadow Stinger and being forcefully upgraded to S rank by the Super Soldier. After that, Yifeng Fong opened the skill bar to check the situation. Wings of the Evil Wind, S-class. Introduction, faster. I feel like I'm going to fly. Skill effect, can fly at low altitude for a short period of time, no higher than 20 meters. Extra effect, when used, Movement speed is increased by an additional 30%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Wind Shadow Stab, S-Class. Synopsis, like the wind and the shadow, it is uncertain. Skill effect, gain 30% movement speed damage bonus based on current movement speed. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Finally touching flight. Yifeng was quite surprised. Being able to fly gives you an inherent invincibility and advantage over land creatures. As for Wind Shadow Stab, it is equivalent to adding a powerful minor skill to him. And the later the period, the more powerful this minor skill will become, making it hard to be eliminated. With everything in order, Yifeng packed up his emotions and went to bed at ease. He would wait and see what kind of offer the demon god would make tomorrow. The next day, the morning light is bright. After eating breakfast, Yifeng walked out of the tent. The fresh air was refreshing and invigorating. Although the time has not yet reached 10 o'clock, the solemn atmosphere is quietly spreading. The players to and fro are full of complaints, and there is no lack of sad faces. From the world boss to the main plot line, each level is incredibly difficult for players, and one wrong step is enough to be fatal. And the fear from the last main quest, the Battle of the Fallen, still haunts the player's mind. If the repercussions of this episode are still negative, I'm afraid I won't have many days to live. Crossing the street, Yifeng could see that the Aborigines had already finished mobilizing their soldiers, and were in neat formation, waiting for their turn. Coming to the forefront, the battle-robed princess rode on a warhorse, her pretty face tense, her brows full of wariness, while on the left and right were two god-level powerhouses, Walter and Yarvis. Falling Leaf is here. Many players noticed Yifeng and couldn't help but whisper. Seeing Yifeng, she steered her horse closer and asked with a smile, "How was your rest?" "Thanks to your blessing. Resting well." Yifeng nodded. Shia's cheeks blushed slightly, and not knowing if she was thinking of the wrong thing, she hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Giving horses." Soon, a soldier led a horse to Yifeng. Even though the mount system was not yet open and riding could not bring attribute boosts, Yifeng did not politely roll over and mounted his horse to save his energy for the subsequent battles. Seeing that it was about time, Shay gently droned, "Let's go." Due to the rule restriction, both the time when the demon god attacked the Wilderness of Stars and the time when they decided to attack the city was 10 o'clock sharp, but the light camp had to arrive at their destination before 10 o'clock so that they could attack the city on time. Tap tap tap. Dust rolls in. The sound of footsteps shook the ground and rumbled as the crowded army began to set off, followed by countless players. "Which city are we going to attack this time?" Riding his high horse, Yifeng asked. "Qingyang City." Xia told the truth. As a first-class main city, Qingyang City is farther away from the sea and Tianlin City, while at the same time it has a very rich production of resources, which is most suitable for our current situation. "What your highness said is very true." Yifeng nodded in agreement. If it were him, he would also try to avoid getting too close to the Sea Nation and the Dark Camp, as the hostility from them far exceeded that of the Purgatory Undead. With this in mind, Yifeng continued to inquire. "Speaking of which, what are the undead creatures doing these days?" "Waiting in hibernation. Waiting for an opportunity to move," Xia asserted. "Having just rushed out from the Wheel of Purgatory, they still need to recuperate, and at the same time, there is still a gap between this force and the Dark Camp, so they don't dare to act rashly and invite trouble today. The focus is still on this battle." Yarvis spoke. "This battle can only be won, not lost. This depends on what the demon god is scheming." Yifeng raised his head to look up at the sky, and he could vaguely see the huge silver dragon weaving through the clouds. The other side, outside the Wilderness of Stars, untold numbers of dark creatures roared. They've all set off for Green Sun City. Wind Harnesser Aaron held a crystal in his hand and launched a message to the other demon gods. Although Aborigines could not communicate with each other remotely with the help of the power of rules, with the help of certain special props, it was naturally possible to realize communication across thousands of mountains and rivers. "Great! This time, I'd like to see how else the cunning Falling Leaf Silent can escape us. Getting the Super Divine Soldier will make the Light Camp unbeatable, and then we can consider making a move against the Sea Race. I'm hungry for chicken." The arrogant and overbearing remarks of the demon god were mixed with the voice of a tender child. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched as he put away the crystal. He didn't have to think about it. He knew who would be babbling so indiscriminately. Nirvana Demon Phoenix Yen Danceheart. Her mind was still only 13 or 14 years old at best, and if it wasn't for the fact that her strength was truly powerful, she shouldn't have entered the ranks of the 10 great demon gods per se. Standing on the clouds, the Wind Harnesser looked down at the empty star wilderness below and sneered. "Falling Leaf Silent, dare to rob me of my chance. You should pay the price." Even if this place had been abandoned and the Light Camp was desperate to attack Qingyang City, he still had to lead the Dark Camp to capture the Wilderness of Stars before returning to help in the battle. In this way, their way of retreat could be completely cut off. At 9 o'clock or so, the entire light camp from the Eastern District arrived outside Qingyang City, blackening the 4 city gates. As the crowd looked around, Qingyang City was crowded with a large number of dark creatures. The atmosphere of saber rattling swept across the wilderness. Grass. What should I do? I'm a bit nervous. A player's face paled and his heart raced. It's really hard to treat it as a game when you really have to charge into battle like the ancients did and pay with your life if you don't move. Who says it isn't? I've been constipated for a week and now I feel like it's coming out. I've only ever felt this way when the referee at a sporting event yells for everyone to take their places. There's still a couple minutes left. Let's play Idiom Solitaire to distract ourselves. I'll go first. Dumbfounded. Chapter 110, The Siege Begins. Shoo shoo shoo. Just as the crowd was trying to find ways to relieve the pressure, a long rainbow of different colors fell from the heights above Qingyang City, arriving straight at the city building and sitting in the center. The leader, with gray skin and bone wings, resembling a demon, and purple pupils with tyrannical killing intent, was the legendary first demon god, the star of Calamity Demon Luo. On his side, the lanky red-haired man clasped his hands to his chest, looking out of the corner of his eye. And on the other side was the third demon god who was wearing a black cloak without seeing his real face, only to see that his bones were as thin as a wood, and the gusty winds blew over him, giving a feeling that his skin and bone body was weak and unsuitable for the wind. Gulp. Many players were emboldened and gulped hard, feeling 1,000,000% shocked. The 10 devils come to its 9. It's pretty big to come up here and play big. There is no mistake. Can you be gradual? What kind of person comes up with a king bomb? It's illogical to have to fight against the demon god just 20 or so days into Gods and Demons. The demon god's deterrent is too strong. Many adventurers were demoralized, and even that timidity affected the aborigines. Success or failure is here, Princess Hia softly shouted, spreading her voice to every corner of the battlefield with the help of her immortal level strength. Valiant adventurers, for the sake of everyone's future, for the sake of a common tomorrow, please don't retreat. Anon. Steeply, the roar of the giant dragon shook the sky. The crowd looked for the sound. Visible at the end of the sky, a huge head of behemoth sped to the raging dragon might spread, descending in the open space at the back in Call of Duty. The guardian of the dragon realm fell from the heights on a silver dragon and stayed in midair. The silver-haired girl was stunningly beautiful in the bright sunlight. The dragon domain is also coming to wade through this mess? Moloch's sharp eyesight looked straight at Li Shui. Li Shui said in a cold voice, the light camp and the dragon domain are in the same breath, so naturally they should help each other. So we still have the dragon domain to help us fight. The dragon race's strength is certainly not bad. The goddess is so beautiful. The morale on the light camp side gradually climbed. Before the war has not yet started, the subjective ratio is the top strength of both sides. After all, that degree of strong players cannot be expected. On the city tower, the porcelain doll-like Lori probed her head and found Yifeng's trail. He's falling leaf silent? In her field of vision, the youth riding the horse wore a mask and was at the forefront of the battle line. And she didn't know how many god-level powerhouses had become the object of covetousness. Don't play around. The eternal Sin Demoness pulled Yen Dashin to her side and looked at Yifeng with somewhat complicated eyes. This guy, Anita grimaced, not even knowing whether to hate or admire. How can you be so calm when you know we're here for him? He was a bit in awe of Falling Leaf's voicelessness, but it was just that the two sides were in different positions, so there wasn't much to say. And, precisely because it is an enemy, it is all the more important not to be merciful. In the confrontation between the two sides, time slipped away and came to 10 o'clock. Ding! Service-wide announcement, the main quest, Hour of Judgment, is officially open. Ding! System alert, please note that the spiteful Spirit Legion led by the level 50 gold grade boss, Spirit of Resentment Angelo, will be defending the city in the first wave. Kara! Iron cables clashed as the heavy city gates slowly opened, and a large group of purple-skinned dwarf creatures poured out of them, spreading out in a fan shape, making it clear that they didn't want the light camp to attack under the gates in the first wave. Woo! As the first wave of the city guard boss, the Spirit of Resentment Angelo was not intelligent, letting out a mournful and ear-piercing shriek, and killing Princess Xia's direction ahead of the others. Clank! Shay's face was full of solemnity, and she drew her sword with a huff until she was in front of her. Attack! Ding! System alert, please note that the Justice Legion, led by the level 60 gold level boss, Justice Vanguard, Lei Jie, will be launching the first wave of the siege. Brothers, for our tomorrow. Wearing a general's uniform, Lei Jie was big and burly, and he rushed out with a sledgehammer, entering the spiteful creatures and killing them. The hammer able to send those creatures flying several meters away. The monsters in the first wave aren't hard to kill. Grab the siege points. It seems that the rules still bind both sides, otherwise it would be hundreds of leveled powerhouses coming up to blast each other, and there would be nothing for us to do. Players who outnumbered the aboriginal soldiers wouldn't just sit back and wait for death, and rushed up, with melee professions at the front and long-range professions at the back, launching a fierce fight. At the same time, the 4 city gates in the east, south, west, and north likewise drew the curtain of war, and the sound of killing rose in all directions. Snort! Suddenly, the cyan wind element spun fiercely, turning into a spiral and stabbing into the body of the spirit of resentment Tenkilu, piercing right through, causing it to fall to the ground and die. Wind Shadow Stinger, a small skill for 30 seconds. In Yifeng's hands, the strength of the skill far exceeded its original strength. Currently, without using any skill bonuses, his limit shift speed is as high as 1715%, and even with only a 30% shift bonus, his damage is as high as 515%. The strong points granted by the talent without trace began to gradually reveal an extremely overbearing power. Of course, being able to blast such a high amount of damage still requires a hard base value. The Blasphemer, Falling Leaves Silent, Wind Evil God. Grade, 78. Life, 292-2400. Attack, 15620-16170. Defense, 11952-12504. Skills, Bardic Wind, Sinister Power, Godslayer Power, Source of Poison, Shadow Realm, Enemy Restraint, Indestructible Grip. Note, skills of S rank and below are not shown. Reputation, 10,370. Number of revivals possible, 2. The full body spirit level equipment completely made up for Yifeng's original shortcomings in terms of defense. The extraordinary experience over this period of time had even made him surpass other players by far too much. 1158,750. 7 figures of bright red damage arrived late, dazzling the other players. Seconds now? Ding! System alert, Adventurer, Blasphemer, Fallen Leaf Silent, has successfully killed the Spirit of Resentment Angelo, earning an additional reward, plus 30 siege points. Picking up the equipment dropped by the boss, Yifeng struck out to kill the surrounding grievous spirits in seconds. Worthy of Falling Leaf Silent, the King of Adventurers. The siege boss Vanguard of Justice Rise saw this scene from afar and marveled. As things stand now, the reputation of the 4 words Falling Leaves Silent, even among the Aborigines, is equally reigning, and even becomes the talk of many of the people after dinner. Drip! Suddenly, the system ringtone sounded in Yifeng's ears. Ding! System tip, Princess Shay has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yes. Yifeng chose to agree. The status of his best friends among the Aborigines is not ordinary. These minions don't need you to make an appearance yet. There will definitely be a vicious battle to follow. Come back and rest first, the princess secretly reminded. Yes. Killing more than 40 level monsters, Yifeng also has no experience. Decided not to grab the siege points with other players first, and then follow up to take care of the city guard boss. Qingyang City, above the city tower. Falling Leaf Silence is getting stronger and stronger, keeping an eye on Yifeng's every move. Moloch narrowed his eyes. Compared to the last time they met, the rapid progress of Falling Leaf Silence strength was somewhat beyond imagination. Have you guys seen his panel? The 5th demon god, Angry Thundergale, dressed in purple battle armor, with a rugged look and a very distinct purple lightning bolt mark on his forehead, was seen to earn out. There are so many skills that they don't show S rank and below skills. The lack of S rank skills on the panel can only mean one thing. There are so many skills that the panel can't be stuffed. I saw it too. Yen Dashin blinked. There are 7 SS ranked combat skills altogether. It does seem a bit outrageous. Being told by them, the other demon gods also began to detect the panel of Falling Leaf Silence. Normally, they wouldn't specialize in looking at the specific attributes of a snappy griffin. Seemingly seeing something incredible. Anita's expression changed slightly. Deicide power? I think I've seen this skill somewhere before. Chapter 111, Yifeng makes a move. The power of sin? Faye, who was also checking out the Fallen Leaf Silent character panel, couldn't help but frown, and then slowly stretched out. She probably understood why the falling leaves were silent and demanded blood. The other party was obviously stripping the special power dedicated to her from her blood and turning it into their own. Do abyssal demons have such terrifying abilities? Faye muttered, overwhelmed with shock. The expression of the leader, Demon Luo, was extremely cold. It seems that what he possesses is far more than a super divine weapon. The many demon gods were silent, each with their own thoughts. It was simply unimaginable that a district adventurer could obtain supreme treasures and abilities that even a god-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to imagine. Kill. The battle lines of the two sides met, and the sound of killing shook the sky. The long kills were as long as seconds. A body fell to the ground horizontally and vertically, dripping blood staining the ground, outlining a blood-rich opening. As the uncountable number of spiteful spirits became dead under the concerted efforts of the adventurers and aborigines, the thick gates of the city opened once again, and many blue beings with hot bodies and only a shred of clothing killed their way out. Ding! System alert! Please note that the Shadow Phantom Legion led by the level 60 Dark Gold boss, Phantom Demon Keishi, will be defending the city in the second wave. Hiss! The sound of sucking in cold air rose and fell, and the crowd looked over, only to see that the boss leading the Phantom Legion had plump breasts and fat buttocks, with a watery appearance, and her every move carried a unique flavor that made people salivate. There's a chimera out in town. How can you show me this? I'm only a 200-month-old baby. I have a bold idea. All said and done, the crowd didn't stop with the action at hand. The mainline mission trial moment determines the future of the player. Only to win, not to lose. We all know this clearly. I'll deal with her. Yifeng rushed towards the Phantom Demon with his divine cry. Dark Gold level equipment can be sold for a lot of money, and there is plenty of money to spend in the future. So if you can earn more, you can't waste it. What a handsome adventurer. How about you put down your weapon and I'll accompany you for 3 days and 3 nights. The Phantom Demon held a whip in her hand. Her eyebrows discharged and her words were wanton. Not how. Yifeng's ancient well was unperturbed. In terms of sexy and flirty, Phantom is way down the scale. It wasn't long ago that he had just been severely tortured in bed by a certain witch. Ding! System note, Phantom Demon Keishi used the skill, Charm, and it did not affect you. What a hardened adventurer. Kathy couldn't help but lick her lips. How can I get you to soften up? Ignoring the other party's verbal provocation, Yifeng's starting hand was the lethal wind shadow stab. The spiral formed by the green-colored wind element slammed out fiercely. Snort! -1, 2,677, 4,568. However, before Yifeng's attack landed on the Phantom Demon, a brilliant red laser energy came from the back of the Phantom Demon, destroying the Phantom Demon and cleanly piercing through the Phantom Demon's chest, and then leaving a small, bottomless hole in the ground. Before the death of the chimera full of questions, dismayed looked back, visible wearing a black dress enchanting which is no longer lethargic, soft long hair fluttering in the wind, snow-greasy face with murderous intent, stretching out a finger toward her. There was no doubt that it was she who had struck. One hit, the battlefield fell into a momentary freeze, and countless people's hearts were filled with doubts. What's going on here? One of our own kills one of our own? Lord Cash, how could the demon god do this to you? Her subordinates were demoralized at the sight of their leader's death, and their numbers plummeted under the onslaught of the light camp. Ding! System alert, due to the eternal sin which Fei killing the Dark Gold class boss, Phantom Demon Keishi, the second wave of the City Watch boss is cancelled. Yifeng, watching the Phantom Demon's body go limp, Yifeng had nothing to say and swept a glance towards the eternal sins which on the citadel and returned to his position to rest. You don't even want me to kill a Dark Gold boss? Tough enough. Moloch's expression sank. Eternal sin demoness. What do you think? In front of millions of people, killing a phantom demon that belonged to his side's forces was extremely bad behavior. Underhanded charm technique. I don't look good, Fei said coldly. For some reason, this chimera made her extremely disgusted. Moloch was speechless. As a matter of fact, he wasn't so bad as to get into trouble with the other demon gods over echo-like beings. The eerie atmosphere didn't last long and was quickly put behind them as the fight was in full swing and the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Razor, back off, Hijjas said. Leisha, who was still bathing in blood, was filled with resignation. Your Highness, I can still hold on. That's an order. Hijjas' tone brooked no refusal. Yes. Rizal turned back on his horse and re-entered his position to rest, panting heavily and clearly out of energy. Still able to retreat? Yifeng was surprised. Yes. With a slight nod of her head, Hia explained, as long as you can carry through 2 waves in a row and execute the mission requirements perfectly, you will not be bound by the rules and will be able to evacuate first. I see. Yifeng drifted off. To put it simply, whether you're the attacking or defending side, defeat 2 consecutive waves of the other side's onslaught, and the constraints in terms of the system's rules are over. Ding! System alert, please note that the Darklance Legion led by the level 75 Dark Gold boss, Darklance Erwin, will be defending the city in the 3rd wave. Ding! System alert, please note that the Wind Swordsman Regiment led by the level 75 Dark Gold boss, Wine Swordsman Jeff, will be launching the 2nd wave of the siege. After 2 consecutive waves, both sides had pushed up to the walls, blocking the defending side at the gates, but then had to move back a few moments later. The level 75 Dark Gold level boss led small monsters that were also level 60, which was gradually approaching the limit of what players could endure. Steady! The swordsman who was second on the rank list activated a spell to apply a gain effect to the 1,000-man brigade. It's time for me to go on too, Yifeng said to the princess. Shay worried. Would it be too soon? It doesn't make much sense to speculate on what kind of conditions the demon god will offer, and I can become stronger by killing my enemies, Yifeng explained. the more units you kill, the fiercer the stack of full attributes. He was still thinking about stacking up his sinister power before going toe-to-toe. Yes, Shay said solemnly, proceed with caution. I'll always be behind you. Thanks a lot. Yifeng nodded his head in greeting and then killed the Dark Gun Legion. Thumbs up. The sharp sword surging with gray mists cut out a trail of residual shadows. Minus 278,954. Minus 265,471. Minus 284,511. Super high damage jumps out. In the midst of the crowd, Gale erupted with amazing power. High amount of speed growth plus fashion props and so on, additional attack speed bonus up to 400% more than. With the amazing speed boost brought about by the chain of strikes, the second injury is exceptionally horrible. Basically wherever you are, all are killed in seconds. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing Dark Gunner. Plus 0.02% experience at this level. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing Dark Gunner. Plus 0.02% experience at this level. After all, they were only level 60-something wild monsters, while Yifeng's level was as high as level 78, which was even stronger than the third wave of bosses, so naturally he couldn't gain a huge amount of experience. At this moment, he was still mainly aiming to stack sinful power with his minions, and the maximum cap full attribute boost of 100% would likely be a key factor in deciding the winner. How is it as easy as collecting vegetables? Falling leaves are silent and awesome. There's no need to be particularly surprised. I have a super divine artifact, so I might be able to do this as well. When the majority of players saw this scene, there were those who admired it, those who envied it, and those who were jealous, silently staring at the soundless falling leaves who had made a great display of power. The 10 great demon god sights surrounded him and never moved away. Chapter 112, The Hour of Judgment. As the boss of the third wave, the Gun of Darkness Elven rode a black cheetah and clutched a black lance in his hand as he waited for an opportunity to move from the sidelines. If he could behead his opponent, his future would be dark. This is a life-defining moment. Lord Demon God, please look at me properly. Elven's heart was strong, and he spurred his horse to kill Falling Leaf Silent, his lance stabbing forward. Disorderly traitor, your time to die has come. Ding! System prompt, you use the skill, Gun of Darkness. The next attack is increased by 30%. The damage is increased by 200%. The attack comes with a penetration effect. Duration, 10 seconds. Shoo! Like a swiftly passing electric light, Yifeng disappeared in front of him. Miss! The lance stabbed straight out, only to pounce. Elven's eyes rounded in disbelief. Sneak attack failed. Where is he? Boom! In the next second, Yifeng landed a heavy kick on his solar plexus, kicking him off his mount, and his sword stabbed like a blistering wind, sticking in Erwin's chest, bringing out pieces of blood. At the same time, the dark gunmen who were close by were blown backwards by the wind and waves, or fell to the ground and died, only to watch the chief being held down and beaten violently. Ding! System note, you use the skill, Shadow Field, which deals 496560864587 points of damage to all enemy units within a range of 50 by 50, with a high probability of attaching effects such as erosion, knockback, and fall. Is he an adventurer or not? Many players find it incomprehensible. Why does it feel like an aboriginal with adventurer status affixed to it? Damn, falling leaves are silent. Rising from the ground in a sorry state, Erwin revitalized himself with his spear and once again killed the soundless falling leaves. Die for me. Indestructible grip. Yifeng grabbed him by the throat, similar to lifting up a small chicken, and the gray sharp sword was only sent into his body, causing his life value to plummet drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anita couldn't help but explode and avert her eyes. I can't watch this. Possessing all sorts of special means as well as treasures, Falling Leaf Silent's rank might be in the category of dark gold, but his true strength was already far more than that, and I'm afraid that dealing with the spirit rank might not be much of a struggle. If this goes on, the first place in the siege points ranking will inevitably go to Falling Leaf Silent. I have to think of a way. An archer player was a bit unwilling. The player next to him turned his head and asked, "What law?" "I'll try." That archer player drew his bow and aimed his arrow at Moloch on the citadel. The same damage. Different opponents provided higher and lower points. If you could deduct 1 point from the first demon god's life value, you might be able to gain tens of thousands of points in one breath. Armor-breaking arrows. Shoo! The arrow soared out. Raising his hand to grab the arrow that was shot at him and crushing it as he did so, Moloch looked sideways at the adventurer who had attacked him without knowing what was good for him. Boom! Instantly, the adventurer exploded in place. Minus 20, 5,677, 5,687. The players next to him were startled and rushed away from him, just dealing with the dark gunslingers and not daring to think twice. Ding! System alert, congratulations on successfully killing the level 75 Dark Gold boss, Darklance Irwin. Receive rewards, plus 20% experience at this level, plus 200 reputation, plus 100 gold coins. Ding! System alert, adventurer, blasphemer, Fallen Leaf Silent, has successfully killed Darklance Irwin, and has received an additional reward, plus 1000 siege points, easily resolving the third wave of the city guard boss. Yifeng picked up what the opponent had popped out and continued to take the other small monsters to stack the full attributes. Indeed, the Eternal Sin Witch, who knew her unique ability the most, watched as Yifeng's strength grew stronger along with the fall of a single dark gun soldier, completely confirming the thoughts in her heart. What the hell kind of monster is this? Anita couldn't help rubbing her teeth and blushing. He hadn't even taken a good look at the means that Falling Leaf Voiceless had mastered before, and he didn't expect that at some point, his own Godslayer power had been secretly learned by the other party. That was his unique skill to walk the cold martial arts world. This kind of monster, it's better to strangle it in the cradle before it's too late. The cloaked third demon god, Evil Bone Dragon Otter, who had always been silent, still had to speak out in warning now. He had thought that the other party was special in possessing a super divine weapon, but it didn't seem to be limited to that. Don't worry, Otter, he'll see the end soon, Anita swore. I hope so. After about half an hour, the dark gunman that came out like a tidal wave finally became sparse, and Yifeng had successfully stacked up his sinful power to an unprecedented level of strength. In addition, the level has been moved up one level to 79. Is there still a need for a fourth wave? Eye of the Abyss Head frowned. Any further and we'll have to dispatch spirit-level subordinates. I'm afraid it'll be cheaper for Falling Leaf Silent, and instead fuel the other party's arrogance. That won't be necessary. Moloch shook his head, killing intent blossoming in his scarlet eyes. Aaron is already on his way back. Swish! Upon hearing this, the many other demon gods' eyes flashed with brilliance. It is self-evident what these words mean. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Please note that the Stormwind Legion led by Wind Harnesser Aaron has successfully captured the Wilderness of Stars, and the light camp in the Eastern Zone has lost its last perch. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Please note that the Stormwind Legion led by Wind Harnesser Aaron has successfully captured the Wilderness of Stars, and the light camp in the Eastern Zone has lost its last perch. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in succession. Such heavy news made it impossible for the crowd to remain calm. The light camp has reached its most dangerous crunch. There's no going back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Punch punch punch. There must be a chance to take Qingyang City, even if they have 9 demon gods. Boom! A long green rainbow sped by, wrapped in an intense storm tornado, followed by a pale-faced man descending above the city tower. The pressure that belonged exclusively to the demon god became even more ferocious and intensified. Not late, are you? Aaron asked with a smile. The falling leaves are silent. This fellow who had robbed him of his chance. He had to watch the other party fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Not too late, Moloch said indifferently. A good show, just about to begin. The scene was dead silent. The soldiers are the ones who are at the city's doorstep, and they are the ones who have no way out. How can you fight head-on when 10 demon gods are gathered together? Gripping her rapier tightly, Hia was full of determination. The time belonging to the adventurers is over, and the intensity of the total attack of the Aborigines will be more than tens of times stronger. At the moment, it's touch and go. Under the city gate, Yifeng threw out the sharp sword in his hand, stabbing into the city wall like cutting tofu, followed by a leap, stepping on the divine weeping to power up again, and leaping onto the city floor in one fell swoop, right in front of the 10 great demon gods. Needlepoint to needlepoint, the two sides' eyes crossed in midair. Hello everyone. Yifeng did not shy away from the scene, regained his grip on the flying exclusive super god soldier, and said breezily, after watching the show for so long, do you want to go down in person? Humph. Demon Luo's mouth was tinged with mockery. There's a price to pay for being reckless. Everyone's heartstrings tightened as they looked out over the confrontation on the citadel. The scene was so terribly quiet that it took your breath away. Perhaps, what is coming is the hour of judgment. Chapter 113, the winner is king. The atmosphere of the battlefield was treacherous. Your Highness, Arvis guarded Shay's left and right. Standing guard. If we can't talk later, please evacuate first. Once Falling Leaf Silent was unwilling to agree to the conditions put forth by the demon god, the light camp would surely lose. At that time, I'm afraid that 9 out of 10 of the entire army will be sacrificed. There is no way back. Eyes tightly focused on the situation of the confrontation on the citadel, Shia's entire heart lifted up completely. The hope of the light camp is all at the whim of Falling Leaf Silent. Arvis was dumbfounded as he gazed up at the masked youth, only to realize that it was like a dream and that the world was not as it should be. Your Majesty, have you ever thought that the adventurers you are trying to kill by all means are deciding the fate of the light camp? On the city floor, the 10 great demon gods gathered. Yi Feng's cyan eyes looked straight at the first demon god and went straight to the point with a single knife. Name your conditions. Hand over the ultra-divine soldier and I'll retreat to give the light camp a chance to live on. Moloch's voice was hoarse but heavy with a commanding tone. No way. Yi Feng said decisively. Change one condition. With regard to the conditions of Demon Luo, he already had a number in his heart. It was not so much a condition as an attempt to take away the core of his interests by the most domineering means. Hand over the super soldier? Then the next attack from the other side holding the super divine soldier. I'm afraid that the light camp would no longer have a chance to turn the tide. Swish! Cold killing intent penetrated out from the scarlet eyes, and the divine level pressure belonging to Demon Luo surged. You don't have a choice. Shoo! Silver light flashed, and the Dragon Realm Guardian appeared behind Yi Feng at the first moment, his words resounding. There's no choice, so let's fight. Ha ha ha. Demon Luo laughed loudly. His laughter felt creepy. Dragon Domain Guardian, your strength is indeed enough to rival the top 5 demon gods, but you alone are afraid that you're far from enough to fight against us. Today, the 10 great demon gods had gathered to obtain the super god soldier. So what could the Dragon Domain Guardians change if they were even stronger? And me and others. Jarvis and Walt flew up to the citadel behind Yi Feng. With just you guys, I alone am enough to take down. Demon Luo looked disdainful. There was also a gap between god-level powerhouses. The Dragon Realm Guardians could be considered top tier, but Jarvis and Walt are merely second-rate. Don't leave me behind. Entrance of the Charterer Wang Xiaoyan. How dare an immortal level speak up in front of us? The second demon god, Eye of the Abyss Ted felt incomparably ridiculous. I think it would be better to give up the super god soldiers today and completely destroy the light camp in the eastern region first. Finished. The deal is off. This is really going to be a big deal. When these words came out, the many adventurers listening sideways under the city tower were panicked and disoriented. Now that they were really fighting, there was no way that the light camp would be a match for the dark camp. The lineup gap was too great. Is it going to be another apocalyptic holocaust with nowhere to run, like the last time? The landlady shouted in no uncertain terms. Your wife is being looked down upon, so why don't you get out and back me up? Ugh. In the next second, a sigh came, and a middle-aged man flew out from within the crowd in the distance. The man's hair was slightly white, his body was dry and thin, and his appearance was ordinary, but the aura that belonged to a god-level powerhouse was no longer concealed. You and I had agreed that we would no longer be involved in the wars in the world. At that moment, the 10 great demon gods' expressions changed slightly. Another god-level powerhouse, and not a bad one at that. Landlord Lu Bowen, divine boss. Yi Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised, but felt it was reasonable. He also remembered that when he first arrived in Kanglan town, he happened to overhear the landlady playing cards with the women, complaining that the one in his family was like a rent collector. Thinking differently, it naturally proves that there's a charterer behind the charterer. Must be the princess your highness said in the mouth of the two hidden out of the world of the god-level powerhouse. This is one of them. As for the other, he was also fortunate enough to have encountered it and gave him a piece of immortal grade ore. Today, I will accompany you with my life. The crane-haired old man similarly stepped out of the crowd, holding a silver lance with a fierce aura as he lifted his foot and flew into the city building. Ao Shuigan honored Nan Gongwu, divine boss. Master, Nan Men Blowout, who was in the midst of the adventurers, was extremely worried. Be careful. The bottom cards of the light camp had been shown one by one, but they were still dwarfed by the 10 great demon gods. The Eastern District really does have deep roots. Crouching dragons and hiding tigers. The third demon god Otter's voice was piercing, and the morose white skeleton staff in his hand looked particularly horrifying. 5 god-level powerhouses. It wasn't that the strength was so strong that they couldn't win, it was just that sacrifices were inevitable, and they couldn't tell exactly what the casualties would be. But the Dark Camp's enemies were not just the Light Camp in the Eastern region. There were other national regions as well. Once they tore their faces apart in a duel to the death, it was highly likely that the two forces, the Sea Race and the Purgatory Undead, would reap the benefits. This is why, previously, there had been hesitation to make a move, to beat the Light Camp into submission with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. That was the result of the unspoken cooperation between the three parties, sweeping over the 10 demon gods with different images present without any stage fright. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, Demon Luo, can we talk about the conditions properly now? Super Divine Soldier, we are bound to get it. Demon Luo looked at the calm and self-assured youth, and his heart was in awe. On the city floor, even the weak is also immortal level, only the falling leaf soundless strength is the most weak. Even bear the god level powerhouse pressure with him to call the shots, is really not a small amount of guts. Next to her, the Eternal Sins Demoness looked at the refreshed Yi Feng, her eyes flickering as she didn't know what she was thinking. Great, Yi Feng's face was expressionless. I admire the Dark Camp's attitude of taking things by force despite everything. He was in no hurry. How? The other party was still talking about his purpose, and was just hesitant to say the real terms. Of course, I can give you a chance to perform. Demon Law turned his words around and said, it depends on whether or not you are willing to accept my conditions for the sake of the Light Camp. In the current situation, he could only retreat to the second best. After all, the real purpose was still the sword in the silent hands of the falling leaves. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. What conditions? At this moment, the aborigines and adventurers in the room couldn't help but hold their breath. Open the gates, Moloch commanded. Kara. The chains clashed loudly, and the heavy gates slowly opened. Thousands of people under the city could not stop staring tightly, only to see that the city gate was wide open. There were no thousands of troops and horses to kill out. Just a young man holding a purple sword stepped out. The youth had a cocky look on his face and couldn't wait to get out of the crowd's line of sight, enjoying their shocked and dismayed gazes, and laughed strangely. Everyone, sorry about this. The fourth wave of the city guarding boss. It's my Demon King. At the same time, the system bell rings. Ding. System alert. Please note that the level 80 spirit level boss, Dark Sword Demon King, will be conducting the fourth wave of guarding the city. What the hell? Son of a total betrayal of your own countrymen. Ha, Demon King. I'm your father. The adventurer couldn't help but curse angrily. At the juncture of the player's life and death, the one who stood in the way was one of their own. A feeling that was simply incomparable. Players within gods and monsters only have 3 lives, and they can't be revived indefinitely. The Devil King will kill countless people this way. Noisy. The Demon King pulled out his ears. Rambling. Moloch. What do you mean? Yi Feng frowned. He probably guessed what the other party was thinking, but there was bound to be a trick in it. I can give you a chance to be the savior. The corner of Moloch's mouth raised in an icy arc. As long as you can defeat this adventurer who has returned to the Dark Camp, I'll count you as the winner of this battle. Ding. System tip. Do you accept the exclusive mainline quest, The Winner is the King, difficulty, SS? Chapter 114. The god-level powerhouses from the Light Camp wore a tinge of gravity between their brows, not taking it lightly because of Demon Luo's conditions. Using adventurers against adventurers? There must be a trick in it. If you want to fight one-on-one with real skill, the strength of the soundless falling leaves is definitely far above the Demon King, and it is extremely difficult to be defeated by anyone of the same caliber. The conditions have been placed in front of you. Moloch sneered. Dare you accept it? Yi Feng looked indifferent. No wonder you have to be so protective of the Demon King within the Imperial City. So that's how it is. The reason why he traveled to Tianlin City to deal with the Demon King, and the reason why the 3 demon gods went straight to the Demon King's side to protect him the moment they reacted to the fact that he was still hiding in the perimeter, was revealed at this moment. These demon gods were trying to use the Demon King adventurer's identity to deal with him specifically. Humph. Demon Luo snorted coldly and urged. Either a god-level powerhouse fights, or you duel with the Demon King. Choose for yourself. Swish swish swish. For a while, everyone looked at Falling Leaf silent in unison, waiting for his choice. Falling Leaf silent. Don't you want to kill me very much? The Demon King held his rapier against his shoulder and called out from outside the city. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you have the ability, come and fight me. The demon god is bound to have a hand in this. Li Shui frowned and said with a straight face. She could see that the state of that adventurer under the citadel at the moment was peculiar. The Demon King was still using the agitation method. Goon, you were quite capable of pretending in front of you. Try pretending again? His words caused countless players to use the technique of pro-mom stripping. It's not like anyone came prepared. Yi Feng stood at the top of the city, looking down on the outspoken Demon King. You think you're winning? I will accompany you to the end. Ding. System alert, you have obtained the exclusive mainline quest. The winner is the king, difficulty, SS. Winner takes all, difficulty, SS. Synopsis, who feels like a loser when the only way to speak is with facts. Quest requirement, defeat, Sword of Darkness Demon King, in single combat. Quest reward, the Dark Camp retreats and siege Qingyang City. Quest punishment, deliver the Super God Soldier, God's Cry, to Calamity Star, Moloch. Boom! Falling straight down from the citadel, Yi Feng landed in front of the Demon King. You chose your own path to death. Don't regret it. But the Demon King said dismissively. It's not certain who's going to win or lose. Holding the gray sharp sword tightly, Yi Feng was always ready to strike. Seeing this, the Demon King didn't dare to be careless and took up a combat stance. Wait! When both sides were on the verge of a fight, a man in blue brocade clothes came out of the crowd and came to Yi Feng's side. Demon King, you only have falling leaves and no sound in your eyes. You have underestimated me too much. Do you dare to fight with me? General Spirit, Swordsman, Sword Formation Master. Grade, 70. Get out. The Demon King was filled with contempt. You're not worthy yet. Wimped out? The swordsman laughed lightly, unimpressed. Joke. The Demon King snorted. It's fine to take list 2 first. Come here and die. TSK. Moloch frowned, feeling offended. Stupid. If not for the existence of utilization value, this adventurer's name even made him extraordinarily disgusted. Bro, you back off first. I'll test the waters for you. The swordsman whispered to Yifeng. I don't think I can win him. It's good to know his skills first. More defense. He admitted that his current self was not a match for Falling Leaf Silent, and with the Demon King holding the panel of a spirit-level boss, he was basically in a losing situation as well. But the future of the adventurers was at stake, and he didn't want to stay out of it. Yes. Yifeng nodded and didn't mind. The swordsman is still the same as he remembered. Set up a formation. Wind and Rain hurriedly shouted. Tap tap tap. There was a crisscrossing behind him. Thousands of people providing him with boosts. Strands of golden energy surging into the swordsman's body as a booster. Ding. System alert. General Soul Swordsman uses the skill, Spike Formation. Based on the number and strength of the formation's personnel, it raises its own full attributes by 53.4% for 10 minutes. Note, current maximum number of people the formation can hold, 3,000. Spike Formation. This was his strongest means of group combat. Unfortunately, it was currently not leveled up enough. If he could accommodate more people, the increase in strength he gained would be even greater. After reaching the limit of what he could achieve at the moment, the swordsman swung his sword to kill the Demon King. Clank! The Demon King easily blocked the swordsman's attack. That's it? Triple sword dance. 2 silhouettes similar to the body appeared on the swordsman's side and attacked at the same time. The Demon King was startled, barely avoiding one and being touched by the other on his shoulder, resulting in the shadow's attack as if it had encountered a bronze wall, unable to penetrate deeper. Miss. Ding. System alert. This unit has gained Dark Erlmeyer enchantment. All damage received is reduced by 100,000 points. The swordsman's heart skipped a beat. Die. The Demon King, who had suffered a loss in the exchange, was secretly annoyed and violently stabbed out with a fierce lift of his sword. Pa dash. The swordsman's eyes were quick, and he hastily raised his sword to block himself, but as a result, his weapon broke apart, and his entire body couldn't control his form, and he took several steps backward in a lousy manner, almost falling down. Ding. System alert. This unit has received the Angry Thunder Gale enchantment, which increases the damage of all attacks by 50% and has a high probability to come with effects such as smashing and knockback. Ding. System note, your weapon has been permanently shattered. Second on the list. Nothing more than that. With a successful strike, the Demon King pursued the attack, moving like the wind. The purple sword in his hand mercilessly slammed out towards the swordsman. His speed was extremely swift, and green light flashed beneath his feet. Such strength had already surpassed the so-called spirit-level boss. Clang! In the nick of time, Yifeng dodged and appeared in front of the swordsman, holding the divine cry to block the Demon King's attack, only to feel that his tiger's mouth was slightly numb, and it was quite a struggle to resist. So it turns out that it carries the gains provided by the 10 great demon gods, forcing his power to force back the Demon King. Yifeng indifferently said, "It's not like you defeated the swordsman on your own merit, so what's the point of being complacent?" The speed that the Demon King had just displayed was clearly augmented by the Wind Harnesser Aaron. It is assumed that the other party has additional abilities granted by other demon gods, the exact effects of which are not known at this time. I'll just be able to beat you guys. The Demon King didn't see any problem at all. Damn it! Southgate Blowhard clutched the barrel of his gun, full of resentment. This matchup is unfair in every way. Look out! The swordsman's expression was extraordinarily serious. Each of the 10 great demon gods' augmentations was an extremely heaven-defying buff, and he had only tried out 3 of them. Trying to defeat the Demon King at this moment was truly as difficult as heaven. Aha! Yifeng nodded solemnly. At that moment, the panel of the Demon King he had seen, even if the sinful strength was stacked with 100% full attributes, it was still a little higher than him. Sword of Darkness Demon King, Spirit Level Boss. Grade, 80. Life, 3573,0000. Attack, 36,850 to 37,410. Defense, 25,640 to 26,090. Skills, Desperate Assassination, Abyssal Gaze, Endless Exile, Dark Sword Chi, Nirvana by Fire, Soul Tear, Forbidden, Silent Darkness. Synopsis, addicted to the thrill of power enhancement. Ambition grows with it. Yifeng didn't feel much surprise about the panel value of the Demon King, the Eye of the Abyss, Ted's enhancement. A 100% increase in all attributes, which he had seen during their initial meeting. The swordsman stepped back, and the two went toe-to-toe once more. Do you fight me with this stance? The Demon King asked something that puzzled the crowd. Taking out the demonization bead, Yi Feng faintly said, of course not. Since the other party was incarnated as a spirit-level boss, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Battle and win. This is the key today. Ding. System tip. Is it possible to activate the bloodline in your body using the demonization bead? Yes. Yi Feng was righteous. Ding. System alert. Please note that the level 79 spirit level boss, Abyssal Demon Yi, will be conducting a third wave of siege.